2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
The time is here, Spartans, the beginning of the end of a long and intense road. Not just this season, but for the entirety of Halo Infinite. And it comes down to this weekend, live from Seattle, in the home of Halo, your Halo World Championships. It is so good to see so many familiar faces, so many fans here in the building. And my goodness, is the building looking bright, as well as the future of some of our teams, may I say. Welcome to the desk. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be desk hosting all weekend and honored to do so. Joining me, I have the absolute best in the business. I got Clutch and Tony. Lads, I got goosebumps, honestly. I really do have goosebumps because I'm so excited about what we're going to see this weekend. It gets better and better as we go along, and I just can't wait for it. Clutch, how are you feeling about this Worlds?
Couldn't be more excited. I got goosebumps as well just hearing the intro, and I can't wait to get this thing kicked off. I can't wait to see who walks away with the last World Championship of Halo Infinite.
I feel like, Tony, there's so much more pressure this time around. It really is so much on these guys' shoulders, and I can't believe what they're going to be capable of in this main stage. I know it's going to get better than we've ever seen before. How are you feeling about the level of Halo that we're going to see?
It's going to be incredible. I mean, the hours upon hours that you put into your craft, blood, sweat, and tears, it's all for this moment right here. Lots on the line.
So many moments along the way, though. Let's take a look at our HCS roadmap and find out exactly how the journey has gone, because it really has been a tale of two halves. The first half, Optic Gaming, but doing it in a less than perfect way. But it didn't matter at that point in time, the position they put themselves in, or whether or not it was opponents that put them in there. They managed to get it done and a dub at the end of it, although things then turned around for the Rebels. Shopify Rebellion, they have been on track ever since. Are they peaking at the right time? Have we seen perfect? Can they hold perfect down? That's my biggest question right now. I mean, Wes, when it comes to the Shopify team, what is the big thing that you're focusing on that is really scary for the rest of the comp?
Yeah, the thing that separates them and their competition, specifically Optic, has got to be the efficiency. When they get 4 kills on the map, all 4 down, they are able to transition that into points on the board in Assault and all these different game modes that really made the difference in the Optic series these last couple of tournaments. If Shopify can play with that level of efficiency, their slaying power already is the top in the league, you have to think. The fact that they're so strong at objectives right behind that is, I mean, everything you want leading into a world championship, and it is no surprise they go back-to-back. We'll see if they can do it a third time.
Tony, I feel like we don't have any weaknesses here, and especially not with this guy on the team. I mean, Spin Cycle put it right because he really does put you into those. What a powerhouse on this roster, and also a youngster who is really just performing out of his mind all season long. Tony, please tell us about this young lad.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify Rebellion have the best bait and switch in the league, and largely because of this man on screen right here, right now. The kills that he puts down as far as his KD is great in the 1.19, but the assist as well. 1.91 KDA, that tells me that he's guaranteeing putting damage on the map as much as possible, and his teammates are cleaning it up as well.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that this kid's hit the map the way he has, because even last year, he gave me signs that he was the next coming of Pistola. He seems to have mastered his craft, and when you have someone like that on your team that is dealing so much damage, that is able to play his life for so much, buy you time, Cycle is everything for Shopify's win conditions.
He certainly is. There's so much you can talk about, and I can't wait to actually really get into things here with Shopify Rebellion and find out what they're capable of when it's all on the line. However, a team that's really hot on their heels, who have been trying desperately to grow in time. Time has been against them, but they are catching up. Is it enough? FaZe, red hot coming out of Charlotte. Some really good signs here from this FaZe Clan roster. They are trending in the right direction. Clutch, I've got to ask you, is it enough right now? Are you excited about what you saw in Charlotte coming into Worlds? Do you think that they have a chance to take this trophy?
Oh, I'm pumped for FaZe and what they were able to do at Charlotte. That second place was everything I needed to see for me to believe that they have a chance to win this World Championship. They are all World Championships besides Penguin. You know they want to get him the most consistent player placing throughout all of Halo Infinite. A World Championship under his belt. FaZe beating Optic was everything because it was a two-horse race all season long. We saw Optic and Shopify, but the fact that FaZe finally got over that hump makes me believe we have a three-horse race now leading into Worlds.
Tony, so much value comes out of this roster time and time again, and teamwork is imperative for this structured team. You know, where do you put your value when it comes down to the gents that are on this roster?
Well, when FaZe first came together, I feel like they were already a good squad. They were already a great squad, but we've seen them get better and better. That growth is not accidental. It's because of the hours that they put in as far as preparation. First ones in, last ones out. It is really impressive what you see from a professional level from FaZe.
Talking about professional level, I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about a standout on this FaZe team, and that's Snakebite. He has been not only good all of Halo Infinite, the entirety of each season, but this season in particular, he took a risk. He left his home. He knew it was going to be uncomfortable. But in terms of some of the stats that we're seeing from this gen and what he's doing on our screen ever since that transition, it's just been buildable, and we're seeing a new unlocked version.
I mean, that's my GOAT, and he's still playing at the highest level. It's incredible to watch what this guy does. You hear so much about what this guy brings to the table: leadership, efficiency, objective play, all of that. But what he was able to do in the Game 5s in Charlotte was second to none. He willed his way to victories, and FaZe are so happy to have him on their side.
Yeah, it's crazy. When you think of a Snakebite, you think of like a macro level player, you think of an IGL type, although he would never call himself an IGL. But a lot of people don't consistently look at the stats that he's been putting on whatever his team needs him to do. Even in those Game 2 Slayers where he's dropping 17, 18 kills, watch the KD leaderboards. You will see Snakebite.
Love to hear it. Well, I'll tell you what, there is a team that really was the measure for FaZe to get over that hump, and it was Optic. And Optic, they found themselves on the back foot yet again. We were questioning, could they do it once again through the elimination bracket? It would be third time's the charm, although that charm, it had run out. They hadn't actually put their tabs open to get the Twitch drops because it wasn't on their weapons. I don't know what to make of this hiccup. Is it just a bump in the road? Is it just a small little issue that they have to get over here? Time and time again, they are getting it wrong when it matters most at the beginning of a weekend, Clutch. Can they clean things up here?
Yeah, the thing is Optic play down to their competition so often. We've seen them play with fire all year long, and eventually they get burned. Eventually they pay the ultimate price of losing some of these tournaments because of their pool play opportunities and the ones that they let slip away. So I'm looking at Optic. This is the World Championship. The reason this roster was built, they say to win every tournament, but everyone has this weekend circled on their calendar. Optic Gaming, I'm expecting you to bring your best we've ever seen, and if they do that, I truly believe they will hold the trophy at the end of the weekend.
Tony, it's a difficult one, isn't it? When you're looking at graphics like this and looking at the series that they lost and how close things really did get with the rest of the world, it's, you know, you're trying to weigh up, was it them? Was it the competition? Is it a mix of both? It's very difficult. In your mind, you see positive things coming out of Optic and how they can regain here in the biggest tournament that we have all season, if not all year.
I really do. For me, the X factor was very clearly Bound. When you looked at the back-to-back tournaments that they ended up winning, Bound was top 5 in the entire tournament as far as damage per minute. Last couple of tournaments haven't exactly gone his way, and he's found himself down to maybe about 3rd to 4th to last as far as in the entire league. One thing that I did see specifically, though, is in the Halo World Championship warm-up, Bound was on fire. I'm thinking really positive right now. If Bound plays like he did last weekend here, they could win a world championship.
Listen, I'm looking for consistency, and that is going to be key all weekend long. We have yet to see that from Optic Gaming other than a consistent elimination bracket run, getting into the depths of things. But talking about consistent is another thing I want to see from another team across the pond, Mindfreak. Mindfreak really stepped up when it mattered most. I saw some really good things out of this ANZ team. They're putting themselves back on the map here at Halo, and they've managed to get themselves to the Halo World Championships. And this time, not in the open bracket. They're not causing upsets. They're here to play. they're the real deal. Wes, what did you make of the gameplay that you actually did see when it came down to these big games for them?
I mean, it's what's changed between this roster and what we've seen in the past. Throughout all of the years of Halo, I feel like we always see this ANZ roster get so far, push teams that they have no business pushing to Game 5, but they always fall short. But Barco was barking last event, and everything they needed. They got their general back, the best player from ANZ ever in the history of Halo. They got him back on the roster, and now they are in flow state. It was awesome to see, and I hope we see more, especially at the biggest tournament in the year.
I certainly do, Dia, as well. I will say I actually love this graphic. It's so interesting to see kind of the trends of our teams and how they have been performing. And it's also weird to see Rebellion there in that 4th position that you forget almost with how perfect they have been the last part of the season. It's difficult to know that they were 4th, 2 before that. And then, of course, Optic, just trending downward here. And when you see in a graph position like this, Tony, it's difficult, isn't it? Because you're having to put all your eggs in one basket here for a team. Have you seen enough consistency out of the roster in the first half of our season to know that they can really turn things around?
I mean, the one thing that's crazy to me is that Optic somehow become more dangerous when they make it to the lower bracket. When their backs are against the wall and the pressure is on, you see Optic play their best. And when you have a Renegade on your squad that's dropping those type of numbers, I ain't worried about Optic Gaming. They're going to be just fine today.
Listen to Unc over here. He'll tell you how it is. I put my full faith in Tony, so there you go. Well, do you know what? It's day 1, and I think everybody knows what day 1 means. It's pool play. Let's take a look at them. Take a dip, folks, because the pools, they're heated. They're looking a little bit spicy. You won't get chilly in those unless we have some ice on some of these teams as well, which I'm sure they're looking out for. I think my eyes go straight to that Space Station MV game. I mean, Pool D, once again, another rematch, a grudge match that we've seen online, also on LAN, and it went the way of Space Station last time, which honestly, I was a little bit shocked by. I knew it'd be close. I just thought Envy, with how they performed West previously, that they actually might have that growth to take it on LAN.
Yeah, that's the thing, is those series were so close. I had the opportunity to cast both of them last tournament. And everyone's talking about how great Envy is. Envy looks phenomenal online. Envy scrims are outproducing anything they could imagine from Space Station scrims. But at the end of the day, you got to play in that best of 5, in that moment. You got to be the better team. SSG gets the better of Envy. Both of those series last tournament, the big dogs came to play. I'll be very interested to see how it goes this time around. I'm expecting a more efficient Envy. When I watched those two play last tournament, it was sloppy Halo. It was individual skill really getting the job done and not enough objective efficiency. So whichever team can sharpen up over the past month coming into this pool, I mean, this World Championship is everything. I keep saying that. But that team is going to set themselves up so well in the winner's bracket.
I can't wait to see it. We have so many banger matchups that are going to be coming our way here. Speaking of, though, of course, we do have a schedule for you. Here is your Friday at your Halo World Championships, so Halo Infinite. Kicking things off, it's the green wall. The bounce back is on at the biggest tournament of the year. Optic versus TSM. After that Shopify Rebellion, they'll take on Akave. Another big match here for this, of course, Overglobe team who's coming in to make a look here. FaZe versus Mindfreak after that. We have Rebellion once again on the main stage going up against an EU powerhouse, Numenon. And then Optic Gaming will be bringing their fans to this one because Cole is going to be out for blood against Optic, and Space Station versus Envy, the very matchup in Pool D that we're looking forward to here to end your night. What a day of action that we do have. Absolutely incredible. And of course, we do have some really exciting things on for you guys because it wouldn't be a Halo World Championship without some amazing things to look forward to. I also just want to make sure that everybody is tuning in all day long because we do have a special announcement coming after match number 1. So make sure you are in seats, you're in the venue, don't go to the bathroom, don't go get food, do that beforehand. Please do come take a seat and listen to some really exciting updates that are going to be coming our way as well. And just also a quick note, another exciting update I did mention last time we were on broadcast was Sunday. It's going to be best of 7s, which is massive. West, best of 7s. We really get to see the best duke it out, and really it kind of actually produces better competition for them.
Yeah, it's only right that we get best of 7s on Champ Sunday because that will truly determine who the better team is. A lot of the times in best of 5s, you can win both the Slayers and get away with highway robbery. Not this time around. The best teams will be decided on Championship Sunday. I can't wait for those bangers.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks. We have our first matchup pretty much ready to go on that main stage, and what a main stage it is here at Worlds. Really excited to kick off pool play. It's going to be epic. I hope you guys enjoy. Let's start our day 1 here in Seattle.
4 years of preparation is met with one last opportunity. Welcome everybody to the Halo World Championships. 2025 is the final dance for these teams and players, and for myself on set, and of course alongside me, Bravo. What a game we have to start off here. Optic Gaming, we're on a little bit of a tough run over the last few events, get to take on TSM, who certainly will be seeing this as an opportunity.
How about it? Maybe the most important pool play of Halo Infinite, without a doubt. If you think about what's on the line here, you think about the history between these two teams. Let's not forget, as we take a look at the series layout, TSM was the boogeyman that took down Optic Gaming. They are a piece of Optic's loser bracket runs all year long. TSM taking them down 3-2, and Optic Gaming now with a chance to correct history. You saw their trajectory just moments ago. They need to turn this around. We're starting things off on a very important game type for Optic Gaming. It is King of the Hill, a game type that many said lost them the tournament in Charlotte just weeks ago. What have they done in the lead up? What have they done in the preparation to be ready for this? A game type where they took 60% of their season losses at a single tournament in Charlotte. Have they righted the ship? Are they ready in World Championship form? We're underway in game number 1 of the Halo World Championship.
The World Championship is live, and we are signing off in pool play. TSM versus Optic Gaming. And like you said, Andy, set up beautifully. Not just because of the teams, not just because of the series, not just because of the fact it's pool play and Optic Gaming, but like you say, the game types that are in this series certainly will have TSM feeling good. Well, Optic Gaming here, we'll start off with a little bit of Renegade, and why wouldn't you? A little double kill for him to start.
Really is wild to think about just how much is on the line here, like we said. The most important pool play match probably of the entirety of Halo Infinite for Optic Gaming. You've heard in the interviews and a lot of disappointment over these last few tournaments for this team. And it's a chance to once again advance through this tournament in the winner's bracket, but their first test is not only a pool play test, as we said, it is a pool play rematch, but Optic Gaming off to an early lead here in game number 1.
Pretty good start here from Optic. The TSM have managed to, as they like to, keep it a little bit scrappy, just making sure they were contesting that hill, making it uncomfortable for Optic. But Optic now have regained some control. Toilet's going to get the first pick, but Renegade's going to respond. But as last alive, he's going to have to keep responding here, and the pressure is flowing as they flood towards him. TSM will get Optic 4 in the death screen.
Yeah, 4 dead here, 2 spawners already on elevator. We'll see what they can do with this and maybe hold off this next Optic push. In doing so, could maybe even tie up this first hill. We'll see if Druck can hold.
Now going to be challenging through the turbine. Druck going to at least hit a body shot here to slow down the progress, but Renegade again in that kill feed finds a double kill. Opens up the map here for Optic.
Yeah, 2 nice kills uncontested so far. It might even be 3. It's 3 dead. What a response from Optic Gaming. And as we said, TSM able to get numbers on the board there in terms of the scoreboard. However, right away, 4 dead for TSM. It's a staggered 2 dead. This will be an Optic Gaming point.
Now you see Renegade moving forward as Optic do get that first hill under their belts, and it was all due to this man playing off the damage of teammates. A little double kill to open up the map. He gets the 3rd kill as well. And then with that shock rifle moves forward to keep pressure onto TSM's respawners. However, TSM have managed to answer back here, flipping the kills into their favor, and they have complete and utter control of this blue hill.
Yeah, really good work here from TSM off the back of that first hill, already uncontested, as you say, 50% of the way done, and they also get the first pick yet again, so they will maintain that man advantage.
Interesting to look at the slays here as well. Only Renegade on the side of Optic Gaming, who's positive at the moment. We also talk about Torlik and what an impact he has when TSM win games. Well, he's currently at 6-4 at the moment, does fall momentarily as Optic look to break 3 dead for TSM.
Torlik gonna wish that nade went just a little bit, maybe an inch or 2 to the right of the stacks. Instead, he will fall without taking down Formal, and as a result, it's Formal himself. How about the man on your screen? You heard him just days ago saying this very well could be his last tournament. And he told the Green Wall, do not worry about the last few events. I promise you, just watch Worlds. We will not let you down. He knows what's on the line here this weekend. So much riding on the World Championship.
One of the greatest Grand Final World Championship players of all time, regardless of the FPS title, and certainly has proven that again in Halo upon his return. But for Optic Gaming, they've got to be careful here. TSM in control of this tunnel hill once more, and with not too much of it to convert into their favor, we might be looking at a tie game pretty soon here.
Yeah, very nice hold once again. The first pick, it's a straight 3v3 at the moment, but TSM will continue scoring here. Doesn't look at anyone in position, and TSM right back in the game. They win your second hill. We are tied 1-1.
We knew this was going to be a tight series. We knew this was going to be a tight game type. And TSM respond almost immediately after that first hill. Went the way of Optic. Renegade can't quite connect with the headshot, and Soul Snipe's going to take that shock rifle off of him. Tries to bend the shot round the corners there, but doesn't manage to quite get the trajectory he was looking for. 2 dead for Optic again. You can already see the other 2 players under pressure here. Optic losing the Slain battle at the moment and continuing to do so as Soul Snipe can't get the kills, but certainly is outputting some great damage.
Yeah, great damage indeed. Great discipline from Soul Snipe there. Just gets the damage and just scurries back. Not only does that, also blocks any elevator spawns as well. Here comes the push. Keep an eye on the kill feed. Important moment here in the game.
Bound gets that first kill. Going to be exchanged immediately though. Legend finds another, and now Legend is going to fly forward. The MVP from last year's World Championship. Legend will find the double kill, and TSM have been broken. Managed to come off the respawn. It was a fresh 4 dead for TSM as Optic will take control of the hill.
See what Legend can do here now.
When we come back,
Good damage and an important kill that will maintain just a little bit of map advantage at the moment. Take a look at his numbers here. He's 8-4 to start things off, and double positive at this stage of the game. A lot of promise from Legend, and let's talk about how good he looked at the complexity warm-up as well. A killing spree for him, but popping off really impressive numbers just last weekend in that online tournament that they were able to take and get a little bit of momentum. We'll see if he can do that again here, but they're 2 dead at the moment.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, by the way, Legend, when we checked in about a minute or so ago, was essentially tied up. He was about even on his kill-death ratio, so that's the kind of run he just went on. But the battle for the elevator spawns is continuing here. Both teams trying to wrangle that spawn away so they can control this hill a little bit more comfortably. TSM 2 dead, Optic 2 dead, but Torlik inside of this hill at the moment trying to bait these nades out from Optic Gaming with this camo in his hands. And Optic don't really know what to do here. It looks like they're a little bit lost.
Love the discipline from Torlik. Just ping, ping, ping. Avoids the nades, as you said, and jumps right back in with the camo. They will continue scoring. And right now, a man advantage by just a second. 2 dead, and if they're able to get this kill in batteries, this will be huge as well. Just Manny trying to track it down. Oh, but fantastic bait in the end. Manny's make sure to get that kill. That will be cleaned up. So still 2 dead, and they have a little bit of a slight lead here on your 3rd hill, but man, how this game is slowed down. You can feel like the game is riding on this 3rd hill.
You certainly do indeed. Shock Rifle coming up as well. Formal's going to get the opening pick though with a sticky grenade, but Bound's going to lose his individual fight. 2 players from Optic trying to flood towards Torlik's position, and Renegade will play off that damage once more, but as last alive now, Renegade, even though he's 15-8, he's going to have to wait for the rest of Optic Gaming to get back on the map before he even thinks about pushing forward. Good nades coming in from TSM, means that Renegade is now trapped, and TSM, and in the meantime, are sat inside of this hill, and if they get this, which they do, there's only 2 minutes left in this game for Optic to find a way to tie it up.
What a series of plays here as TSM takes the lead. Truck makes sure to flush out Renegade. Fantastic pre-nades from the pipes. That was the key there. He hits the pre-nades, the team had the help, and Druck comes in and flushes out the kill. And what did we say? This game type, all of a sudden this season, after being 13-2 in King of the Hill, has been trouble for Optic Gaming. And if things stay the same, if this score stays the same, we could see TSM taking game number 1. Can they hold for the last 1 minute and 45?
1 minute 45, and as we know, this hill as well, you're so vulnerable when you stand inside of that point. So difficult to be completely in control of it at any point. As Optic Gaming will find themselves 3 dead once more, and time off the clock here for TSM. That's got to be the play call for TSM right now. Keep Optic out of the hill. Don't worry about converting it. Just make sure you're winning these fights.
And let's not forget, for TSM, it was all about stealing 1 objective game. As you heard the desk say, if they can steal 1 objective game, as by the way, Bound 4-14 as he takes his 14th death. Uncharacteristic from him. TSM, the mission was always to take 1 of these objective games, as they have really good records in both Slayers in this series. We'll see if they can close it out here. 60 seconds left.
Here comes Renegade though. He'll find 1. 2 dead for TSM momentarily. Formal stands inside of that hill. Camo is coming up, so Optic a little bit split on what they have to do here, but it looks like they've managed to do both things they had to do. 1, get hill time. Keep TSM out of the hill. Secondary, get that camo. The Shroud went down and Renegade managed to grab it. So Optic are starting to put the pieces together here. And even though TSM are trying to flush them out of the back of blue, there's an opportunity to strike for Optic.
2v2 for just a moment. Big battles here, having them back lines. 3 dead for TSM at a pivotal moment in the game. Optic Gaming now Soul Snipe.
All right, everyone, welcome.
A very
back.
important
It's
kill
time
and
for
does
Matt
not trade, by the way. That's going to keep things interesting, but Bound makes sure to clean up. Oh, no, Bound gets 2. And the double kill that you just saw on that death screen could be the difference maker in this game.
Statistics don't show everything, right? That double kill from Bound might have just saved Optic. An individual fight he had no right in winning, but he comes out of that situation with a double kill to his name, and now he has hill time as well. TSM trying to force Optic Gaming out of this hill, but look at the bottom of your screen. Optic just need a few more pixels to tie this up.
I'm sure they're able to even peek this just easily. Gonna step right back in, and with that, he will do it. Tied up 2-2 here, and 3 dead off of the point as well. Optic Gaming with late game composure and resilience, and with 40 seconds left, could be sending us certainly into OT.
Yeah, this is looking like an OT sudden death situation. Next hill will win. Soulslide's going to fly through though, clears upbound. 2 dead here for Optic Gaming. And TSM are stood inside of this hill, but this hill is so difficult, as we love to say, to control. Former's going to grab that next shock rifle and start to go to work. He grapples it back into his hands, and he finds himself some prey.
One thing Formal said, you might have caught in the interview as well, if I want to do anything, I want to leave this building knowing that I couldn't have done anything more this weekend. It's a very important shot. However, with that done now, it's going to be 3 dead for Optic Gaming for just a moment.
That'll be taken down as well. 3 dead for Optic, and TSM will break once again. And we have to give so much credit to Optic Gaming here. They have shown so much resilience, as have Optic. It's been back and forth between both of these teams, but it's TSM now who are closing in on stealing this game away. The shock rifle will be thrown off the map. 20 seconds left on the game clock. TSM in full control of the bottom middle hill.
2 dead right here. Big important kill. 3 dead. Manny, last player alive, so needs to make sure he makes a very important play here. Whether it's damage or positioning, he knows he has to jump in here. We're about moments away from being tied here. Where does this camo go?
Camo goes to Formal. Can he stay alive through the nades, through the shrapnel, through the fire that is at his feet? Drock out of nowhere gets the stick, and Optic are 3 dead, and TSM stand inside of that hill.
Unbelievable. What a stick there. Moments away.
TSM get the point. TSM go into the lead, and with 15 seconds left, surely Optic don't have the time required if they go 3 dead once more to force this game to go on any longer. 4 dead for Optic, 10 seconds left on the game clock, and TSM look like they're about to steal this.
Has to be a Hail Mary from Optic. Can they jump in the hill?
I don't think anyone's close enough. I think Optic know this is done. It will have to be a picture-perfect push as Renegade steps inside. But Soulsnipe will clear him out, and Optic will fall, and TSM will win game 1 here in pool play at the Halo World Championships.
Oh boy. And anyone who has studied tournament history this year and looked at this series, you had a lot to be excited about, especially if you were a TSM fan. We knew that game 1 King of the Hill was going to be a pivotal game type, a worrisome game type for Optic Gaming. And TSM proving that not only were they up to the fight in that game type, but also up and ready for a World Championship Optic Gaming. As you can see, stern faces on the players of Optic Gaming. Not surprising to see. And we are witnessing once again Optic dropping game number 1 in pool play.
We focused on that game type and this series for a reason in the build up to this event. A number of reasons as we look past some of the moments of that last game. The story was always Optic and pool play, right? How are they going to perform? That's where their failings have been in the tournaments, that they haven't really managed to go the distance. TSM have been a bogey team in pool play. We've mentioned they've already lost to TSM in pools. The game type, a bogey game type back in Charlotte after having a phenomenal record previously before that event. Now we move to game 2, and oh my Optic Slayer woes, that has been the game type Slayer that has cost them tournaments all year long.
And even though Optic Gaming finds a way to tie that game 2-2, and by the way, had shock and first pick leading into what would be the final hill of the game, TSM with fantastic game management, they take game number 1, 3-2 over Optic Gaming, furthering Optic's losses in King of the Hill late in the season, and that sets us up for Slayer Origin. The map records here are very important. Optic Gaming is only 5-5, a neutral record on this game type on the year. For TSM, it's a 3-1 winning record on Slayer Origin.
We'll take a look at some of those Slayer stats in more detail here. This is the season overall, 30 kills and 22 for Optic Gaming, 17 and 11. The win percentage is higher for TSM. They are ahead of Optic Gaming in the Slayer rankings this season. But like you said, it's the game type specifically here, the map specifically here, that skews those stats even further into the side of TSM. Going 1-up in the series, seeing this as a game 2, knowing you're 3-1, an Optic at 5-5, it's an opportunity to really strike here for TSM.
And it's like you and I talked about before the event. TSM can come into this series knowing they've already taken down Optic Gaming, knowing that Optic Gaming has had a troubled history with pool play all year long with nothing to lose. And like we said, if you look at these game types, overall with season records, the objective game types skewed towards Optic. However, the Slayers much either favorable or more neutral towards TSM. TSM knew that the mission was always take one objective and we have a great chance in this series. Now that they've done that, and you think about the players on TSM, you think about years ago, TSM has something special, and I mean these 4 players specifically, something special at the World Championship. Deep runs from them, whether they're going through the winner's bracket or the elimination bracket, something about these 4 players, they have a depth and a resilience that they find at the World Championship that's really unlike any other team.
I would agree with you. They are the bogey team of the Halo World Championships. And you add on top of the fact that this is the final Halo World Championships for Halo Infinite, everybody who's in the venue knows that. Every player, every team will feel that. So to step on the main stage, first series of the Halo World Championships, seeing those game types, knowing that Optic are vulnerable in pools, TSM have a massive opportunity. But this was always going to be a match where we were going to learn about both teams. This was always going to be a matchup where we learned if Optic were looking like they could be in World Championship form. So even though it's only 1 game done and the records don't favor the Green Wall in this game too, are Optic going to teach us all a lesson here in this second map of the series?
You heard Formal say it as well, that he said to his teammates, listen, if this is the end of the road for Formal and Halo, I'm giving you all I have. How deep can they dig? Let's not forget, in Charlotte, they struggled in pool play and then had their lowest placing in over 2 years of competitive Halo. How do they make sure that history does not repeat itself here? On the other side, can TSM ride this momentum? We're underway here in game number 2. Right now, TSM leading the series 1-0.
First pick is going to go the way of TSM. 2 dead on either side, though, as very quickly things get tied up. Trump just missed the rockets, though. Oh, and it's going to cost him. Oh, boy, is that going to cost him. Only 1 kill gets picked up in the end, which that means TSM get away with it. But when you're looking at weapons, when you're looking at big game players, when you're looking at a man who has made a name for himself in this title, you probably want it in the hands of Legend. Already hit 1 shot, hits another body, Renegade cleans that up, and Optic will have a 2-kill advantage.
Small lead here, should be even extended now to 7-4. It is indeed. And if you've been watching this season, you know that the topic for Optic Gaming all year long has been Slayer, right? It's been how is Slayer costing them tournaments. If they win Slayers, they seem to win tournaments. If they lose the game type, they leave the building without a first place trophy. This was always going to be a very important game type for them, and they need to turn it on here in game number 2 and make sure they don't go down 2-0.
Well, early in the game, but with the sniper in his hands, 0 deaths. Legend has a chance to extend this lead. We know how important it is to control this S7. And how important it is to hit headshots like that onto Manny. It's 3 dead for TSM. Torlix last alive. Legend's going to challenge him. Leaves that to his teammate, and TSM find themselves 4 dead. Optic Gaming have woken up. It's 12-6.
Big start here, as you say. Legend not even taken down yet. Love the discipline that we've seen from him as well. Snipe ammo will finally run out for him, but not before he goes 3-0 and make sure that they extend their lead, nearly double their opponents here. But that will be brought back just a bit with 2 kills for the side of TSM. It's now 13-9.
It's always important to keep into context where these leads are coming from, right? You just saw Optic get the first snipe. 12-6 feels amazing, feels impressive, but then when that snipe ammo just starts to disappear and you find yourself with just a bandit in hand, that's when the gap can close again and we start to build towards that next cycle of power weapons. Speaking of which, rockets are going to be up next in around 20 seconds or so in this game.
A lot of the key for success for Optic Gaming is making sure that the work and the distribution of the load is spread evenly across the team. In these last few events, it's been about Renegade, right? Renegade popping off and putting up numbers that have been his career best. But on the side of Optic Gaming, it needs to be big numbers across the board. Unsurprisingly, though, it is Renegade leading the team yet again at 6-3.
So TSM have just brought this back a little bit here. interested to see where this rockets will fall. Sniper rifle also coming up in 20 seconds. TSM making an early push towards that snipe side of the map, and Torlik, beautiful kill, and finds a second one bottom middle as well. Renegade will find those rockets, fires one, and will only pick up one kill. As Bound tries to control this snipe side, this is such a pivotal moment. It feels like not just in the game, but maybe in the series already, with this S7 popping up.
This is getting nervy, and anyone who's played enough competitive Halo knows what I mean. When this game is within 5, it feels like TSM has stayed close, and TSM's one of the best teams that if they keep a Slayer close, they generally have big success in the game type. Let's also not forget their late kind of Slayer records as well. If we look at their close Slayer records within 5 kills, they're 6-3, whereas Optic is 6-15. If this thing stays close, this could be trouble, but Formal now heating up with the sniper rifle as they now lead by 7.
Soul snipe! Soul's collected here by Formal. Beautiful falling shot from Formal to find the headshot. Torlik might be next, he peeks. No lessons this time around though. Manny comes in and manages to pick up a double kill. So even though one impressive shot is hit there by Formal, TSM overwhelmed the snipe side, and TSM have Optic 3 dead. 5 kills the difference between the two teams, but with 3 bullets left in this sniper rifle, Manny has the chance to pull that even closer.
If we know anything about this game type and these two teams, this thing is far from over. Might still be a 5-kill game, but as I said, TSM has done very well to keep this game as close as they have. We should check in though, Bound with a recent sprees, and now 9-7. Formal also with 9 kills on the board, so big stretches from both Formal and Bound over these last few minutes of play.
Really big push this from Optic Gaming. 2 dead for TSM. No one's fallen on the side of Optic Gaming. If they can keep those numbers and fight the remaining members of TSM, this is where you're going to see that lead just start to widen. The gap starts to really feel like it could be getting away from you for TSM in these kind of situations. And Optic are keeping their foot on the gas here. Good damage from Formal. Legend's going to move in to clean that up. And TSM got to be very careful here, and you can see that Optic are just starting to flow as TSM will find themselves 3 dead.
Oh man, might even be staggered 4 dead as well. Just really good damage, as you say, and everything that we just saw from Formal. He goes front diving board, front base, just picks off a lot of damage, goes Fountain, gets more damage, stays alive, front base, finally taken down, but not before they're up by 9 here. Really nice stretch from Formal and all of Optic Gaming.
Power weapons are coming up. It's a great run from Optic, but this is the chance for TSM now to swing the pendulum back in their favor. First pick goes to TSM. Nades are being used up by the respawn in Optic Gaming. Can Soul Snipe put these to use? A lot of pressure on his shoulders right now to connect with not just one, but any would have been good as Formal finds a double.
The ghost of Chris Puckett awoken somewhere deep within Origin as that rocket goes straight into the cliffside and does not connect. And really, it could have been such a difference maker. Look at this game now. It could have been a 5-kill game. Instead, it's still a 7-kill lead for Optic.
Bound finds one as well. Bound having a really good game here, by the way. 13-9, a little bit of a shaky game one. For a man who's certainly been under the microscope after the last performance back in Charlotte for Optic Gaming, but here certainly performing like we would expect. Renegade moving into bottom middle now, tries to clean up this damage on Manny, trying to be a nuisance, Manny, but even though the trades are coming in here for TSM, the trades aren't really good enough at this point. TSM need to go on a run, and with Bound continuing to pick up kills, and that sniper rifle coming up. TSM need to get this S7, otherwise this could be game Optic in a tight series.
Ooh, Optic also registers both kills 45 and 46. It felt like it was still within reason for TSM, but now with Legend and the sniper and the game in his hands, this might be the last few kills of the game.
Looking across the stats for Optic, not really anything to be disappointed about. Very rare. 3 missed shots there from Legend, however, puts Optic 3 dead. Even though they only need 2, Bound as last alive has to just slow the pace down a second.
As you say, should be just a moment of patience here from Bound to just get the damage he needs on the map, and the team will collapse. And right now, here comes a side push, 49.
Trades are good. Bound gets the 50th, and Optic Gaming will rewrite the record books a little bit here on Origin. They win game number 2 of the series. And now find themselves tied up 1-1. And it just felt like things started to click in that mid-game for Optic. The bait and switch into finishing each other's kills with no over-committing for kills. And Optic Slayer woes put on the back burner for now as they tie it up by taking Slayer Origin.
And let's not forget, as you say, really writing the direction of this series there in more ways than one, not just in the series score, but as we said, that's a game type with TSM with a season-winning record and Optic Gaming neutral, so that will now flip positive for them, Slayer Origin. But much more importantly, it will tie the series at 1-1, and It also kind of ensures that Optic Gaming is focusing. As we said, that game was winning 6 in the late game, and statistically, TSM would come back and win those Slayers, especially over Optic Gaming. As we said, a terrible close game, a close Slayer record, games within 5 kills. So instead, Optic Gaming, they take a moment to breathe, regain their composure. They tie the series 1-1. And you know what? I had a feeling we'd be going the distance with this one. I think a lot of people did. And how fitting now, tied up going into game number 3.
A great response from Optic leaves us here, 1-1. As we head now into a game type where Optic Gaming will feel extremely confident, and even the most pessimistic of Optic Gaming fans should feel extremely confident as well. When you're looking at a game type, when you're looking at a map mode, this is one of the most impressive records in the entirety of the Halo Championship Series. This season, Optic have dominated when it comes to live fire oddball.
9-0 in the game type, undefeated on the entire year. And if you're an Optic Gaming fan or an Optic Gaming player, you're probably pretty happy to see this game neatly seated in game number 3 of that series layout, because a certain go-ahead opportunity, and not just an opportunity, but really a game type that should be in their favor at the conclusion of these 2 rounds.
I mean, if you compare it to the record of TSM as well, it's not just how great Optic are, it's how worrying it is for TSM. They're 0-3 in this game type so far this season. So you add all of that up, there's a weird part of me that's thinking, well, I mean, maybe this is an opportunity and you just see something crazy because it's the Halo World Championships, but every single bit of data that we have here would suggest that Optic should, and I'll say should, be 2-1 up come the end of this live fire off.
Tells you just how important that Slayer was as well for Optic to take it, to ensure that they don't have their backs against the wall, that instead they're tied 1-1 going into such a favorable game type, as you say, for them historically. Take a look at some of the stats here for Optic Gaming. Hot hands, oddball dominance all year long.
I mean, just look at the right side, don't worry about the left. When you look at the rankings, first.
21 map win streak. The last time they lost this game type was to Nemesis on April 18th.
I don't know what year that was either, that's the thing.
1999. Unbelievable from this team, and especially when you think about the struggles that Optic Gaming, the trials, the tribulations that Optic Gaming has had all year long. Otherwise, it's pretty remarkable that these 4 players have been so dominant in oddball in a way that teams really, you think back to Quadrant and Strongholds, right? There's not many other examples within Halo Infinite or even competitive Halo history where a single team has been so dominant on a game type, but not necessarily taking every championship. See what they can do here in game number 3.
And isn't it a great indication of the hot and cold of Optic Gaming so far this season? Because you look at oddball as a game type, and we'll talk about oddball as a game type as commentators, analysts, and it's the game type which you need to get the most right as a team. It is
so many variables.
Constantly a thought process, winning individual fights, timing power-ups, moving that oddball, collecting ball time, having less guns up at times on the map because you are gathering that objective time, having to think about rotates. Well, everything that you need to be a good Halo player, a good Halo team, is so involved in this game type, and the dynamic nature of it, the fact that it isn't going to be a consistent spawn in one place. You are going to have to think about where you are spawning your opponents. Are you trying to split? So all of these kind of things come in. So to have that kind of record is like frustrating, I imagine, for Optic, because they're like, well, this is the game type which most goes into, and we're brilliant at it. So where are the gaps in other game types? It's such an interesting kind of, I guess, a little bit of dynamic for them to think about,
It really is, and you know what's interesting too, is take a look at the series layout so far. By the way, if you're just joining us here for day 1 of the Halo World Championship, whether you're in the room with us or joining from around the world, fantastic to have you with us. It is going to be a historic weekend of competitive Halo, and we are starting off here with a special edition banger rematch. It's Optic Gaming and TSM, and if you didn't catch it earlier this year, TSM did take down Optic Gaming in pool play, so this is one that Optic Gaming would not have taken lightly. We're perfectly tied 1-1 going into game number 3, but back to that game type, Mark. Another thing, if you just showed me those stats alone and hadn't showed me the stats from the rest of the year, and you said, hey, Optic Gaming leads in all these categories, they haven't lost this game type since April, and it's oddball, anyone, as you were alluding to, would speculate that they are the best team in the league, right? It's very unlikely that a team that is doing all of these things so well, all of the variables, all the demands of professional Halo, positions, rotations, timing, map awareness, everything, and of course the kills and the limbs that come along with it. It is a fascinating statistic And we'll have to see if they're able to not only take the momentum from this game type into the rest of the series, but also the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah, can they go 10-0? Can they keep the record perfect and bank this game type? Maybe for a little bit later in the tournament, should it rear its head in a big series that really will determine the fate of Optic Gaming. For TSM, though, it feels like a free roll of the dice here. When your record's terrible and your opponent's is brilliant, well, you got to lose. You've got to fly at them. You've got to see if you could really pull off an upset here. If there's any team in the venue that you would associate the word upset with, it's probably this TSM roster. We're heading into live fight hardball here. You haven't seen hardball before. You're going to win a couple of rounds of it before you can call the game your own. I have a feeling we're going to see some big plays in this one, Andy.
I think so too. All eyes on this entire Optic Gaming roster. As we said, how do they distribute the work across this team? And we're underway here in game number 3, tied up 1-1 with TSM and Optic Gaming.
Starting off with Formal, who certainly introduced himself to everybody in the Halo Championship series from this very position in a World Championship final with a Kill-tacular in a Slayer game type not so long ago. But Formal now, it's the start of a new chapter in his story, and maybe the final chapter as well. But now Optic Gaming just slowing things down. It's been a very cautious start, actually, just by both teams. Finally, TSM find a couple of kills. Optic are 2 dead. Formal has to turn his attention to just denying this camo pickup from TSM.
Nice work here. Drop QT's away to avoid that nade, and baits and switches on a really nice job on cuts. That's going to force Formal all the way back bottom middle. That should be a clean camo grab for the side of TSM.
Look how frustrating that Optic are being, though. Optic keep touching that oddball, keeping it in their possession. They're like, okay, you still got to go for the camo, but just remember this is an oddball game type. Just remember you're still going to come and get this thing. Drop should be next up for Formal. It's been a really good start for him. Grabs that M7. He can connect this time around, and the repulse will not connect enough for him to value his life here. Solstime's going to fly out on Legend here. Narrowly misses that headshot. Hits the body, but Legend will take him down.
As you said, really interesting slow start. Only 5 points on the board so far, but a few things to highlight off that opening rush. That should have been a clean TSM camo grab. But as you said, Optic had really good pressure from cuts as well as dummies to not just prevent that camo, but even grab or burn. And as a result, it's just a small Optic Gaming lead here. Very cautious start from both teams, and you can tell how much is on the line in this pool play series without a doubt.
2 different Optic ball will be played by Bound off the back of green, so a reset on the map for the objective. Rock has to weigh out a couple of grenades. Oh, he did not connect on that one, and that's going to cost him. A little bit of a rush beat down, a little bit of a panic situation there for Drop. And that'll leave TSM momentarily 3 dead. That'll be 4 dead. Excuse me. It'll be tall if he picks up that kill. Legend should have a very comfortable time here, as TSM are fighting off the respawn as he just grabs more objective time. 26 points and rising already on the board here for Optic.
And how good is Optic with the transitional holds? We talked a lot about them these past few tournaments. You're always going to see them grabbing this ball on this map and holding right around camo cuts in between dummy door and key door. Beautiful transitional setup, which depending on the pressure on the map allows them to really get away with any rotation they want. 4 dead, great trade from Formal. That will allow them once again to now move that transitional hold likely back to scoreboard here.
I was going to say, look how quickly Renegade's on the spawn as well. He's already gone behind Manny, who's first respawner.
Rotate.
Perfect sim, as the ball is, like you say, rotated to where that kill's happened. So, Optic Gaming, brilliant at the moment. You're seeing how good they can be. And with Bound picking up this next camo as well, this is going to be a tough job for TSM to break this.
How obnoxious is this Bound? Just look, you can't find him, you can't see him. He is picking apart TSM. Oh. Even though he gets repulsed here. Might get away with murder. In the end, he does not trade. 2v2 on the map, but still an uncontested 52-point lead for Optic Gaming. It has been very slow, very methodical, and fantastic game control from Optic.
I put a couple of these missed beatdowns. That's just transitioning back to land, we should say. Yeah. Not going to get that online super lunge that we do sometimes see. But over 60 points already on the board, with Legend finding the next sniper rifle. TSM have really been down when it comes to not just objective time, but also when you're looking at power-ups and weaponry as well. It really has been controlled superbly here by Optic Gaming. Finally, Torlik's going to get one, but he's going to have to hit some big shots here.
No play ball, and Renegade somehow, despite 3 separate and now going to be a 4th player, pushing. Renegade finally plays the ball. Renegade gets an extra 25 seconds or so and is still alive? Unbelievable play from Renegade here.
Oh! Still alive. Gets that time, takes the kill, picks the second one up as well. And it takes 2 players from TSM to finally flush him out. And in the meantime, Optic just rotate away again.
As we said, there were 3 separate players and then a 4th staggered push that came in. Look at the scoreboard. 86-0. And you are seeing what we talked about in the stat line. Perfect play from Optic Gaming.
TSM had to up the pace there, otherwise we've been in the round going over to Optic Gaming. They do increase that pace. They do pick up a couple of kills, but they haven't even got their hands on the oddball as yet. TSM have not got near enough to the oddball to pick it up. Think about that for a second. This round has been completely dominated by Optic Gaming.
Optic showing us and reminding us what they are capable of. 4 dead yet again for TSM. This very likely could be the final hold unless Drunk is able to hit some god nades bottom mid. We are seeing what Optic Gaming is capable of when they are firing on all cylinders. 10 points to go in round 1.
Formal might be able to win it here, or should be able to win it here, because Bound and Renegade have just found a couple of kills. They're going to come and support their teammate. Get nice and cozy with Formal, as Formal looks to just add an extra kill as the points tick in the favor of Optic Gaming. It is a dominant result in round number 1. Optic Gaming up by 1.
As you say, perfect play from Optic Gaming. There's a reason they have the record they have in this game type. There's a reason they're undefeated in live fire oddball, and they were just reminding us how talented they are in this game type. Let's not forget, this has been a close series until that round.
And Optic Gaming are allowed to pick up the sniper rifle once again. 3 dead for TSM. Legend is going hunting. Camo coming up as well. Look at the split on the map as immediately they'll move that oddball back off the kills. And Legend gets a lot of information, but does take a lot of damage as well, as the grenades will break the shields and also tickle the health. But Legend stays alive long enough to put this S7 back into his hands and have the potential to line up some shots. Can't quite connect here. Good pressure from TSM.
Oh, man, look at how much of a distraction
I'll
he
stay
was.
alive, you kill everything.
Yep, he just stays alive, right? Avoids those nades, avoids those shots, retreats to back green, even pokes once more, brings out more players, and that just tees them all up for Optic Gaming to take them down. They will continue scoring here, and Optic Gaming, what a performance once again off the opening rush of round number 2. Oh boy.
If you saw Torlik for a second, Legend saw him even longer.
4 dead.
4 dead for TSM, 20 points on the board already, but that's going to turn into at least 35 or so by the time that TSM even get back on the map here. 11-6 for the Frenchman at the moment. 46 seconds of objective time. He really is one of the most well-rounded players you could ever ask for.
Oh, Legend! Surgical precision from the Frenchman. 3 dead yet again. Optic leading by 40, and you get the feeling on TSM.
No! He hit in the back! He hit Torlik in the back! And for a second there, Legend was on the precipice of one of the greatest plays that we've seen at
in the
Halo
game.
Championship.
In the game, unbelievable. And what I was trying to say, if Legend would have stopped hitting those pesky headshots, it feels like on the side of TSM, they're kind of thinking we probably should have won that game too slightly.
TSM have got 5 points.
They touched the ball.
That's a very important process that you have to go through to get back into this game. Optic Gaming find themselves 2 dead, and TSM will grab a little bit more ball time, but Mount flies through, takes down the ball carrier, closest to that objective, so they'll be able to get it scrappy here, Optic Gaming. They'll be able to keep getting up on the map. Torlik does have that QT, but it's out in the open. Renegade finds a kill. Soul Sniper Torlik, though, they find kills for themselves, both with sticky grenades.
What happens to Camo here? Legend last player alive. He's going to need to get some key damage and stay alive to make sure Optic can make a play here. And Legend, as the last player alive, simply goes C-plat and allows the way for Formal to pick up the Camo as the individual player there. Huge play. And once again, showing big gaps in TSM setup.
Yeah, Legend's job there, he recognized, was just keep pressure. Keep TSM where they are. Don't have to die, don't have to kill. Just keep them back there. Allow TSM no space whatsoever to move up the map. And allow Formal to grab this Camo. Now, the attention has to be turned back to Formal on what he does with this, because TSM, for the fact that they got absolutely bopped in game number 1, are fighting back here in round number 2.
Enemy has the ball.
And they have now gone into a lead, so it's a momentary, slender lead, but for what has looked like a very rough few moments and few minutes for TSM, they are showing some good resilience here.
A little bit of Camo left for Formal as well. Finally, it will dissipate, but Sniper's still in hand and quite a lot of shots at his disposal. Optic Gaming will go back into the lead, see if they can extend even further here off of big damage and kills from Formal.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Drug finds the first pick, though. Renegade, by the way, in this game, 19-10, with most ball time for Optic Gaming. Once again, doing everything that he can. Not sure if that sniper stayed on or if it just trickled off the edge of the map.
Unless it was caught. There was an angle with that sniper play. It was caught! It was caught!
It was caught. Yep, Manny found it.
I was a bit. You could tell by the trajectory in Formal's death cam that sniper didn't get the full toss they wanted it, and it could have been grabbed. Manny actually grabs it and maybe keeps TSM in the game.
Yeah, this is now needs to be put to work here by Manny, and he finds 2 kills with that S7. Optic Gaming, 3 dead. The lead still in Optic's favor in the last 20 seconds or so. They have held that off ball. But Dry's going to get the chance to grab that sniper, recycle it back to the side of TSM here, and now Optic have to run through the gauntlet, and they've got a sniper rifle looking at them.
And QT as well. Formal going to challenge that. Oh, and Drop does one better. Double QT back to get the kill.
Legend going to challenge him. Both players no shields. Drop needs to stay alive here. Wait for the help to come in from a teammate. Legend still no shields. Baron were taken down. Finally, Legend will fall as well, and Optic Gaming will momentarily 3 dead. Camo coming up as well as TSM go back into a lead. They will not die here, TSM. They are fighting tooth and nail for every point here.
What a different round it's been here as they'll get another kill. Still in the lead. Good damage. Camo, though, is going to be big here at the 70-point mark. 3 dead. Soul Snipe is your last player alive. It should be a free Optic Camo as well, but the pressure now coming in from Talik. Legend once again in the right place. Picture perfect from Legend. Yes, he will get be taken down, no trade. However, much more importantly, he paves the way for an Optic Gaming camo grab, and they go into the lead yet again.
This is what we talk about when stats don't show everything. Renegade gets a free camo because Legend goes 0-1 in his fight, but he knew how important it was to just delay the push once again from TSM. And now with Optic Gaming back into the lead, Renegade with camo in his hands, Optic might be closing in on a Game 3 victory here. That'll do it.
See him. Killing spree, 93 points on the board, moments away here for Optic Gaming.
Soul Snipe should go down, but no, he wins the individual fight. He keeps TSM with a chance of turning this round into their favor. Optic Gaming, 2 is still in the death screen, but have managed to spawn in time to get an LOS on that upper ring spawn. Soul Snipe finds the next sniper, can't connect with it. And now Bound has taken away a huge, huge swing opportunity by taking that sniper out of their hands.
3 dead here, last player alive, bottom middle, doesn't even need to grab it. Legend will get the final points on the board. It's calm, it is cool, it is composed from Optic Gaming, as they will take game number 3 as expected, but a little bit of late round 2 resilience from TSM made the game type a little more interesting, but let's be honest, it was all Optic Gaming all the way. They are now 10-0 on live fire oddball. Dominance from them, and they will now take the series lead off of back-to-back wins.
No better feeling as a team to have a record at the end of a season that finishes with 0 losses. That's where Optic Gaming find themselves right now on live fire oddball. 10-0, perfect across the season. And a game type that they certainly can rely on. We'll take a look at some of the stats from that game. I mentioned Renegade. Well, he's doing it again here, Andy. 26 and 13 for Renegade.
Just shy of 7K damage from Renegade. It feels like when Optic Gaming is winning tournaments, Renegade is in Renegade mode indeed. And with what will be the last Halo World Championship for Halo Infinite, you feel like he's going to make sure that's the case here as well. Take a look at the damage here from all of Optic Gaming. 3 players on 6K. As we said, Renegade just shy of 7K.
Yeah, only 1 player from TSM breaking 6K. Tells you a lot about where the damage was being done, who was on the back foot, and who was really just completely and utterly in control of that game type. These are some of the highlights from it here. A few whiff beatdowns early on. But things started to click here. This play from Bound, by the way, so well calculated. And this one from Renegade, this is the one you look back on in like in a VOD review from TSM. It's like, we made a mistake there. We made a mistake. Can't let Renegade do this.
Exactly. And really, you can't let Optic Gaming get away with what they were doing. This, by the way, was almost the craziest triple.
If he would have got the bounce snipe.
Almost. Important here from Formal as well. Big stretch from him. This is a pivotal moment. Soul Snipe, last player alive, paves the way for a camo grab. Also, I love Bound did not. That's a lot that Bound, the decisions that Bound had to make at the end of the game. He could have probably gotten away with an attempted ball grab throwing back to Rat Tunnel, which wouldn't have been a terrible play, but instead Bound goes cuts and just gets help. He gets help at camo, help at dummies. They get their kills 1 by 1, and they very calmly and cleanly win the game. Optic Gaming in the lead for the first time in the series off of back-to-back wins. They are now 1 game away from closing out the series.
We look at map records, we look at Neutral Bomb Aquarius. much more comfortable for Optic Gaming once again. Their assault record, pretty damn good here on Aquarius. 6-1 across the season. Not perfect, but pretty close to it. And when you look at the other side as well, for TSM, it's a 2-2 record. And for these, you're looking at reasons that contribute towards the success for Optic Gaming. It's the Bomb Buddies.
You've heard of the Bash Brothers. These are the Bomb Buddies. Amazing stats from both of them here on Neutral Bomb. 1.24 from Bound, but a 1.42 even from Renegade. Look at the damage differential per minute. Just absolutely out-damaging anyone who's coming near them minute after minute of gameplay. And as you said, that adds up in a big way on the scoreboard. 6-1 on Aqua Assault. So if we are to believe the statistics, which so far have not led us astray in this series in terms of historical records and the way each game type looked like it would go, Optic Gaming with the edge statistically. The question is, does TSM have one more surprise in store in this series? Can they stay alive and force a game number 5?
And if they do, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Well, let me tell you, we've got some things to tell you if we go game 5. For now, it's game 4, which does favor Optic Gaming, and this would be the great start to the tournament that they were hoping for. We knew that this matchup was going to be tough for Optic. But coming out of it with a 3-1, I think if you offered that at the start of the day, Optic would have said, yeah, we'll take that.
You go back to Formal's interview just days ago with Hex, and you heard him say, we know the last few tournaments have been disappointing. We've been disappointed. But all we have to say is just watch this team at Worlds. We will do you proud. They lead in the series here. And as you say, with Renegade with Camo and Bomb Control, they are poised to start this tournament off right. And unlike the rest of their year largely, maybe exit pool play in a good spot. They're already in their opponent's base here.
3 dead for TSM. Bomb already in the util. Renegade still going a little bit crazy with the camo. Snipe. Excuse me, Soul Snipe is going to be taken down. And the camo is still here. Remember, this camo lasts forever now. So you can play this nice and slow for your Renegade.
And as you say, Optic Gaming taking advantage of that camo timing change and making sure to once again, piece by piece, putting them together.
This is going to be it. No one is in position for TSM2. Still with the death screen. It is a perfect opening rush. And an early bomb plant here for Optic Gaming. They're already up by 1, and Renegade still had camo when he was planting that.
It's 5-0, killing spree to start the game, and it feels like somehow Optic Gaming kind of took the back door. If you go in live fire and you take the back door out of house, it actually goes right into Aquarius, and they just kept playing the same exact game on a different map. They are dominant here. What a start for Optic Gaming.
3 guns still here. Renegade will finally take his first death as Optic Gaming will fall 3 dead. A little bit of space now, at least for TSM, to move up the map. But as I say that, Torlik's actually got to wrap back to his base because Legend has still been an absolute nuisance to the back of his. Still alive. Finally gets taken down, but still gets the beat down just to force Torlik to reconsider his next decision, which is the right one. Turns the single kill into a double kill.
So let's not forget, Optic Gaming, yes, taking that first hill in game number 1, right? TSM did find a way in that objective game type to bounce back in the game. Not only that, and then also win the game. TSM maybe finding just a little bit of footing here, slowing the game down, and we'll see. They've got a lot of time, let's not forget. This is honestly a war of attrition many times in King of the Hill Aqua. Games ending sometimes 1-0 or 2-1.
Camo coming up right now as well, so both teams will be positioning themselves top middle to try and fight for this. Legend's going to slide forward, try and maybe get the burn, and he's going to do exactly that. So Legend, again, talking about the same kind of play, the selfless play, the one that doesn't show up in the final stats. He burns the camo, he keeps it out of the hands of TSM, and he lets everyone else have a nice time on the map.
Really impressed with what I've seen from Legend so far this series, without a doubt. He's also double positive alongside Renegade, who's also double positive to start the game off. Now back on board with Formal here, seeing the damage that he can deal as they push back towards their own base.
The human UAV can really rekindle some of that magic here. And what could be the final run in Formal's career. Damage coming in to drop multiple players. You look at that life, been damaged or finished by Formal. It's about as good as you can get from that position. And Bound now, behind enemy lines. Inside the TSM base, alongside a teammate.
They were 2 dead, instead slow playing this, and really it's going to be about where can they get damage across the map for their spawners. A little bit split now. Bomb will be kept alive in the fridge, as you say.
TSM arming, I think a little bit shocked about where Optic Gaming are positioning themselves. It's a big fight for Legend to win, but win it he does.
1v1.
TSM, 3 dead, but Optic Gaming, 4 dead.
Wow.
For a second there, it was a 1v1 for the bomb, but Druck clutches up.
Unbelievable from Druck there. Had to get the kill, as you said, in that 1v1, and Legend maybe didn't exactly know where the sight line was going to be, but Druck keeps the team alive. You get the feeling that if they go down 2-0 here, that could be all she wrote for this series, but Druck with a very important 1v1 kill.
Oh boy, Renegade. He just found a double. And Optic have kept that bomb alive. They've kept it on the TSM side of the map, and now TSM coming off the respawn. It's only Soul Snipe and some grenades that can stop this. Nothing is going to stop Optic Gaming getting that arm once again. And now Optic double their lead. They're up 2-0, and they're looking damn good at it as well.
And what did we say? There are certain maps and game types, Aqua Bomb being one of them, where Optic Gaming looks unstoppable. 4 dead for both sides for just a moment. Druck's your first player up. But how about the fact that Druck had just cleared the base and it was 4 dead? And Optic Gaming, they do not need an invitation. They fly right back at the base. They apply pressure perfectly, and they arm right away. Now just 1 arm away from closing out the series.
Make it a statement. Make it a statement to everybody who may have said, pool play's been a problem. Well, coming out with a big result against the team who are seated next to you in the pool is going to be the perfect way to remedy what maybe some of the woes and the worries of the season so far for them. And again, gets the trade in that situation. It was another camo going over to Optic Gaming. But even though TSM get that burn, TSM needs to start winning some of these fights, because you're looking at statistics at the moment. Only Formal on the Optic side is negative. Everyone else is big positive, and Formal's only -1 at the moment.
Gotta say as well, that second bomb cushion changes the way that this game type will be played enormously. Optic Gaming now with that cushion can really afford to push up, take their chances, make sure that they're just overslaying whenever they want. They can take their time. They don't have to worry about maybe a sneaky arm changing the direction of this game. That 2-bomb cushion really is an enormous advantage here for Optic Gaming.
Now look how obnoxious they're being as well. Obviously they're looking for this 3rd bomb if the opportunity presents itself, but knowing that bomb is down on your bridge for TSM, you can't go forward. You have to turn your heads around a free spawn. Wherever you are on the map, you have to make sure that objective is not going to be moved by Optic Gaming, is not going to challenge that arming position in your base, because if it does, then that's game and series done. Optic Gaming 3 dead though, as TSM will finally get that bomb at least 50% of the way up the map, but Formal just shuts it down immediately.
Yep, Formal just goes forward as well. Just picks up the bomb, starts to advance it, and right away back in his opponent's util. Mark, I think you put it best. They are playing obnoxious right now, and that's how they're going to keep playing if they need to for the next 6 minutes, and just continue controlling the map and their opponent's util.
Bomb's still down there. Optic have 15 seconds to play around.
Touch.
Little touch from Legend. Moves it around, bakes some grenades out. Little threat seeker goes out as well, so TSM now on the scan. So everyone who has to move towards this bomb, which TSM have to. Now they've got the wall hacks to show them exactly where they're going.
So well done here from Legend. As we said, a lot of plays from him that will not necessarily appear on the stats card at the end of the game. Might have to worry about a back whack here. Cheeky little hiding spot there from Soul Snipe in the util. Finally will clear out Legend out of his base, and the bomb will reset. And with that, another minute ticks by. And just 5 minutes left on the clock. Optic Gaming still leading 2-0.
I think if you've got to look at a bomb reset as a win for a team, probably gives you a good indication of the momentum of this game. It has been all Optic Gaming. Legend starting to hit perfects as well onto Soul Snipe, keeping the numbers in their advantage. Manny taken down. Renegade with another kill to his name. He's currently 16-8. Just Renegade stats. At this point, I'm not surprised when I see him double positive. It's just ridiculous when he hits this level.
It has been. It's a different level for Renegade. He was already one of the best players to ever play the game before this late season rally that he's been putting on. But as you say, it's expected now that he will be double positive. And it's becoming less of a surprise and more of a, as you say, an expectation. He's been phenomenal, and he's 16-8 once again.
Legend with this camo, it's been completely controlled by Optic Gaming. The best that TSM have managed to do is get a burn. And again, it's all it looks left, looks right. But doesn't spot out a camoed Legend who wins that individual as well. The bomb's still down inside of the TSM util here. This is just so frustrating for TSM. They have to force their way into these chokes every single time just to force that bomb away.
How about the bomb and kill heat map from this game? It is a cluster of dark red in TSM's util, and that's the entire game has been played here. As we said, fantastic game management and really just strategy as well from Optic Gaming, the way they've played this. And as I said, when you take this play style and this strategy and apply a 2-bomb cushion, it becomes relentless and ruthless. TSM has been unable to fight out of it, and just like that, only 3:30 left on the clock.
I mean, you think about it from the side of TSM, right? You think about it from the side of the Optic gaming roster here. When that bomb's down in the util, how easy is it to trade? Like, you don't have to do anything crazy. Everyone for TSM has to flood in. If you avoid the initial nades that come in from TSM by positioning yourself correctly, you're gonna guarantee a trade. Like, you should be able to guarantee a trade if you're good enough. Like these Optic Gaming members are. That means the bomb is just gonna be, just touch it once, get a trade, touch it once, get a trade, trade. That means you win the game. TSM cannot progress up the map.
It becomes this quasi almost single stronghold moment, right? Where you play it the way you play stronghold, where all you want to do when you're leading is trade within the stronghold. It's exactly like you say, a double kill though from Solstice, maybe a triple not gonna happen in the trade. Legend is your last player alive. And Tolik desperately trying to find him on the shroom stairs, and finally he'll be taken down, but not before spawners are here.
Now there is an opportunity here, a small one, a slender one for TSM. They picked up a couple of kills, they got that bomb moving. But I think the timing just a little bit off, but a bit of good luck here for Tolik. Having the beatdowns go in his favor. Allows the rest of his teammates to move in. Formal though. Couple of shots into the players progressing up those shroom stairs. Soulsnipe will find one. And Optic just got to be careful here, because you're looking at the game clock. Even though the game has been completely Optics, there's still time. Formal gets the camo, but he goes down. That was a staggered 4 dead. And the bomb is arming for TSM.
There you go.
It's 2-1. And just like that, TSM have halved the deficit and will win within one arm of tying this game up.
As soon as you said that, it felt like even though Optic Gaming dominated the way they have for the past 9 minutes of play, all it takes is a single push from TSM, and we just saw that last play as very clear evidence of that. Now it will require a Hail Mary piece of composed gameplay from TSM, but they've got 1 minute and 55 to get another arm on the board.
All of Optic trapped down low on the map at the moment. TSM certainly fighting for better positions, but Formal jumps up to clean up some damage that came in from Renegade, who found his own kill in the meantime. Formal now looking for a trade down bottom car, but Rock will come out better on that one. But where is that bomb? That's the most important thing here. And there it is, and Optic have again moved it into an obnoxious position for TSM to have to challenge. This time, it's not the util, it's the fridge side of the map.
Yeah, this time they've changed things up just a bit. Rotated around to the fridge to see if they can flush out Renegade. That's the first job. Kills will be traded though, so Soulsnipe's in a little bit of trouble and will not be in position to move the bomb. Right now it's a 2v1.
Sounds gonna fly in as well. He's got the thrust again, and trade will be perfect. Even better, get the kill, stay alive. He'll get a little touch on this bomb in 1 second. No, the nade comes in, so the bomb will reset. Down bottom middle with just over 60 seconds left in this game. Optic are 2 dead, and TSM can get up the map.
Oh my, Legend gets away with a trade. He had a kill he had no business getting. Should have been a trade. And that is devastating here. 2 dead for the side of TSM, and Legend staying alive in their util yet again could pave the way for an Optic Gaming closure of the series here. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment for Optic Gaming. Tolik was the last alive, and he was taken down the last 10-15 seconds. So TSM are all stuck on the respawn at the moment. Camo's coming up in 25 seconds. Essentially, we're in a situation now where TSM have to be perfect. You start off by picking up kills, and TSM have just picked up 3 of them. Legend is last alive. Camo is coming up.
Here he goes.
Bomb is moving towards the Optic base. And TSM, who needed to be perfect, now have to just deal with Renegade. TSM have tied the game up!
Are you kidding me? 15 seconds left on the clock. After a bloodbath, look at the stats. A slaughtering from Optic Gaming. Playing the slaying game in their opponent's util. Playing with their food. We're going into overtime.
It's overtime. TSM have had the bomb inside the Optic base twice. They have planted it twice. And when the pressure was at its highest, TSM are still alive in this series. I thought we were done. I thought we were calling an Optic Gaming 3-1 victory. But TSM show hard, and that's what they do so many times here, especially at the Halo World Champs.
Absolutely unbelievable. But they will need to hold off another Optic Gaming rush here. It was a staggered 3 dead, but it's a big kill coming in from Soulsnipe in the utility. He's the last player alive, and he hits a fantastic 3 nade. They take down Formal as a result. Soulsnipe, by the way, a huge spree from him to stay alive during that entire sequence. But here comes the Optic Gaming pressure yet again. And we are back here in the red utility. What can they do?
Status quo is being reinstalled here for Optic Gaming. But Manny finds a kill. Manny might find another kill here, but the thrust is good from Renegade. Can he get alive? That's the question. 2 dead for Optic. TSM should get their hands on that bomb. And let me tell you, if Optic see that bomb on their side of the map, they will be feeling extremely nervous now after what they've seen TSM do when they get the opportunity to move that bomb towards the base.
Every single player on TSM is negative here in this game, but somehow we are tied 2-2 in overtime. Somehow Optic Gaming has allowed TSM back in this game. 2 dead for Optic. What can TSM do here? Here they come.
Drox playing info. Legend finds a kill. That should give Optic a little bit of wiggle room here. But 2-2. When it came to kills in those moments, Formal will give Optic the advantage to breathe here by picking up that kill as well. But Mornick saying, you know what? I'm going to keep pushing forward here. I want to keep putting pressure on these respawners. I want to be a nuisance inside the base. Renegade has to win a big, big fight. As we are tied up at 2-2 for players alive on the map once more. And Renegade's under pressure once more. Manny finds the kill. TSM are moving that bomb again.
If you're like us, you're wondering, how did we get here after the 10 of the 12 minutes that we saw? How on earth is Optic Gaming 3 dead, 4 dead in the end, with TSM applying the pressure yet again in overtime? 45 seconds left.
If TSM have got some nades here, they can flush out Optic. They are trapped in the back of this base. Druk finds one. Oh boy. TSM, you are showing us something special here. Drop from top middle, trying to pepper every single member of Optic Gaming in the back of the base. But with a couple of players falling, TSM are having to slow the game down, and Torlik has the camo.
Not over yet. One more push left. 17 seconds left on the clock.
Torlik does the front jump. Torlik's got nades. Damage surely done here. They're trying to time this perfectly. They know this is the game. The opportunity. Renegade finds one. TSM can't put the pieces together. Time runs out and TSM cannot find the final push. But it means that we go again here.
Unreal. Standing room only already in series number 1 of this tournament with these 2 teams, and I don't know how. I don't think Optic Gaming on their side of the stage knows how either. After what was an absolute, as we said, slaughtering the entirety of that game, everyone on Optic Gaming was positive, dominating TSM. They allowed TSM, with 2 minutes left, to get 2 arms on the board and force us now into double overtime to decide a winner here in this game time.
Let me ask you a question. You'd rather be in the Optic seats right now or on the TSM side of the stage? Ooh. Who's got the momentum in going into overtime here?
I think deep momentum on the side of TSM. Let's look back to the last moments that we just saw. It's Optic Gaming cowering in the back of their base. And Torlik does, by the way, there's an eagle eye that happens from someone. We didn't see it exactly who it was. Someone eagle eyes Torlik front jumping with camo, which could have saved the game for Optic Gaming. We'll take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 4. And it felt like, as we said, it was the Optic Gaming story. Look, with 2 2-0 and only 5:30 left on the clock, it felt like this was long over. But not so fast, says TSM.
Really interesting to watch this final push as well, where the position of Optic Gaming. You know, we saw there were all 4 of them essentially in the back of the base, but I want to know if there was a fridge spawn, if it was players spawning in the back of the base, because the reason that TSM cannot push, if you're just watching, and maybe you haven't watched Halo before, right? There's so many easily nadeable routes for you on the defensive side inside of your base, especially when you're coming off the respawn with 2 frag grenades to play with. So TSM cannot just fly into the base and look for those kills, because it's going to be easy trades for Optic Gaming, and that bomb is not going to be moving. So you could see why TSM were having to take their time. They were looking for damage they could play upon, but Optic didn't give them it. And I've got to give a huge amount of credit to Optic Gaming actually defensively, how they played those final moments. Because put yourself in those shoes, right? You know you don't have camo. You know you've just lost a 2-0 lead. You're probably thinking, if we lose the game here, I'm going to scream. And they somehow keep the composure to just hold off that final push.
The pre-nades on the bridge were so key. Eagle-eyeing Torlik with camo key, and that sends us now into, as you see on your screen, double overtime. The first bomb will win. And my God, does it ever feel like an important one here. Should Optic Gaming get this single bomb arm, they will close out the series, and they will look ahead to the rest of the tournament. Instead, if it's TSM that gets just 1 bomb arm, that will send us to a series-deciding game number 5.
And we'll get there when we get there. We'll get there if we get there. But for now, next bomb wins. Can TSM tie up the series here? At 2-2, or will Optic Gaming close it out here on Aquarius Bomb? Next bomb wins.
This first camo so big. Both teams knowing they cannot allow themselves to go 3 or 4 dead and the camo to be grabbed. Bound gonna be the one making a move for it. And gets away.
Does he?
Yep.
Yes, he does. So Optic Gaming, when the kills were kind of even across the board off that opening rush, but Bound makes the play for the camo, and now the kills are not even, but he gets traded out. Very important play for TSM.
Yeah.
As we just relax for a second, and we have 2 players alive on either side of the map.
You wonder, was that maybe a little bit of extra aggression that wasn't required to try to fly in the bottom middle? Oh! Big trade from Druck. He does get help, however, still an important trade. Bound is under pressure in the util. 2 dead for both sides, and you wonder here, Mark, which version of each team from that game in regulation do we get here, right? We saw both teams with unbelievable stretches of play in regulation, and the question is, who just shows up for one final push?
Good damage coming out of Bound once again, playing his life really well as well. Making sure he's not over-challenging any of these kills. Druck and Torlik find a couple of beatdowns, though, to put the numbers in the favor of TSM. Bomb is around 50% of the way up the map at the moment. Nobody really has an advantage. Optic Gaming, though, certainly do not have an advantage when it comes to kill. Formal's last alive, but gets into the base again, importantly, to give Legend the respawn at the back of the base. We are in the same situation as we were in the last few seconds of regulation, with TSM, with the bomb in the util, and Optic trapped in the back of their base.
Here it's all about damage. It's going to be poking and prodding, and whichever team can get the first opening damage where a player can flood in and start to collapse, that will be the difference maker. And that's why you're seeing things slow down here.
Bounce gets the thrust, will be traded out. Drop traded inside the base. Bomb is still down in the util though. And Soul Sniper's now flanking behind a couple of players. Big fire gets Renegade, and the thrust keeps him in it.
How big is that? And you saw him pick up the thrust bottom middle. Bound only got 1 thrust off, so it was still 1 thrust here. Renegade, by the way, in overtime, he's 0-4, while Soul Sniper is 7-2.
3 dead for Optic. That's going to be a stick. 4 dead. Manning's in the back of the base as well, which means they will block the spawns. Bomb is not inside of the base though for TSM. But Optic are trapped right now, and the camo goes to Druck.
Druck needs to stay alive with this camo. As we said, due to the extended length of the camo, he really will have a lot of options to play with this. Needs to make sure he doesn't go down top mid.
Here comes the bomb.
Here it comes.
Renegade takes damage, forgets that Druck is at their top middle. Soul Sniper goes down inside the util though, which means Optic have another second to just stabilize, but this punishing damage from top middle from Druck is just pinning Optic inside of this base.
No trade. In the end, it's going to be Legend that takes down Torlik on the bridge. Would be a big trade for Renegade here.
Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. Druck stays alive. And that's a brave play from Druck as well. A lot of players would go for the trade just to secure the kill on Renegade. He doesn't get himself in that position. He looks for the clean kill, and he wins it.
Ooh, they bait out the steps, and Druck gets taken down. Now 3v3 here on the push. Here they come.
Just the nades off the respawn is constantly hurting TSM. The timing is just not quite lining up for them every single time. Torlik now makes the flank. Moves through the base. Finds 1 onto Formal. Finds 2. Onto Bound. And in the back of the base now blocks that spawn. Renegade will be taken down as well. 4 dead! 4 dead for Optic Gaming! And from 0-2 down, the nades will rain in! Optic desperately trying to stop this one, but TSM will steal away game number 4 and will send us to a game 5.
And here we go. After about 20 minutes of Aqua Bomb and Optic Gaming dominating the enormous majority of them, it's TSM that steals out a Game 4 win and sends us to a series-deciding game number 5. Optic Gaming with their backs against the wall.
Welcome to the Halo World Championships, everybody. This is the first series. This is the one we were looking forward to. And now you're starting to see why. We're going the distance in our first series here in Seattle. Game 5 is calling. And now, Now we get to talk about it.
Now, we did not want to get ahead of ourselves because we had to get here, and more specifically, TSM had to get us here. But boy, oh boy, do we have some interesting Game 5 records for these two teams. But before we get into them, we will take a look at some highlights specifically from that overtime. And Mark, I think you put it best. TSM picked up where they left off.
And the two players we highlighted ever so slightly, the main slayers for their team, right? The numbers guys. Renegade had a really, really rough time in that overtime that we did see. 2-9 he ends up in this game. Torlik though, 5-5, but most importantly, Soulsnipe 11-6 in that overtime. With a flank through the P side, the blocking of the back base spawns from Torlik, I think is the difference between the pressure that TSM had in the final moments of regulation in the start of overtime to where they managed to convert. We are heading to the streets. We are heading to a Game 5, and we're gonna play some Slayer.
Wouldn't have it any other way. And we always knew that Optic Gaming was going to have to fight through the pool play demons all year long, but especially here at the Halo World Championship. And how about TSM to be that opponent, right? A team they have already lost to in pools this year. A team that has a deep history of extended runs, specifically at the Halo World Championship. They show up in a big way here and have done for the past few years. These four players now reunited under the TSM banner. And make no mistake, Optic Gaming is going to have to do the hard work. Now let's talk about Game 5 stats.
You've been waiting.
I've been holding on to these in the back pocket. And it is quite an interesting story. In Game 5 Slayers on the year, Optic Gaming is 4-5 with a losing record. TSM, on the other hand, 4-1. And as we said, in close Slayers, it is a similar story. Optic Gaming is 6-15 in Slayers within 5 on the year. TSM 6-3. Everything will be decided here on Slayer Streets.
Going into this series, we said we were going to learn a lot about what Optic Gaming is showing up here in Seattle. Is it a world championship Optic Gaming? Or is it an Optic Gaming who are going to have to essentially follow the same script that they followed the last couple of tournaments? For TSM, the ultimate underdog. A team who loves this main stage here in Seattle, and specifically this side of the stage as well. It is set up so beautifully.
What a way to start this tournament. I mean, we all had our eyes on this series for all of the reasons that we've been discussing throughout the entirety of the matchup, but what a way to start the Halo World Championship, to already have a game number 5, for Optic to have a rematch against TSM, to have to take them down here. And it's going to decide so much of what their bracket looks like, this single Slayer. So much riding on it. Let's talk about specifically Slayer Streets records for these two teams. They're pretty similar, with Optic with just a slight edge. Both teams with winning records. TSM is 3-2 and Optic Gaming is 5-3, so just a little bit more games played. And a small edge percentage-wise, but most importantly, we have to highlight, both teams are coming into Game 5 with winning records on this game time.
Now let's start to put this into context a little bit. We get inside the head of the players, right? You look at Optic Gaming, you look at some of the most individually talented 1v1, brilliant skill expression players. Legend, Bound, Formal, Renegade. Let me tell you, even the steadiest shots in Halo history feel a little bit different in a Game 5. TSM will need to win individual fights. TSM will need to play the best Halo that they have played to take down Optic Gaming here. But it's one game to decide who will win this game, who will win this series, and put themselves in a fantastic position in their pool.
Once again, look at that map 5 record for Optic here, 4-5. TSM recently 1-3. We'll see which team can turn this now into a very different number, but more importantly, a series win. It's Optic Gaming versus TSM. First match of the Halo World Championship. We're underway in game number 5.
No better place to decide it than the streets. A lot of arguments have been settled over the years. Soul Snipe versus Renegade. Optic Gaming, they flood towards him. Gets baited in a little bit there to the individual fight. And Optic Gaming will take that first pick and take advantage of it. Oh, Bound doesn't check his corners. But does get the trade in that situation. Camo goes into the hands of Renegade, though.
And the job here for Optic Gaming is make sure this does not get out of hand. On the CSM side, of course, they need to remember how Game 2 Slayer was played. They kept the game close, but it was not enough throughout the entirety of the game. They're going to need to make sure they, instead, on the other side, get into the lead and hold it. Right now, they're up by just one.
I mean, at the moment, TSM are panicking over the position of Renegade. You see frantic pings coming in. You can see players turning their heads. And it's just allowing the rest of Optic to move up the map and get those first shots that they require. Even though they don't have the advantage, though, and they don't have the camo, look at the kills. They're all going the way of TSM, and Renegade can't find easy targets here. He wants a free kill to keep this camo going, and finds a double kill off the back of it. 2-kill advantage, though, at the end of this camo, still for TSM.
Almighty the game.
Renegade! Almighty's 4-0 at the start of this game, and boy, do Optic need him.
Wow, unbelievable, important 3 kills, because as you said, it was just a 4-kill lead for TSM, but Renegade's slow and patient in the back of Tram. It pays off in the end, and he stays alive. However, they still trail by 2.
Now they trail by 3 as he gets picked off. Manny with some great shots himself. Bound will find another one to trade out the kill. And it's just trade for trade at the moment across the map. Everybody making sure they're playing shoulder to shoulder, that no damage will go unpunished. And even in that situation where Bound has 2 no-shielded players in front of him, TSM somehow trade the situation.
Truck taken down as well now, 3v3 on the map, and still just a 2-kill game. And Optic Gaming have tied the game here at 13.
Attention from both teams is going to go towards bottom middle pretty soon as well, as the camo will be reintroducing itself in this game 5. And the game comes to a standstill. Falling. Has the red gun there, but Bound had better shots. Gets that pick for Optic and puts them into a 1-kill advantage.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do with this. Let's get to our first listen here with Optic Gaming in game 5.
We're looking, I'm looking. You went back out here or something?
Man, watch out, man. Spawn in PD, I think. Which tires? Team.
0 health Bound.
Tires.
I'm switching PD.
We'll get specs. To purple. Purple, let's get purple. I saw him. He's still purple, by the way. He's by himself. He's hiding somewhere purple. He's on the shorty. Which one? Many. 2
dead, guys, 2 dead. Nice, 3 dead, last guy.
Let's go drive it.
Careful, Sabri.
Yo, drive it. He's shot everyone dead.
Nice. Okay, spawning PD. Maybe Cafe Bound.
I'll get to you. You're back here. Back here. I'm good. You're two back here. I can play, but I'm inside. Ready, how long?
5 seconds.
Okay. John, don't come out. I don't see anything decent. Yo, what's purple?
Very weak.
Yeah, I'm good. Watch out. 2 1 shot. Low damage. He's agent and 2 agent. I need you back. Watch out.
2 dead.
Yeah, I'm back in.
No. Back in, 1 shot, guys. Nice.
I'm getting out.
I'm red room. I got
Let's see one guy. Yeah, I'm killing C, man.
Okay, we're backing up.
Clear C. He might be there somewhere. Just clear it.
Check all corners.
He's nice. It's fine.
We're good.
Look me. You want B stairs? I'm going to trap.
All right, 2 of us are up.
10 kills, the advantage for Optic Gaming in the game 5, and it's down to this man on your screen. Renegade is sat at 10-1 in this game, and he's moments away from a potential frenzy.
Unreal just hits a stick into Cafe as well. Picks up the first assist on the second. 3 dead yet again for TSM. And Renegade may have gone 2-9 in that overtime, but is he ever making up for it in an enormous way? He's 11-1 in a game 5 Slayer.
Both camos have gone to Optic Gaming as well, controlling the most important power-up on the map, and TSM are reeling at the moment. Their knees are looking a little bit weak, the legs are looking a little bit wobbly underneath them, but can they stay on their feet here and push this game the distance?
And even though we talk about big comebacks on a match like Slayer Streets, when you're at 34-19, this is a deficit that, if you've been watching this whole series, it goes without saying. We haven't seen any kind of gap like this between these two. Somehow Talik stays alive, and not over yet. We're only here just past the mid-game. And if he stays alive with this camo, maybe could get a rally and a few kills on the board. But TSM needs to be careful. They really cannot even afford to be trading very often here.
Oh, yeah, that can't happen. I mean, it's 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Maybe there's a chance to stagger these spawns of Optic, but trades like that, they're not confident trades, right? You're not looking to extend your lead to grab those kills back to make this a game. TSM are falling victim here to just making sure that they want to, it looks like they're just looking to maybe not make a mistake, and Optic are taking advantage. It's only 11 kills to go now for Optic to close out a game 5 and cement a massive, massive win for them here in pools.
Formula Man on your screen, by the way, leading the team in assists here. 7 assists to his name, and might only have 5 kills on the board, but has been a huge part of the damage dealing. It's 3 dead again for TSM. Optic Gaming just 8 kills away from closing out the game.
And would there be something in Optic Gaming winning a series by winning both Slayers? A lot of focus, understandably, throughout the season has been on the Slayer woes. Well, maybe they're becoming the Slayer highs for them in a series like this. Renegade tries to fly in. Manning taking him on. Manning with some lovely little jukes there under the Stalker Rifle shots. You just get the feeling, even though TSM, you can never count them out, as we learned in that previous game, this might be too much of a mountain to climb at this point.
It does feel like too little too late for TSM, even though they're capable of great things, and we've seen many of them right in front of us here on the main stage this series. Oh, but Legend with a fadeaway and a 1v2 is going to increase the kill count even further. 4 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
That is going to hurt, and Sabri is letting them know. Legend in missing shots. He is taking this game over.
48.
Make it 49. He's going to win this one as well, you thought, but Torlik finally puts it to an end as Optic will put the series to an end. Game 5. Optic win. The streets belong to Optic.
It was not easy. Another pool play gauntlet for Optic Gaming, but this time, unlike Charlotte, unlike Dallas, unlike Arlington, they will take down their biggest opponent in pool play. And for now, advance on with a win on the board.
It just feels like some wins are built bigger than others, right?
Oh,
it's
does it
pool
ever.
play, it's the first match of the tournament, we get that. But when you look at the history of the season for Optic Gaming, the pool play woes, where they've fallen down, they've made mistakes, they've found themselves losing early on in the bracket, fighting their way through the elimination bracket, going up against the team. There was a potential team who can steal away that first seed from you. Winning that series and winning it in a game of 5 in a tooth and nail kind of way, which is a crazy, crazy series to start things off with. That's got to feel good for Optic. That's got to be a little bit of a confidence booster for them.
Yeah, I think we knew that series was going to deliver, but I don't know if anyone was ready for it to deliver in that specific way, especially if you think about Optic Gaming fans having to already have a little bit of nerves in the front rows already, but Optic Gaming, I think they changed history, right? Not only do they win both Slayers, but they changed their records on a Game 5 Slayer. They changed the way that they played a lot of those games, and I think showed that the work has been done, especially in the Slayer department, but that they're ready to, as we said, right the ship, change the trajectory of the year right now. On a heavy downward trajectory, their worst of Infinite so far. Question is, what can they do? They show up, though. They get the job done here in the first match.
And it's crazy how they win the series with 2 Slayers as well. You know, it's always the story of Optic losing in series where the Slayers are the ones that cost them, but the Slayers are looking pretty good. And one man who had a phenomenal game of 5 Slayer is on our main stage right now. Renegade is down with Blaze. And I tell you what, I'm looking forward to hearing from the man.
I'm looking forward to hearing from him as well. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Optic Gaming. They come out hot. Win a game 5 to kick this one off, man. Renegade, the whole crowd out here going wild for you guys. How does it feel to come out and get a win in this series against a squad who really wanted to beat you guys here today?
Yeah, TSM is a really good squad. You know, I know they put a lot of work in, so us beating them, even though it went game 5, is really good for us.
It is really good for you guys. Man, was that an exciting series, Seattle? You know, being tested there, we got to talk about the map forward. You guys have control throughout pretty much 49% of that map, but that last 51, man, those boys fought at the end. What was going on through you guys' head when you lost that going into that game 5?
That was a pretty bad loss, I'm not gonna lie. You know, they made a lot of great plays, but we knew that game 5 was streets, and we were really confident we're gonna win.
Yeah, you guys look real confident on that map. You went 11-1, 10 kill streak. Did you guys see that? Absolutely insane, man. What do you want to say to this crowd as you guys get ready to make it to another championship Sunday and hopefully hoist another trophy?
Shout out to Greenwall here, all you guys. Much love. And we're about to win this.
You heard it here from Renegade. They want to win this for you guys out there, all right? That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Wow, my goodness me. Hello, Seattle. That was match 1 of day 1 here at our World Championships. That was unbelievable. And just when you think it might be done and dusted and all is said and done, there's nothing else to duke it out, somehow, some way, our teams just pull through. And honestly, it was one thing I wanted to see from TSM. Although they have lost that series, I will say I needed to see some kind of fire from them, a bounce back potential. But Optic Gaming, for me, it comes down to that duo, Renegade and Legend. Renegade, he's super flashy, he sticks out so much, but Legend was right there with him, strong, sailing through this series. And that was the leg up that the Green Wall needed to get them through this dub, because again, it came down to the wire clutch, and it could have been a little bit of an early oopsie once again for Optic Gaming, but not just yet.
Yeah, what a way to wake up on a Pool Play Friday at a World Championship. I mean, Optic got everything they asked for to be woken up early in this tournament. You wondered, are they playing with fire again? Are they going to fall short in pool play again? Not again, not at the World Championship. And TSM gave them everything they had, right? I mean, that's what TSM has done throughout their entire Infinite careers. I mean, 4 years of just playing scrappy objectives. The way they started that King of the Hill was awesome. They fell short in game 2. And you look at game 3 as off-ball live fire, you know Optic's taking that one. They're undefeated in that. But this neutral bomb assault, what I think plagued Optic in the grand finals of Charlotte, once again comes back, rears its ugly head, and in the worst way they lose this game. Up 2-0, time is on your side. It's a win condition for you. You think TSM do exactly what they have to do to get back into this at the very end, pushing it to a game 5. You're wondering, is this again where Optic falls short? No, TSM can't punch their ticket, but yeah, TSM showed you some life there. They showed you every World Championship they placed well for a reason, but I'm very happy that Optic finally got across this finish line. Their pool play gets a lot easier from here.
And I'm glad you mentioned that assault on Aquarius, because I want to remind people, going into this tournament, into this weekend, Optic only dropped 1 assault game coming all year long coming into. That is one of their bread and butters. That is one of their favorites. It lends perfectly to their play style. So just want to point it out. TSM, you not only got to win against them, you got to win on Optic's one of their best game types.
They certainly did indeed. Honestly, it was the mindset for me. I needed to see TSM dig deep, and it really did get down to the wire. I mean, I started getting back up on the desk, preparing myself for, you know, the next segment to follow. I really thought this wasn't going to go to a game 5, but TSM, they show signs of life here, although they don't get it done in the series. Optic Gaming, they get over a hump. They're still early doors. They are still able to mess up at this point in time. I want to see a clean sweep heading into this first day for the Green Wall. And TSM, hey, listen, heads up, guys. Come on. A really close game 5 with Optic. That's everything that you could have hoped for. I know it wasn't the dub you're looking for, but there was some really good things coming out of that. And honestly, things that have not been here for the rest of the season. Optic Gaming, I will say, some of the maps and modes that we're seeing, it's takeovers for me. I mean, look at that oddball. Unbelievable stuff. And I think a lot of that really does come down to Renegade. I mean, Clutch. Renegade just is able to completely take over a map. He opens up lanes. He opens up opportunities for the rest of his team. And they really do filter through. It produces everything that you need. But my big question is, what happens if he doesn't have the support? What happens if Renegade isn't just having one of those crazy games? What happens then?
Good news is we might not ever find that out. It feels like this kid is on fire at all times. They needed him to get back into that series. The way game 1 went was heartbreaking for Optic fans, and you know, they came loud and proud to kick this series off, this tournament off. There's no way Optic could lose this series. It was in Renegade's hands, and I want the ball in no one else's hands on this planet in a clutch game, because Renegade is the truth. He's proven to be the MVP player, and he's out for another World Championship.
Those are powerful hands, certainly are indeed. Well done, Optic Gaming. Let's take a look right now. The pools, the updates are flooding on through, as of course we're getting into our day number 1. The first one is done and dusted, and over at Pool C, we saw on the main stage Optic Gaming take that one against TSM. It was a close game 5. Things really did get down to the wire, but Optic Gaming, they pulled through. Can they do that against Complexity? Can they do that against Margin Club? Those are the big questions we'll have to find out. Pool B, FaZe, 1-0 right now. Cloud9 also got the better of Mindfreak here. Mindfreak kind of swinging in the rafters. We'll see what they can do against SWAT LATAM later on as well. Pool A, no updates there yet, as well as Pool D, because we're going to have to duke those out on some of the main stage here. Tony, how are you feeling about some of the ones we got coming up next? I mean, Pool D, it's looking a bit dicey, isn't it?
Yeah, Pool D is an exciting one. You know, you have former teammates going up against each other. You have SSG with that World Championship experience, plus some hungry players that want to prove a whole lot. You have a lot with SSG, and then you have Envy, who can go on a similar run to what Native Red did not too long ago. Envy are the real deal. They're an exciting team to watch. Pool D is a great one.
All right, so yeah, well, we've had our first match of the day of our last Halo Infinite World Championships. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, I want you guys to make sure you're sitting down, you're nice and calm. We have a big update, a special announcement coming our way. I'm excited to talk all about it and find out alongside with you guys. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you right after the break. Welcome back, Spawns. It's day one here at the Halo World Championships, and I'm very, very excited to welcome our friends from Halo Studios to the desk. Now, you may recognize one gentleman on the very end. Sketch, welcome back up here. But you brought friends with you. You've got Damon and Max as well from the studio. I'm excited, Sketch. How have you been?
Awesome. Like, surrounded by thousands of Halo fans. What a series to kick off the weekend. Like, there's no place I'd rather be.
No, honestly, it's been absolutely incredible. And Max, Damon, so lovely to have you joining me up here. I know this means really good things, but look at these Halo fans that have gathered around just to find out why you guys might be up here. Have you seen this many bodies in Seattle before? They are really excited.
This is awesome. It's very cool. I can't believe I'm here.
I honestly, I can, and I'm very excited about it. I've got to ask as well, of course, the first time we actually got a first look at the work underway to bring Halo to life in Unreal. We actually introduced a brand new name, of course, for the studio. So that leaves me with the big question is, Sketch, what's on deck for this year?
Well, we thought we changed our name again. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
Honestly, Lottie, it's been a really busy and exciting year at Halo Studios. The team's just been kind of laser focused, working on the next chapter for the franchise. As you mentioned, kind of last year, we took a look at what Halo could look like in Unreal 5. And over the past year, we've been busy playing Halo and Unreal 5. So it's just been a really exciting time for the studio. We're on the eve now of 25 years. The anniversary is next year, really since the beginning of it all with the release of Combat Evolved. So really big momentous moment and super exciting time as we looked ahead to what's going to be the next chapter for Halo.
I mean, so many incredible memories. I mean, Max, you must have tons of memories, being in the franchise and obviously just Halo. It's nostalgic, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, 25 years. It's incredible, right? So thinking back to the Combat Evolved experience, I mean, being on the ring for the first time as Chief, just driving that Warthog to the beach, playing co-op on the couch with a friend, getting through the Legendary campaign. There's just so many great memories.
Yeah, and I remember buying my first Xbox back in 2001 and playing the game with my buddies on the couch. And then personally, I would just stop and look at the game and what they were doing in Halo, I just never seen before. It's incredible.
Honestly, I got a massive role as the coolest big sister because it's how I literally spent time with my brother. We split screened Halo. That was what we did, and it was incredible. So many amazing memories. But bringing it back to the present, you must be here for a reason, and I already know you got something up your sleeve. Well, if you were wearing longer ones, Damon, but do you want to hit us with a little world premiere?
World premiere.
Halo Campaign Evolved is the next project coming out of Halo Studios. It is the ultimate Halo CE campaign remake. It is coming to Xbox, PC, and for the first time, PlayStation. It'll be arriving next year. To talk more about it, we've got Dan, Max, and Greg from the development team. Guys, let's get into this. Why is this the right game for right now?
We did this work on Halo Anniversary. I felt like there were certain things that were left unsaid. There were certain things that we weren't able to achieve at that time. There were certain things we weren't able to do.
It's a great time to revisit Combat Evolved for new players, for established Halo players, and maybe even for old friends playing on different hardware today, to allow them to play together and enjoy the franchise together again.
Going back to the Halo ring again for the first time.
For the first time is really important, and for them to be surprised by new content and feel like excited again about exploring the ring world.
For new players, this is the right time for you to jump in. Think of this as your introduction into this huge franchise we've been building for the past 25 years.
I'm curious how you're going to focus on capturing the essence of the original, knowing that you need to evolve to kind of move the experience forward.
Yeah, from design, we don't take that lightly at all. Whenever we make a change, the number one thing was to be true to the original game.
For every one of those topics that comes up, there's someone who is incredibly passionate on the other side saying that is sacred. We do not move that crate.
It's really about looking across, what we've learned over the years, what technology we've built, and how we can tie that back into this experience.
So in this game, up to 4 people can play the campaign together, regardless of which platform they're on. And then we're kicking it old school. We can play 2-player co-op on consoles, on the couch together, just like we did back in the original. What do you have to do differently to account now for 4 people running around?
For different co-op counts, we will make some of the spaces larger. We also want to make sure we're authentic to the encounters themselves. So it's a balancing act between that difficulty tuning and making those encounters the right size for the right space.
I understand that we've done some special tune-up works to the beloved Warthog.
We have. There's a new seat, what I like to call the golf cart seat or the bumper seat. This is on the back of the Warthog, so now you can bring everyone with.
Mind if I join you?
Let's talk a little bit about one of my favorite aspects of the Halo franchise. What is a skull? What's cool about it? What does it do?
A skull is a gameplay modifier, generally mean-spirited. It makes the game more challenging for the player.
The combination, the pairing of these different skulls and how that's going to create that new gameplay experience. Huge amount of replay options for folks.
I love the replayability that skulls bring to a campaign. It is almost endless variety.
We have dozens of skulls this time.
The most that we've ever had in a Halo game.
Are you a lasso guy? I think you yourself told me that you don't think anyone would ever be able to complete this game with legendary all skulls on.
I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot. And so if you can do a true legendary all skulls on run, let us know. Because I'd love to see it. I think that'd be really hard.
If there's one thing that this community has shown us is do not underestimate them, and they will find a way. So Halo's always been known for its sandbox. How has this evolved?
We made sure that anything we included isn't going to drastically change the way the game plays, to change the sandbox in a drastic way, but there's some really fun kind of additions, and that's across enemies, weapons, vehicles, things that in the original CE you weren't able to do before that you now can. You finally killed the elite with the sword. That weapon hits the floor and you can pick that up and just kind of really take it to the enemy. It's great.
The sound design. All these weapons, by the way, have been painstakingly remodeled, rebuilt, higher fidelity. How do all these things kind of come to life?
That comes across through the way they look, the way they sound, the effects, the actual panels on the weapons themselves, the ammo counters.
With Unreal, the fully dynamic lighting within Lumen allows us to get those effects, right? That rich plasma lighting up and brightening the environments.
Of course, one of the hallmark elements of Halo CE is what becomes kind of a three-way battle with the introduction of the Flood.
There was quite a bit of development between Halo CE and 3 to kind of how the Flood behaved and just how they interacted with the player. So we've pulled a lot of those Flood behaviors into this game.
And I would say this is a learning specifically from CE 2 Anniversary, which is just kind of that mood, the atmosphere, the tension, the horror, and really delivering on that from the way that we stage the encounters and the setup and how we reveal the Flood.
In Halo Legacy, there were some pure form units. We've pulled in a familiar friend, familiar fiend, if you will, to challenge the player.
Talk to me just a little bit about how we're approaching the narrative aspects to bring it up to the same level as the rest of this game.
We want to tell an authentic story and we want to level up the cinematics from the source.
As we were building this out, we didn't just kind of put a new coat of paint over the original cinematics, right? We ended up revisiting exactly how they were blocked out, how they were sequenced, how they were put together, and we've done that across the board.
We have access to original source assets, original source code, and access to the original storyboards. We are remastering, remixing the music to go along with these cinematics.
We also had the core principal cast come in and re-record all the lines.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine sheets?
This really provides a degree of fidelity that we weren't able to do for Halo Anniversary.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
I'm super excited that this game will include 3 brand new bonus missions. Tell me a little bit about that.
It was really important that we preserve the original story as it is. So these missions specifically are meant to be a prequel setup for, the main course. These new missions are going to offer some new opportunities for character interactions, maybe between, Chief and Johnson.
We've got some new mechanics, there's some new AI behaviors, things that haven't been done before in Halo CE.
I think we're just getting started.
So where are we right now at this stage in development? What can you share with us?
In the past few weeks, we've been able to start engaging and sending builds out to some of our community members.
We can now see so many of the elements of the level really coming together.
There's a point in every game's life cycle where it kind of just comes online.
Seeing really high fidelity versions of cinematics, elements of the sandbox and encounter tweaks and the lighting.
You can go to someone's desk and give feedback live on an experience, and to me that's like a really exciting time in game development.
the ultimate love letter to the game that started it all. I would call upon our entire Halo community to welcome with open arms this next generation of players. I'm excited to just relive these experiences again for the first time.
Wow, guys, that is a lot to process. And I'm still trying to comprehend how Halo is coming to PlayStation. You heard it right. It's coming to PlayStation. I mean, I cannot even believe it. Brian, how excited are you about this evolution here?
It's a huge deal, Lottie. It's a long time coming. We're just super excited to be able to welcome even more players now into the franchise we love, to fall in love with Halo the same way that we all did, 24 years ago here at this point. And as a community guy, I know the Halo community is super excited to welcome in their friends as well. And it's just going to mean more Halo for everyone. And it's really a new era. Halo is on PlayStation going forward, starting with Halo Campaign Evolved.
It really is. Honestly, for me personally, it's amazing because I've had friends who haven't had access to Halo because they haven't had the right consoles, and we just have never been able to game together. So the fact that we can now move forward, I can introduce them, bring them to my house and show them exactly how it's done. I cannot wait. Damon, how much does this mean to you?
It's incredible. I mean, like, you get an opportunity for this game. What we want is for as many fans and players to play the game as possible. And to be on the Xbox XS, to be on PC, Steam, and PlayStation all at one time, it's a heck of a way to kick off the 25th anniversary.
It really is. And Max, I mean, the game itself looks absolutely amazing, and there's so much to dig into. But right off the bat, can I just say how excited I am that split screen co-op is back. It is giving all the feels. It is OG, and I cannot believe it is honestly coming back to us here. How are you feeling about that one and the decisions that were made to bring it back to life?
Very excited. I mean, Halo is always better played with friends, and that started with the original Combat Evolved and the split screen co-op experience there. So we're really excited to bring that forward, in addition to bringing forward for the first time ever 4-player online cross-play, cross-progression co-op across Xbox, PC, and PlayStation.
That is huge. You are bringing basically your entire squad with you along for the ride. No one is left out. I love to hear that. Now, Sketch, revisiting something as iconic as Halo CE is quite a tall order. How did you feel about tackling that one, sir?
Thankfully, I'm not tackling it. No pressure for these guys. Make no mistake, like, Combat Evolved is a masterpiece, right? I mean, it is like the perfect video game, the perfect story, the perfect characters, the work that Bungie did, the universe they built. We're all huge Halo fans as well at the studio, and it's impacted all of our lives. And I know the team understands this mantle of responsibility that comes with carrying this forward now for a new generation. Just a lot of care and attention has gone into every facet of this project. And the goal isn't to make something that could ever replace Halo Combat Evolved, but make something that could stand right alongside it.
100%. And just to double check, it's not a port, right, Damon?
No, this is a remake. So it's really important. Everything in Halo Combat Evolved has been evaluated, touched, all the art assets remade. And it's important to note that as they remake things back, the talented team back at base, they are preserving the heart of Halo. Everything that they do, the cinematics, new mocap, animations have been redone. We've re-recorded principal cast, VO. Everything in an effort to maintain the spirit of discovery, a sense of awe and heroism that the original iconic Halo Combat Evolved had.
I love to hear that, and I have to double check as a fan myself, for everyone in the building, Max, this is not another Halo CE anniversary, is it?
We are looking to be authentic and ambitious. We have 25 years of player feedback, and we're looking at that feedback directly from Combat Evolved Anniversary. So you can look forward to things like, wayfinding, level encounter variety, a lot of good stuff there.
Love to hear it. And it is ambitious, like you guys have been mentioning, but speaking of ambitious, Max, what is this I'm hearing about some new missions?
Yeah, 3 new missions, Chief and Johnson. You're going to have new enemies, new characters, new gameplay, new environments. so many things. It's going to be a great time.
I can't wait. And obviously, speaking of gameplay, there's some new enhancements. There's lots of new things coming for players to enjoy. What could some of those be, and what can we expect?
Yeah, that's right. We do have an expanded sandbox. So 9 weapons, all new to this experience. 3 of them you may have seen in the original game. So the energy sword, the fuel rod cannon, the sentinel beam, those things you saw but you couldn't pick up, and now you can, in addition to 6 others joining. And then also we have things like vehicle hijacking. We have the ability to drive the Wraith. A lot of things to look forward to.
You know, it really sounds like you guys are nailing the balance between, you know, the nostalgic but the newness, and nostalgic newness is what I'm going to run with here. You know, it's great for old players, new players alike to come and experience this because it's such a beautiful story, a beautiful game. No, I want to know what you're most excited about as you start this new venture here. Damon, I'll start with you.
I said it before. It's great to have a chance to bring an entirely new generation of players to the franchise. People who haven't had a chance to go on the missions with Chief are now going to get to do that for the first time, and they can go along with the fans who have been with us for 24 years at this point, Xbox and PC players, and I'm excited for them to play it together.
I cannot wait for that. Max, what about you?
Yeah, I'm just excited about all the ways that you can play together and replay in more ways than ever before. You know, from that expanded sandbox to the dozens of skulls, some returning favorites, some that are entirely new that we're doing more with than we've ever done before. There's just really a lot of new content here to engage with.
Cannot wait. I'll be certainly engaging with it. And Sketch, last but not least, I can see you're excited about something.
Yeah, I am. I mean, again, as the community person, just seeing this community grow, welcoming all of our friends and new players to the franchise is just so exciting. Just kind of knocking down walls. We're going to come together. We're going to sing Kumbaya. It's going to be great. Blue and green coming back together again. Also, I'm super excited. I got to give a shout out. Having Steve Downs and Jen Taylor back. Amazing. We're so lucky to have them. They really are going to bring a magic touch to this experience. And personally, knowing that I won't get hopelessly lost in the library anymore is a huge win for me.
Big win there, Sketch. I'm really happy for you with that one for sure. Well, folks, Halo Combat Campaign Evolved is coming in 2026. So excited to be delivering this one to you guys. And great news for all of us, of course, OGs and new players coming together. But I have to know, I'm greedy. I want to know when we can see this. When can we expect to get our hands on it? Have you got any other surprises for us?
I mean, officially, Halo Campaign Evolved will be arriving on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC in 2026. But maybe we don't have to wait quite so long to get a taste. So yeah, I'm actually very excited to announce here at the venue all weekend long, behind these mysterious Forerunner walls, we've brought a pre-release work-in-progress demo. It's a chance to drive around, check out the Silent Cartographer, and get an idea of what's in store for the full game next year.
I cannot wait. In fact, I've actually got somebody on recon for me right now on the floor because I have to see what this is all about. Blaze, you're outside. We were wondering what was in this, and finally we know. Campaign Evolved. How are you feeling about it, buddy?
Okay, and just know I'm riding a bumper, you got shotgun, Wes is driving, and Tony on turret, all right? I'm ready to get our hands on this. Are you all ready to get your hands on Campaign Evolved? Let's count it down, and we're gonna open the doors, all right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chief, open the doors! Uh-oh! Hold up, hold up, hold up! Oh my God! Yo, get the ropes open. We got to get people in here. Look at this. Campaign Evolved. It's going to be insane. I was wondering what was in here all weekend. You guys kept it good for me, but you're about to lose me up in this maze, man. I'm trying to play. Are you guys trying to play out there? They are. I'll see y'all later.
You know what? I'm going to have to pull him out there later on. I'm really going to have to do it physically myself because it's going to be hard to peel him away. And I'm sure you guys as well in the venue. I mean, unbelievable. The fact that not only do you guys come up here and reveal some really exciting new additions for us as Halo fans, but the fact that we get to get our hands on it immediately. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you so much for joining us today as well. It's been absolutely amazing to have that first look at Halo Campaign Evolved. I have to ask, as we wrap things up, have you got any final thoughts for us, Damon?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I want to thank the team that's working hard back at the office on this experience that you're all going to play. It's truly amazing the work that they're doing. We are honored to be able to announce this game to you and to share their work with the world today.
Well, you know what? Folks, you are very, very lucky because the next chapter of Halo arrives next year. And for everyone here at the Halo World Championships, you've got the opportunity to get your hands on it amongst the first in the world. You can go and play it here today. I hope you guys enjoy it all weekend long, but I think it's about time we get back to the Halo action on the main stage. So here's your Halo World Championships as we get into the next one.
According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. They call it Halo. They believe that Halo is some kind of weapon.
What sort of weapon is it?
One with unimaginable power.
Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
Fire Team Charlie, we're on our way.
Touchdown! Hit it, Marines! Somebody order a warthog.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Lock and load, rock and roll!
Give them hell, Chief.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Welcome back to your Halo World Championships, live from Seattle, the home of Halo. And joining us on the desk, I have Shurzy and Why Not. Boys, we have another matchup, and on the main stage, it's a global affair. We have Akave, we have Shopify, two teams that really have been pushing their boundaries, I think, personally, for themselves, and really trying to better themselves as they've gone through the season. One team has been pretty pitch perfect. I can't even speak at this moment in time, but I will get there eventually. And then Akave, wow, I mean, the growth. I mean, the belief, the confidence as well from the LATAM region has been unbelievable. Let's start with these guys, because I think they're coming into this thinking, listen, we haven't had the best season so far. Charlotte really was a turning point for us. What can we do with this momentum? What can we do with this newfound confidence? Shurzy, how are you feeling about the lads, especially going up against a powerhouse so early on?
Well, I think they've saved the best for last in terms of the season and their form. I think they've really turned the corner at the perfect time heading into the World Championships. Listen, I think the test is now you're playing against Shopify Rebellion. It's going to be a big ask for them, but of course, typically these boys run through the open bracket. They're battle tested, battle hardened, and I expect to see a pretty good performance from this team.
I mean, they had accomplishments at Charlotte. Tony, we know that they're the LATAM Kings, but you know, what is it that you're really excited about when you look across this roster and you see them coming in here, turning a whole new page in their book here? I mean, I'm hoping for big things and hoping to see that they've grown in the past couple of weeks.
Well, to be honest with you, I have a special place in my heart for each and every one of these players on this roster. When I first started actually casting Halo was towards that tail end of Halo 5. Well, that's why I got to know these boys so well. Magico, Acid, Lure, and Drift. And honestly, I'm proud of them. The best placing from Latin America at Charlotte. Huge for Latin America and for Halo Esports.
Massive, absolutely massive. You can see how important Game 5s are, folks, as well. We've also seen this with the likes of Mindfreak. You see that they're going 3-2 and beating these teams out. The Slayers are so important, but also just getting to that Game 5. It's everything that you could need under you as the underdog here. And Akave, they're going to have to build upon that as they face Shopify Rebellion. Speaking of, on the other side of things, this is the first time we are seeing our back-to-back champs. They are having a fantastic second half of the season. And wouldn't it be pitch perfect if they could do this, the perfection run, the run that is untouchable once again here at the Halo World Championships? Shurs, so much you can say about this roster that we've already said before, because we just haven't found anything to pick apart just yet. What do you make of them?
I think we always typically highlight players. We talked about Cycle and Last Shot, but I think when you're heading into the World Championships, you want to highlight two players who have been there and they've done it before. 3 rings on their fingers already, Frosty and Royal 2. If there's any nerves from the other two boys, you expect to look towards the experience. Royal 2 and Frosty are pivotal for this team, and that's where my eyes will be resting here.
100%. You mentioned the rings there, Shuz. I know you know it. That 4th is looming around the corner for them, and 2-piece for them as well. So a massive deal on the line for all of them, as well as bringing those young guns back up with them and trying to throw them to the top, because I think that's really what they get out of it, right? It's, you know, it's an accomplishment for them, but also to know that they found these two, Last Shot, Cycle, Tony. They're unbelievable. They've been lights out all season, and it just hasn't ended. It's only got better.
Yeah, I mean, when I talk about Shopify Rebellion having the best bait and switch game in the league, it's largely because of these two on screen right here, right now. They're able to put down damage as far as the KD, the damage per minute, but what's also so impressive to me is the assist. They don't care whether they're guaranteeing a kill for themselves. They want to highlight their teammates. They put the damage, they switch out, and it's beautifully played. It's beautiful. Halo.
You know, it's so funny when I look at this and I see Rising Rebels, and I know it's Shopify Rebellion. It couldn't be more of a non-rebellious team. They are literally perfect. They are the definition. If we did have Halo teachers, they would be the class pets, because they are so good at everything that they do. It is so difficult to move against them. And it's not because they are finding crazy special ways to get the job done. They're doing the unthinkable, the impossible, and ratting around corners, or just whatever it may be. It really just is fundamental Halo that is played so crisp and clean that you just cannot do anything about it. And I love that.
I think the buzzword you want to use is consistency, right? You look at these teams, typically in pool play, they're biggest competitor in Optic Gaming. They tend to lose some matches along the way in pool play and in upper bracket. Shopify Rebellion in the 4 majors sit 9-1, 9-1, 9-2, and 9-1 in pool play. In 3 tournaments, they've dropped only 1 map in pool play. That's going to be the tough ask. That's going to be the question that Cave have to pose here.
You know, it's funny, Psycho and Last Shot may be the newest to the league. They may be young, but they play like savvy veterans. Watch their gameplay and learn from them. The way they're able to put down damage, the way they're able to pick their spots to commit to attack. It is beautiful Halo, like I said earlier, and it's fundamental Halo, like you said. It is literally the way Halo's supposed to be played,
100%.
and everybody needs to learn.
Yeah, I think the most impressive about those 2 players is their decision making. We speak about consistency, we speak about trying to stay away from complacency. Last Shot and Cycle, so far this season, they make the right decisions at the right times.
They certainly do indeed. I think also something I do love is, listen, everyone is able to make a mistake, right? That's just how it works. It's almost impossible to have, you know, not just a game, but every single game goes so perfectly that you're just not messing up. It's going to happen. We have the best players in the world on these stages. What I love about Shopify is the fact that they can just right that wrong so quickly. They do not let it snowball. They do not let it affect them. If one person has a bad death, something happens, it's okay. That's what it is. If you make a bad play, the way that they are able to then just strategize around that and move around one another and around the mistake, it's great. They make the best out of a bad situation, and truly that is what I think is a defining factor of their success here in this season. It's been unbelievable. I'm actually curious to see a series rewind between these 2 because they have played before, and the last time that they had played, obviously, it was a little bit difficult for Cave. It was tough, but is that the same team now? That is my biggest question. I mean, Tony, when we look back on it, Shopify Rebellion, it is a clean 3-0. We see some signs of life here on the monitor, on the heart rate monitor from Cave. We see some things that they're managing to get some objectives across the board. I mean, look at Opal. They won a round. That takes some doing to do that against Shopify Rebellion. I'm really trying to push some of the positives here to see if we can find something to dig deep with the Cave here. Tony, what do you make of them, especially with their playstyle as they face Rebellion?
Well, you talked about it before. It's the growth that we have seen here from Cave Esports. I mean, Acid and Lore are signing up for every 2v2 tournament that they can possibly get. They're always trying to play together. They're always playing a very fast Halo. And then you look at what Magical and Drift bring. They bring experience going back towards Halo 5, understand how to play most of these game types at a professional level. Cave Esports might be a new name to a lot of people at home, but they've been grinding, they've been putting in the work, and they are super talented.
Yeah, I think if you look at Cave, the challenge it's going to be for them, they come into this as the 8th seed. I think what you're hoping is the team that Shopify Rebellion played before is not the same team we're going to see here today. We're expecting to see a hot Cave, and maybe they can cause a little bit of a problem for Shopify Rebellion.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to put a little bit of a pause here. We're making sure everything is good to go on that main stage. As you know, it is the World Championships. It's serious stuff here. We need to make sure everybody is on an even playing field and happy to go. While we do that, though, we're going to head on over to some other action that's happening from across the event. I can literally see on screen right now. We're going to head over to Bravo's Omit versus Space Station. Let's go
be able to
get
connect with another one because SSG do close out very convincingly. It was a little run in the mid game from Omit, but SSG in the end keep them below 100 points. It'll be 250 to 99, and SSG will be 2-1 up in the series.
All right, listen, it was a little bit of bad timing there, but that's okay. We're into another bit of action here. We've got SWAT LATAM versus Cloud9. Earlier on, SWAT LATAM actually did take on FaZe. It was a very quick 3-0 FaZe. They're looking hot. They are actually just leaving exactly where they left off back in Charlotte, if not better. We'll see what SWAT LATAM can do here on the bounce back, but Cloud9 also equally feeling good. They're hoping to be chasing FaZe and taking that top spot. We'll see what happens. Cloud, are you ready to do a little bit of a desk cast?
Absolutely.
Go on then.
For me and Tony, I think it's nice to cast together. It's been a long time, Tony. I think an online qualifier in Europe, maybe season 1 was last time you and I got the honor and the privilege to cast over a game together. So SWAT LATAM up against Cloud9, and so far it's going swimmingly for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's been a while, but it's always fun. And meanwhile, it might be coming to an end real soon here because less than 30 seconds on the clock. Cloud9 with a 3-0 lead. They're not stepping foot in this hill right now. They're simply playing Slayer, or like you would always say, playing them against the shot clock.
Only a few seconds dwindling away, and Cloud9 looks everything is going swimmingly for now. Grenades are going to be sent in, a little bit of desperation inside of SWAT LATAM, but I think the writing is already on the board now. You can see players pushing in towards blue. This game is going to come to an end very shortly, and Cloud9 going to go find themselves one game to the good.
I will say with tapping buttons shooting like that, maybe SWAT Latin America could have a huge bounce back, but it ain't going to happen in game number 1. Cloud9 taking it 3-0 in that game 1.
All right, well, again, a little bit of bad timing from us, but that's okay. It happens. Timing's a big and crucial part of Halo. And I often haven't had that myself in terms of my personal success on the game, but I'm working on it, and I think that's what matters most. And of course, with really exciting things, around the corner, I think I'm going to have even better practice very soon. Speaking of, though, just getting a little glance at some of the other teams that are fighting in this day number 1 here. It's really important that they have a leg up. I think we've seen how much it can affect teams by not having a successful day 1 in a tournament. Confidence is everything, and when the pressure is on, you got shoulders full of pressure here. It is unbelievable. It's the final one of Halo Infinite, and it's the final one of the season, and arguably the biggest one. The one with the ring at the end, the one with the chip, the one with the trophy, the one that everyone always remembers. Shows you that level of pressure can either make diamonds, or we see teams crumble. Are there any teams that spring to mind that you're thinking, right, I don't want to see you crumble, I want to see the opposite side of this? Show me the diamonds, folks.
I think I'm looking towards Envy, but I have to pick a team. I think they're the ones that have kind of threatened to break into that top 4. We've seen them up against SSG, we've seen them fumble a couple of times, and I think now is the moment on the biggest stage, and those lights are shining brightest. Now is the time to maybe get over that hump and get that duck off your back.
One team, and to be honest, I even bring up a player specifically that I think about when you mention that is Renegade.
Yeah.
When you never notice when Optic get dropped down to the lower bracket, you see Renegade play his best Halo. He will run through those lower round 1, round 2s, and all the way to that elimination bracket finals. Look at his stats specifically in the lower bracket. When the pressure's on, Renegade might be the best player in the game.
I love to see it. Honestly, we have so many incredible players, but we also have so many incredible things here at the Halo World Championships. It really is such an eventful place to be. So I'm excited for the fans because I'm stuck up here on the desk, which I will say I love. But I do also want to take a peek at some other things that are happening while we are waiting for the main action. We have our community stage, who are actually doing a deep dive right now. And of course, that incredible update that we got from Halo Studios is campaign evolved. They're there right now, and I'm excited to find out what they're talking about. So let's have a little listen.
I can't believe you're taking the Warthog to this fight.
You don't think I should?
I think, well, I mean, you got more hunters coming, so.
You said he was going to die 3 times, so now he's going to cheese these hunters.
I can, or...
Oh! John, try to shoot the back plate off. Why don't you show us how it's done?
Yeah, you see those chunks flying through the air? That is a new back plate that you can shoot off.
I see worms on the ground.
Reveals
I see worm chunks.
Super secret weak point. So in the original Halo, if you guys played it, you'll remember that there was a weak spot on the back, not communicated, but would one-shot pistol kill every dang time. So what we did here is we've got a new backplate. This backplate can be shot off with a little bit of damage, and then that weak point on the back does a ton of damage. It's not going to be 1 pistol shot to kill, but it's about 3.
Much weaker, when you hit those
much
backs.
faster kill if you can get to that. The other thing is you don't have to break that panel off. When they do a melee attack, they'll crouch down, and if you pop them 3 times, you can get the kill without breaking it off.
Would you say that you could just kind of like stick it to the enemy?
Yes, stick it to the enemy. Oh man, that Warthog's not looking great.
Yeah, it's taking some damage. It's taking a beating. Just get on the ground here rather than just drive around the whole game.
Dan, I kind of feel like in a 4-player game, I feel like those hunters won't stand a chance.
I mean, yeah, they do have a harder time. However, in co-op, we do have additional challenges. We do have things that make the game harder for more players. One of those things is unit upgrades. Units are much more likely to upgrade. So say you have a squad of 2 minor elites and a minor grunt. That might suddenly be 2 major elites and a major grunt, or maybe even an ultra elite. So yeah, we do have ways to make the game harder, not only in difficulty modes, but also in when adding more players.
Coming up on some grunts here.
Yeah, there they are.
Get a little spooked.
Oh, no, he got the backpack.
Whoa! Oh my gosh!
So much glowing blue blood.
Do a little painting in here, huh? Oh, with all that blood there. All right. I have a hunch I want to pull out some plasma grenades here.
Yeah, this is a good spot for him.
Oh. Got 2 hunters here in close range combat. Oh my goodness. Gotta watch out for this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
All right, all right. Okay, I think I got the back plate off
Doing
there.
all right, you're doing all right.
Change.
Oh. Uh-oh.
All right, I'm gonna see what that does.
Oh!
That's one.
I called it.
I think I traded with them.
I said one
That's
for the
crazy.
Hunters. Uh-oh, they're back though.
All right, all right.
Here they come.
I was trying to show off how cool they're glowing.
Oh,
my
no.
God, that's a problem.
Oh, no.
That's a problem.
Uh-oh.
Anytime they like charge at you when you stick them, it's a bad time.
Stickies
for me.
are super effective against Hunters, but yeah, they charge at you, so you got to be real careful about that.
I appreciate John sacrificing himself to show us that cool combat interaction.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
there we go. 3.
I didn't even see that.
Three.
It was
I
so
just
fast.
get no-scoped by Hunters now. Come on.
I mean, we might make it through this demo on the time.
I know.
Here.
All right.
It's time to lean forward.
I know.
This is the infamous
I'll just
crate room.
Stick this one 3 times.
Oh, no.
He jumped it. He jumped it.
Oh my.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That was it. That's 3+.
That was doozy right there.
I mean,
All
this room is tough, right? It's a close quarter environment. There's crates all over the place, and yeah, the idea is
that's what
gotta
got
fight
me.
2 damn Hunters.
I didn't undo the toggle crouch.
Oh,
I didn't
man.
undo the toggle crouch, so I got stuck last time. That's I got to change that, but no
It's
worries.
not easy to play under pressure of the lights and
The lights are bright on the community stage here, folks. The lights are too bright.
The Hunters are difficult.
I just blew it on 2 sticks there.
You could just run past them, come back and fight them with the elites.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, let's light up. Let's see that orange blood. Yeah.
I tell you what, it looks so good on Unreal, doesn't it? My goodness me, absolutely clean. I love getting a little look at that because I really cannot see it from where I am. So being able to be involved, of course, in the Halo World Championships and everything that is here in person is unbelievable. But folks at home, I've got good news for you as well, because we're getting into our main stage action. It is ready to roll. Akave versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's kick this one back off again on the main stage and watch them duke it out.
We are here live at the Halo World Championship, the final HCS event of the Halo Infinite lifespan. I'm here, Goofy, joined with my man Clutch, and we should have a banger on our hands. We got Shopify Rebellion, the back-to-back champions, taking on the LatAm juggernauts, Akave Esports. Clutch, looking at the series layout, tell me a little bit about the series.
Yeah, I think we saw these teams play in Recharge, King of the Hill last tournament, and I mean, it was a bloodbath on the side of Shopify Rebellions. I'm expecting the same. The 2-time back-to-back champions looking for a 4th ring on half of the team, and then on the other half looking for their first. And you know they are going into this tournament the heavy favorites after the way that they dominated the last 2 events. So I'm looking at how does Shopify kick this tournament off. And unfortunately for Akave, you got the big dogs first. Let's see what you can bring yourself.
Yeah, we had these 2 teams match up at the last major, and Shopify made quick work with them, the 3-0 sweep. Maybe this time around, Akave can do things differently as we start things off with Cycle.
Cycle's knocked a no-shield pretty early. Chooses to go into pipe, so it shouldn't really matter, but the battle for Kim is what's important. You see a lot of Akave already down there, and they already dropped So good job by Shopify to get kills, and Faisal, unfortunately, when it rains, it pours. 4 down for Akave, and Cyclo's found themselves the shot.
Shopify picking up right where they left off, and Charlotte, nice, makes quick work of Drift there. Cycle looking for the double, but Lure smartly backs down.
Let's see what Cycle chooses to do here. He actually wants to go back to elevator, which I agree with. If you're anchoring this elevator position, that's really the first place to push. He gets shot in the side, but chooses to be able to get out. And because he picks up that grapple so early on, he's able to relocate. Good information. They have stopped Shopify from getting in this hill so far, though. It's only halfway progressed.
Yeah, when you're an underdog in a series and a massive underdog at that, it's really important to come out hot, make it easy for your teammates, and try to get some wins on the board early. But Cycle's got something else to say about that.
Yeah, nobody home, but all the damage in the world. Let's see if the rest of Shopify can pick up the kills here. 3 go down. That's 3 assists for Cycle right there. Maybe not the flashy, Renegade-esque type with the shock rifle, but the damage gets done, and it's everything Shopify needs to get back in this hill, and it's almost going to guarantee Shopify this point.
And looking at the scoreboard, a lot of kills going early on the side of Shopify, and that is to be expected. But if you're a Kave Esports, you've got to pick it up in the slaying department.
Yeah, I said that. I could have sworn Shopify were going to get this hill off that set of slays, but it's actually the glass spawns for Akave that give them that short distance to get the hill neutralized for now. And look at this. They've already got about halfway. Nobody in that hill currently. These round of slays will dictate who takes an early lead here in game 1.
Couple members fall on each side. Cycle trying to take control of pipes here alongside Frosty. Banks a nade, but no one's there. A couple members on the Akave side in the turbine, turtling up a little bit. Let's see how Frosty and Cycle play this.
Yeah, you want to be in pipes in this situation. Is how does Akave go about trying to flush them out? Can't make the jump on the bat wedge. Cycle denies them from the club. Turns his head into the pipe door here, able to get 2. You got to think he's able to do his job, but I'm not actually sure he gets that trade. Only 2 go down for Akave. Cycle not able to get that melee trade. It's up to last shot to deny Akave more hill time.
Good series of events for Akave as 2 members fall for Shopify, but last shot, last one alive, getting down to a couple of kills and makes it easy for his teammates.
Last shot, the last one alive, and last shot, doing what he's done all season long, denies all of Akave from really being able to set up with the pipes control, with the hill control. He jumps in that hill, and now Akave, you've got to go. Not a lot of time. Bat wedge is being watched. Cycle picks up the new camo in the meantime, and Shopify take a 1-0 lead.
Hill ready.
Camo in the hands of Cycle. Perfect shots on Luor, takes him down to 1 shot, top red. Chooses a challenge still, knowing that the camo is back, trying to get control of the map.
I like this by Cycle. He's going to force elevator spawns, waiting on the new shock rifle. You saw how much damage he was able to do the first time around with it. He basically turned all of Akave into the death cam. Let's see if he can actually affect this push, though. A couple members have snuck by.
Cycle taking a lot of damage, gets taken down by Drift. This is a good opportunity for Akave to try to get some time on the board, but Royal 2 staying alive and shooing away the members of Akave.
Yeah, Royal 2 kicking this one off at 10-2 and 4. Massive slays, massive shots there to keep control of back blue. Obviously, that's where you want to hold for this second hill. If you have control of back blue, you're going to deny any opportunity for Akave. And right now, although the time's not really going in the favor of Shopify as of yet on this hill, look at the clock, Faisal. 2 minutes and 53 seconds. The way that Shopify are playing this is with the clock in mind at all times. Getting it down to 0 is another win condition for them if they keep it.
Playing with the lead, Shopify knows that Akave is the one that's going to have to be the aggressor here, so we're going to see them choose their battles wisely. They don't have to play overly aggressive. As I say that, Akave is getting close to capturing their first hill.
Nobody able to take down Royal 2 there. There was a big damage from Magico, but he knows, he feels as soon as his teammate drops, he's forced to get out of that hill and try and hold back blue. The common strategy here, Frosty comes up through the pipes though, and Frosty wins that massive one-on-one. That cannot happen for Akave Esports. The setup is broken, and look at Shopify. They're gonna get right back into the second hill, and if they're able to take a 2-0 lead, it's gonna get really difficult for Akave to try and get back into this game.
Yeah, that was a tough time to go down when you had blue control. Akave pretty much almost all 4 go down, spawning them back pipes, and now Drift having to go all the way across the map as Shopify also getting really close to capturing this hill.
Dodges the plasma pistol. You thought it was going to make the difference there, but last shot hits an angle that sandwiches the 2 players, and Pipes trades across the board. Acid for Cycle. Acid actually gets feet in the hill with that fight. Although Cycle wins the fight, Acid will take that every day of the week. Akave have tied this one up.
Very well played there by Akave. When you thought Shopify would be able to weather the storm, Akave is smart, just right back and gets that hill and ties it right up.
Third cam of the game back in Cycle's hands. He's been a camo menace so far. Maybe not the most success, but this power-up control, something Shopify so strong at. And look, now starting to pay dividends. 3 go down. They're not able to take down Cycle. Cycle's actually able to relocate. He knows the last player is going to be spawning his teammates long haul, and in blue, Shopify will get a very massive lead on this third point.
Camo player spotted that Cycle, but so far, Clutch, we've seen every single camo go in the hands of Shopify. And again, when you're an underdog, those things are the most important. You have to try to get control of the power weapons, the power-ups, and so far, Shopify not letting that happen for Akave.
Every time we've gone to World 2 screen, we've seen the perfect medal so far. 17-3 and 8. This game may be tied for World 2. Starting his World Championship off the way World 2 starts most World Championships off. We said he has 3 rings. He's out for a 4th, and right now leading the way. Last shot right behind him, 16-6 and 8. The battle for the hill is what's important right now, though, in World 2. Going to be able to help his teammate out, tuck down War. You see from the observer mode, all of Akave stuck in white. This point is guaranteed Shopify's.
Shopify doing a great job just containing Akave, like you said, Clutch, keeping them trapped in white, and now Roll 2 coming out with the flank. This could be a big play for Shopify. Good shots by Roll 2, but a big trade there out of Drift because that was looking scary.
Honestly, an unbelievable route by Roll 2. As his team is capping that point, he hits the bottom mid route, got some damage, and all of Akave stuck in white don't have any vision on him, don't have any sight lines to be able to get information that he could even be back there. You saw him the first kill for virtually free, and it's denied Akave from what was going to be a C-plat setup.
2 fall for Akave. Shock rifle in the hands of Frosty. We're on board with last shot, taking down Magico. Back blue.
Minute 37. Frosty doesn't want to be in the hill either. They're looking like they're about to start playing time here. Shock rifle ADS towards that pipe door. Nobody showing up towards the bat ledge, though. One player did make it out, Magico. You saw the timing from Frosty just right off, and because of it, 2 members go down from Shopify. Frosty got a guy in his face, but Frosty, with players in his face, erases them most of the time. Frosty with a detonate as well finds 2. That's gonna, Akave are gonna have what is potentially some time here on that plat, but it's gonna make their setup so weak because Frosty finds 2 kills he had no business finding.
Last shot grappling up, taking on that player in glass. Camo has spawned on the map. Magico picks it up, and was he able to burn it? I believe. Not sure. We'll get a better look at that here. And no, it's still on the map. And last shot with the camo.
It's going to be tough to beat Shopify if you give up every single power-up throughout the game. And right now, the game is close. You wonder what a camo might do in the hands of Akave. But I think that's strength and testament to Shopify's setups, their focus, their prioritization of these. And now look, it's cannon fodder for last shot. He's got the grapple as well, so not only does he impact the 2 players pushing long haul, the 2 players pushing white go down, 4 go down, 36 seconds left, and if you're Akave, you have 1 good push, and I'm not even sure Shopify are going to let that be a 4-man push.
Yeah, and the time is so against you right now if you're Akave. Only 25 seconds left. If you're Shopify, you just got to play your life here, get your kills, and you're going to secure this game 1.
Good job by last shot getting lost here, finds the player. Top red and able to get an assist with his teammate. He knows one snuck through long haul here, but he's more focused on the players in white. If they're able to clear these players out, that's going to get the game, and Shopify taking the series lead. 7 seconds to go, and only player alive is Drift. Never mind. 4 down again. The slays from Shopify have been absolutely insane for that to just be a 2-1 lead. The difference is massive.
Yeah, and this Shopify team, Clutch, is so scary when they're firing on all cylinders. There's really not any other team in the entire league that plays at their level when they are playing their best, right? Obviously, we have the optics, the phases, the SSGs that are going to challenge them this event, but Shopify is looking to make a statement at this event. They want to get that 3-peat. We have Cycle and Last Shot, their first event wins for back-to-backs, and now they're going for a 3-peat that's unheard of.
Yeah, something that really stuck with me was an interview with Last Shot a few events ago with the announcement that this is the last HCS World Championship. Last Shot just figuring out how to win tournaments. Last Shot, one of the greatest talents we have in Halo Infinite at this time. Maybe feels like his window was a little shorter than what he wanted it to be. But one of the things he said is, I'm just focused on cementing my legacy with this last 3 tournaments. He's done such a good job. He's won the first 2, but the big one, the World Championship, the one that is life-changing money, that's right in front of you, and I love to see Last Shot start that one off the way he did. He is an unbelievable talent in this league.
And what a legacy it's been so far. And he's just getting started. We saw him get nominated for Controller Player of the Year at the Esports Awards. Shout out to Clutch right here, too, getting nominated. And big.
That must have been a mistake.
Last Shot and Cycle really came onto the scene and made a name for themselves. At this season specifically, they have just ascended to that next level and playing with the likes of Royal 2 and Frosty, and they're the two arguably best players on the team. I can't even attest to that. That's just insane.
Hey, I promise you, when you walk into a world championship with two guys on your team that you watched when you were growing up, when you were grinding, when you were trying to get better, it was their film you were studying, you get to go to a world championship and they get to sit next to you. That's a damn good feeling for these guys. Cycle and Last Shot. Maybe they haven't done it yet, but they've proven to me that in big-time moments, these guys have big-time opportunities and make big-time plays. So I'm loving what we're seeing from Shopify so far. On the side of Akave, though, you got to figure out ways to get some of these power-ups, these power weapons. It felt like they were playing from a deficit the whole time. The score was close. Usually, if you told me Shopify got every single camo and every single shock rifle, I'd have said it was probably 4-0, and it didn't go to time. So maybe not the most efficiency we've seen from Shopify, but maybe they're just warming up. Maybe they want to spend as much time in the server here on Friday to just feel like it is their tournament for the taking. Slayer Origins, the name of the game for Game 2. It's 50 kills to win. Everybody knows what a Slayer means here. And Faisal, you know better than anybody. Slayers are where the underdogs get back into series. Can we see it from Akave here?
If Akave wants a chance in this series, they're going to need to win this game number 2. To your point, Wes, there's rockets, there's snipers. They're going to have to at least throw off the weapons if you're not going to use them. You cannot give them to the likes of Royal 2, Frosty, Cycle, or Last Shot. In a perfect world, you pick them up and you control the map with the weapons, but at the very least, you're going to have to play them.
Yeah, and I'd almost go to the fact that you need to put those power weapons to work. Don't throw them off the map. They are your win condition. They're the only way you are going to make up the difference in the individual skill that this Shopify team has. They are star-studded as stars can get. Right now, the battle for Snipe. Last Shot. Going to have Acid in his point of view, and Acid, a player that's impressed me a lot, actually be able to back down Last Shot. You know, Roll 2's going to try and help get that Snipe, but in the meantime, War with rockets could interrupt all of the combat happening in Snipe if he has time.
Yeah, here we go. Good start for Akave, picking up rockets. Cycle was able to get the sniper and get away, but 4-1 is a score. Make that 5-1. Big double kill out of Luor.
Big timing, big time route from Luor. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Akave fans to have a hot start. Acid's going to have that snipe in hand, and let me tell you, this kid can go off with it if given the opportunity. Needs to hit some shots, and Last Shot might make him pay here. He has the thrust as well, and that's going to allow him to at least get the kill. The snipe gets neutralized, but a good start for Akave is exactly what we wanted to see.
On board with Last Shot. Spots Acid, puts down some shots on him going towards top Snipe. Finds Magical for an easy beatdown, looking for the double kill. But no, he does actually get 2 of those kills, so good play there at Last Shot.
Cycle finds himself another snipe, though. That neutralized snipe. He's got the thrust as well. Misses the first bullet. Still has 3 to work with all of Akave stuck at the base. This is where it could get dangerous if you're not finding Cycle. Cycle finds the first headshot, but he overextends to do so. It's actually trades across the board, and I'll take that from Akave in that situation.
Yeah, 3 down there for Akave. Acid, last one top rockets, and gets taken down a little too easily there. And now all 4 members of Akave going to be spawning towards red. Shopify seems to be in a comfortable position right now.
Man, we haven't seen much of yet. Frosty now on his point of view, and you watched him on Kali for 3 years of Halo 5. You're now watching him in Infinite still taking players down. Another player, the 3-time world champion, World 2, finds a couple of kills in the kill feed as we switch to his point of view. They gain a 3-kill lead, and they have map control to work with. This is where the game could get out of hand once again.
Yeah, Royal 2 is one of my favorite POVs in Halo history. Just such a steady shot. Just never really misses and always seems to make the right play. Right now, 6-2, leading his team in kills, trying to get the 2-0 series lead.
Good shots by Acid, way to make him work for it. Had a wall to play around, and that was really the difference in that fight. This Akave push has made a little bit of the deficit disappear here. 18-17 now. Akave showing some life.
And this is great if you're Akave. You want to keep it close. Once these new power weapons spawn, that could be your opportunity to break away a little bit, but just keep within striking distance. That's the best you could ask for right now if you're Akave.
It is a tough spot. Rockets are coming up here in about 20 seconds, so rockets are up. Sniping's actually coming up right now. These kills, these power weapons are really going to dictate the mid game here. Last Shot finds himself those rockets. And this time around, Shopify finding the power weapons. Frosty and Last Shot are kicking open the door to the setup, and somehow Magico just appears in front of Last Shot. You would have loved if that was the rocket kill that he was able to get, but Last Shot finds a kill for free, puts those rockets to use. Another lead back up to 3. They are on the opposite side of this map as Snipe, however. So Akabe may be able to get that S7. It does look like Shopify are going to have an opportunity to compete for it on the opposite side.
Last Shot just being an absolute thorn in the side of Akabe right now on this red elbow. Now going to choose to be a little bit aggressive to try to take this one-on-one against Magico, and he does just that. A good trade out of Magico there. Down by 5 is Akabe. Make that 4 as Drift gets a good kill on 2, making a double on Frosty.
I don't know what Drift just did, but it was sick. I guarantee that. Able to take down Frosty and Last Shot, but most importantly, those kills secured map control and gave you an opportunity to get the snipe. Drift with the snipe and the game in his hands. Akabe need to win this. If they go down 2-0, I'm calling it a series there. Let's see if Drift can get his team back into this.
Such an important life right now for Drift. He's gonna need to put the sniper to work, but Frosty is behind him. Drift trying to stay alive. Bottom snipe has a teammate there for support. Nice trade, but Cycle's there to try to pick up the pieces, and he's able to pick up the sniper rifle, gets a body shot kill onto Ruor. Nice double kill on Magico. Looking for the triple. Gets taken down, Acid with the big double.
I mean, a phenomenal job by Akabe. I was going to say, I need more from Drift with that snipe, that opportunity to actually take this game, but it's such a scrappy game so far. Akabe finding trades in situations they have no business trading in has been impressive. It is why it is a 2-kill game. When will Shopify kind of gain that lead that almost makes it unwinnable for Akabe is what I keep asking myself, but Akabe continued to find these kills and stay in this one.
Looking at the scoreboard, Acid with 14 kills, trying to put his team on his shoulders in this pivotal game number 2.
A rare miss. A body shot not going to be able to be capitalized on here, and Roll 2 usually rips the head every single time he has an opportunity. Narrowly misses the timing on that player back snipe. Trying to find some way to get himself involved in this combat loop. Frosty's going to be pushing back sneaky. He's able to find 2 kills as well, and Roll 2 just this route hadn't found any damage so far. And although Shopify still maintained that 4-kill lead, you would have liked to have extended it there with the map control they had. Now they have to once again fight for map control that they
Oh my god.
War.
Not able to get that kill, but I think Drift actually falls off the map. 3-kill lead for Shopify. This one could be anyone's game. These rockets are going to be the game decider right here. Who's going to be able to get these rockets?
No players taken down on the side of Shopify. You saw everyone was no shield, but not able to capitalize, and it's a clean wipe for Shopify there. 45-38, fresh rockets in Roll 2's hands. That was the play that changed the outcome of this game.
Yeah, that was a swing moment for sure, Clutch, and now Royal 2, one of the best players with power weapons, has got the rockets.
Yeah, not in the best position, however. You want to be looking down with rockets, not up, but when they're next to a wall, it doesn't matter. Roll 2 finds not only an assist, but a kill that extends it to 48-39.
2 kills to go, and Shopify will take a 2-0 series lead. This is looking to be like a repeat of the pool play match in Charlotte, and just like that, game number 2 goes to Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify just about perfect in pool play this year and looking perfect so far here today. Everything you want to see, the power weapon control there towards the end really made the difference, and it was that battle for the Rockets. If we look at where that game was won and lost, when you see 3 players no shield on your screen and you're the last guy on your team and you get melted like that, you know that that was an opportunity squandered. If some of those kills could just go Akabe's way, we're talking about maybe a tied up series. However, Shopify with a commanding lead now up 2-0.
That's really what separates the best of the best in Halo Infinite from the teams trying to break into that top 4 is clutching up in those swing moments in these games, right? We saw just now, it was 38-41, anyone's game, and then the Rockets spawn and Shopify gets all the right kills, makes all the right plays, and gets control, and wins by what seems to be a large margin, but this is actually a close game.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about, like, positives right now, I know the series may seem like it's a daunting task to reverse sweep a team like Shopify, but these games have been close, 50-40, but make no mistake about it, that game kind of got out of hand at the very end, but it was neck and neck for a good 40% of it, or I should say 80% of it.
Yep.
And it's the game 1. It was 2-1. Yeah, you got outslayed heavily, but you were still right there. Maybe there was just one setup that you could have gotten. So I think if you're Akabe, you're still confident playing against the best team in the world, having some minor successes. That's a positive sign for what's to come here at the World Championship run, even if they are to fall short.
And remember, this is just pool plays, ladies and gentlemen. We have a long tournament ahead of us, even though Akabe lost 3-0 in Charlotte to Shopify. They ended up getting top 8, beating the likes of Complexity and Cloud9. So we know this roster has what it takes, but when you're going up against Shopify, you gotta be fully buttoned up and be playing your best Halo.
Yeah, I think they know that they're yet to create an upset to the magnitude of what Shopify Rebellion would be. But as well as they're playing in this series, as close as these games feel like they have been from their end, as winnable as these games have been, I should say, they're ready for another series with Complexity or Cloud9, I feel. Like, that wasn't just a one-off tournament, I feel. I do feel like this Akabe team has made strides, has found the combination of players. Acid has impressed me so thoroughly throughout the 4th year of Halo Infinite that I truly believe they can go on a run in whichever part of the bracket they find themselves.
Next up, we're going to have Live Fire Oddball. And if you're Akabe, you got to get some momentum, right? Even if try to get a round win here, and obviously, preferably, try to get a game win and push this to a game number 4. But you want to build those habits early in the tournament atmosphere. In pool play especially, you have a little bit of wiggle room. And right now, Akabe really needs to iron out all their wrinkles.
I don't want to be a broken record, but I mean, they've got to do a better job of putting those power weapons to use. But as we take a look at the pool play standings right now, FaZe Clan and Cloud9 doing their job so far here today. Optic Complexity 1-0. Nope. No real upsets. But I do hear we have some SSG Omen highlights, and it's good to see SSG and Envy start their tournament off hot, because we know that series at the end of the night is going to be everything to both of those two teams.
Oh, yeah. SSG and Envy going to be vying for those top spots at the end of the tournament. People talk about Optic and FaZe and Shopify, but looking here at the series layout, this went all the way the distance west. Omen pushing it to a game 5, but ultimately SSG taking the series win 50-37 on Live Fire. But wow, what a series.
There's a lot of sentiments you can take away looking at this graphic, right? Omit pushing SSG the distance. Omit feels like they've underperformed and underplaced this entire year, and that's got to be kicking them now that they let yet another series get away from them. SSG, in my opinion, you have no business going to game 5 with Omit. If I'm Envy and I see that series went to game 5,
feeling good.
I'm feeling good about our chances here tonight.
And I like to see Suppressed here on the KD ratio, dropping a 1.38 in the series. He is the X factor for me on the Space Station team. They picked up Suppressed to be that main slayer for them, and so far they haven't really reached the heights they wanted to, but maybe this event, the final event at the Halo World Championships, Suppressed can help push SSG over the top.
Yeah, Suppressed has got to be special this weekend if SSG want to remain in the top 4. And even, I mean, 2 of those players are 2 of your reigning world champions. You know that this is an opportunity to continue their legacy. Wouldn't it be a story if SSG somehow, some way found the rhythm, found the lightning in a bottle, and rode it all the way to a back-to-back world champions for Stellar and Eco? That's one hell of a story. We have a whole lot of opportunity for stories. But right now, Shopify continue their story, up 2-0 in the series, back-to-back champions in our last 2 majors. And let's see if they can close this series out. No harm, no foul. It's been a close series with the games. I wonder if Shopify really separate themselves here. They probably want to walk away from this series feeling a little bit better than I think how they do after those first 2 games. Wouldn't surprise me on a map like Live Fire Oddball.
Game number 3, Live Fire Oddball. First team to 2 rounds will win the game. As we're gonna hop on board with Frosty to get this one started.
Yep, Frosty, what does he do? He goes for Snipe. That's a good choice. L-Town in the back. There's gonna be a player going for the repulse, maybe trying to flank Frosty. Frosty just takes his head off. That's a tough angle to hit that shot, and because he's able to do that, he's able to get control. Bottom mid 3 go down for Akabe right now. Make it the 4th player actually already coming off respawn, so it's a full setup for Camo. Frosty with Snipe. This is as bad as it gets for Akabe Esports.
As bad as it gets for Akabe, but as good as it gets for Shopify. Sniper and Camo in the hands of Frosty. Let's watch him put on a show.
I hope he does something cool here. Let's see. Player pushing up top, drift, body shot, dead shot. It's just classic Frosty. Nobody else on the map right now as his teammates have done the rest of the work, and this is a perfect setup. How long can they hold it? Camo with the buff. Basil is 45 seconds long, and you can almost guarantee that this lead's going to get a little bit further than Akabe wanted.
Yeah, this is such a tough position for even the best teams in the world to try to break a textbook setup when Shopify has it. And yeah, Frosty over here making plays like that, gets taken down. 2 dead though for Shopify, so an opportunity for Akabe to get the map control.
Honestly, a good job by Akabe somehow to make that scrappy enough to only have 15 points against them right now. They're able to get that round of slays. Half of the team has 1 kill, and they're right back into this game. That's a big setup break, and let's see how they choose to rotate this oddball now that they're getting it back in the house.
Couple members fall for Akabe, make that 3 down. Acid, last one alive. Cycle choosing to leave the ball there for his team and finding this kill. Acid just doing a little bit of ring around the rosy with Cycle and manages to get away.
Sometimes you just got to get lost. It looks like Acid was able to do that, but in the meantime, that oddball has been rotated by Shopify. They once again should have the ball in hand. The members are choosing to slay here. You see Last Shot flying outside the front of house. That ball in no man's land. Front scoreboard. It's really going to come down to the kills. It is 3 going down for Shopify, so that's Acid's ticket to get back into this game. I love this rotate as well. They're going to be able to play this ball the second they feel uncomfortable, and hopefully tie the lead, maybe even take the lead. They're able to hold on to it, but Shopify so fast off respawn, going to deny that time already.
Great flank out of Acid, trying to secure his team this tower setup with the ball, and in the meantime, they're able to do it. Royal 2, though, is going to be a problem. They got to take him out quick before he allows his team to push up. Royal 2 gets a kill, takes another player down to 1 shot, just does so much damage, and now Frosty's got the camo.
Nice stick by Drift, though. Negates that camo. Frosty probably take once that's grenade back. He chose to reveal himself throwing that spike, and with it, Drift had a stick for him. It's not often you see 2 players trying to stick each other, but a good job by Drift. He finds a second stick, turns 2 plasmas into 2 kills, and Akabe get the lead.
Great job out of Halo Esports, holding their ground and asserting some dominance on this game number 3.
Yeah, not how I thought it was going to start out, but great for Akabe's confidence. Can they continue this pace is the big question. They're going to have to play the ball as they go 3 down. Magico with a good play ball. Unfortunately, it is going to be Shopify picking that play ball immediately up. Frosty's already got top tower control, and you know that ball is headed towards him as well.
Magico really hoping he was able to get that 1v1 kill, but if you know Shopify, you know they're not going to just give up silly deaths. Frosty able to clean up that kill. A couple members fall for Shopify. Frosty has a sniper rifle, and he goes down. That's 3 dead momentarily for Shopify. Make that 4 as Last Shot also goes down.
Well, you just got done saying they weren't giving up silly deaths. All of them kind of give up 1v1s, and Frosty slides onto a nade. Those are a couple silly deaths that might allow Akabe to stay in this game. 35-29, the lead, and the snipe in the hands of Drift. Cycle does the jump to side tower. Drift actually doesn't check him because of the reticle. Can't hit the no-scope on the Last Shot either. Drift in so much trouble here. Akabe go 4 down. A good play of the snipe there by Drift, but here comes Shopify to regain the lead short.
Boy, Last Shot pushing up on the Akabe spawn. Blue War on the short side of that gets taken down right off spawn. Last Shot with the peak shots. Utmost confidence.
What are you supposed to do? You can't even get 4 on the map right now. This is Shopify special right now. They make sure they stagger your respawns. Drift has several players flying at him. He gets taken down, and now Last Shot looking for more as that ball actually rotates from the tower all the way into house. Shopify now taking the lead by 10.
We saw this exact setup for Shopify early in the game, and Akabe was able to break it pretty effectively. Let's see if they can do it again. 2 members fall. Make that 4 dead for Shopify. Once again, a very impressive break for Akabe.
And it was no fluke this team got top 8. This team can make plays. This team can break setups. That's what you love to see from Akabe, that continuous an opportunity that they find themselves in. How long can they hold the setups is the big question, because it's such a difficult decision-making process of when do you drop that ball, when do you rotate it, how do you fight these fights. Right now, 2-on-2 on the map. Drift head on a swivel trying to impact the fight that's in house. It does get 1, but in the meantime, Cycle sneaks away with another camo for Shopify Rebellion.
I feel like in this entire series, has Akabe even gotten 1 power-up? It seems like Shopify gets every single camo. Let's see if they can put it to use.
Ball dropped. Not too much success so far for the camos, but not playing against the camo guys, almost as important a lot of the time. Cycle trying to play around Last Shot's advantage and gives up a life. That Uncycle-like almost is one of the best players at playing his life. Kind of gets greedy there, maybe disrespectful, I'll even say. He gets taken down, camo gets removed. That's the setup for Shopify out the window. They do have a 15-point lead for now, but it's Akabe once again with the setup in-house.
Ball dropped.
Last Shot takes down Blue War. Magico takes down Frosty. Last Shot with a nice flank on Magico does some damage. Now going to rotate towards the ball, but Magico comes back around and takes him down.
mean, good teamwork from Akabe. They're able to get that initial pick. Acid finds the snipe. 3 go down. Last shot, or Frosty, I'm sorry, the last player alive. And if Acid can hit some shots here, he can win his team the round here and now. Oh, no.
Big moment in the game right now. Sniper in the hands of Acid. He gets taken down by Frosty. Frosty with the green gun gets a big double kill. Shattering the dreams of Akabe there, and last shot top mid doing damage as well. And now they got the setup here for a little bit more time.
Frosty making the play to keep his team in this round right now. They regained the lead, and they look to expand it. The last shot picks up Acid's old sniper, and he was hitting shots last a bit. Let's see what he can do with this S7 now. Acid's going to take down Cycle, so he needs to hit some shots if they want to keep this setup going. Acid through the tunnel. It's perfect shots from last shot once again.
Go see what that QG gets out of dodge. Last shot takes out his sniper for the no-scope. 3 members down for Akabe, less than a minute on the game clock. And this might be all she wrote in round number 1.
Yeah, that's absolutely round number 1. Last shot called round there with, not only did he hit the first body shot, switch to the bandit, maybe didn't kill him, and then immediately switch back to the snipe, hits the no-scope just for the flashiest kill possible, I guess. And last shot, and Shopify will take round 1, and Akabe, once again, right there, you're 1 play away, you're 1 setup away. You got to figure out ways to how to turn this around, because you know their dreams of accomplishing things that they've never accomplished is what they want to do at the World Championship here this week.
Starting things off with Frosty, who tried going back top mid for Sniper, instead moves towards dummies, takes down a couple players there. 2 members fall for Akabe, roll 2, gets the 3rd one, and now Sniper in the hands of Cycle.
Yeah, it's a strong start once again for Shopify. I feel like they're starting strong on so many maps. I think that's one of their strengths coming into this tournament. Something I noticed, especially against FaZe when they matched up last tournament, was at the start of every game, it felt like they make the other team play from the backcourt. Whatever they're doing to alter their starting strats to find success. Once again, last shot with a camo snipe in hand, it's working beautifully.
More power up and power weapon control out of side of Shopify. Last shot, easy lineup for the headshot. Staying alive here with this camo, but decides to fight Acid, and he takes him down. Now Cycle here able to pick up the pieces, gets a lot of damage on the members of Akabe and trying to stay alive.
Hey, you think last shot just removed 1 player from the map, knocked the other 3 to no shield. You think that's going to be a complete wipe of Akabe. A few kills do go in their direction. They end up maybe getting their shield back, buying a little bit more time than last shot would have liked, but Shopify do a good job to get those slays, capitalize on the damage from last shot, and with that, rotate the ball back to house and gain an early significant 20-point lead.
Enemy has the ball.
3 members fall once
4
again,
dead.
make that 4 dead. And now Acid and the boys in Akabe spawning back tower, trying to do damage. This could be a big kill for Acid to try to get some map control, but no, Cycle stays alive and gets a kill of his own.
A head on a swivel, too. I mean, it's just so impressive how he transitions targets based on the information given from his teammates. You're dead to rights there, Pillars. You know you're dead to rights, but the ability to take one with you is so special. I can't say enough about it. He evens the playing field for this push. It's still going to be a successful push, but enough plays like that will alter the outcome of games.
Yeah, great job from Akabe there, pushing in a timely manner to get some map control back and get the ball back in their control. Lure trying to rotate it towards his teammate. Drift goes down. A couple members fall for Akabe, and this is about to be 3 dead, potentially 4 dead, as Acid is the last one to make that 4 dead. Shopify with control once again.
You can tell some of these routes are really throwing Akabe off. The timing. That ball guy had no idea Cycle was going to be behind him. Frosty with another camo extends Shopify's power-up control perfection in this series.
Once again, getting the time, getting the kills at the right time allows Shopify to get the power-ups, but just like you said, Clutch, they're not really doing too much when they get camos, but hey, at least they're getting them and burning them.
Yeah, it's everything to not play against it. For Akabe, we talked about it. I think not only getting the power-ups and power weapons, but actually putting them to use because of the individual skill. Because of how strong of a team Shopify are, you need those to leverage your win conditions. And unfortunately, Akabe, nobody home. Frosty with the snipe does find the first. Nobody home on the second shot as well, though. Drift with an opportunity with snipe once again. Couldn't do it on Kali. Can he do it here on live fire?
Last shot, play that fight so well, just peeking and challenging at the right time, taking no damage, picking up sniper rifle. Now he's fighting against Acid. Easy body shot for him. Takes him down. Guts a nice double kill on Luor. And Wes, this is not looking good for Akave. 75-9 in this round number 2 with full control on the side of Shopify.
Not looking good at all for Akave, but for Shopify, this is how you want to end this series. You want to end it in a dominant round. You want to feel like you're the best team in the world. You want to know you're the best team in the world, leaving every series. A dominant round 2. 11 points to go. Last shot on the prowl. He wants more. We've seen him take down 2 players already. 2 players that he took down spawn back green. They can't go anywhere. 2 down for Akave once again. Last shot. Head on a swivel. Continuing to rotate. Continuing to find perfection in his gameplay as this game, still at 89, is bleeding out for the side of Akave Esports.
11 seconds to go. Last shot gonna pick up the ball. Rotated towards his teammate Royal 2. And now 7 more seconds, and this series will be a 3-0 sweep.
I think they're having fun getting a few more kills than maybe Akave want to give them right now, but this game's going to be all she wrote. This series all she wrote. Shopify Rebellion in the series with a punctuation, a domination in round 2 in game 3. And they will take this series 3-0, and they look like they are ready to play World Championship level of Halo here this weekend.
Yeah, a repeat of the series score from the last major, 3-0 in favor of Shopify, but Clutch, Akave can hold their head up a little high. They didn't go down without a fight, even though it was a sweep. Some of those games and a lot of the moments in the games were very promising for the side of Akave. They still have a lot of pool play and a lot of tournament left.
Yeah, I like what I saw from Akave. I think they're going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to have conversations. They're going to actually realize when they walk away from the series, maybe watch the VOD, that they didn't get a single power-up.
No.
And if they're able to find ways to prioritize some pushes for those power-ups, their lives are going to be a lot easier. In best case, you're not playing against Shopify Rebellion for a very long time in this tournament, and if you do, you probably win on one hell of a run to see them again. So they know that they just played the best of the best, and I think that they can walk away from the series. Although it's a 3-0, the games were winnable. And that's not something I think that they were able to say at the start of the year or maybe even throughout their career. So I love what we see from Akave. When they play against some of the lesser teams in this tournament, some of the teams competing here for top 8, for top 6, I like what I saw from Akave. I think they can actually create some more upsets.
Yeah, Shopify picking up right where they left off, and they seem like a team on a mission. They want to go for that 3-peat, but for now, Goofy and Wes here signing off, and we're going to pass it on over to Lottie.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I will say, wow, it was a fast-paced one for sure. Shopify Rebellion, they are very, very difficult when you go up against them at their very best, and they really have been pushing that forward pretty much all season long, but especially in the latter half of it. Akave is a tough road to be on and a very difficult hill to climb. Shurs, initial thoughts when you're entering this day 1 for Shopify Rebellion, going up against Akave, obviously, you know, a little bit of unfamiliar territory, you could say, because they don't play them so often. What did you make of the mix of this series here?
Well, I think this series could have been quite difficult for them, and they could have came in a little bit complacent, but they really put Akave to the sword. There was a couple of closer games, maybe some moments in which Akave could have capitalized on, but for me, Shopify Rebellion, it was business as usual. 3-0, clean sweep. It's about as clean as you can go. And I think, although a couple of shaky moments, I think Akave can look back and have a little bit of hope heading into the rest of the tournament, but for now, Shopify Rebellion is still looking flawless.
100%. It's great to get those first game jitters out of the way, and I think for both teams on that stage, no matter how good you are, no matter the accolades, you've always got to shake those off and just kind of get into the groove of things here at the tournament, especially with what is on the line here this weekend. Tony, when you're looking on the side of Halo Esports, of course, it's not the end of the road. Yes, they may have lost the series. Yes, it was a 3-0, but they still push on. They will continue. What can they take away from things here? What can they clean up on?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, you're going up against Shopify Rebellion, who obviously just coming with a ton of firepower, a ton of teamwork. It was an uphill battle for Akave Esports. But one thing I did notice was Acid.
Yeah.
He actually was keeping up in both the Slays department and the assist department. He felt like he belonged up there on that stage, even against a Shopify Rebellion. So I feel like, you know, looking at lore and what Drift and Magical, what we expect for them to pick it up throughout the rest of the day, Akave Esports can still end this as a second seed. It's still possible for them.
Yeah, I think they have to take a lot of confidence coming out of that series. Like, listen, their pool play was not going to be dictated on this series. The expectation was always going to be that the champions would get the job done. They have done that. And for Akave Esports, I'm a lot more hopeful for them with these next couple of matches on the horizon that they can actually cause an upset and get the job done this team is not out of it just yet, and this team has a lot of tournaments still to play.
Yeah, they certainly do indeed. I think in terms of the stats, it doesn't reflect so well on Halo Esports. We're just gonna shuffle on through that one. But of course, Shopify looking clean with it as per usual. Here are your pools. Here are the updates coming forward. Shopify 2-0 to their name, Luminon. They also are looming underneath with the 1-0. Legion Gaming, they did fall short in Halo Esports, unfortunately, have lost twice now. Pool C, we've got Optic Gaming, though. They have yet to play a couple of these teams that I'm excited to see what they're going to do, because as we know, Optic have a couple of holes that they need to patch up. They went to Game 5 with TSM. That's a really big turning point, I think, for them, getting over that hump of not making mistakes so early on. But, you know, Tony, while I've got you, how are you feeling about Optic and going up against the likes of Cole? Because Cole have been also pushing forward, and it's an exciting team to look out for.
You know, I'm still very confident with the Optic Gaming, because I feel like even though TSM were able to make it extremely competitive and able to push them all the way towards a Game 5, we got to see once again what Optic looked like under pressure. And for some reason, when they're under pressure, they play even better. I have no worries about Optic Gaming whatsoever throughout this weekend.
Yeah, I think when you look at Optic Gaming, and that was a really tough test, but they came through it, and they came through it with flying colors in that Game 5. I think when they finally got put to the test again, this time they had an answer, they didn't lose, and that's going to be massively important for them.
Well, there's a reason I mentioned the green wall before we head to break, and that's because they were the kryptonite. They were the hump that FaZe needed to get over. But they're now facing Mindfreak FaZe. Mindfreak managed to get the job done also against Optic Gaming. So this should logically be a banger. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to head to break right now, but coming back on the main stage, it will be that FaZe clan going up against the ANZ powerhouses, looking to do it all here in Seattle. We'll see you guys right after the break.
Man, these things are tough.
Yeah, isn't there supposed to be 4 of us? Where's the orange guy?
Hello? Still waiting. Finally, I've been here a year. Wait, you don't look like a friend. Hey, we tried to revive you, but it wouldn't work for some reason. Guys, run.
Not on my watch, Jack.
You won't get me? Take this!
Now let's see who was behind all this. Orange guy?
And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you and your meddling.
Not bad.
Yeah, but it's odd to base a whole episode on a post-credit scene from last season, right?
Totally. No idea how that got approved.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Well, welcome back to your Halo World Championships, and as you can see, the pop-offs, they very much happen here in Halo Infinite, and I want to see ever more of them as we get into the rest of the weekend. That was Mindfreak on the stage because they had done the absolutely impossible. They had provided the goods to get to themselves in the World Championships, and they had been the true underdog there, but had beaten out their competition in best of fives, and it's been absolutely amazing to watch the rest of the world catch up finally here this season. Unbelievable stuff and unbelievable scenes. And it sets the table perfectly for us because shows, Tony, we have a stage set, and it's going to be Mindfreak versus FaZe. Let's talk about Mindfreak. I mean, they have some great talent. We've known how good ANZ as a region have been, and there's always been something that separated them. It's really been the distance, right? It's the distance, not being able to practice the scrims with the rest of the world, with North America. You know, they have been leading the charge, and unfortunately, the rest of the world have kind of been pushed aside. I love the fact that we're seeing boot camps. Mindfreak have been boot camping. They've been trying to practice. They've been trying to gain that momentum and kind of that familiarity that they've needed coming into something as big as the World Championships here. And we've got the likes of Barcode back as well. Shows, how are you feeling about Mindfreak as a whole? Because they're going up against a monster in FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think you touched on it perfectly. In the past, Mindfreak have had the issue of being a really big fish in a small pond, and whenever they've come over here, Qui-Gon Jinn once said there's always a bigger fish, and the likes of FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming have always been that bigger fish, and they find themselves getting scoffed. But the blueprint is now there for Mindfreak, for the likes of Akave. They've been here before, and this time they're not going through a pool, not going through an open bracket. They're already in pools. They're settled, they're comfortable, and they look at home on that main stage.
I actually love this lower third here. Do it for the shoey. That is an ANZ term. It is something that, you know, you do in celebration.
Drinking a beverage.
Massive. Yes.
In a bev.
You take your shoe off, you fill it up with beer or whatever beverage you're drinking at the time, and then you call it see it off. You see it off, you down it. It's a massive celebration in ANZ culture, and I will say I want to do it for the shoey too. I want to see some magic from ANZ. I want to see some magic from Mindfreak. Do they have that magic though to take down FaZe Clan, who quite frankly have a fairy godmother of their own as well, Tony?
I truly believe this is a possible win for Mindfreak. We saw what they could do with Optic Gaming. We saw them literally make history back in Charlotte, getting the highest placing that ANZ has seen. Barcode has come back to this roster and provided a much needed firepower. But on top of that, look at their composition. 2 mouse and keyboard players and 2 controller players in Vice and Scoobmeister. What they've been able to do on mouse and keyboard, I think a lot of other players are going to be watching this and maybe creating rosters similar to this in the future.
I love to see that. They're setting the table here for so many different facets, and if they can take this dub in this series, it would be so big for them. I can guarantee a massive pop-off from that stage, and definitely starting the charge on that would be Barcode. And let's talk about him because he is such a good talent. He found himself coming over to North America. He joined North American teams. He was picked up, and it's been a massive talking point for us this season of Halo Infinite. What does Barcode bring to the table, and why are you so excited that he's back once again here?
Well, I mean, Barcode's journey in Halo Infinite in itself, it's had its ups, its downs, its peaks and its troughs. I mean, at one point he had to head over to Asia, and he was scripting playing from Asia. He didn't know what he was going to do with his visas. He was in a tough spot. He now finds himself back home, and this Mindfreak team, they were hesitant to make a change with Barcode available because they knew he had his sights on returning to North America, but he finally made the decision, and what a good one it has been. This team look like different gravy now, and they're a real problem for some of these top teams.
And can I just point out, not only does he do some real damage, but if you ever get the chance to see him or talk to him, he always has a big infectious smile on his face. I feel like it's very infectious. He's a very great person to be around, a really great asset to the locker room.
He really is. You're right, actually. I think that the energy, the vibes are really important when you're building a team. You need people who are going to lift you up, not bring you down. And yeah, it's all right to start raging a little bit sometimes when mistakes are made and things just unfortunately fall flat. But having someone there to lift that head up when it matters the very most, where you're not out for the count and they believe in you, it means a whole lot. Partnered with the fact that he's incredibly talented, it's a big win for my eyes there on Mindfreak's side. But talking about a different side of the stage, let's get on to FaZe, shall we? Because they have been performing so well as of late. They are finally catching up. They're putting the pieces together. They really have been making up for lost time. Unfortunately, this roster was put together a little bit late in the game. They're up there though with the top 3. They're up there with the grand finals. They are really dancing around that line, but unable to get the dub yet at an event. Jersey, when you're gazing upon FaZe and the makeup of this roster and how they've managed to grow in such a short period of time, how are you feeling about their chances here?
My only disappointment for this FaZe team is it didn't come together sooner. There wasn't more runway for this team to grow and to build. I think the success and the growth that we've seen in recent times has been phenomenal. I think the issue is that they're playing against Shopify Rebellion. They've already toppled Optic Gaming. Those teams have had a little bit more time together. There's a bit more in the playbook. But for FaZe, the distance they've covered in such a short space of time, it really is commendable.
Tony, what was the big improvements you wanted to see from this roster heading into Worlds?
I mean, one of the biggest improvements that we literally needed to see going into Charlotte was objective efficiency. We already knew going into Charlotte, statistically, they were the best Slayer team in the entire league, but they struggled on multiple objectives. Mind you, capture the flag, oddball, and assault. We saw huge ranges coming out of FaZe Clan going into Charlotte and coming out. It was absolutely fantastic. My only thing I saw, strongholds. 0-4 right now. They need to improve that strongholds.
They certainly do indeed. Also, by the way, just watching that B-roll back as well, I didn't realize that we had a Lucid pop-off on the stage as well against Optic. That was crazy. That one meant a lot. I'm hoping to see some more of that as we get onto the main stage as well. But you're looking right now across this roster, and we just have to talk about him once again, and I will do it. It's all right. I'll twist my arm. Fine. Snakebite. He has been so good on this roster. He really has been such a difference maker. I really don't say that lightly. I mean, Shurs, he has been able to not do everything that you need out of a teammate in so many different facets and avenues, but the stats, they are just unbelievable, including just the gameplay, the plays that he's making, decisions as well. It's really a full package.
Yeah, there's a reason why we call him the general. Statistically, he is up there with the biggest and the best of them. I think his teammates will, if you ask them the question, they will say he is the perfect teammate. Whatever you need in any given situation, he will do it. He'll do the dirty work, he'll pick up the oddball, but he will also get the kills, hand them weapons. He is always happy to let his teammates shine, but every now and again, when he gets the weapons, when he gets the flow state, he is a real problem on the map.
He certainly is. He really is that front runner right now for FaZe, and I think he's a massive missing piece of this puzzle. I think he really delivers time and time again when they're on the ropes, when things are going a little bit south. It can be difficult at times. If you're Snakebite there, you know he will push you through it. He believes every single time, no matter what is left on the clock, no matter how far down you are.
He's not like the US Postal Service. This man delivers time and time again. He already has 3 championship rings on his finger, and he's looking as well for his 4th. And for Snakebite, you know he wants to win with the rest of his team. But for Penguin, you know he wants to get that man a chip as well.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? When you're looking at Snakebite, you'd think to yourself, wow, he's kind of in this situation here where he has a possible chance to get a 4th ring and be really the only one with a 4th ring. And that is a lot of pressure on the shoulders. But really, if you do know him, Tony, he really just cares about the rest of his team. He's not thinking about that. He's not thinking about himself, the accolades. It's about the rest of the team. He said it time and time again, like, let's get these boys a win. Let's get these boys a dub. I think that's everything that you need out of a player like him and coaching you to victory.
Yeah, I feel like he actually even said out of his own mouth, let's get Penguin that ring. And that's another player that's been kind of flying under the radar a little bit, is Penguin. He's doing all the dirty work. I know Snakebite loves having him on the same roster because both of them have the same mindset. Do whatever it takes in order to win the game. And that includes slaying. That 1.13 KD that we saw at Charlotte was impressive, and it was also the top of FaZe's roster.
Well, I'll tell you what, we have some superstars on that roster for sure. Snakebite is one of them, but there are plenty more of them. In fact, every single one. That's all well and good if we have somebody playing out of their mind, but having to do it as a team and finding that synergy and the dynamic to take down the likes of Shopify Rebellion, it's really, really tough. How are you feeling about how they are overall as a team, Shows? Because I think it's great having that pop-off potential of 1 or 2 people,
yeah,
but you need everybody really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I think the issue is that if they have 3 players out of the 4 that play well against Mindfreak here, they should get the win. They should be the favorites to do so. I think The issue that I have is when they go up against the tougher opponents, all 4 players need to be hitting those shots. And for players like Lucid, he's someone I need to look at, because when he's motivated, when he's on form, he is a real problem on the map. You cannot stop him. And we've seen in that Optic series, when he had that extra motivation to prove some of those haters wrong, he is an issue and he is a concern on the map. And I think for me, if they're going to win the championship, Lucid has got to find his best form.
Yeah, honestly, Tony, that was going to be my next point to you, is about Lucid. He has been a staple in Halo for such a long time now, and Halo Infinite is really where we start to see him shine through and shine above the rest. He really is that superstar here. Have we seen that superstar since the years 1 and 2? Coming into year 4 now with a different team, a different roster, he's been put in precarious situations, but now he finds himself back with the boys, back with territory he knows well, and he's got friendships there. And then bring in Snakebite on the mix as well. How are you feeling about Lucid and potentially really just pushing his standard up even higher here at Worlds?
Yeah, I thought Lucid was actually really good at Charlotte as well. I know we highlight Snakebite a lot because, I mean, 1.13 KD to KDA was really impressive. But Lucid was also making plays. Like when something had to be done, when the team was 2 down, 3 down, they needed somebody to neutralize the situation. You saw Lucid making plays and being able to do literally just that. So they're going to lean, obviously, on Snakebite like we mentioned before, but they're going to need Lucid playing like MVP Lucid as well.
They certainly will indeed. And you mentioned him again, and not to just bring up his name once again, really, my arm is being twisted here. But I've got to say, Snakebite has delivered time and time again. But what I do love, not in particular just about Snakebite, is about how the team are really vibing with one another, and the words that they have to give to one another. Often in interviews on the main stage, you're asked about your teammates and how you feel about them. And it's like, yeah, they're great, yeah, awesome, but this, and this. They don't feel as comfortable talking about them. The spotlight is shared up on that stage between these 4 individuals, and we're just going to roll the tape now from an interview back in Charlotte. Lucid and Trippy had some lovely words to say about their brand new addition to this FaZe roster.
We're pushing for perfection, and then we're at the top. That's what we should be pushing for, and I think PJ, like, we all do that, but PJ keeps us in check in that same exact way. And
PJ's amazing. He can do it all, like 50-49 clutches, oddball, objective, at literally anything. PJ's amazing, and honestly one of my favorite teammates already so far, so it's been great.
I think just having the confidence to get on that stage and be totally okay with gassing up your teammates to the high heavens is just, it's everything that I think you need to hear in a team that have belief in themselves and want to do it for each other. And I think that's a massive point. I think it's something that a lot of teams miss. I think some of our teams who are trying to break into, I mean, even the top 8, the top 4 even. I mean, you want to do it for each other. You want to win for each other, and you have to be on the same page. That, to me, is exactly the same page.
Yeah, I think sometimes the issue that I think a lot of players fall into, the trap almost, is when you're on a roster, and particularly one that's gunning for championships, you're always worried that if you're not good enough or your team's not good enough, that maybe your head is on the chopping block and you will get dropped. But when I look at this team, I think all 4 players are pulling in the same direction. They're all gunning for that championship. I really see some unbelievable synergy between a lot of them.
Now, Tony, I want to ask you on the other side of things while we're just waiting for things to kick off on the main stage about Mind Freak. Now, we talked about the synergy, this team, how good FaZe are and how good they're looking together. Mind Freak, what's the unit like there? What's the dynamic like there? I mean, you're seeing the pop-offs, that you're seeing them getting so excited for one another. What happens when they're put into situations where it becomes a little bit difficult? Their back is against the series. They're maybe 2-0 down in a series. Do you think they have what it takes together and the belief to be able to pull through when it gets really, really tough here?
Yeah, you know, it's funny, you know, when Mind Freak was trying to get the most practice, they said oftentimes they would watch some of the best teams in the world and just kind of theory craft, VOD review, that they felt like they weren't getting the best practice over in ANZ. Well, now they've had the opportunity to put all of that hard work to action. They've been boot camping. They've been getting on the same page. They think of Halo as a unit the same way. So the chemistry is definitely there, and I'm excited to see Mind Freak in this matchup.
I am too. I'll tell you what, I've been told that things aren't quite ready to go on the main stage just yet. We're going to make sure everything is good, but while we do, we have plenty of other action happening in different corners of the arena. Let's take a look right now at Complexity versus TSM. Polar up 1-0 in the series. We're into our Slayer, our game number 2. Let's have a little bit of a cast here, lads. Shurs and Tony, dip the feet back in. Go on.
And this one's interesting as well for me, Tony, with TSM coming off the back of that result against Optic Gaming. I would expect this series to be going a little bit more in their favor, but at the moment they're struggling against Complexity.
9Q advantage here for TSM, and I'm excited to see TSM just taking space. You have Manny coming out of that utility side, no man left behind, wants to push the P side, and it looks like they're going to take top control almost immediately, which is so important. Active camouflage coming up very soon.
up any second. You know, both teams will be jostling for position to try and secure that one for the teams as well. And Manny's a little bit isolated all alone inside the fridge, and no help is going to come his way. Rhino will get the kill, and the camouflage will be popping up in just over 10 seconds and some change. Rhino's going to fall eventually, or is he going to survive? The answer is yes. So these two teams neck and neck them, and that's 6 kills the difference.
Have to kill that height advantage in order to stay alive. Down to 1 shot and over towards bottom mid. Wide being a nuisance, a thorn in the side here for TSM. But as that damage is coming in, he's drawing in a lot of that attention. TSM might have been able to take down Wide Noob, but did they get the camera?
This could be a pivotal performance for Complexity if they want to have any ambitions of pushing further in this tournament. Their season has not exactly gone according to plan, Tony, and a result against TSM here would be massive.
That it could be. And Cherish with a huge pick. Freeze up the util side once again, but once again has to drop down. The question becomes who gets that camouflage. I would have to assume Complexity are going to make a move on, and it's going to be Cherish with the curve slide, and he steals it away from TSM.
Camo secured and a couple of kills in their favor as well, and Rook's also going to go down. 3 dead, Tolic last man standing for his squad. Camouflage is bottom middle. They have all the tools they need to see some success here, all tied up on the scoreboard.
Able to tie it up, now able to attack the spawners. Now our Complexity camouflage in the hands of Cherish goes at his former teammates. Huge flank, 1 turns to 2. That's a double, almost gets himself a triple, but Cherish will survive and Complexity will thrive.
1 kill lead then. Camouflage still a little bit to play with. A little backstab as well. King Nick gets a double kill, and what a turn of fortunes and a turn of form as well for King Nick. He has looked very good as the season has progressed. Complexity need him now more than ever if they're going to win this series.
But the 2-kill advantage here. Cherish going in for yet another fight, this time without camo, but no problem. A killing frenzy now out of Cherish. Complexity's finest right now. You know Cherish is getting energized.
I think it's his former teammates, let's not forget as well. So the killing frenzy finally shut down, but the damage has already been done. He's made sure that his team hold a very slender lead, a 2-kill advantage, but they also have control of the map, and TSM are continuing to be on that back foot.
You talked about it when we first came into this game here. TSM struggling against Complexity, down 0-1. They had the lead, but where did that lead go? Cherish and that camouflage looking dominant, but King Nick not able to win that fight.
King Nick loses a pivotal 1v1 as we head towards the end game. TSM flip the script now, and they're the ones that hold the slender lead. Thruster pack as well for Tolic. 1 left to burn as he heads over towards the fridge. I expect this game might slow down just a touch as both teams start to recognize the next few kills could be pivotal in what way this one shakes out.
Switch gears over towards Tolic, 13-9, 7 assists to go along with it. A large reason why they have an advantage at the moment is because of Tolic, and now with BR in hand with that top position, they fight for the camouflage. Enough damage goes down to pull Complexity out, but it looks like Tolic can't make a play for the camo.
Forced to back away here. Keep eyes on it. He'll be able to do a little bit of tick damage as somebody does progress, but the issue is he will not be able to get the kill unless some of his teammates have lines of sight on it as well. But Complexity's still starting to push forward now, and they're the ones looking to be the aggressors. A lot of damage being taken for Tolic, so that means Camouflage should go the way of Complexity if they so choose to go for it.
Take a look at Tolic's position and where he's at right now. He started off on the P side. Perfect position to grab a hold of camo. Was forced out towards Fridge. Was forced back towards the base here. And that's Complexity not only pulling Tolic out of position, but Ryan Noob getting the camo.
Complexity pushing and pulling TSM this way and that. And they're really struggling to deal with the tempo. They've been forced back, and it's really Complexity in the ascendancy towards the end game now. But a lot of players trapped over towards the fridge side, the closet side, excuse me, for TSM. Complexity are in the ascendancy, and TSM are in massive trouble here as Rhino gets one more.
Another huge fight coming out of Complexity. First it was Cherish, now this time it's Rhino, and all 3 members are stuck in the back fridge. This is exactly where they want them. Complexity going up 2-0.
I mean, Complexity, they've just put it together clearly. TSM, they're no joke. This is the real deal. TSM, they just took Optic to a game 5. I mean, and have done unthinkable things. Complexity have always just been teetering on that edge of greatness. Could they get over the hump? Can they do it on LAN? They have done some crazy things online, but it's at LAN where it matters most. That is where you get your chips. That is where you deliver the goods and earn the rights to call yourself a top team. Cole are looking fantastic in the opening here at Worlds. My goodness me. I will say the camera control, that's what it comes down to there. That is the bare bones of it. Camo is so unbelievably important. The power-ups, power weapons, you have to get your hands on it first. It's really the name of the game. You're going to see that so much more, especially as we're in our 4th year of Halo Infinite. You need the toys. in order to get it done, shows. And honestly, at times it really is as simple as that.
Yeah, I think if you're TSM, you're kicking yourself. You allowed them to take too much map control, and every single time, Complexity just started to turn the screw at the best possible time. When that camouflage was 15 seconds away, you see them venturing out, taking space, doing damage, and TSM just did not have a response for it. That was flawless from Complexity, and 2 games up now. Can TSM find the response? Can TSM dig deep? That's the question now.
It's a big question. We're looking at Pool C, by the way. That is exactly where Cole and TSM have been playing. And this is a big one. Cole are looking to really make a run here. They are yet to play Optic Gaming. They have seen what TSM were able to do. They know that there's some dinks in the armor. They know they can capitalize on some maybe areas that Optic haven't quite kind of covered up yet. Can they do this against TSM in a convincing fashion? What an incredible way to propel yourself into that confident position to hopefully take that top spot of Pool C. Tony, what are you thinking right now when you're looking upon Complexity, the way that they are playing TSM, the way that they were able to control things on Aquarius? You know, it's an arena-based map. This is a bread and butter for some of these Halo 5 kids that we're seeing from Optic Gaming and from the likes of TSM. They know this so well. So Cole, they are just shining right now. I'm very impressed.
Well, you made a very good observation. Think about what happened when we jumped into that matchup. Obviously, it was well past the halfway mark. TSM had, what, a 3 or 4 kill advantage. They were looking extremely good, but it was Complexity that was demanded the camouflages and used it to take the win.
It certainly was indeed. We're looking right now at another opportunity to talk about some action with these boys on the desk. Optic Gaming, excuse me, versus Margin Club to own the series, win the flag game here. And again, we're looking at 2 kind of sides of the coin of the pool, because Optic Gaming, they're looking to solidify themselves at the top here. Complexity, they're looking to make a run and make a statement up against TSM. I think this is going to give us everything that we need to know about Optic Gaming, their headspace, and how they're kind of handling a shaky start to their Worlds, but obviously a dub too.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect bounce back game for them. I say bounce back as though they lost the game. They didn't lose to TSM, of course. They won 3-2. But when you're playing against Magin, who have had issues and had some problems with their fourth, everybody knows that Bastos was not able to qualify, or was not able to make it out. Of course, he had some issues crossing the border, and they've had to bring in their teammate, their coach in Kronos, and he's filling the shoes. But the issue is, the shoes might be a little bit too big. Bastos is a much different player, and he's a lot more firepower. And when a coach has to fill in the role and fill in the spot, especially against the green wall, it's going to be a tough test. And unfortunately, it's going to be too tough a test. Optic Gaming already up 2 with a flag capture already secured for them as well. So this one looks like as though it's only a matter of when and not if Optic Gaming take the win.
You're on the same map and game mode combination. We've seen Optic literally speed run teams. We've seen them beat them sub 2 minutes, sometimes even sub 1.5 minutes. It's actually crazy to see what they can do when they get hot. But Mighty's getting hot with that quick scope and immediately claiming control over the top catwalk side. Margin Club also fighting back.
You have to feel for Magin. It's not the way they would have wanted their season to end. Not the way they would have wanted the story and the chapter of Halo Infinite to end. And the World Championships happen to you as a sub, but sometimes you have to deal and play the hands that you're dealt. At the moment, it is a long road back, and they're holding 7-2 in a game of poker, and they're playing against aces right now.
Well, looking for Margin Club. Chrono, pretty darn good, might I say. Much better than me. That's why I'm here on the desk. Chrono can do his thing, and we saw them in scrims look very good against Cloud9. We see them right now holding off Optic to just a 1-0 game so far. 8 minutes on the clock, but Legend, fastest flag runner in the league, able to get that flag back toward their side and now worried about the overextenders.
Yeah, Legend absolutely wears the sneakers, flies around the map, and sometimes people just cannot keep tabs on him. Gets a backstab, gets one, just makes it a very difficult return for Magin here. Formal now with eyes on, but he's got a lot of players to deal with. He managed to deal with one. Chick could be the next victim in the cave, and yes he is. Double kill, and Renegade with hands on flag should and will double the lead for Optic Gaming.
Just one more cap to go here for Optic Gaming, and Renegade not wasting any time whatsoever, taking space from fly cap to elbow to now the pressure over toward the rocket side, not skipping a beat whatsoever. Renegade already infiltrating the base of Margin Club.
You spoke about when they make it to the elimination bracket, he can be a bit of a lower bracket bully, but he's looking to do it in pools here as well. 13, 2, and 5. Renegade is in fine form, and Bound looks to push that final flag home.
Maj was slowing him down just a bit, but maybe just delaying the inevitable, because that flag has already made it towards the elbow, the flagpole, and home. Optic 3-0 Majin Club.
Well, I gotta say, It's honestly epic stuff that we're watching here today. The beginning of Worlds has just been unbelievable. I think the storylines that are going to start coming out this day one are going to be mega. Optic bouncing back in quite the fashion. I also love just seeing Formal getting the numbers again. He had fantastic numbers alongside Renegade. Unbelievable numbers. So I'm looking forward to them bouncing forward through potentially the winner side of things as they get out of pools. We'll have to see, because you never know with Optic Gaming what happens. But also we do have the main stage match ready to go, and I cannot wait. It really is a North American situation against ANZ and the very best of them as well. So FaZe Clan versus Mindfreaks happening right now.
Everyone, welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2025. We're live in Seattle, Washington for an Australia versus NA battle. You got FaZe going up against Mindfreak, and of course, folks, I'm Golden Boy, the current bald guy, yelling at you right now, joined by my old friend, Dave. Emphasis on the old. That's right. Dave, how you doing, buddy? You excited about Big Team Battle Bonanza this Saturday? Ready to pop off, bro?
I'll have you know, I practiced approximately 5 or 6 games.
Yeah.
Not any of the maps that we're playing.
Oh, come on, man.
I did a La Fiesta, and I'm ready.
I don't want to hear any excuses, Dave, okay? I don't want to hear it. No, but it's going to be awesome. Big Team Battle Bonanza happening tomorrow. Me and Dave finally going to square off against each other. But let's focus on what's the task at hand here. Because you know these boys are ready to go. It's FaZe and Mindfreak. Now, you and I had the opportunity to cast Mindfreak earlier on in their matchup against Cloud9. We were talking about how that game was going to be a big test for Mindfreak. And in that match, well, Cloud9 were the ones who got the better of them 3-1. And there were some heartbreakers in that series too, Dave. Let's not forget they almost won map, was it 4, and didn't because of 1 second being the difference.
Yeah, Mindfreak last tournament were able to take down Optic. Can they repeat pool play history and try to take down FaZe here today?
Yeah.
Like you said, losing against Cloud9, not a good indicator here to kick this one off.
Yeah, but that's not to say that Cloud9 didn't play out of their minds. Eagles definitely did. Collect was on fire, so they were dealing with a lot of that there. But the problem is that on the other side for FaZe Clan, you got a lot of that on this side. I mean, honestly, for my money, Trippy's playing some of the best Halo that I've seen him play. He's unbelievable stats-wise. Snakebite, you saw earlier, one's across the board. The man is absolutely on fire this season. So they're going to be dealing with quite a bit here from FaZe Clan. And if you're Mindfreak, you're really going to need to really figure out how to crack that egg, and more importantly, be able to stop them from getting this free time.
Yeah, you got to stop those times. And you pointed out perfectly, they were even in kills against FaZe, but Lucid the entire time while trading out kills is grabbing hill time. They're about 70% of this hill while even in slays.
Barcode now with this top gold control here. It's going to be pretty pivotal to just try and see if he can get some key kills, but it does not happen. They knew how important that spot was going to be for him. They had to take him out as soon as they possibly could. Rice has a couple bodies by him. He's got a double kill, maybe a triple kill in front of him. Does he take out the general? He does. That's going to be a triple kill for Rice. Looking for another one. That's an overkill.
Okay.
He's feeling it, baby. He's feeling it. Put that mouse key.
Somehow getting shot after he gets an overkill. Where is the control on the map? His teammates should be pressuring this elevator, collapse in there, but looks like they opt to stay in a conservative setup. They're set up over towards C-plat. They're set up towards pipes. They're just holding us down. And look at this, GB. Despite that huge start by FaZe Clan, Mindfreak bring this one back and grab the first hill.
Oh, man, that is big for Mindfreak, especially after the way things ended in that Cloud9 game. Yeah, you know, they have to be telling themselves, we got this, we can do this. And that's what you need to say. You need to keep yourself, dare I say, delusionally confident, especially when you're going up against some teams like FaZe, Optic, you know, Shopify Rebellion. These guys are absolute tyrants, but if you're Mind Freak, you have an opportunity here to be the David to their Goliath, and they've done it once. They could very well do it again.
But FaZe, once again, getting off to a stronger start at the beginning of the hill. They secure a few kills. They got Hydra in control. They're almost halfway done with this one. Whew, now they just have to close it out this time.
Yeah, that's the important part there. It was a great start for FaZe, but Mind Freak getting right back into that is not what you want to see if you're a fan of FaZe Clan. Now, though, you got Lucid. He's got himself his favorite weapon, the shock rifle. He's putting it to good use here. Maybe gets another one, but Barco was a little wise to that. Good strafes out of him as well in these fights. But this looks like, given the positioning and where things are playing out, this will be FaZe getting their first point on the board here, because they don't really look like anyone from Mind Freak's in a position to challenge.
Yeah, and I think Mind Freak, they also can't overextend in a situation like this. We saw this before. We watched them play Lattice King of the Hill against Cloud9, and it was that sixth crucial hill that we almost saw Mind Freak overcommit and almost blow control.
Yeah, Mind Freak they're like so close. They're right there, you know, like in these moments where you think like they can pull out those big important wins. And then, you know, maybe they get a little too overzealous, they overstep, they go a bit too fast, or maybe they do a little bit too much. And it's those things that they're going to need to really begin to hone in here if they want to make a deep run at Worlds. But, of course, for FaZe Clan, this is what they've been working on since this team has been formed. And we heard the desk earlier talk about how this team hasn't had enough time to be able to, you know, marinate, if you will. But if there's one thing we know about Snakebite and the players on this team is that the work ethic is unbelievable. So, you know, seeing the progress that this team has had isn't all that shocking.
No, they've looked the best that they have so far at the last event in Charlotte. Few weeks only in between Charlotte and this event, so you expect a little bit of improvement. You're not going to see drastic leaps between that amount of time.
I think we're dealing with a lot of activity over here. But for right now, they'll continue to stabilize, knowing that this is a real pivotal part for them to try and hold here. Right? Of course, you don't want to try and force this player out of it, but Mind Freak now, look at the angle that he gets right inside of that whirl.
Look all the damage that Penguin's doing. Attacking a player in pipes, attacking someone over at Mangler, hitting somebody else over at Needler. All these different players from Mind Freak are being pinged over by Penguin, and he's just doing so much distraction and damage across the map. He's not just giving somebody from Mind Freak an easy 1v1.
Now, of course, for FaZe Clan, they're trying to catch up on this one. Good progress from Mind Freak. FaZe not far behind, but let's jump over to Mind Freak, see what's going on with the Aussies. We have a listen in and get their thoughts on the comms.
Yeah, I'm playing to tower, I'm
watching over, Matt. Your camera, Matt. Yeah. Dead on hill.
Nice, good shit. To the.
Wait, on C-plat. Sneaky.
Sneaky. Yeah, main guy.
Dropped out. Sneaky. Out.
Good one, main guy. Good one.
Oh, wait, one.
This guy still camera jump.
Just get tag.
Yep.
Let's throw up, Jack. Get tag.
Can't see.
Come on, red pipes. Wait,
main guy. I just want to see Ethan gonna be flanking. You're gonna be flanking.
Behind as well,
This guy's C-plat right now. He's still C-plat. This guy's still challenging. Back foot.
I spawned him.
Yeah, nice. One C-plat flanking you guys long. We can 3-man this. Those guys gonna be tower as well, guys.
Just wait for me.
I just want to see.
Let's go now.
Coming to your bottom tower, guys.
One turbine weak. Yeah, on hill weak.
Wait. Watch on hill. Side, the boxes.
Right side, good name. Yeah. One top A.
Just trying to mill. Some shoes on my needles run out. One bottom angle run out. Into bottom tower. Yeah, we need C.
Wait, on long, wait.
I'll shoot snake bite, guys. That's one, two dead.
Another one, below you.
That's one, red pipes, guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave, what I was hearing was a Mind Freak team that's very much, you know, in the belief that they can do this, but the problem is, well, you know, they're going to be dealing with FaZe Clan, who are just so good at being able to respond to those big plays like we saw in that final push to try and stop that whirlpool.
And also you see a lot of forced action. You saw those times where Mind Freak responded in pipes or say, all right, let's just charge out there. And all three of them funneled out of that one narrow location on pipes into Needler, shut down instantly. Now, I want you to pay attention to some of the differences in these engagements from players from Mind Freak and someone like Penguin. You'll see these members from Mind Freak asking for those one-on-ones. They'll say, let's fight this out to the death. Let's take this out in 1v1 right now.
Yeah.
And then you'll go to a POV like Penguin. And Penguin's just playing calm and collected, landing a few shots, almost denying any 1v1.
Yeah.
He has the skill to win them, but he's going to deny those fights and trust his teammates to give the help.
Yeah, the goal is just to ensure that you're doing enough on the map and that your teammates are able to follow up off of it. And it's something that he's been very good at. This FaZe team has been very good at. The best teams in the world are good at. And most definitely Mindfreak can find that. The issue is that they're going to need to do that fast here because we're about to see FaZe get their 3rd point on the board, and that is exactly what is going to happen here. A clean start for FaZe. Even though Mindfreak were able to get that first cap there on that first hill, it has been FaZe ever since. They've pretty much just been in the driver's seat.
Look at this, still rolling through that Trippy Lucid duo, going through on the elevator. And now they have a couple choices. Do they decide to drain out the clock? Do they go for this 4th hill?
Yeah.
I mean, there's still plenty of time on the board here for Mindfreak, but they need to make something happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but the problem is you got Lucid with Camo. You have Trippy in a great position. Control is completely dominated by FaZe Clan. And these players are just no other choice. They just need to wait it out. They have to wait for numbers so that they can make this push happen. They have no idea where Lucid is, and that new Camo is very much getting a lot of value out of that. Still holding on to it.
Enemy team took the hill.
They're not able to do anything. They're never comfortable, Dave.
No, and it's interesting to see FaZe go for the hill. I could see them kind of go either way. On one hand, they don't want to be turtling up and playing completely different for this 4th hill, or for getting their 4th hill. At the same time, you know, you don't want to just delay this clock and stop the clock for Mindfreak and set them up for the 6th hill.
Exactly. We saw how that clock was a real menace for Mindfreak in that last series. Maybe they can try and use the clock to their advantage this time around, but it's going to be a tall task. They are making some progress, though. FaZe are going to be all the way trapped by Blue. Sway's looking to see if he can get a little fancy with it, but instead he's going to be caught spinning. Meanwhile, Penguin dealing with more activity in the back. Scoob, along with Barcode, managed to clear out all those players toward Blue. And now they got to start making some progress over toward that pit hill, but they don't have a lot of time to do so.
And you gotta wonder if that's the fights they want to be winning and where they want to be. I mean, at some point, would you rather be back Hydra, or would you rather have some angles and some higher
forced them to come all the way over there to have to clear them out.
They chased them all the way over there. I mean, at some point, you have 2 options. You clear them out, like you saw Mindfreak do in that last instance, or you just hold the Mangler side of the hill.
Yeah. And they are doing excellent work here, FaZe. They're not going into the hill. They don't necessarily need to. Good attempted insta there by onto Scoob, potentially from Penguin, but here comes the big challenge. Just look at the help that they're getting, man. Every single time they're taking a fight, they're never taking a fight one-on-one like what you're talking about, what like Mindfreak and a lot of teams like them were looking to do. No, these guys are always working together.
Yeah, they're not making it easy. They want to fight team fights every single time. But, you know, when push comes to shove, you'll see them not hesitate. Someone like Trippy charging in, going for the melee, getting the trades.
Could see them potentially capping this one, Mindfreak, because FaZe knows, like, hey, you're not going to have a lot of time to work with here. FaZe did not hear that player above him. Sorry, Snakebite did not hear that player above him. That actually ended up leading to 2 kills coming through here. Can they finally get that point on? But the problem is they don't have a lot of time to work with. As you can see, that red flashing light, 10 seconds. Yeah, the clock has stopped because you're on the hill, and you got your point. Congratulations. But now you got to do it again in the mid by the batteries, which is an even worse area to try and hold.
But they got the 2 kills so far. This got a delay, Sways, and Barcode, and this one's going to be going in favor of FaZe. But here comes the battery battle. There it goes down, and Snakebite needs to get out, but doesn't matter. There's going to be all 4 down, and game number 1 going in favor of FaZe Clan.
Wow, and Penguin putting up some incredible numbers in that game. Partly because my guy was just in positions all the time, just harassing anyone he could find. Like he was perched up on Control. He's putting a few shots on player toward World. He's perched up on Gold. He's shooting someone on Pit. Like he was just always active in the field.
It's a deliberate plan. You'll see when he engages somebody in a mid-range, long-range fight, he'll trade 1 or 2 shots and then instantly turns his focus to another location on the map.
Yeah.
Try to do damage and distraction.
So well done by FaZe Clan. Mindfreak, of course. Good effort on their side. They were able to get that first cap in, and you were thinking, okay, maybe we might see something, you know, begin to develop here. But instead, it was just FaZe really with good vision of how they wanted to execute this one. Even with some of those hairier moments that Mindfreak were putting FaZe Clan in those situations, they were still responding incredibly well. And this just is a FaZe that is very much not looking past Mindfreak, but they need to be able to have clean wins early on in order to feel that confidence in the rest of the tournament. You know what I mean, Dave? Because you're at Worlds, it's the last one. You got to be able to put your best foot forward.
Yeah, you want to start off right, in FaZe, they are doing it correctly so far. couple things I also noticed on those stats as we were kind of flipping through them is even though you had varying amounts of kills and deaths, you saw Penguin leading the pack as far as damage.
Yeah.
But then when it came to damage taken, everyone on FaZe within 100 damage of each other.
Wow.
They were all just creating different opportunities, buying time, and staying alive.
It's just even fights like this that you see there, right? Where like Penguin, yeah, he died, but then Snakebite just flies right in. He'll get the next kill. They're never taking those fights alone. And that is such a massive win condition for this team. And it also goes to show the trust that all four of these guys have developed in one another in a very short time, right? These are four guys coming from, you know, like a couple different places to come together here, right? You have the optic core of Lucid and Trippy, and then you also have Penguin in that as well, right? Snakebite coming from out of nowhere, right? You know, having been teaming with Royal 2 and Frosty for God knows how long. But hey, we did do some predictions. Hey, look at that, me and you, we were kind of close.
Similar.
Kind of similar, yeah. Kind of shocked. You know,
you chose last shot as well. You're copying my homework.
Okay, well,
Golden Boy sends me a text last night. He's like, hey, who'd you put in for, what'd you put for?
Yeah, I
for
totally
question
did that.
number 5. What was the answer you put there?
Question number 5. Yes, I stole your homework. Last shot.
Change it up at least a little bit, man.
You know, all I'm saying is I'm feeling interested in that Luminon pick. Blaze, by the way, with that Cloud9 pick, might actually be cooking, by the way.
I mean,
C9's 2-0 in the pool right
They
now.
were looking good. They were looking good.
Looking quite solid. There you have it. But of course, we will be. Who knows, ball? I didn't even notice the text there. Come on. That's amazing. Yeah, let us know who you think is going to walk away with the win. Go ahead and get social about it. Use whatever social media app you decide to use. It's all kind of crap these days, so whatever you like. It's all fine for me. But all right.
We are going into game number 2. It's going to be Slayer. It's going to be on Origin. Let's take a look at who's doing good here. This FaZe 8-4 versus Mindfreaks 5-3. Both respectively the 2nd and 4th best in the HCS in Charlotte as far as Slayers go.
Yeah, I mean, not bad for Mindfreak. And again, we're talking about Mindfreak that had a life tournament, right? Playing incredibly well, continuing to push themselves further and further. They got to find that essence again, you know? The thing that and look, when you beat Optic in Game 5 and it's intense like that, you kind of get the juice, you know? You're like, okay, I'm in, right? So you really need like a moment like that for them in order to feel like, okay, hey, we're not like in the same position that we've been in other tournaments in the past, but they kind of find themselves in that spot. Thing is, though, this is a team that has grown significantly. And it just shows, like, when you put that work in, you know, the results do show up for themselves, right?
Yeah, and you know, a lot of these teams, when they come over and boot camp out of the U.S., it's bittersweet for them. On one hand, they're getting great practice. Other hand, it can be a mental toll because you go from a region where you're just destroying every scrim, you're winning every single time, to all of a sudden be like, okay, we're splitting games, we're losing a majority of scrims.
Yeah. That kind of messes with the mental, you know?
It does. You're not fully used to it.
You're thinking to yourself like, oh crap, we got this, and
it takes, you know, you definitely sharpen your skills.
Yeah.
But you take a beating on the confidence.
You realize that you're mortal. Yeah.
Yes.
You realize that you're mortal in those situations for sure. But all right, let's see how this one shakes out. There's FaZe Clan Slayer record, 75.7% win rate on this game type. Goes to tell you that FaZe, they're feeling pretty confident coming into this Slayer, and FaZe fans should be feeling pretty confident, but do not sleep on Mindfreak, especially if the likes of Barcode can get themselves, you know, really cooking in this game, because he's been good, but he hasn't been as impactful as he was when we were seeing statistically in Charlotte. We're going to see what he could do out of that one there, but all right, already out of the gate, we got a good, decent start here where Mindfreak aren't caught completely off guard, aren't down 5-0 out of the break. If anything, we're seeing Mindfreak really just push that first game to the side and say, screw it, we got to move forward here. That's exactly what you got to do when the stakes are this high.
Scoop looking for his next victim in this position, but too many players from FaZe just so quick to look towards that catwalk.
Okay, so he didn't get that back.
Gets one exchange, but does not get loose in that exchange.
Rocker from downtown, though, does not get a connection, but it was going to be enough to cause a ruckus there. It's going to give them another pathway back in. Only have one rocket to work with, Snakebite. So he's going to look to try and see if he can get some good value out of this. He also knows, hey, there's some calls coming in from the cave too. Doesn't want to just throw that willy-nilly, but there you go. He finds his first. Looking for a second kill. That's going to be Scoop. Great job from Scoop, really repositioning himself in that fight and anticipating Snakebite's move.
Scoop just buying so much time. Gets away towards the mage.
Yes.
And look at that.
That's a good play.
Just baits Trippy over towards the maze as he lives. Those are some of the most frustrating escapes that you have as a player.
Yeah.
You're just like, all right, let me get this routine cleanup kill. Put yourself in a bad position. Start getting shot by a teammate and you don't even get the trade.
But that also, you got to give credit to the entirety of Mindfreak in that situation. They're hearing one another. They're bouncing off of the comms, clearly. And when you're in that spot, and you're like, guys, I'm one shot. He's pushing me, like that was just a moment that kind of tells me this Mindfreak team, they are very much in this fight, ready to go here. But FaZe keeping it neck and neck. It's still a 1-kill lead for Mindfreak.
Yeah, I just see the Mindfreak players so far here in game number 2, which obviously is a Slayer, playing their lives a little bit more.
Yeah.
They aren't just treating them as disposable and just challenging the deaths and forcing one-on-ones. Instead saying, all right, I'm going to make them work for this kill, make them have a second angle, make them have to use a grenade. Just all those small things that add up, where at times when FaZe don't have that grenade or don't have that angle, they actually are punished.
We got the Spanker coming up in just a second here. Rockets available. Lucid should be able to grab that, but he's getting some tension here. Actually, player popped up from behind. That was going to be Rice, who caught him off guard. Is Rice still alive? Yes, he is, but he cannot get that rocket. He's still on the ramp. You can see him at the corner of the screen there. Penguin putting himself in a position to try and prevent Rice from getting any forward progress there, so that Snakebite can go in and get that, but instead it's going to come in the form of Trippy. And that should secure that rocket for them, because there's not really much they're going to have to do. They have to concede it. Snakebite manages to get out of that without a scratch.
Always on top of those power weapons. Snakebite, second time, getting those rockets in hand.
Yeah, this is big for them too, because these are like kills that they're just going to get for very little effort, you know? Like, beautiful triple kill from Snakebite there. 2 rockets and a cleanup on aisle 2. But yeah, that's it. I mean, you couldn't have asked for just better kills to just kind of get your lead more extended to 7 here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that's due as well to Mindfreak just being kind of pushed back into a corner over at blue base.
Yeah.
They weren't really having outside angles. They didn't have control of snipe. They didn't have control of rocket side. And just didn't have angles. So anyone could go towards courtyard. They could push into the front of the base and just do whatever they want. And they found themselves in this cycle 3 times now. Happened over at blue, then over at red, and back over at blue.
Yeah, they've been doing a brilliant job just kind of playing all around the map, not really confining themselves to just one location. The calls are coming in clean. The picks are good as they could possibly be. Everyone from Mindfreak's taking a 1, and they are just one shot, and there goes a member of FaZe Clan for the cleanup.
It literally feels like FaZe knows what's going to happen before it's happening. In fact, I want to go to a FaZe listen to hear how they're calming during this destruction.
Oh my god, 2 dead. One more blue cave. One more blue cave.
I'm shooting red for you. I'm on head, guys.
Blue cave. I see PJ.
Yeah, blue cave's gonna. He's BR. Window.
Window.
I'm on head, guys. And then one window. He's sitting BR. Sitting on BR.
Come on, window with me, somebody. Blue sniper.
Back blue window now.
Come on, window. Yo, blue sniper. Yep.
I hear you, blue sniper.
Blue cave, guys. Blue sniper, actually. Still blue sniper.
Blue BR weak, and then on blue sniper.
Blue found on you, going sniper.
Blue found. All good. Yep. Yo, two guys blue found. Coming back to fight.
I'm hiding.
Yo, fight, Tommy, fight. One sneaky, blue sneaky.
Yeah, we're going snipe. We're going snipe.
Pyramid on me, Barker.
Yeah, I'm trying to look, PJ. Can't see it. Blue BR.
Sniper weak, sniper weak, and red 2.
I'm going sneaky. Going blue sneaky, Joey.
Red sniper again. Yeah, two round.
Bottom blue, pyramid.
Yeah, found me. Found red elbow.
Blue maze, one shot.
Nice, guys. Two dead.
I'm going back up, PJ. And red elbow. One more red cave, or red trench, I mean. Red trench, low trench, or low elbow.
Still weak, low elbow. Still weak, Sways.
Yep. Can't see him. Keep trading out. I spawn blue. Blue, red,
And an excellent listening there with FaZe Clan. Clear comms. They were communicating beautifully, and they were just swarming on them like a couple mosquitoes, man. Like, just no. Look at this. I mean, there's just nowhere for them to go. Every single time they think they're taking a fight in a forward position, they're having to deal with the flank every single freaking time. That's annoying to go up against, Dave.
Yeah, Mindfreak playing really reactive. They're just trying to react to the nearest and closest threat and what's going on, whereas FaZe Clan, a few steps ahead. You heard Lucid saying, we're going to be making a push towards snipe. He's not just spamming some call out saying, someone top catwalk, do something about it. Instead, just talk about, where we're going, how we're getting there, and then the players know how to react. And because of it, we now have a 49-34 game. FaZe just need one kill to close this out.
And it could come from Trippy. He's in the most forward position there. He gets it with the melee. And that's going to close things out for map 2. FaZe Clan looking as good as possible. Clean comms, clean shots, great map control. Really just shutting down any hope that Mindfreak had in that map. And there was some hope there because we were neck and neck for a hot minute, but then Snakebite got that second rocket. That battle for rockets was pivotal because when he got that rocket, that led to a triple kill, and he got a fourth out of that one. It's just absolute domination.
Yeah, that's when they got to their 7-kill lead. You know, look at the score at the bottom. It's 9-8. You'll at some point see it go from like 10 to 17 in favor of FaZe. And it's when they get control of that rockets and then push on through and they go slay from base to base to base. And right here you see the score just start to get out of hand. It's now 40-28.
Yeah, this push also was the one we were talking about before. Just, again, great. Look at the help there, right? Like, hey, I got someone maze. Oh, there's a rocket. Like, it's just, like, what can you do against that, right? And Mindfreak are doing everything they can to try and open up opportunities for themselves, but FaZe just shuts the door in their face every single time. They're really bad neighbors. You know, they're just, you can't go to them for sugar or anything, man.
Just stomping around on top floor at Snipe and at Rockets, making a ruckus.
Just causing up, playing that loud rap music, you know? Unreal. All right, live fire oddball. Let's see if FaZe can close this one out 3-0. But you do want to see a little bit of life out of this Mindfreak team, but it is going to be difficult because you're going to live fire. It's just open map, great opportunities for team fights as well. And if there's one thing we've seen from FaZe Clan here, Dave, is that the team fights are just unbelievable, man.
Yeah,
like, you can't stop them, bro.
They're playing so smart and so objective efficient when they get those moments. It's going to be tough. I think the things I really need to see on Mindfreak this next round is, one, continue to play their lives well like they have, and then two, make good pushes. It feels like they just kind of set a direction and push where they'll say, all right, all three of us flying out towards nearby recharger. Three of us flying out towards elbow here on Origin. And it doesn't feel like they're making a push with an exact rhyme or reason. They're trying to do something together, but they're not doing it paired with either some breaks or some additional information.
Yeah, well, we did get word. We're going to be jumping into the C stream here because we've got Complexity versus TSM. And they're also going to be on Origin, this time playing some CTF instead of Slayer. But yeah, in Complexity, this is a team that can be a problem in this tournament. They're always a problem, right? Any team that Ryan is on is going to be an issue, plain and simple. He's a long-standing player, one of the longest-standing players in competitive Halo. But on top of that, too, just really has a great mind for the game. So it doesn't shock me, but if anything, what's more shocking is seeing how good TSM have been playing, and yet now they find themselves in this position, Dave.
Look at this, Mental getting the kill. Ryan, who followed up with the flag in the maze, and trading out kills works out for Complexity as they're bringing a flag in and gonna get a 2-0 lead.
Doesn't get better than that one for Ryan Noob. There goes Mental with the sniper rifle.
Ryan Noob's just like, after 10 years, like, same old tricks. Just get him.
Work every time.
Get him the old bread and butter.
I mean, for real, though, that was like bread and butter Ryan Noob right there. Just snuck into the base, grabbed the flag, dodged some grenades, capped the flag. It was just literally what you would come to expect from the guy over the course of all these years. This could be the final cap here and potentially the end of the series for TSM if they're not careful. Pressure, though, coming from behind. That's going to be Mental going down finally. Of course, if you want to catch this action, you can head on over to twitch.tv/HCSRed. You can also find it on YouTube as well, labeled under the C stream. Just look at the thumbnail. Shout out to folks tuning in from all over the place. It's pretty cool. Always a pleasure here for the Halo World Championship. And we'll be jumping back in with the FaZe Clan Mindfreak game in a second, but we're going to stick with this one for a little while longer, see if it concludes before that game starts.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Complexity are going to close this out 3-0, or if TSM are going to wake up with these final moments. They had their chances. They were looking so good against Optic, and then to kind of lose that gas, lose some steam, and really kind of get destroyed right now by Complexity. That's going to be a gut punch.
It really is. Metallico, he's not going down without a fight. He's also had a pretty damn good season, so certainly don't want to see it end like this for these guys, but Manny now with those rocks might try and get the team back into this one. They're inside of the complexity flag here, so they got to do something, but there goes that flag pull yet again, and you know that Manny's circling around with this. There's number one. He's looking for the second here, but that flag is ripe to be returned back to the base. Halik's got to clean this one up, and they do.
And this is actually a moment where they could have gotten this cap, but unfortunately that flag did not get off the bridge. Is Manny gonna be able to grab it?
That's crazy.
Flag is still moving, still alive, and TSM desperately need this one. However, you gotta wonder, Manny, Druck, the only two alive left. And I like this play. Manny realizing that he's not going to desperately try just to rally this back. Instead, go for the new grab and try to get a new cap on the board.
Yeah, that got 3 down there. So Cherish is going to be the last man standing, and Druck is going to have his number. He's one shot, so they got to get that flag moving right now.
Just seeing some slowness when it comes to moving this flag here. Soul Snipe finally gets it going. Mental takes him out, and I mean, we've seen this play out before.
Yeah,
Golden Boy is flag is stopped on the bridge. Complexity pushes on out, trades kills, and we're back to flags back at the base.
Yeah, well, they might be able to keep this one alive, though. They got it out through the maze. Now the question is whether or not they can get it past the 50-yard line here. Oh, can't take out Ryan there. There was a player available, but I think his teammate was there for the pickup. But that actually, all of that led to 3 down for TSM. And that flag's right back in the base. And you kind of go back to it, man. There was an opportunity for them there to just get that flag and get the hell out of there. But they just couldn't muster up the communication or the coordination to make that happen.
But kills now going in favor of Complexity. All 4 down. Mental and crew could just try to end it on their own terms. Try to get this third and final cap. I don't hate this play. I don't hate taking their time and just going for slays.
Yeah.
The last thing you want to do with a 2-0 lead like this is to try to force a flag cap. Let the team get a counter cap and get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, you just don't want to be in a spot where you're doing all this slaying and you're not getting any kind of value out of it. Well done from TSM to just fight out of that, because it could have been really bad. They could have been pinned there for a hot minute. They were there for a good while. But now this is an opportunity here for TSM. Where are the comms coming in, right? You know, one guy's going to be weak down low. He's going to play that one so well. He's got Cherish weak too. One player over toward that cave side. Attempted flag pull coming in. But look at the nades, the defense there. They're doing everything they can to just slow them down. But they do manage to get that flag out of there. But it's not the clean pull that you'd like to see.
Not clean pull, and also not great positions. All these men from TSM are stuck on the elbow. You don't have them spread out. You don't have them someone top rockets.
Man.
And because of it, Talik falls. Soul Snipe falls. Flag gets returned. Another kill almost gets traded back. Time is dwindling, and TSM need to have a clean pull. They needed it 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, they for real, they definitely did. And now that you're down 2-0, you got 38 seconds. Is it impossible? No, it is actually quite possible. Problem is that with the way things have been playing out here for TSM and the way that Complexity have been defending their base so well, it's just going to make things so difficult for them to do so. And that's yet another push that is just going to be shut down. So TSM not able to get anything going as we get to the tail end of this game.
Yeah, here comes the pressure one more time on the TSM base, but that doesn't matter. I mean, even if Complexity put down their controllers, I don't think TSM could push across the map and cap the flag twice.
You know, I wonder actually if that...
You want to test that out?
I actually do want to test that out.
All of a sudden, you see someone get off the grapple, someone
that would be wild.
the bridge.
I think it could happen, like in 10 seconds.
You
It
know,
depends on where people were, but everyone's got to stop moving, you know? So, like, that's it. All right, well, we're going to jump back into this Mind Freak Face Clan game in just a second here, but congratulations to Complexity. They go up they won 3-0, and I believe that puts them 3-0 in their pool right now, too. I could be wrong. Or
they
2-0
would be
in
3-0 in their pool, but they still got to play Optic.
Oh, they still have to play Optic. That's right. That's right. So, yeah, that's going to be a game, especially with how Complexity have been playing here. But it's now time to see if FaZe Clan can lock this up and end any hope the Mind Freak would have had, any hope the Aussie Halo fans would have had to see this team be able to take down a top contender. And would you look at that? Oh, wow. They're also the best live fire team, too.
What do you know?
Oh, shocker.
Good team is good at Halo.
Good team, good stats, better pizza, Papa John's. All right, let's do this. Let's see what happens as FaZe Clan know that they have Mind Freak backs against the wall here. And some clean kills could very well get the ball rolling, literally, for FaZe Clan.
Snakebite finds himself in control of the oddball. Debate where he's going to rotate this one. It's a tough spot. He would love to be over near tower if he feels like he has the coverage, but decides to rotate back towards garage where his teammates are. And the danger of sometimes running towards garage is if you die, the other team is getting the ball. And so Mindfreak have a setup of their own.
Yeah, this is a good setup that they could work with now. They removed the camouflage player, excuse me. They also got themselves a sniper, so this is their time. But I gotta tell you, Rice is really far from the action here. And even though he should be able to catch a couple people on the cross, he needs to get active and involved right now. And he does manage to do so. Gets one kill, and that was a remote detonation from Penguin too. That's 4 down. So that is going to be Mindfreak still continuing to hold on to this one. Very well played.
Yeah, Rice looking for the new spawns. Not sure where this is going to be. Must be hearing callouts from teammates that's not over near dummy, so he knows danger is nearby. Tries to hit the tip of the bandit. Doesn't get it.
I truly do. You think that the bandit's part of the human anatomy, but it's simply not. But you got to shoot your shot sometimes. Maybe you can clip the finger, and that'll be enough to kill him. Remember, that's how it was in COD 2 back in the day. You hit someone with a trench gun in their toe, and they're dead. So maybe he was hoping for that one there. Instead, though, this is a clean start for Mindfreak. 43 points they've been able to build up here, and they look like they have a solid hold on the control of this map.
Yeah, more than a solid hold. I mean, this is like 3 spawn slays or 3 kills in a row. All pushes from FaZe Clan being completely shut down. And on top of that, Mindfreak have the ball at tower. So if and when FaZe do break this setup, they're just going to play ball.
They managed to bring that one straight across. Ball played. We're right back to square one, but 56 points gained for Mindfreak here.
Hammy has the ball. Ball drop.
Lucid hearing that call, waiting to see if anyone's popping low because he knows someone's going to try and make this play happen here. Meanwhile, up top, though, no one really there for Lucid to interact with. Should be running into someone in a second here, and there goes that camo available again. Lucid's not going to be in the best spot to be able to support to grab that, though. And instead, he's going to get hit with a Mario Stomp, and he'll die. And that's going to be a camo grab for Mindfreak.
That's the unfortunate gamer timing that everyone's accustomed to. The second that you look away from an angle, someone's popping on over. He just couldn't find himself in the fight, and he felt like his things were too good to be true. He's like, all right, nobody's pushing underneath me. I'm hearing some call-outs near camo. Let me get in the action, because I'm doing nothing right now.
That ball's out in no man's land. And he's playing this one. Swayze is playing this one really slowly there. They found him. He ain't gonna... Snakebite's been doing this for way too long. He had to have known that he was there, and he got that little glimmer from the camo. Good camo as there for the general, but...
Yeah, these players are just too good at spotting camo these days with how good the equipment is. And then on top of that, with how on top of the timings they are. They're saying, all right, this person couldn't have gone far. We're sweeping this side. They're not over here near tower. We didn't see him go key door. There's somebody here near the garage side.
Process of deduction there, right? Well, that sniper, no more access to that one for FaZe Clan here. As things continue to just... Well, you see FaZe getting right back into this one. The Mindfreak certainly not going out without a fight. They're back into this winning position that they had found themselves in earlier when they were able to get that first initial set of 50 points in this first round. Keep in mind, this is still the first round, so we're going the distance on this one.
Through though, trying to keep FaZe off this ball. They have a decent setup, but I like this play. Just buying time, staying alive. Does have flank coming in the form of Barcode. Barcode got strayed. And now it's gonna be who gets these slays or gotta move this ball towards tower. You cannot forcefully grab this ball, and I think that's a mistake right there by Scoop. Somehow he pulls out though and gets a kill of his own at the key door.
Yeah, there was a little bit of indecision there, right? They weren't quite sure where they wanted to go. You can see Scoop was like looking right, but then he pivoted over to the left. There was probably some calls coming in. It was like, hey, tower's clear. Wait, no, it's not. And that has led to a little bit of that initial confusion here. But at the very least, though, Mindfreak still are able to stabilize and hold on to what they've gained. It's not the cleanest run with the ball, but hell, it's working, Dave.
Yeah, no, it really is working. It's something to do with how Mindfreak are able to grab these slays as they're moving this ball back and forth. So it's coming down to all these kills.
Swayze really just playing his life here so well. Ends up getting a kill for that too. So that certainly one that if you're Snakebite in that fight, you definitely wanted to take this dude out before he was going to cause a problem for your teammate and even bring one of them down to one. So good use of the life there from Swayze. And now ball's played again, but the camo's been grabbed for FaZe Clan. Last time they had the camo, Penguin died instantly with it. He had Sniper. He got into a spot where he just had to deal with them, and deal with them he did, and he ended up losing to Cam in the process. This time around, he's got himself that. He's able to put himself into good positions.
Penguin just trying to figure out, is he going to grab the ball? Does he have to get some more kills first? Clean this up, and that's going to be the go signal. This is going to be FaZe with a setup. It's going to be kind of one of the first setups we've seen in a while. It feels like any other time they've been grabbing the ball, it's been so temporary. It's been just breaking Mind Freak step for a moment in time, but not having a true position of their own.
Yeah. This has been also FaZe with a little bit of indecision of their own, too. They thought that they might have been able to go clean into the garage, but instead they needed to pivot to the tower because of all the activity happening and the spawns coming in toward that green side.
Enemy has the ball.
But this is a great chance for FaZe Clan to get right back into this one. Look at the help starting to come in here, too. Don't want to lose that ball now.
That's actually a little unfortunate for FaZe. What should have been a routine cleanup at the back of the mud. That player, I believe, is Rice, buying so much time against Snakebite.
Yeah.
It becomes a 3 down right now, and Mind Freak got control of the snipe, they got control of the ball, and they only need 15 points.
They might just be able to get it here now. I mean, looking at where the players are going to be positioned, you got one coming up on the mud here, but if Barco can get online with this gun, that's going to slow down one of those players, Snakebite. They got to take this dude out, but it seems like it's not going to matter. Not enough time, and that will be that first round locked in for Mind Freak, showing that they are not a team to be trifled with here in Seattle.
Showing ourselves that they got themselves a real game here in game number 3. And I mean, don't get me wrong, game 1, close, 3-2 when it came to that King of the Hill game. But just falling short game after game thus far, and it's nice to get the start.
Yeah, even game 2, man. We were seeing a solid start from them too, right? It does feel like that has been the theme, though, for this team. And if they want to, be able to contend for a championship, they're going to need to be able to be a bit more consistent with those starts and be able to really lock up those games. They would like to here, but now it's going to be an opportunity for FaZe Clan to get the setup that they're looking for. Tower seems to be the mission. You only really have Sways there to have to deal with that there, but look at this. Trippy with the camo and the snipe outside over toward Turbine is going to cause a lot of issues for Mind Freak.
Yeah, just getting so much damage and so much info there that all those members from FaZe can decide what to do. They can either charge that right away or set up the next engagement. So well played there by FaZe. And they're off to the start they need now. 25 uncontested points with the ball. Yep. And they still got Sniper and Camo.
Yeah, they still have so much more to work with, but 2 players down now. Do they identify? They do. They needed to remove him. And Trippy was trying to be a little cheeky there. Doesn't work out for him. And the ball doesn't get played, so that will be, and that's a little bit shocking. I'm kind of surprised that FaZe Clan did not play the ball, which means Mind Freak had to have caught them off guard with their flank.
Yeah, it must have been a good push. And at some points, you can argue that, like, if all 4 of you are going to die, like, sometimes the play ball doesn't matter if you're not going to have someone in position to actually contest it.
Yeah.
But like you said, still a mistake nonetheless.
Just one that, gives Mind Freak just a little bit of an opening. Look at Barco playing his life, getting the hell out of Dodge, not wanting to deal with any of that crap, and he still stays up. He's got himself Scoop there to help him out, and even a player one-shot too, so it's not going to allow Trippy to get into the fight too fast and slow him down just for a sec. But even then, though, still going to see his teammates getting wiped out on screen.
Well, that's the information he gets to give to the rest of his teammates, is that you guys have a 3v2 across the map over in the garage. So while he's delaying and buying time at back mud, his teammates know the rest of the map, they have an advantage.
It was an attempt to pull that ball over toward mud, but instead it's going to get yoinked by Mind Freak, taken back over to the garage. Look for Trippy. He's could potentially be making a pretty big play up on top there. Sways is in a weak spot too, so that's going to get that ball back into the hands of FaZe. And really liking just the back and forth that we're seeing here. I think a lesser team and a triple kill for Sways. Hello, as well as a killing spree. But I think like a lesser team would have really caved in at this moment here, Dave. But it just goes to show that Mind Freak do have what it takes to compete against the best teams in the world.
This is an interesting player setup. This is kind of a do or die moment. Let's see how this one plays out right here. And look at this by Sways. Gets the flank, gets the shots onto Trippy, and he's not going to let him live. He's charging straight towards that QT.
Ooh, but he got a little bit overzealous there and ends up letting Trippy get right back into the fight there. He ends up killing Rice. That could have kind of hurt just a little bit, but it's not going to be the end of the world here. Get that gun away from FaZe if you're Mind Freak, and Barcode's just going to use those shots as best he possibly can.
Targo repositioning towards top center with this gun. Two of his teammates taken out. This is tough. Decides pushing deep towards the garage and somehow gets the angle onto Penguin. That's going to stop any ball time going here for FaZe.
And that was a squeaky angle too, man. You know, like not the easiest shot to hit. I mean, granted, he had a good line of sight, but you know, I've seen people miss those in the past, so that's very well done by Barcode. That said, though, FaZe still has themselves the ball. Barcode got a comm that someone could be coming up on the flank there, and he's not wrong. There was a member of FaZe Clan, Snakebite, in that vicinity as well. Oh, the nade does not do enough to give damage, or rather, he doesn't hit those shots. The nade actually was there to help him out with the damage. Gonna work out in his favor, though.
Yeah, not able to finish that one off on Trippy in time. Still ticking up a little bit here for FaZe. They got a stronger start this round, so it's not, you know, not all glitz and glamour here for FaZe, because you got to consider as this game's progressed, it's been around 40 points for Mindfreak and only 15 or 20 points for FaZe.
Swayze is having one hell of a game as well. 26 and 15, 12 assists to his name. Doing a great job on the objective. Never mind, could not play that ball. He was on the edge. I thought he was going to play it, but a guy grabbed right at the last second.
Jumping up and down.
Oh, man, that is a brutal one. He definitely would have wanted to play that ball there, because look at where those players are positioned. They could have been in a spot to try and stop any acquisition of a play ball.
And also with all this info of players near big door or scoreboard, there's a chance that FaZe could opt to slay out near green and then rotate the ball. And it looks like they were trying to do that for a short bit. Maybe it was just Snakebite spawning at green, but they had an option. When you have everyone spawn towards garage, towards scoreboard, you can kind of set up tower/green control and then rotate it if need be.
Yeah, give yourself that pathway, right, to move that ball around. All right, Snakebite taking advantage of the plastic pistol, the green gun. He'll be hanging out back mud here. His teammates sees them up ahead. He knows that there is going to be some sort of activity here. He's anticipating it. You have to at this point. He might have gone comms, but never mind. Barcode right on his butt. He had to bail out of that one. He's getting just hit with a pistol, it looked like, and lost that shield real quickly in that fight. Pistol close range like that will more than likely win the battle against the Bandit Evo.
Enemy has the ball.
Sway's looking to drop 30 out of this one, too. He only got 10 points remaining, though.
Gets the clutch last shot, and that's needed because I feel like if Barcode doesn't win that fight, that is FaZe walking around round number 2. Barcode passes the ball over to Swayze, which I don't know if I agree with in some cases. When someone like Swayze is going off, let him go off.
Yeah, it seems like Swayze is just doing everything.
Yeah.
At this
then
point.
again, in the kill feed, I see Barcode kill 1, not 2, but 3 members of FaZe Clan. Unofficial triple kill coming out for Barcode.
Yeah, he's getting himself a solid amount of kills here. And we had mentioned before, Dave, who were some of the players, right? I talked about wanting to see get online here. Barcode was that guy. In that series against Cloud9, he was good, but he wasn't what we were seeing out of him in Charlotte. And now, I feel like we're starting to get that Barcode that really puts the task at hand and challenges, you know, the upper echelon of Halo Infinite at a competitive level. They're about to win this one, Dave. They could very well take away.
This is a smart rotation as well, but they're going to get the last 2 points, and this is going to be Mindfreak somehow bringing back round number 2. A round that FaZe were so far ahead and to kick it off.
Yeah, that
just
was
eliminated.
Very much a shocker there, but Mindfreak showing that they can contend. Swayze as well as Barcode putting up some massive numbers in that one. Swayze, I think, dropped a 30 bomb in that game. Barcode not that far behind. And at the end there, you mentioned, Dave, that unofficial triple kill. Like, that was big. Yeah. Because that just gave him so much time to be able to scoop up that time with the ball.
So yeah, we'll take a look at the stats in a moment, but Barcode and Swayze destroying the stats department during that round. Pretty sure Swayze had most ball time, second most kills. I don't know if Barcode passed him at the end, but either way, just putting up big numbers from those two.
Yeah, Mindfreak not going out without a fight, not by a long shot. We'll of course see if they're able to contend here, and as we take a look at some of the stats, or sorry, the replay rather. We saw, I mean, look at that, like, great start at the beginning. Oddball, quite confident here for Mindfreak. It was kind of wild, too, because remember that stat that came in, right? One of the best teams, the best team, FaZe Clan, on live fire. But, hey, you know what? Any given day, right? That's the beauty about Halo. And if you're playing well and you're hitting your shots, and you're coming properly, you can get those dubs. But this is going to be a long road here, Walsh, for Mindfreak to have to come back into this one. It's not unfamiliar to them, but it's still going to be difficult no matter what, especially against those 4 guys on the other side of the stage.
But important part is they're giving themselves that chance and that opportunity. It was starting to look a little dire after the end of game number 2. You start to wonder, man, are their pool play dreams done for? Are they going to be walking away with 3rd or 4th place in their pool?
Yeah.
But no, winning those close games, you just got to take it game by game.
You really do.
There's so many times where coaches or strategists or even us as analysts kind of talk through the whole series like, well, game 4 and game 5, this is like, you just got to win game by game.
Yeah.
Focus on moment by moment. You can't look too far ahead when at every moment in this, you have to execute.
Yeah, you can't min-max too much in Halo because sometimes there's so many things that are just out of your control. Now look here. Oh, well then. That's a stat that I would not have expected to see going
not
into
much
this
of a
game.
green thumb over there. Like they said, no plants on the Mindfreak side. Nope, we got no plants.
They got no plants.
Only 3 arms out of the last 5 games there over at Charlotte. So that's good and bad.
Yeah.
It's good for the opposing team. But
Great for the opposing team. Expectations in the dirt. So now whatever happens, we're good. We're swimming.
But jokes aside, I know one thing I would continually do as a competitor back in the day is I would look at our games. I would look at our weaknesses and say, all right, what's our worst one right now? What one's really kind of a thorn in our side? And you know they had to go back to the drawing board. They had to look here on Aquarius and say, what are we doing here on neutral bomb?
Yeah.
What are the small changes you have to make? You don't have to fully revamp a strategy. Sometimes it can be as small as how you're bringing the bomb to the base, how you're protecting the arm.
Yeah.
And we're going to see if they can implement those changes here today on the main stage.
And I think FaZe Clan have to, you know, I mean, we've known Snakebite for a while. We know he takes no opponent lightly, but it goes without saying that, you know, there has to be a little bit of trepidation on the side of FaZe Clan because they're like, oh, wait a minute, like this Mindfreak team, you know, they can very well catch us when we're not looking. So we'll, of course, keep things going with Sways here. He had a great start at the beginning, but he's going to get targeted early on by Lucid. Shut down in that fight. Means there is still going to be opportunity. I think, was that camo grabbed at all? It might have been.
I didn't see where that one was, so I'm going to guess that that was grabbed and burned. Lucid still drilling shots there, somehow not dead just yet.
Oh, that nade didn't find its way to him either. See, that never happens to me. Those grenades always just magnetize towards me. And before I know it, I'm back to no shields or I'm dead. Lucid just, the Halo gods, the Guardians love him. Ooh, okay. A little bit of a difficult one there, but there goes the camo finally grabbed. Hey, and it was burned after all, Dave.
See, I can predict the future.
You're right. You're right.
I knew it was going to happen.
Good call there, buddy. No real forward movement with this bomb just yet. As both teams looking to see who's going to cave first. Still up for grabs. You got players down on each side here. With no real movement happening. This is really just both teams really looking to get either inside of their opponent's base, cause some problems, disrupt some things, get some good positioning. That's the name of the game. And at the very least right now, you're starting to see FaZe Clan just put that pressure onto Mindfreak here, Dan.
Yeah, FaZe starting to get the slays. Unlike something like Flag, you can't really get as many scrappy objective arms or grabs here.
Yeah.
You really need to get those kills. And so both these teams posturing for position. Mindfreak, once on the defense, breaking out of there, getting a couple kills against FaZe and trying to get some control in the center of the map.
We'll see what Sways can do here. As he sees all his teammates down. Ball still hasn't moved, but he's over toward mid. Look at where Lucid is, inside of the enemy base. Causing all sorts of problems here. Kind of shocked that Sways hadn't looked over. I don't think really going to matter all that much here, given the way the Lucid's playing this. So well done, and he's getting a lot of these kills, and those spawns are going to be happening outside.
But he's also drawing these members back into their own base. So these aren't players who aren't going towards top pink, who aren't getting more control of the map. They're pushing all the way in the back of their base, and so this is perfect for FaZe. They're happy to bring the fight to the Mindfreak base, and because of it, they're bringing the bomb as well.
And they got themselves a camo too. Wait a minute though, you got 2 players of Mindfreak right in the vicinity. No one can really shut them down here. And that's actually going to work out beautifully for Mindfreak to just try and prevent that big push from happening here. But now with Snakebite and this camo, could play spoiler here for any hopes of Mindfreak have with this bomb.
And Mindfreak also have to be careful not to give up a death just moving this bomb to the center of the map. It's not worth it at this level of play. It's not the same as like a play ball. Just like that, 2 are down.
Snakebite could very well cause this problem. They're all both so weak. They're so weak. That's going to give the pathway, and they're going to be spawning over toward the fridge. There's not really much they could do. The arming should be coming in here. Nade starting to fly through. Not a lot of damage being implemented, and that is going to be the plant. Number 1 locked in.
That's desperate as well. You saw from Mindfreak going to the front courtyard, banking grenades, trying to get this kill. That is fine. It's something you should do if you have some semblance of control, or it's like the third arm.
Yeah.
Right here, they're on the first arm and giving up control for the second arm.
Kind of set themselves up nicely. Mindfreak, though, still they fall out of that one. Getting a little bad for a minute there, Dave, but Mindfreak showing that push comes to shove, they can't force their way out of those bad situations. But we'll see if they can actually turn this one into a plan.
What is he going to do in this position? Gets hit by a grenade, knows that there's so many members of FaZe around here. He's the furthest one up, trying just to hold this line and buy some time.
Scoob having a little bit of a slower game.
Side, though.
Yeah, he does. And he hears him, though.
Yeah. He knows the push is going to come in shortly after. Just like that, Trippy just decides to ignore the players at his util. Pushes the bomb across the map.
That's crazy.
Roro, Scoob. What's going on there?
Yeah, you want to hang out? Yeah. That's a good one. A little scrappy-doo. Yeah, I do think that was kind of a little bit of a confidence play there. Where he's like, look, I can get this one across the map in record time. You just give me the opening, brother, and I'm in there. And that's exactly what Trippy did. And now we're right back where we were in that first bomb plant with Lucid inside of the enemy base, harassing the spawners, giving them no room to work with. The spawns are actually coming in from the util side.
Yeah, they got great spawns, but you now have Penguin on the flank into the util. So it's going to be up to Penguin if Penguin secures his kills, but that bomb is going to be reset. In fact, I almost wouldn't even touch that.
Yeah,
but it looks like Rice, yeah, you can let it reset over 18 seconds, just go to the center of the map and slay, but looks like they decided to play it safe.
Okay, well,
decided to push the center of the map
camo
with the bomb.
Yeah, and he got himself that camo, Dave, so this is going to be Mindfreak starting to get some control of the map here, starting to get some of those critical items online. They know where one of the players is, Snakebite. That guy's been called one shot too, so are they going to be moving that ball across? They are, and they're actually going in for the arm like that. Like it's nothing. Snakebite's in no position to be able to stop that. That should be a... Yep, it is. It's a plant, and they just do it like it was nothing. What the hell?
That was so well done there by Mindfreak. They took over the util side, spawned FaZe over in the fridge. Nobody was there that could contest it. And on top of that, they didn't get too distracted by Snakebite's swing. A lot of times, players will be on the opposite side of the map, and people will be too drawn and too distracted and too divided across the map. Instead, Mindfreak hold the right positions, get the arm, and we got ourselves a 1-1 game.
And you really got to give Sways a lot of credit there on that life because he had the camo. He was doing a great job hitting Snakebite down. Once he went one shot, you could tell that the attention changed completely where they're like, nah, he's not going to be much of a problem in this fight here, which is what gave them that opening, Dave. So really just pointed it out, so well done. And now this is Mindfreak very, very competitive in this one. They can do this.
More than competitive, they have control right now, and they're pushing to get this final kill on the Lucid. Lucid with that sixth sense, just knowing where that player's pushing in. But here we go. They just need 1 or 2 more kills here, and this is going to be an arm here for Mindfreak, and that's the crucial kill.
Getting that guy out of the yellow utils, everything, but that's going to be 2 players down. Now those 2 players hunkered in the back of the base. Snakebite and Lucid holding hands, working together. Great nade is going to shut down Barcode, but just as Lucid pushes out himself, he's going to get shut down there. Rice in the back of the base looking to do what Lucid did earlier on, but he does not stay up long enough. Trippy's going to punish him there. Bombs reset.
Now let's see what FaZe can do now that they've broken out of their base. And those are like crucial kills and scary times as you're on the defense. You're saying, I don't want to put any pressure on anyone, but if you don't get a kill here, they're arming the bomb again.
Yeah, yeah.
And
it really
Trippy
comes
came
down
out
to
huge there.
It really comes down to just that. Trippy been playing some damn good Halo this year. He's going to continue to do so at this event. I feel it. You can see those shots perfect. He gets the medal. They get the camo. They get everything that they could possibly want now. And players from Mindfreak spawning over toward the fridge. Bringing that bomb right inside. Snakebite, though, he's going to have to drop it for a second because the push is coming in aggressively here from Mindfreak, and they're going to stop him in his tracks. But they got it. They're so close to it. Oh, and triple kill, but not enough.
Do they have somebody? All right, Trippy's there to finish it off.
And
now
he's
they have to make sure they don't get any crazy nature spawns, and that's going to be the second arm there for FaZe. And that was kind of a really aggressive arm.
Yeah.
You saw them arming that and forcing it before they had all the kills, before they had full control of the map. And those are generally riskier to do here on neutral bomb.
Yeah, that was a bold play, but it worked out for them. Trippy made the best use of that camo you could possibly ask for from a player. If you're the coach of FaZe, you're quite happy with that. And Trippy just continuing to play in this forward spot. They have such great control of the map and an understanding of where these players from Mindfreak are going to be. And even though he falls in that moment, they're still going to be okay because they know where these guys are looking to make these pushes come through because they have so many eyes all over the place on this map.
Like this play, and oh my God, Snakebite almost wins that fight against Barcode in the util. I was gonna say, I like this play. They're from FaZe where they're just kind of going for slays. They're also sometimes pushing this. This is sketch. I'm not gonna lie. I like the aggression, but at the same time, this is how teams can sometimes lose games if they try to force too much objective when they have the lead.
Lucid though, pulling so much attention over toward him as you have to. And that bomb is still going to be hanging around that base. They haven't been able to clear it quite yet. And these FaZe members, they seem to be paying rent. They're there all the time. You know, they're hanging out, eating all their chips and stuff. It's kind of messed up when you think about it. You know, not again, bad neighbors.
Snakebite's over again, man? What the heck? Just got back from working an 8-hour shift and he's still here?
This guy, and he just really likes their place, you know? It's nice. It's got a nice blue hue.
He has a base of his own. His walking distance. It's not that far away, man.
Right. It's not that far away. Snakebite, though, continuing to march forward here with the team. And runs into some opposition here, but right now you're feeling pretty good if you're FaZe. You're really getting good eyes around the map. Not really allowing Mindfreak to feel comfortable at any point in time. And more importantly, too, you're just ensuring that that bomb is not really like being an active player in the match. It's just kind of there at this point because there's really not much more they can do. And with that reset here, maybe this is Mindfreak's opportunity, especially with the camo in hand.
Yeah, I like this play. Getting some info here, Bryce, but somehow spotted out. Like I said, these camos, they just don't make them like they used to.
Really UNSC's got to check that out. I know that was Covenant technology, but at some point, UNSC's got to be accountable for their lack of investment in that technology. Big opportunity here for FaZe. They're bringing that bomb across. You can see where Mindfreak.
They're not going to force this, though. They're going to go for slays. They're just going to try to buy some time, take some time off the clock, and just know that they're not at any risk. Now what Mindfreak has to do is they, 1, have to take over their own base. 2, have to get the kills. 3, bring the bomb all the way to the side of the map, and then do it all over again and bring it into the FaZe base.
Sounds easy.
I didn't even go through lots of steps. Yeah. It's a 10-step program.
What? Seriously? And I got to pay how much? Oh, wait a minute, though. Lucid. He's inside. He got in. He got in. This could very well be it. Is anyone there to stop him? Hello? No one is there to end it. Lucid gets it. And that's going to be the series right under their noses. That bomb never left that area. And it never left the blue side of the field there. And because of that, they were able to just keep it there, poking and prodding each and every time. It doesn't get cleaner than that for FaZe Clan.
No, it's brilliant how they played that. And it was confusing me for a while because I was like, man, they're being too aggressive. They're forcing towards the bomb. But in fact, they always just use it as an additional threat.
Yeah.
They forced it in a situation where Mindfreak had to play total defense. And if they didn't play total defense at any point in time, if they got the couple crucial kills near the base, they bring that bomb and start arming.
Yeah, you can also tell, too, how FaZe operate when it comes to those, like, the pushes with the bomb. Because when they're on util, on that bridge, you know, they'll throw the bomb, and they're like, okay, we're going to play around this and get you to kind of, like, bait around it, blah, blah, blah. No, this one, they just grabbed it and ran in. So, you know, like, once they're doing that QB sneak right into the bomb plant area, that's it, Dave. It was a wrap. Brilliant reads from FaZe Clan. That's going to give them a crucial win here. Every win at the Halo World Championship is a crucial one. But for FaZe, this is the team that is looking to hold a trophy over their head when it is all said and done. That being said, do want to give a shout out to Mindfreak. Played a tough series against these guys. This could have been a 3-1 for Mindfreak. That recharge, King of the Hill, oddball, and then who knows if they were able to stop those aggressive pushes on Aquarius, you could have also seen that, or maybe even a map 5, in which case I also would have felt pretty good about Mindfreak in that.
Yeah, they would look good. I mean, it just felt like they put themselves in difficult spots.
Yeah.
It felt like a few rough charges. They just have to make a few changes and they'll be fine. But we're kind of going from Mindfreak setting themselves up for the best possible position outside pool play to put themselves in one of the worst possible positions out of pool play here at the Halo World Championship.
Well, that's going to do it for us here. Always a pleasure to grace the screen and bother you guys with our audio. But that's going to do it, folks. We're going to send it back over to the boss, Lottie, standing by. Lot, what you got?
Thank you so much. Don't they look so happy together and so cozy and just like, friendships flowing? And I just love the bromance that we're seeing from these two. I'm really excited about, as we get further in the weekend, how close they're going to get and continue to be. Anyway, that was just an afterthought. I will say FaZe looking fantastic. There was a little bit of a bump in the road there, but that's purely because Mindfreak are an incredible team. It truly is. I think time and time again, we've seen a couple of circumstances where FaZe have beaten themselves in situations. I really do think that this was down to the wire and got pretty close at times because Mindfreak are an incredible team. They have been performing so well against the best and the biggest teams that we have here in the HCS, and it continues here at Worlds. What did you make of the series overall, Shows? Where's your head at when you're looking at this one back?
I think looking at FaZe Clan, how many times have we seen in the past where this one's gone to a Game 5 and they've had to rely on that Game 5 Slayer? This time they didn't have to do that. I think it's crazy how almost a Cave and Mindfreak story is running in parallel with one another. They both finished top 8 last event. They now find themselves up against the 1 and 2 seeds. This time though, differently to a Cave, Mindfreak were actually able to win that oddball and they looked very good in doing so as well. So Mindfreak have a lot of positives to take away from this, but for FaZe Clan, I think getting out of there without having to go to a Game 5 looks good to them.
It certainly does indeed. I think, Tony, when you're looking at some of the things that FaZe were really, I think, trying to improve on and push forward, you could see them controlling the power-ups and power weapons. You could see them really trying to push forward with that. We saw a couple of burns, actually, of camo in the series, and pretty much as it was popped into the chest, nothing coming of it whatsoever, other than to take it out of the hands of their competitors, which I guess is a positive in some sense, because that's really been the difficulty for this team as well, is not having any of the toys, having to fight back with just your gun and the confidence that you have in your shot, and it's been very tough so far. So having those weapons and those power-ups to their advantage is going to pay off. But Mindfreak, they were also up there doing what they needed to do to get their hands on it. How are you finding the FaZe timing right now? Because it's all about that timing to get them.
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that, because I feel like when it comes to FaZe, they feel so comfortable within their half-court set. They feel so comfortable slowing the game down. I was excited to see them really set the pace, put the pressure on, and take space against Mindfreak, and you see that in the damage right now.
Yeah, I think my issue would have been in the past with FaZe Clan when it came to power-ups is that they were not putting themselves in the situation where they were going to be able to get the grab. This time it was different. They were on position, they were on point to get those grabs. And like you say, although they did get burned, they were in positions that they could turn the tide of a game. And I think, if Lucid or Trippy had managed to get down to bottom middle, all of a sudden the story could have been a lot different. So I think there's some positives to take away, the fact that they were getting their hands on them, just not able to put them to work.
I will say, before we move on from this series, Lucid, I actually called on this with the desk about how I wanted to see him turn up and be that superstar that we've seen so many different times. And Lucid in that series was just unbelievable. He was moving around the map so seamlessly and really, honestly, kind of keeping his team in it at certain times, trying to create that space and opportunity to get back into it. Big shout out to Lucid there, because I love seeing what he can do. Here are the pool play updates. Here are the scores coming in, flooding in, I should say, as we're getting through this day number 1 here in Seattle. And that was Pool B, folks, on the main stage. FaZe Clan 2-0 right now in their pool. To join them, though, is Cloud9. This is going to be a brawl for that top spot. Mindfreak, it's so funny seeing how well they performed against FaZe with a score like that. 0-2. SWAT Latam also joining them there as well.
I think it's a very similar situation to what we see in Pool C. TSM go to Game 5 at Optic Gaming, and then they get clean swept by Complexity. There is going to be surprises everywhere in these pools, and we've seen a couple of upsets already, and I think for me, Pool C, Complexity taking down TSM is a big result.
Yeah, I've got to say, I will be incredibly disappointed for TSM there. I mean, the 3-0 sweep there against Complexity. Although we'll say Cherish getting a little bit of revenge. I saw a pop-off happening online as well. I've been checking Twitter. I've seen people having something to say to their old teammates, which I do love. But something else I do love, of course, is how amazing opportunities are at Halo World Championships. We have so many incredible vendors here, but also we have amazing things that are happening. And of course, Gamers Outreach, they have a booth here as well. We have Blaze on the floor right now because we've got the swag, but folks in here, you can get your hands on the jackets too. Blaze, what are you doing?
You know, I'm over here hanging out with some of my friends at the Gamers Outreach booth, and a lot of you said it, we got the swag. You see these awesome jackets, but don't worry, you don't hear it from me. I got Edwin here, Marketing Director of Gamers Outreach, and he's gonna tell us all about that. Edwin, talk to me about these jackets, and talk to me a little bit more about what Gamer Outreach does for the children.
So what Gamers Outreach does is that we bring technology and video games to children's hospitals. One of the ways we do it is with a Gamers Outreach card or go-kart. It is a mobile gaming kiosk that allows us to bring gaming to kids in hospitals. All kids want to do is just be normal, go outside and play, have fun, ride their bikes, but in hospitals they can't do that. So our go-karts, when they bring those video games, it gives them that sense of normalcy and hopefully some hope for while they're going through their treatment.
We love that, the power of play, bringing healing to children all around the world. Now, when it comes down to, you know, being able to help and donate, how can people get involved in this?
Yeah, so we're here at Halo, of course, you know, doing some brand awareness around Gamers Outreach, and we got, you know, Microsoft and the Halo team to allow us to do a collaboration jacket where people can purchase, and all the proceeds will go to Gamers Outreach to continue bringing video games to children all around the world.
Man, you heard it from Edwin, okay? We got a QR code on the screen if you're at home and you want to support. And if you're in the venue, come on over here. They have a few of these jackets left. I think they're going to be sold out by the end of the day, okay? These things are fly, all proceeds going to the children. But when it comes down to Gamers Outreach in Halo, they was able to work together and bring some awesome action to the Seattle Children's Hospital. Take a check out this video.
So seeing Master Chief walk through the halls with Gamers Outreach team today was kind of an outer body experience. I mean, I don't know who was more excited, the staff we walked by or the patients that we linked up with.
It was very encouraging to see how impactful games could be for helping people heal, for helping people feel connected, for helping people be in the moment instead of thinking about what they're dealing with, what they're going through.
Just seeing what the power of video games, what this go-kart, and what Halo and Master Chief can bring to these patients, to see Paxton the way he did light up when we entered the room.
I've witnessed the amazing power of gaming in the past couple years. I've been at Seattle Children's for 32 years. The Gamers Outreach carts have been an amazing addition to our hospital. They are so mobile and so easy to maneuver and store and get into tight spaces.
When I roll in with the go-kart, it's always a look of amazement. You know, when you check in and ask what console they want, if the note that didn't have enough details or something like that, you know, you could say, I'm going to come bring you an Xbox, but the sight of the nice screen and the newest console, it's always a, oh wow, awesome. I've been a gaming specialist at 3 different hospitals for about 8 years, and I can say with confidence that Gamers Outreach is the backbone of the therapeutic gaming field. It's just an amazingly easy and efficient way to deliver the most robust video game technology to kids in the hospital.
When there are people that need help, when there are people who need to be uplifted, when there are people who need to be taken care of, Spartans answer the call, and we know that the work that Gamers Outreach does helps people. I'm gonna ask that you suit up and that you join with me.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
My favorite event, it would probably be 2023 Worlds, but I will say Kansas City is definitely up there.
Probably my first event in Salt Lake City 2023 that I ever won. Just knowing that I just finally got over the hump, finally won something that I could win and finally could call myself a winner. Definitely my favorite.
I had a lot of fun events. I'd probably say my favorite event was the Arlington a couple months ago, because it was just the first time I was on Optic, and the road we had to get to winning from losers round 1 and being a new team, and we don't know how we all are in those moments, so it was definitely like a good, I don't know, it was just a good tournament, great tournament.
Arlington, because I feel like I made history 3 times there, or 2 times actually. Like the one with Quadrant and the one with SSG when I won the first event. So Arlington, yeah.
Orlando maybe, just because I took some kids that I've never won before and then kind of took them to that level of being winners, so that was always something I wanted to do.
It's typically going to be Worlds. I think just the atmosphere of Worlds, not even necessarily one year in particular. I feel like they all kind of blend in the atmosphere of it, and they all fill a similar role of just bringing a whole bunch of different people from different communities and from all over Halo together for the competition. But besides that, I mean, with bias, Orlando was great just because I live in Florida, but I think Orlando events normally, they kind of bang. Honestly, the first event, Raleigh 2, was insane. I think that was just, those are probably the top 3, Raleigh, Orlando, and then Worlds in general are just some of the top tier tournaments that I've got to experience with this game.
I don't know if I have a favorite event. I feel like I'm looking forward to any event. I like the fact that we get to travel to different places every time. Each event was kind of unique. I'm always happy when I get to travel and do what I like.
All right, Spartans, well, welcome back into the arena. Welcome back to World Championships. And of course, we had some lovely words there from our fellow pro players who aren't going to be duking out all weekend long, but they have sentiments to share, and it's really memories. It really has been an incredible 4 years of Halo Infinite, but it doesn't end today. We still have plenty more to go. We have an entire weekend of action, and we also have a ring at the end of it, a big old trophy and a massive check. These guys feel the pressure, and it all starts in pool play. We've got a big matchup here. This is going to be an interesting one. Shopify Rebellion taking on Luminant, a big EU powerhouse following in the footsteps of Giants for EU, which was Quadrant, of course, back I mean, goodness, back in Arlington, it really started there, and they had made such a big impact on Europe and on the rest of the world that now we're seeing the likes of Luminon Gaming, and truly I believe it's because they have the confidence and belief that they can do it as well. Again, another roadblock though of Shopify Rebellion, and it's quite a big one. In fact, it's one that anybody's yet really to get over. It's very difficult to take down Shopify Rebellion. It takes certain circumstances and truly an absolute magic, like a fairy tale run like Optic Gaming. So, Shurs, when you're looking upon Luminon Gaming, how are you feeling about their chances? Have you seen enough from this squad to feel comfortable going into this series that they can really start to play up to it?
Well, I think I'm feeling a lot better this event than it was last. I think preparation and practice heading into Charlotte wasn't very good. They didn't get to play against one of their main competitors in Europe. That team didn't really get decent scrims, but they stayed out after Charlotte for Worlds in preparation. They done boot camps, they played in the online warm-ups, and they looked a hell of a lot better. This team will leave their mark on this tournament, mark my words.
Tony, obviously we put a lot of weight into our players, and we're looking at the roster here, and you know that there are individuals who need to step up to make a difference. Who are those for you?
For me, it has to be Snipe Drone and Wootsum. We know consistently that has been where your firepower has come from. Snipe Drone can go toe-to-toe with anybody as far as shot, and Wootsum puts down consistent damage on the map. I will say, though, the last time they matched up against this very Shopify Rebellion roster, both of these two struggled a little bit. They shot below a 0.9 KD. I need them to play at their best, to play at an MVP level.
Yeah, honestly, how do you bring out the best in your Slayers? How do you get them to a point where they are comfortable, where they know that they can do it against the other side of things as well, the very best of your competitors? And really, it comes down to that. It's confidence. It's the like of confidence of Renegade, the confidence that you see in Frosty, the screaming across the stage, knowing that you have the better shot at that time. It's really difficult. You can't really... I don't think you can prepare for that. It's a mindset you've got to get into.
No, it has to be repetition. I think that's what it has to be. You have got to be put in difficult circumstances, difficult positions, time and time again, and try and find your way out of those difficult spots. And the issue is, in Europe, this team does not get put up against the ropes often enough. And when they come here and they get put in those spots, they don't really know how to shake out of it now. SLG, he was one of those players that made and broke records with Quadrant. He's now playing with 3 different players. He's trying to match that feat or even go better. You know he has aspirations of being the very best he can be. And for me, all eyes are on SLG. I want him to be the difference maker for his team.
Certainly will be. Talking about difference maker though, because on the other side of the stage we have a few of those. Shopify Rebellion often do take turns in who steps up into that role, who is going to be the difference maker, and that is just something that you can rely on time and time again. You're not always going to have a lights out game. It's always going to be difficult at certain points in time. We're all human after all. We can't foresee certain circumstances, how people are feeling on a certain time and day. However, they take turns, they step up for each other. Who is stepping up this time around for you, Tony? Who are you putting all of your weight on for this series?
Well, the same way we talked about what Snipe Drone and Wootsum looked like the last time these two matched up. The last time Cycle went up against these Luminon Esports boys, he put up a 53-27 performance across the entire series. That's a 1.96 KD, which is absolutely ridiculous to see. Cycle is my man to watch out for. To be honest with you, he's my man to watch out for all year.
Yeah, I think something that interests me about these two teams is they tried to play at a very similar pace. The difference is that Shopify Rebellion do not make as many mistakes, and when opposition make mistakes against them, they make them pay. They're very clinical, and that's what we need to see from Luminon. If Shopify Rebellion show them something, show them weakness, maybe some sort of Achilles heel, they've got to be there to capitalize. If they've got to bite, they've got to bite hard.
I'll tell you what, I just saw a stat there, 3 support commendations. This guy is in the right place at the right time for his teammates, and he is showing the utmost support in order to get the job done. And will they? That is the big question. We've got Shopify Rebellion going up against Luminon Gaming. Let's get into it.
Main stage action continues here in Seattle as we return to our main stage here. And we have our back-to-back 2-time defending champions on the stage. Shopify Rebellion looking to complete a 3-peat. And of course, they've got a long way to go before they can even consider that and become the Halo World Champions. The other side of the stage is filled by the international spotlight. Essentially a team who have fallen out of that a little bit in recent times, certainly back in Charlotte, but in the history books have certainly led the way for international Halo. And as we always say, if you want to be the man, You've got to beat the man. And Luminon Gaming have to do exactly that on our main stage.
Yeah, tall task ahead of them here, of course, against, as you said, the defending back-to-back champions in Shopify Rebellion. Game number 1, going to be CTF Fortress here. Of course, 3 flags to win. Let's talk about it. Shopify Rebellion 4-1 on the game type this year. Luminon also a winning record at 2-1, though. We'll have to see just how much gas they have in the tank against your number 1 team in the world currently.
And to be considered one of the best in Halo Infinite, you're going to have to beat a team like Shopify Rebellion, who are renowned now as being one of the best in Halo Infinite. And that has always been the question for this lineup, this Luminon Gaming lineup. Can you get past that hurdle? Can you break through that glass ceiling? Well, showing a little bit of fight here and thinking about pulling off one of the biggest upsets that we would have had is the perfect way to go about it. Snipedrone going to get the first pick here as we start off with the POV of Wootson.
Last shot with very nice timing on that overshield grab. By the way, last shot in series number 1, if you didn't catch it, he was 1.61 against the Halo Esports, so he's already off to a fantastic start. And Shopify will look to extend their lead even further.
Interesting comparison when we're talking about players and who has to perform respectively for their teams. Well, Royal 2 is doing what he does best at the moment, which is hitting sniper shots. But you're looking at SLG versus Psycho is something we wanted to highlight coming into this series because some interesting statistics between the two as Glory becomes a statistic himself.
Yeah, 2 different players who are highlighted for 2 very different reasons, actually. SLG, 0.66 against Shopify this year across all of his rosters. He will need to have a fantastic game here. And speaking of, perfectly timed, that's exactly what he does bottom mid. By the way, though, Cycle against Luminon / Nemesis, he's 1.37 this year. The Cycle, the man on your screen, 4 dead. If they want to shut down Shopify on the side of Luminon, they got to shut down Cycle.
They certainly do indeed, and SLG needs to bump those numbers up. Both players do pretty similar things, respectively, for their teams. They're always in and around, being a little bit of a nuisance, outputting damage, trying to stay alive. SLG picking up the sniper off the rip here, actually, was interesting for Luminon Gaming. We know that historically he's one of the best sniper users in all of European Halo. We have seen that kind of passed off the baton to Wootson on the team. Obviously, having that M&K flexibility is certainly something to look forward to when you have that sniper in your hand. But the early flag is going to go, by the looks of things, here to Shopify Rebellion. But with 2 dead, they've got to be careful of the counter cap. But the first strike will go to Shopify.
3 dead. Frosty, ooh, it's last shot off the spawn who gets the pick. They need to make sure they shut him down. Keep an eye on the feed.
2 dead.
This will go.
And another pick coming in. So even though Shopify do strike first, it's Luminon who get the counter cap immediately and also pick up the next overshield. So Luminon deciding what was happening. Situation they had to prioritize there, and off the back of the counter cap now have 2 dead, and Snipedrone still has half of an overshield.
If they kept Woodham alive here, that would have been big, but it is Snipedrone last player alive, so even though he might get away with some damage, it's some extra shenanigans on the enemy's porch. It really wouldn't have mattered either way. He's essentially in a 1v3, which would have been a 1v4 any moment, so he'll be shut down. But most importantly, for the side of Luminon, they do tie the game 1-1.
3 dead here for Luminon momentarily. We're just trying to stay alive under the base. Snipedrone gets a pick, an important one as well. Just to slow down the push, should be a trade here for Wootson, which is going to send 2 members of Shopify back to their side of the base off the respawn. And with 3 dead on either side, it's become a 1v1. Cycle versus SLG. Cycle's going to win it. The battle that we were talking about at the start of this matchup, well, the first individual fight between the two goes the way of this man.
Kind of goes the exact way you'd expect it based on the stats. As we said, SLG has struggled this year against this team, whereas Cycle has heavily outperformed, and in that 1v1, the statistics rang true once again.
2 dead here for Luminon. Made that 3 dead, although 1 player has just come off the respawn, but that's Glory. Only player alive here, and like I mentioned, just fresh off the respawn in the armory, and Frosty is already lining up his rare call of that fresh sniper rifle he's grabbed to try and take some bodies here and send Luminon back into that death screen.
Has to retreat, though. Would have loved to have connected there. That would have been a very clean 2-man advantage, but now it's a 3-man advantage. SLG last player alive. Glory spawns up as well.
Only 2 alive, though, for Shopify Rebellion, so Luminon still holding on to control of their base, not allowing that flag to get moved. Frosty trying to connect onto Glory, who just slid under that sniper rifle bullet to get out towards the tower. SLG does not check both ways when he crosses the road. To be honest with you, got away with it, but Glory and Wootson do not. A beautiful double kill coming in from Frosty.
Wow, Frosty just, as you said, played the angle on fences. They don't even check it. 4 dead! SLG not checking fences there is going to cost them so much. Not only the deaths, not only overshield, but it will cost them a flag as well.
2-1 now to Shopify Rebellion as Frosty will run that one home. A killing spree for Bradley Bergstrom as well, who is currently sat at 12-4 in this game. And with that overshield is given all sorts of license just to fly towards the base. And look at Shopify, they're trying to run another one here.
Finally, they might clean out the base, but it's a nice trade from Frosty. Of course, he's going to take one extra with him. He ends that stint 13-5.
Luminon going to be very, very careful here. That flag is still out. They've got to send that one back to base. It looks like Wootum is going to manage to do so. Very easy in that situation, and he'd get carried away. Stop thinking about the simple things in the game, but they prioritize the kill, they prioritize the space, and it was a comfortable return for them. Snipe Drone will clear out Cycle as well. Numbers even across the map.
See what Frosty could do now, playing bottom from the arches. And it felt like for a moment, Frosty's going to take the express elevator all the way up to top tower, and he actually ends up getting back whacked by Snipe Drone, who played the angle perfectly. And now flag on the move.
Flag on the move. Last shot behind enemy lines, though, and Luminon have to be careful here, even though they're looking for a flagpole. If they don't get these kills, and they forget about this man, well, not only would he be able to shut down a flag run, but also there's a counter cap opportunity, and if the counter cap comes in, then Shopify will win this game. They have to deal with this man, and you can tell that Luminon are very aware of the situation.
Aware indeed. Last shot just doing everything he can to not only deal the damage exactly, but also stay alive.
It's a nuisance. SOG says, finally, I'm going to chase you down, and deals with it, but has he bought enough time? The rest of Shopify to get on the map. Two are still dead. Wootum's running this one home, and we are about to have a tie game here, ladies and gents. The flag goes home. Next flag wins with the overshield popping right now.
Yeah, this is big. It feels like this overshield couldn't really decide it, and a lot of control. Look at the control from Luminon around overshield. This should be their overshield.
Wootum's flying forward as well. They do get the overshield. No burn. Snipe Drone's going to have it in his hands. Two dead on either side at the moment. Royal 2 trying to overextend, trying to get onto the Luminon side of the base to make them have to turn around. And now, with angles, they're just chipping away at this overshield, and it's been completely neutralized by brilliant positioning and decision-making from Shopify.
Yeah, really good overshield melting, and even though they forfeit 2 players, it really doesn't cost them entirely just yet, as long as they can keep these 2 alive, especially if Royal 2 can stay alive. But here comes the push. Team nade, slow Snipe Drone down just a bit.
Sniper rifle, I'm not sure if it was tossed off the map here. In fact, it's going to fall into the hands of Snipe Drone. But Royal 2, uncharacteristically, a little bit slow in this game. 6 and 11 for him. Snipe Drone with a nice, quick body shot onto an overextending player from Shopify. And might have an opportunity here to put the game into his own hands.
You get the feeling on the side of Luminon, they're going to be really thankful, of course, that that last flag did not run. Snipe Drone connects on a very important shot. They have only one alive here. Last player alive is last shot.
It was such an important kill as well, because Cycle had that sniper rifle for Shopify Rebellion. So by taking him down, it creates the space. It allows the rest of the team to move up to try and get that flag moving. But Shopify, again, defensively superb in that situation. Luminon lose an opportunity here and now have to deal with the flood from Shopify.
A lot to talk about there. How about last shot going tower, stays alive. Not only that, Frosty off the spawn pre-nades porch. And just like that, with Cycle pushing out basement, they immediately turn the tides. They fly right onto their base with ease to get control of the map once again.
Royal 2 with a chance to change the statistics a little bit more into his favor with the sniper rifle in his hand. Connects with a body shot of Glory, but not the head. Last shot will find a kill himself, but Wootum, he managed to get a pick just before that. So 3v3 on the map, but Royal 2 will find another to give a little bit of an advantage here to Shopify Rebellion around the mid-map. And with that sniper rifle in his hands, and a snap of that bandit rifle, Royal 2 and the rest of Shopify can now move forward. Overshield goes to Cycle.
The speed at which he did that, the falling headshot after the body shot, that was graceful to say the very least.
3 dead for Luminon. Flag is moving. Royal 2 still with a snipe. Last player will fall. And now it's just about hitting some bodies and hitting some heads. There's one, there's 2, there's the flag cap as Shopify Rebellion will win game number 1 here. Fortress CTF 3-2.
Just another day at the office, as you can see from Shopify. Not even really an exchange of fist pounds. It's just another day at work. Last shot goes 19 and 11 in game number 1, and also punches home the first flag. Shopify will outslay with a final score of 60-46 in that category. And big assist numbers from last shot as well. He puts up 11 assists alongside his 19 kills.
And we were focusing on SLG and Cycle. Pretty similar statistics from both players at the end of that game. Cycle going 15 and 12, SLG going 14 and 13. Glory having a little bit of a rough game though, 8 and 18 for the Irishman. When you're looking at the total difference when it comes to slaying in the two teams, that's a big contributing factor.
Absolutely is. And even though we saw 2 flags on the board for Luminon, it felt like Shopify never really lost control of that game. Did not leave a lot to doubt. And they come out firing, and as we said, we've already seen them 3-0-1 team. That was Akabe earlier on the main stage. And now with a well-fought game from Luminon, they still will get game number 1 on the board in this series as well, heading us into Slayer Solitude.
Interesting to highlight as well, if you haven't been watching and keeping up to date with some of the scrim results and the practice schedule that's been going on between a lot of these teams, including Luminon Gaming, who stayed out, of course, at the Shopify Rebellion facility. So they're very thankful, actually, to Shopify Rebellion for giving them an opportunity to practice. Both of these teams actually played 4 LAN series against each other twice, and it was heavily in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. This man here needs to pop off in this next game, though. This Slayer game type, you're looking at, of course, Wootum on your screen, the keyboard warrior. You look at the KDs, you look at the kills per minute. I mean, stats from HCS Charlotte from this man, superb.
I mean, unbelievable Slayer stats from him. And he's going to have to do that again here, especially because when we look at the records, they once again heavily favor Shopify Rebellion on Slayer Solitude. Rebellion is 4-2 on the year on this exact map game type combination. Luminon, though, losing record once again, 2-4. So they will need to turn this around, otherwise they will find themselves in quite a hole in this series.
Well, Game 2 Solitude Slayer is about to get underway here, and with Shopify Rebellion 1-up in this series, Luminon, you feel like if they want to extend the series, need to steal away this Slayer. Camo, of course, top middle, shock rifle. Going to be a big focus for both teams, but when it comes to statistics, I think one thing for Luminon, they've got to make sure they're not getting baited in by Shopify. They're so good, Shopify, putting a couple of shots into you, dragging you into position, and backing down for someone else to finish off that kill. They're bait and switching, in my personal opinion, the best that we have in the HCS right now.
Certainly, and they have continued to look better and better in that regard as the year has gone on. And as we know, the placings have certainly backed up that fact as well. Of course, this team on back-to-back wins and looking for a world championship here as well. Sounds like based on player movement, we'll have a false start there. We'll get that one started up once again for you in just a moment. We'll have to wait to jump into game number 2. But as we were starting to say, I think it's important to note that for Shopify, this is not just about the three-peat. This is not even just about a world championship weekend. I think they know as well as anyone that with the way that the game works, with the way that the eras of competitive games work, there's only one team that will be remembered here this weekend as the best team to play Halo Infinite, right? And a little bit of that is admittedly recency bias. It might be a little bit unfair, but for the years to come, the question of who are the best Halo players in the world will be whoever takes this World Championship trophy, and Shopify Rebellion is certainly aware of that.
I mean, it's almost 4 years of competitive play lead to this tournament. We've had changes in game types, modes, starting weapons, what's available on the map, sandbox, whatever it might be, but all of the players who are on our main stage right now have fought through those changes, have fought through those moments to find ourselves where we are. This is the highest level of Halo Infinite that we have had throughout those years, with the amount of games and practice under the belts of all these players and teams. So, recency bias is one thing, but if you put it into that context, and you're leaving with a 3-peat and a Halo World Championship, Shopify Rebellion will be remembered as that team.
Taking a look here, as we said, Slayer Solitude records, we just went through those. Of course, once again, heavily in the favor of Shopify. That becomes even more the case in game number 3. So, Mark, that really starts to talk to you about just how important that game number 2 really is. Interestingly, though, of course, only a limited amount of lattice oddball for these two. So game 4 is a toss-up if Luminon can force us there. And then still winning records for both teams on Live Fire Slayer.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, right? You're looking at the records between the two teams. No surprise, Shopify Rebellion, #1 seed coming into the tournament. Double champions, they're going to have great map records. But when you start to focus in on the losses, that's interesting, because you get to that game 5 and you look, oh, they've lost it a couple of times, the Live Fire Slayer. You put that into context of how many games they win. That gives you an opportunity. Lattice oddball as well, very new, 1-0 for both the records. So if you're Luminon and you're looking at this right now, you can steal away a Solitude Slayer, even though your record's not great. It's been lost twice by Shopify Rebellion. So there is an opportunity here if you can get out to a good start.
Certainly, and as we said, they'll want to take it, because looking down the barrel of a game 3 with a 6-0 record, they have not lost it. So they cannot apply that same logic to game number 3. It goes without saying. But also one thing that's worth noting is you and I are looking at these stats backstage before this series and thinking, wait a second,
not only is Shopify so good at strongholds, but also they're going up against players who once held, I think, all-time strongholds records on Quadrant. So interesting to note just how good they look, but we will get there when we get there. Game number 2 instead is the focus, not just for us on our screens, but also for Luminon to make sure they stay alive in this series.
So a little bit of a false start here. We'll head into Slayer Solitude now as game number 2 of this best of 5. By the way, I'm so gassed for Sunday because we've got those best of 7s coming in. It's like, just makes it feel so much bigger than it has at our other majors and other tournaments we've had in the build-up to this point. But best of 5s here in pool play. And for Luminon, opening strategy, I feel like it's really important in this one. If they can get out to a good start, get a camo, deny a camo, get a shock rifle, you give yourself a little bit of belief as we head in towards game 2.
And I think for Luminon also, you need to make sure they're not playing scared, right? Bring the aggression, bring the pace, even though you're going up against the world #1 right now. Show that you can bounce back, as we discussed earlier, from a rough Charlotte tournament and come into the World Championships here ready to play.
Well, it's 2-2 at the moment. A couple of kills being split across the board. Not sure who got the camo. It was actually Snipe Drone. And he's going to be able to find last shot, and that's such an important kill. Based not just upon the numbers, but the fact that that was the shock rifle. Cycle going to be challenging from middle as well, and Snipe Drone wins his ones. That's going to be vital here for Luminon, and they're going to have to do a lot more of that. The 1v1s, those isolated fights, they quite simply have to win.
And of course, easier said than done against the players of Shopify. It feels like statistically, when you really look at the stats of all players in the league, especially within the top 4 teams, it just feels like it's such even numbers across this team of who's doing the hard work.
I don't know how Royal 2 is alive. There were 3 players that flooded towards blue as Royal 2 was the only player isolated there. And Royal 2 has just gone down. He got a kill, survived the entirety of the push, and the rest of Shopify Rebellion were able to get into position to pick up all of those kills. It's what this man does. One of the hardest kills in the history of Halo.
2 dead though, so Royal 2 needs to play this slow from bottom middle, but he's going to have a lot of information here and know that no one's pushing LR just yet, which will give a lot of space for Shopify to start to move around the map, and they also very wisely clean up S2 behind them.
2-2-2, all the 2s here for Royal 2. 2 kills, 3 assists now as his damage will be cleaned up. And Wuta might be the next assist. Another assist clocked up here. SLG, he'll be taken down as well. Another assist here for Royal 2. That's 5 and 3 in a row. And now he picks up the kills. And Shopify, their teamwork, if you needed an example of it, it is on display from the reticle and the POV we're watching right now.
Royal 2 finally taken down, but not before going narrowly into the lead here. Frosty will pick up number 15. Let's get into a listen now with Shopify Rebellion.
Two fresh blue. Here. Two sinking. That's all the repo. We check weak item twice. And 2 freeze. What's your Xbox? Oh yeah, truck. What's your turn? Yo, benches and time mid. Yo, high wire. Speak on far as you want. Look at everyone. You came up posters, I just saw him Xbox. You just wait. LR, no, probably get me. Watch your bottom mid. Yeah, I think he's S4 camo. I think I just saw him. Yeah, S4. Get the top gold. You should top gold. Yo, we see. Yo. 22 free kills. Nice, guys. Yo, let's get to white. Two time. Lift down with camo. Dude, spawn there. I'll spawn there. I rope field. Top side. Watch side looked. I got him. Watch I'm gonna see him. Side look still. Yeah, Brad, you're different. I have the Brad spawn here. Top side glory to it. Top gold. Yo, which way? Put him, I'm dead a bit. He's under blue window. Let's shoot. Adam came out.
Well, it's a comeback in this game, and it's a change of the lead. Luminon Gaming off the back of the listening with Shopify Rebellion. You saw some big shots being hit. And the biggest one probably by this man on your screen, falling away, no shield, just blades. Royal 2 across map. But ever since then, Shopify Rebellion just found their composure here, and Cycle will pick that sniper rifle back up. The shock rifle now in his hands.
Yeah, 4 unanswered kills there as it swings back to 24-21. It's a really good response from Shopify. Cycle's going to try to just scurry away and stay alive on glass. He's able to do so thanks to some well-placed geometry on that ledge. He will not take the nade damage. Here he comes once again.
6 kills now, the difference between the teams. Cycle still with the shock rifle in his hands. 1 pick from him. You would expect Shopify Rebellion to flood and try and overwhelm the remaining members of Luminon Gaming. Damage being done, but Snipedrone with his 10th kill of the game will get that first pick. SLG finds another. Wootum down to no shields, but a little bit of space and a little bit of breathing room momentarily here for Luminon, but 30-24, that 6-kill difference between the teams still looms.
Quite a big difference, especially when you go up against an opponent like Shopify Rebellion. They're not likely to make a ton of mistakes to allow you an easy way back into it. Certainly not over just yet, but big trade there, 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, really important trade there as well, because it felt like Wootum is going to be in one of those frustrating positions where you do a lot of damage, you don't get the kills due to the teamwork and the baiting and switching on display from Shopify Rebellion, but at least gets out of it with a one kill, one death scenario. Another trade comes in here for Wootum, but it's a double kill on the side of Frosty, and at 29-34, Glory picks up a kill himself. Luminon are just starting to close in a little bit here. They're starting to find the numbers, but Larshot's got away with this camo.
Big moment here. Only up by 2. See what he can do.
Finds one, takes no damage whatsoever. 2 dead for Luminon. 3 kills the difference between the 2 teams. Camo still in the hands of Larshot. SLG's gonna slide out onto the truck here. Might be able to get an angle, but damage is coming in all over the place at the moment. Not only from the POV of Larshot, who's just desperately trying to get damage down to get his teammates out of this spawn, but also from Luminon. They're picking up kill after kill at the moment, and it's now a 2-kill game.
Yeah, even with so much info, Larshot finally gets another kill, but you'd think with the timing, the info, the camo, that they would have a much bigger lead than just 3 kills here.
10 kills to go, though. This is the problem for Luminon. Death becomes a problem. Staying alive becomes priority for them. Can't trade in this situation. It's very difficult to find easy opportunities to take down Shopify players without trading in this situation here. A trade immediately. Shopify move one closer, and that gap remains between the 2 teams.
Larshot gonna also go for a little spree here, and if he checks the chimney, might find a target-rich environment.
But Wootum gets one. And they find 2. And all of a sudden, it's a 2-kill game with a shock rifle going into the hands of Luminon. Wow. Wootum has the game in his hands. Big shots with his shock rifle, and Luminon have a real chance.
Here they come. Pressure coming in. Snipedrone picks up 1, but big snipe push coming in on Wootum. That will be another change of the shock.
It's Royal 2 with a double. It's Royal 2 with a triple. 4 dead for Luminon Gaming. And one of the most experienced campaigners we have in Halo might have just won his team this game.
Too strong of a push from Shopify Rebellion there. Perfectly executed. Oh my, picks up another one. 47 on the board.
Larshot will win his individual as well, and it's a 4-kill difference with just 2 more to go here for Shopify Rebellion. Larshot gets the information. Trapped at the back of Tram are Luminon Gaming. Glory gets a trade, but it's not going to be enough if they want to win this game. Cycle gets the final one, and Shopify Rebellion find themselves up by 2 now, as they will take Solitude Slayer and move within 1 game of the sweep.
50-45, your final score, and once again, Shopify making the late game look very under control, to say the least. Taking a look at some of the big numbers there is once again Frosty, 14 kills to his name. Royal 2 with 13 as well, and leads the game in assists.
Really solid damage output just consistently from Royal 2 in that game. Every time you're on his POV, you can just see there's a run of about 3-4 assists in a row, and then once having contributed to kills, he turns his attention to damage from other teammates. I think that's very underrated about Royal 2 that really isn't talked about enough. It's his position and his map awareness as to where damage is and where his opponents are. He will never be in a position where he's too far pushed up that he can't output damage and escape with his life. But as soon as damage is done, he is so quick at taking that space and moving forward. And also, he's pretty good at winning games in big moments. That triple kill, a great example.
Exactly, and I think the perfect example of what you just described is the fact that once they had a player weak, it was going to be Wootum there. Even though he had shock, they didn't waste any time. They fly up coasters, they fly to S2, they send 2 to wrap the corner, and Royal 2 is the one who picks up not only the kill, but also the snipe to get the triple. And a lot of other teams that were not as quick on their feet in decision-making would not push snipe as fast as they did. Really nice job from Shopify to close that one out comfortably. And that now sets us up once again for Stronghold's recharge. Take a look at the stats this year.
Heavily in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. We mentioned their Stronghold's record, 13-1. across the season. Luminon Gaming 5 and 8, not the greatest, 13th in the rankings, whereas Shopify Rebellion will hold down that first place. And also, you look at that streak. Shopify Rebellion are on a 12-game Strongholds win streak. If you're on the Luminon side of the stage and you're watching back in Europe, you're probably a little bit concerned about that.
That also tells us, of course, because with a 13-1 record, that they also haven't lost it in ages, right? Because they went 1-1 and then are on a 12-game streak. Unbelievable. In terms of recent history on this game type, no surprise, it's Shopify Rebellion looking very good. And as we said, 6-0 on this specific map and game type combo. Shopify now 1 game away from their second 3-0 of pool play. We'll see if they can end it here on Recharge.
Shopify Rebellion enjoying the international competition at the moment. Halo Esports 3-0. Luminon Gaming on the precipice of receiving a 3-0. Suddenly doing North America proud here. Our Shopify Rebellion, but Strongholds Recharge, we know that this can be a game type that gets snowballing. And if, and it's a big if, Luminon can get out to a good start here, get a little bit of control, then they might be able to get that snowball rolling. But with Psycho and Last Shot picking up the first kills and the camo immediately being picked up here, they're already 3 dead, and this is not looking good for Luminon.
Wow, 3-man push bottom middle there. Perfectly executed in terms of Shopify grabbing Camo and Frosty getting away with it, already putting it to use in multiple ways. Kills on the board, also caps bottom mid, will get grapple, and presumably, yes, will grab the shock.
I'd love to go back and watch that opening strategy. Like you say, just it felt like a big flood, big commitment to bottom middle and just overwhelming the more standard opening strategy that did come in. And now Frosty has all the toys at the moment. He's like the rich kid at Christmas.
We're all jealous. But hey, if there's one kid who's got to have the toys, I think we're fine with it being Frosty. And man, is he ever putting on a show, a double kill. And Wucha might be next. It's traded out before he can even help. And now just grappling to help on each side of the map. Amazing positioning, amazing opening from Frosty.
There's Luminon, who are currently scoring. 17 points on the board initially, but Snipe Drone, who was last alive, managed to somehow scarper into a position where he was able to convert C and be a little bit of a nuisance. But there is the trade from both sides, a killing spree off the rip. But Snipe Drone did a phenomenal job in that position.
Big trade to be jumping up to C plat from a disadvantageous position. Glory also picks up an important kill. That was 4 dead, and now we'll see what they can do. Initial damage already going in. And they will now flip A to begin scoring once again, and we essentially have a tied game here.
Have a tied game. We have 2 players over at Pipes and Gold for Shopify Rebellion, but look at the damage. Glory can't even move across Turbine without taking multiple shots from multiple angles. And Shopify just set up so well around the map that you can't move without taking damage. Luminon, who felt like they were in control for a second there, now they're 3 dead. And they're about to be under a triple cap.
Now, this is not a statistic that the game tracks, but it feels like any time a team gets an advantage on Shopify, their percentage for breaking the setup on the first push is unbelievably high. Look at that. The second that we saw Luminon scoring, all it takes, as you said, was a perfect team shot and a perfect clean break. And Shopify is right back in control of the game, the strongholds, and also the scoreboard.
43 points and rising here with the AB hold. 3 dead though for Shopify. And a little bit of an answer back actually coming from Luminon Gaming. Snipe Drone has to back down here as multiple players from Shopify turn their attention to him. And even though Luminon have turned A and C into their control, it's only going to be momentary because Frosty has got himself that next camo and Snipe Drone's hunting him down. And Frosty has to disengage here.
Nicely done. Snipe Drone had very good shots there, by the way, in a hard battle against Camo. But finally, Frosty, of course, is going to win that one. It's all just too much of a task to take down a Camo Frosty, and he will stay alive here at control.
It's going to be picked off bottom middle as well. Such a tight game at the moment, though. Even though we've seen triple caps, it's only been a flicker of a triple cap. Both teams have done a really good job of just making sure that they get the numbers and they fight back for one of those strongholds. It only is a triple cap for a few moments, which means the scoring isn't getting out of hand either way. AB still the hold here for Shopify Rebellion. Luminon starting to lose numbers as Woot loses his head.
Almost the second shot from Last Shot as well. And he goes to glass and might even get away. He knew he had the strong side away just because he knew the pressure was coming. But hey, in the end, it's World 2 who comes away with the shock, so still a pretty good deal in the end for Shopify Rebellion.
Looking like a little bit of an exchange of strongholds here. C will be flipped for A in the favor of Shopify Rebellion, so they will keep scoring. Frosty finds the perfect onto Wootum. That's going to give them a little bit more space. With Last Shot finding another kill. And Royal 2 finding the third. Now you are going to see that push. Royal 2 swinging through the trees and connecting with the shot as well. This will be a scary moment for Luminon. The triple cap is on the cards here for Shopify.
Tarzan-esque indeed. Here he comes, and he's not done yet. Even though SLG goes for the remote detonation, it will not be enough. Reset by Royal 2. BC firmly in their grasp. Now they're going for a...
Oh! Don't jump! Because it's going to hurt when this man has an easy shot like that. A double kill for him. SLG, you're certainly in the scary part of the waters here, as Royal 2 started to walk forward and just take this game over. A triple cap for Shopify Rebellion off the back of masterful control of the shot coming from Royal 2.
Amazing. The second time we've seen the grapple shock really be a factor, but even more so in that last exchange. So well done by the entirety of Shopify, and now they're just continuing to collapse.
Oh, they're
it's
in the
3
blender.
dead yet again.
They are in the blender. Luminon cannot get back on the map. Wucham's next. He's down 3 dead once again. That is back-to-back 3 deads for Luminon. And with the camo coming up in just a few seconds as well, it's very difficult to fight for it if you're in the death screen.
Unreal game control here, and of course a lot of credit to Coach Bestman this entire series for having this team on the same page, and also just complete map and power of control. The entire series, it's a killing spree for Frosty as well. 152 to 47 now.
Yeah, now it is starting to get out of hand. You're looking at the statistics as well, even with Shopify 2 dead. Cycle, 5 and 6, -1, but 9 assists leading the lobby. Royal 2, 14 and 8. Last shot, 11 and 6. 15 and 6 for Frosty on the other side. Not too much to talk about. It's only Glory who's positive. Everyone else is really hurting in this game.
That's what I'm talking about. Take a look at the stats. As you said, even though Cycle is generally your kind of outlier, as we said in the previous series, or even against this Luminon gaming team at a 1.66, the fact that he is the assist leader, and now everyone else has huge numbers in the double-digit kills. It really, every time you see Shopify, it's a different player stepping up, or the entire team stepping up, and that is also the case yet again here.
Okay.
However, it was 4 dead, and Luminon scoring at the 75-point mark.
But who gets the first kill in a 4 dead situation? Somehow Last Shot does. Somehow Last Shot, as one of the first players back on the map, gets the first kill and puts the pressure back onto Luminon.
And what do we say? If you take an advantage for just a second, somehow Shopify finds a way to break your setup immediately, because the talent across this team, they'll find the gap. They will find the break in the armor, and that's exactly what they do yet again.
3 dead for Luminon. Shock back in the hands of Shopify. This time it's Frosty, who gets to have a little bit of fun here. Wutum, he's going to get one in the backside. Glory might get one in between the ears, and instead almost whips onto SLG. And speaking of whipping, he's taken to the skies and puts Snipe Drone on his back. Frosty's having fun out here.
Frosty just hits the eject button, just grapples across the map, stays alive on A-Cat. And now BNC flipping for a potential triple cap yet again. Unbelievable here.
Yeah, this is a triple cap though, somehow going the way of Luminon by the looks of things. Snipe Drone trying to push into tower, trying to clean up the one shot, does manage to do so. Glory's found one, Snipe Drone's found one as well, and Royal 2, even though he gets that kill, it's a 2v2.
Last player alive.
And Frosty finds himself as last man standing. Woot was trying to push him. Frosty nopes out of there.
Gotta be so obnoxious here. Frosty still stays alive. Triple cap, by the way, still in effect for Luminon. So even though this has been a lot of fun to watch at top control, the points have not yet been racking up in their favor. And this game is getting dangerously close, but a very important grapple comes in for a camo grab here.
Scorpion-esque from the top of tower there. Frosty says that camo, get over here. And now he pops it, jumps back inside of B to try and convert this final stronghold into the hands of Shopify Rebellion. And what was a triple cap a few moments ago for Luminon? Well, now it's a Shopify one.
Once again,
with the camo Frosty running about. That's a problem.
Frosty does so well to stay alive at control, knowing he has the grapple angle and knowing what would happen if they played their cards right. And just like that, the triple cap was devastating. And even though C will flip, the AB hold now still ticking away at 212 points.
Killing spree here for Frosty, by the way, who's 20 and 8 in this game. I will say that one more time. Frosty is 20 and 8 in this game. And for a second there, I thought I might have misspoken as he was looking for his 21st kill. Royal 2 will pick that one up though, and this might be number 21. Glory's in the blender, has no idea where they are, and that will be 3 dead for Luminon, and we might be closing in on the end of this game.
By the way, Shopify outslaying by 32. They're outslaying 72 to 40 at this stage in the game. I mean, absolutely dominant, and now a trip cap once again at the 232 mark.
Looks like we're on the road home here for Shopify Rebellion. Snipe Drone inside of B. The reset should come in. SLG is going to try and contest it. It's desperation from Luminon. Wooten wins the individual though, and there's 3 dead for Shopify, so this is the last roll of the dice, but Royal 2 just cuts down Wooten as he's about to step in that stronghold and keeps them pinned now A.
Only 10 points to go here for Shopify, and what a late game it's been for them. Even though it was back and forth early on, it has not been the case in the latter stages of this game number 3.
25 and 15 for Royal 2. He's plus 10 at the moment. 3 dead again for Luminon. BC in their control. Glory trying to make a desperate play towards C, as are Luminon, to keep this game going. But with everybody else from Shopify flooding towards C, they will continue to score. A desperate play on B. The last stand from Luminon is inside of this stronghold.
Oh, now all eyes on A here with the flip. A gonna flip for Shopify.
A's gonna go to Shopify. No one's there to stop it. That will be game, set, and series. Going to your back-to-back champions, Shopify Rebellion, perfect so far in pools, as they will sweep aside Luminon 3-0.
And really another example of what Shopify fans have come to expect from this team in pools. Whether it's an international matchup or a North American one, they tend to have very, very clean pools. 3-0, generally maybe 9-1, 9-2 overall. This time, they're so far 6-0 in pools, as they will win back-to-back series at 3-0.
And don't get this mistaken here. This is a Luminon team who have placed top 6 3 times this year.
Yep.
Halo Esports earlier on in the tournament, who they won 3-0 against very convincingly, broke international boundaries last event, placing top 8. These aren't bad teams. But Shopify are just that damn good at the moment, and they just feel like they get better and better with every time that we see them on this main stage.
I think that's what is dangerous for the rest of the league. I couldn't agree more. Every time Shopify has gone on this stage, really since the mid-season mark, and you could even say earlier in the year, they slowly start an upward trajectory that continues to this day. And as you see here, your series layout, a very, very clean win for Shopify Rebellion. Your final score there, 250 to 122. In that Strongholds game number 3. And even though games 1 and 2 were a little bit more respectable, a little bit closer for Luminon, a few things to be proud of, but largely Luminon will have to look forward to the rest of the pool and their bracket to show up in a big way, because I'm not going to lie, even though I think they showed up in this series, I don't think they really instilled confidence that they would want for the rest of the tournament bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that. Some close games, game 1 and 2, relatively close, but it never felt like Shopify were going to be in a position to lose those games. So for Luminon, certainly some more work to do. For Shopify, looking as good as ever and looking like they're on Halo World Championship form. We're going to throw it back to the desk, though. So, Lottie, after that series, take it away.
Goodness me, it's looking pretty scary out there if you're anybody but Shopify Rebellion. Another clean one that we just saw on the main stage. Rebellion, they are just so picture perfect. I'm struggling to see kind of any weaknesses from them. You know, we're seeing different players pop up at different times and just kind of take over, but it happens in the same map, which is unbelievable. It's not just different maps in the series. We're seeing Royal 2, just unbelievable statistics and numbers. And then Frosty decides to take over too. It's just unbelievable. The sharing is there, but the teamwork, it's just imperative to their wins and success, and it's something that's unbreakable right now. Shows how you're feeling about Rebellion and what they managed to do against the very best we have in the EU.
I think that was a real statement of intent for me. I think the form that they've showed in this game and in this series, has to be said. Shopify Rebellion looking absolutely flawless. Luminon Gaming, try as they might, they didn't seem to be able to leave a mark on them. They were throwing punches, but just nothing really seemed to land. I think for Luminon, they were competitive at times, and I think they'll look back and say games 1 and 2, there were opportunities, there were chances, but we failed to deliver on them. And I spoke about at the start of the series how I wanted to see them capitalize on any time Rebellion made mistakes. They put themselves in good positions, did Luminon, but not able to get the job done. And for Shopify Rebellion, like we say, looking flawless. They rarely lose maps in pool play, and a 3-0 against Luminon Gaming is a, like I say, it's a statement that they've just made.
It certainly is. It's funny when I think about Shopify Rebellion and honestly just the play style, it is actually very different to what we have here in the rest of the HCS. I think a lot of that comes from the success and how perfect they have been, especially in this last part of the season. But to me, it's just not flashy, which is funny as we're looking at highlights here. As they're hitting every headshot, they are getting literally perfects across the board. In terms of the flashiness, it's just not a chaotic situation. They don't put themselves into situations where they're having to really push forward and do something unbelievable to get themselves out of it. And Tony, it's something that I think has boded very, very well for them. And other teams that are in the top 2, top 3, that's kind of situations they put themselves in and have to get out of. Shopify Rebellion yet to do that.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Jersey talked about one of the keys to success was Luminon Gaming maybe taking advantage of some of the mistakes that Shopify Rebellion are able to make, and they do that consistently against other teams. The problem is Shopify Rebellion don't make those mistakes. They play a very buttoned-up Halo. They are able to stay alive so long to get into their bait-and-switch game, which is literally the best in the league. Shopify Rebellion, one of their greatest strengths is they don't make the mistakes that often the competitors do.
Take a look at the stats there as well, and you see the last shot's picture, he's dusting himself off. That's exactly what I think that series was. They swept Luminon Gaming aside, and for Luminon, I think they had to go back to the drawing board. A lot of positives to take from it. They looked a lot better this time around than they did in Charlotte, but again, they find themselves at the end of a 3-0 loss. And for Luminon Gaming and for Europe this season, it's been a lot of nearly moments and throwing games and series away. That wasn't the case in that particular one, but we need to see an uptick in performance. Looking at the pools, Luminon currently sitting at 1-1, so things not looking too dreary.
No, honestly, I will say Luminon really gunning for that top spot to see if they could take that one for Shopify Rebellion. Unfortunately, they fall flat. They join Halo Esports in that same situation here, and Legion Gaming, they have fallen flat as well, but it's about who can take that second position now, who can prime themselves heading into the championship bracket. That is what matters most. Wow, Rebellion. I mean, just again, just unbelievable. It's so funny, isn't it? When you look back at the season we've had and the two sides of the coin that have been so far, Optic and Shopify Rebellion, it's just two completely different journeys of how they've won. We've got one who is just so perfect that you just cannot put anything against them, and then the other who are just digging deep and just getting it done in the first part. It's funny to think about how different those situations are. However, a trophy was lifted at each one.
Yeah, it's almost like Optic Gaming are like the Rocky Balboa. By the end of the night, they look battered and bloodied and bruised. And I think when you look at Shopify Rebellion, they're Apollo Crews. They look flawless. They look pretty. And I think with Optic Gaming, we get the good, the bad, and the ugly. But for Shopify Rebellion, it's been flawless and it's been perfect.
It certainly has indeed. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have another main stage match for you. And it's time once again to get this stage green. It's going to be Optic Gaming, but they're taking on Complexity, who are on a heater. Can they tear it up on the main stage? That is the question. We'll be finding out right after the break.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Hello Seattle, good evening and welcome back to your Halo World Championships. Now before the break, we watched Shopify Rebellion light up the stage once again in that wonderful bright green, because it's always dubs. It's always dubs up there when they're on that main stage, no matter who they're going up against. It's picture perfect. And talking about a perfect picture, I have actually one of the Rebellion boys joining me. Cycle, welcome to the desk. Lovely to have you up here. First and foremost, that was a quick with it again. You guys are so good. We were talking about how buttoned up you are, how incredible you are as a team in terms of the way that you actually play the game and the play style. You don't make mistakes. You don't allow people to kind of get the better of you, and you're constantly in control. How is it performing with the boys, especially on the biggest stage in the world, and of course the last one here for Halo Infinite?
It's a dream come through, playing with the people I'm playing with. I feel like we trust each other a lot. Every single time we get on the stage, we just love each other. We want to win for each other. So I just know I can trust them, and that, we win.
Now, trust is a big thing. Cycle, you're probably wondering why on earth we brought you up on this desk, but do you trust me?
I do trust you.
Okay, good. Well, that's great news, because I have something I want you to see. So let's just roll the tape. It is my absolute pleasure to announce that Cycle is our season MVP for this year. Congratulations, Cycle.
Thank you.
I have so much I want to talk to you about. I know I have little time because I want to get you back on the stage. We've got a legend delivering your MVP trophy to you, Mr. Walshy over here. He has to steal the spotlight, folks. It's a Walshy thing, okay? Cycle, first and foremost, I just want to say how incredible it has been to watch you, not only on the stage, but grow as a player and as a competitor. It is so tough to go up there time and time again, be so close, and to not quite have it, and just be, literally inches away from it. The fact that you have been able to push that aside with the boys, and this second half of the season produce what has been picture perfect Halo for us has been incredible, and a large part of that has been because of you. I have to ask you about the experience. What has it been like teaming with these boys and growing individually to the player you are today? Because you're lights out, mate.
It's been great. Honestly, when I started competing, I never thought I'd honestly be up here. I always wanted to be up here with the big dogs, winning MVPs, winning championships. So coming from the open bracket to now where I'm at, it's just it's really humbling experience. But for me, myself, from getting better and better over the years, I just like to set goals for myself. So last year, set a goal to get top 4 McChamp Sunday. This year, my goals were to win a major and win MVP and win Worlds. So it's been great.
I'll tell you what, you're doing pretty good at the check boxes right now, Cycle. I will say the goals are coming through. One more question before I open it to the guys. I want to talk about how incredible your mindset is in the game. You are the type of player that is my favorite to watch. And not only are you nasty and you got the gunny, but a lot of people have the gunny up here. The way that you actually see the game and support your team while also getting incredible stats and the plays that you make deliver time and time again, how have you managed to push that forward a little bit? Because like you said, going from open bracket, your journey's been amazing, but how have you learned to have a veteran mind with such a young person on the main stage and honestly not that much experience to you either?
I feel like my teammates definitely elevated me this year, but being able to play with world champions and even Last Shot, the new guy, shout out him. He's an MVP caliber player too. But I just feel like I can be able to do more with my gameplay because my teammates are just so good. So I feel able to shine more.
I love it. Boys, I'm going to open up to you. I won't hog him the whole time.
I think what the question I have to ask is, with each season that we've had, you've gotten better and better, and you've finally got that opportunity to play with some world champions, and they've really carried you, and you've carried them. It has to be said, their season wasn't looking great, and their prospects not looking so good either. But latching onto you and Last Shot, you two have changed their trajectory and they've done the same for you guys. So talk about the chemistry that you guys have found almost immediately, of course, coming so close in those first couple of majors, but then finally getting your hands on that trophy. Talking about the progress that you guys have made.
I feel like right off the bat, we definitely had great vibes, hit it off, but unfortunately we weren't able to get those 2 wins at the start. But I think that was because we just need more reps as a team together at like the highest level.
Yeah.
And so once we got that comfortability together, we just all put it together, and it's been lights out from there.
Can you think of any key moments or turning points throughout your career that's kind of led you to here right now, winning an MVP of the year?
There's only one point in my career that I feel like really helped me get to where I am now. It was actually at the very start of my career when I was playing the open tournament for Anaheim, the Anaheim qualifier, when we beat the #1 seed DBG to qualify. And I feel like that kind of kick-started my pro career with Carmea, Piggy, and Tonyson. So it's actually...
I love to hear that. I'll tell you what, you've come a long way since then, Cycle, and now you have to put a shelf up, essentially, to carry this thing. So I hope you have room for it, because it is looking absolutely incredible and very well deserved. I want to just give you an opportunity now. If there's anybody you'd like to thank, family, whoever it is, the floor is yours. You can say whatever you would like.
Definitely want to shout out my mom. Thank you for supporting me my whole entire career. And shout out Shopify and my teammates, the fans, and shout out Last Shot.
I love to hear it. Hey, this room better get loud right now. This is your season MVP, everybody. Cycle. Congratulations, Cycle. Thank you so much. I know you are eager to get back with the trophy onto the stick, so I will let you go. And GG's, that was an incredible series there. Folks, I'm going to head us into something very special. Of course, we caught up with all of our players, this being the final one for Halo Infinite. We wanted to find out their favorite moments across all of the seasons, so check out the tapes.
Ooh, favorite player or team to compete against? Probably Ascend in year 1. When you look at the team that was from Europe, I mean, Snipe Drone, Legend, Seeker, just a truly, truly impressive team.
I think the most fun to compete against was probably year 2, once everyone kind of got a little bit of a foothold of the game. The super team was formed initially after we had our run at the end of the first year in that phase roster. That was probably the most fun, true, really back and forth competition.
The most fun to compete against? For me, I guess I would say Frosty, just because we randomly end up in the most random 1v1s, in the middle of all the chaos. I don't know why, it just ends up like that, so.
The most fun player to compete against is probably Renegade.
Most fun to compete against? I'd probably go my own teammate currently, Renegade. Me and him always had a personal rivalry, but it's obviously died down since we started teaming.
I would probably say Bound. I mean, I don't compete against him anymore, but at least for the duration if I compete against him, probably Bound, because he's definitely one of the few people who are most as competitive as I am, so it's always fun just going back and forth to each other.
Probably Bound, just because we'd always be in Discords afterwards talking shit, so it was always fun to play at events knowing we'd be bringing it up later.
Most fun is always just whoever's the best at the time. So year 1, it was that Sentinels roster, the C9 roster, the Optic roster. And then year 2, it was Space Station, Optic, and FaZe. And then year 3, just the top 3 again. So it's just always the funnest to compete against the best in the world.
The better the team, the most fun it is. So any good series, every time you match a really strong opponent is a good match. My personal favorite is playing Optic. 4 years we've been playing them, and sometimes we lose, sometimes we beat them, and it's always been fun series.
I don't know, I feel like Shopify this year, it's been really insane series, so I feel like it's been fun to play against them, yeah. Shopify, yeah.
So many highlights, so many moments for all of these players across the years, but of course making more this weekend. And hopefully those will join their highlight reels personally too. Speaking of though, personally, I'm excited about this next matchup. We're seeing the green wall once again with a very smoking hot Complexity. And I am here for it, to be honest. I think it's about time Complexity showed us what they're made of. Time and time again, we've seen kind of glimmers of hope. We've seen things really going well for them, online, but they haven't converted on LAN. Optic Gaming, they have been not perfect. They've been nowhere near perfect. However, managed to push themselves through because they have an abundance of talent. But can they get it together here in this series? It's a big chance here for Complexity to take this one. Let's talk about Optic and their chances. Shazzy, when it comes to Optic Gaming, yes, we saw an early game 5. They did bring that one home. They brought it across the line. How are you feeling about Optic against Complexity, who have now found momentum here this weekend so far? And no, Optic Gaming can bleed, especially on a Friday.
Yeah, I still think Optic Gaming are flawed and they're still a bit fragile. And when a team really puts them up against the wall, sometimes they can see some success. I think for Complexity, the challenge is going to be, can you pose enough of a threat to put this team on the back foot? There's so much firepower on Optic Gaming's side that if any one of them, let alone all 4 of them, start firing, start hitting those headshots, and it's a wrap in the series. So for Complexity, for me, they've got to try and shut down some of the superstars, and that for me is going to be Renegade.
Yeah, Renegade has been so lights out, Tony. It's so difficult to stop that man. And honestly, it's been consistent. So it's difficult for me to stand here and say, well, what happens when Renegade doesn't do that? Because he's doing it all the time. In every series, in every single map, you see him turn it on. And it has been so important for this Optic Gaming roster. But I need to see more from the likes of Bound. I want to see more from our other superstars. They put this roster together for a reason. We have seen that from Legend as well today. Legend was lights out earlier on too with Renegade. Tony, how are you feeling about the superstars? But how are you feeling about them working together as a unit?
Yeah, I mean, as you've seen on screen, you know, Renegade is gonna get his. He's been consistently great and really has been an outlier as far as the stats. For me, the player that I have my eyes out on, I said it before and I'll say it again, it is Bound. When they are winning tournaments, Bound is in the top 5 in damage per minute. Over the last couple of tournaments, he struggled a bit. We need to see him bounce back. So far, so good on this early Friday. But now you're going to be tested once again against a surge in Complexity.
All right, then, well, he's coming on leaps and bounds. Excuse the pun, or don't. But we're going to move on over to Complexity. Now, Shurs, we do need to see a much better call than we've had previously. So far this event, it's looked awfully good for them. And really, that comes off the back of that TSM result. That TSM 3-0. Is that more so Cole being really, really good and finally have found their groove? Or is this a TSM that have had their heads down after that close game 5 where they managed to bring it back and weren't performing at their very best? Will you find out here in this series?
Well, I think the question is always going to be, what version of TSM did we see? Was it Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? I think for Complexity, they can only beat the team that's put in front of them, and whether that was a downtrodden TSM or a team that was looking for revenge. All that matters is, sometimes we try and compare apples and oranges. Okay, TSM and Optic Gaming, they went to game 5. Complexity beat TSM 3-0, so surely this means this series here is set up to be an absolute banger, but that's just not how it works sometimes. Play styles and get tempo matters so much in these games. I think for Complexity, they like to play a little bit slower. They need to make sure they can slow Optic Gaming down here.
Now, obviously, the series layout is actually going to be very important, not only for both of our teams, but especially the underdog, which is going to be Complexity. Tony, how is that looking for them? Does it bode well?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. This series layout it's dreadful for Complexity. Like, it is really, really bad. It's tough. But what I will say, you know what? The stats sometimes are wrong. They weren't supposed to beat TSM. The stats say that TSM should have 3-0'd. I mean, people have been consistently testing Wyandu and doubting him for years. You know what? Forget the stats. I'm throwing away my laptop and saying, Complexity, show us what you got.
Oh my goodness, he's throwing away his laptop. I'll join you. Why not? Absolutely. And also, I've done that because the game's ready, folks, and I cannot wait to get into the main stage action, of course. Optic Gaming versus Complexity. I'm hoping this is going to be a banger. We'll have to find out. Let's get right into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Optic Gaming taking on Complexity here at the Halo World Championships. both teams 2-0 in their pool. Complexity making a statement after a 3-0 win against TSM, the same TSM that pushed Optic to a Game 5.
Yeah, big question is, can you ride that momentum into a series against Optic Gaming, a team that has been known to choke in pools? So often have we seen Optic fall and get second in their pools and put themselves in such a tough situation. They face what is now the second best team in their pools after Complexity embarrassing TSM in 3-0 fashion. So this is a banger of a series in front of us. Optic need to get the job done. And as we take a look at the series layout, we get an opportunity to look at Fortress CTF to kick this series off.
Yeah, Clutch, we were talking about it in the back. Optic Gaming is playing with a chip on their shoulder after a disappointing finish outside of the top 2 at our last HCS major. Optic does not want to repeat their mistakes and fall short in these pool play matches.
Yeah, they probably thought their Friday was going to get easier after taking down TSM, after going to Game 5. Well, the way Complexity looked, the way Cherished looked in that series against TSM, this Complexity roster is here to play this week, and we'll find out very quickly if they can stand toe-to-toe with the green wall. We're kicking this one off with Formal, and if he gets taken out immediately, a great start for Complexity.
Hopping on board with Mental. One member down, make that 2 for Optic. A third one falls as Mental takes down Bound, and like you said, Clutch, we have a great start here for Complexity.
Yeah, and Optic have been very vocal about their dislike for Fortress, so what a map one to see for Complexity here. A great start for Mental and the boys. They get a flag touch, but they need a couple more slays before this flag continues on the move. One comes through from Ryan Noob. They're all over Optic's base. No one on that flag. Optic Gaming have actually gotten out. Can they get a couple more kills? Is the big question. Mental can't hit the shot, and with that, the flag's going to return. Mental's still alive, but an opportunity squandered, it appears, for Complexity.
Mental able to pick up the sniper rifle on the Optic side with some perfect shots on Formal, ultimately losing that sniper in Optic's basement. Let's see if Complexity will be able to spawn and get their own.
Yeah, I don't mean to harp on it too much, but those opportunities are not going to come often against a team like Optic. You need to take advantage of them. Right now, Optic on the offense, Legend in your base, Formal on his way there as well. And this is where it could get ugly quickly for Complexity. A kill comes through, Mental goes down. 2 members of Optic are down. Going to be a difficult flag to run. Formal knows that. Formal chooses to slay. Formal takes his eyes onto Cherish, but Cherish continuing the momentum from his series against TSM. Takes down Formal and stops that cap dead to rights.
Cherish seriously put on a juggernaut-like performance in that series against TSM, eclipsing the damage of any player on either team by a wide margin. Now we got Ryan Noob on your screen, longtime favorite of mine, previous teammate Ryan Noob with the nice no-scope on Renegade. That's 3 members down for Optic.
Still one player in his base to deal with. They are pulling the flag on the other side of the map. Legend has to get this kill onto Ryan Noob. Is Ryan Noob been given the chance? It's the question. Ryan Noob relocates. Legend reads him like a book, takes him down. Renegade with a kill in the kill feed as well. This could be a counter cap opportunity now that Legend's opened the map. Not only that, Renegade finds the overshield as it comes up. Legend flag across halfway. Optic will take a 1-0 lead here shortly because Legend wins his pivots.
It's going to be a big sign in the success of this game is which team is going to be able to control the overshield as Renegade makes use of it, pushing up into the Complexity base.
They're dead.
And now he has the flagpole.
Yeah, Complexity in the spawn trap. It's going to be a double cap opportunity. That overshield came up at the exact wrong time for Complexity fans. Green wall starting to feel some momentum, starting to love what they're seeing here on Friday. Now that Optic Gaming take a 2-0 lead in game 1.
Optic firing on all cylinders right now. A quick 2-0 lead. And Renegade trying to win this battle in his basement against Ryan Noob and takes him out with a reversal. 3 members down for Optic with Renegade the last one out.
Yeah, it could be a counter tap opportunity here for Complexity, but not if Renegade gets a couple of kills, and that he does. It's a killing spree for Renegade. That's going to stop everything Complexity could have potentially had. Another opportunity squandered. The green wall stands strong.
That's what makes this Optic Gaming roster so nasty, is that when you think you have them, their backs against the wall, the last member on the team can make the biggest play, and that's what we're seeing here at a Renegade.
Oh my God, a repulse stick to the face of King Nick. That's a frustrating moment. Renegade losing teammates throughout this process, but still, he alone has defended Optic's base, giving his team so much time to come off respawn. Knocked to no shield, stays alive again. Renegade is 10-3-3, and honestly, the reason Optic Gaming are up significantly here, Complexity need to prioritize him.
Hopping on board with Bound. Sniper rifle in his hands, playing with a lot of comfort right now, knowing his team is up 2-0. Complexity is going to have to be the aggressors here as Bound making his way, taking down Mental with the help of Formal.
Bound doubles back, takes down Ryan Noob. He heard the missed shot with Snipe, saw that as a window, an opportunity to take out the Snipe of Complexity. The flag's getting pulled. Mental, the last player alive, he's coming off respawn. And look at him, he's getting pinged. Complexity have to get around the Slays. There's no chance though, Faisal. This is an overshield flag runner, and Optic Gaming look like they're gonna punch their ticket to a 1-0 series lead here in dominant fashion.
Wow. Wow is all I have to say. Formal with 12 kills leading the team, and Optic Gaming just playing such efficient Halo. Complexity didn't really have a second to gather themselves. It seemed like Optic just had their foot on the throat the entire game.
Yeah, after the hot start from Complexity, they really squandered that one moment. You squander that against a team like Optic Gaming, good luck with the rest of the game, because the second they got control, it was a double cap, and it was Renegade buying enough time. Individual plays make this team great. And when Renegade is such a pain to try and flush out, he's the last player alive. You're trying to get a flagpole. He's getting that kill. Then he finds himself getting lost, finding another kill. And all of a sudden, what was an opportunity for Complexity to get a point on the board, Renegade removes that opportunity just by himself. And the rest of Optic Gaming took that and ran with it.
Yeah, that really was the difference maker in this game, was Renegade's ability to stay alive. Even when he was the last member in the opposing team's base, he was just doing so much damage and getting kills he had no business getting. Looking at the scoreboard here, Clutch, we got Formal with the 12 kills and Renegade with 10. Even though Legend and Bound only get 3 kills apiece, that's more than enough as they just have a 3-0 sweep in game 1.
That's efficient Halo right there. Under 5 minutes of play. 3 kills, you got 3 caps. That's as beautiful as it gets. Bound and Legends, your former world champions, continuing their path to try and hold the belt yet again this year, and only having to get 3 kills in game 1 to get a little bit closer to that reality.
Yeah, and if you're Complexity, you got to just brush that one right off and tell yourself, hey, that was a fluky win. That game was so quick. Let's just move on to the next one. And the underdogs, the game 2 is your place to shine. So if you're Complexity, you really got to come out strong in this game number 2 and try to get a win in the Slayer.
Stats don't favor them. It's 0-2 record here on Solitude Slayer, and they're getting beat down when they lose, apparently. 13 kills separate the scores there. The math is 50 to 37 is the average amount that they lose at. And I mean, Optic Gaming, they're getting ready for a nice Friday night dinner if they can speed run this series, and they look every bit of intending on doing so.
Yeah, this is the Optic we all wanted to see this weekend. A locked-in chip on their shoulder, green wall, like we talked about earlier. Clutch coming off of their first time not getting top 2 at a major this season, and now they are really angry and Complexity is in their sights.
Yeah, not only did they lose the tournament before, getting second to Shopify after having expectations of winning every tournament this year, how did they rebound? With a 3rd place finish, a loss to FaZe, and open really the door for FaZe Clan to be able to consider themselves amongst the top 3. You know Optic are out for blood. They've had their eyes circled on this weekend, and this weekend alone when this team formed. They want world champions as their title. We'll see if they can get there. They look so strong here today. You thought that series against TSM, was it TSM playing great? Was it Optic maybe slacking? Is it typical Optic and pool play? Well, looks like they've used that and slingshotted that momentum from a Game 5 win, and they look better than ever so far.
I know we looked at the stats and it didn't look favorable for Complexity, but like they were talking about on the desk, sometimes you got to just throw the stats out the window. We are here, this is here and now, and Complexity needs to put up a fight if they want to stay alive in this series.
I think if they get off to a strong start here on Solitude Slayer, it'll benefit them immensely in a Slayer. You don't have to worry about being able to pull that flag and whatnot. Getting camo and shock rifle out of the hands of the likes of Formal, out of the hands of the likes of Legend, Renegade, the entire roster can pop off with it. So it's a priority to win the opening break. What is Optic going to do to stop that is my question.
I couldn't agree with you more. The opening start is going to be a huge sign of success in this game number 2.
Normally when players have a 1.36, it's probably because they don't play a lot of games. Renegade 52, Slayers a 1.36. This man dominates Team Slayers. And we're on board with Renegade to kick this one off.
Renegade getting his sights on the players towards top snipe. Couple members from each team fall. Renegade put down some nice shots on Mental. Perfect with a double kill. Looking for the triple on Ryan Noob. Call it a triple kill for Renegade.
Renegade starting off with a 1.36. He's going to boost those numbers up if he keeps this up. A triple and an open map for Optic Gaming. Formal with Shock camo in hand, and I said his name first for a reason. Let's see what he can do.
So the last player you want to see with the camo Shock if you're Complexity. Nice double kill for Formal. Ooh, almost getting that triple.
You know, King Nick is just sweating right now. So much pressure on him, he can't even get on the map.
We talked about the strong start and how important it is. Clutch, and
there he goes
just
again.
like that, Formal helping his team get this 11-3 kill lead. Camo and Shock still in his control.
They got a dinner at Chili's reservations, it looks like, because they are dominating right now, 12-4. And Formal once more, pushing this LR player. Ryan able to drop, maybe get out of dodge, but they've lost track of Formal. Are they going to be able to spot him before he spots them? Because that's the big question when you have a Shock Rifle player on the map. Unfortunate timing for Formal, finally goes down, but the damage has been done. A 12-5 lead for Optic Gaming.
Good coordination there out of Complexity, taking down Formal. Now Cherished gets Renegade with Formal there to get the trade.
A little bit of map control now for Complexity. The game slows down a bit. You're down 7. Might feel like a mountain right now, but some unanswered kills can go a long way. No camo or Shock on the map to really worry about, I don't think. So we'll see how Complexity choose to break the inside of the map, being stuck in yard right now.
Legend gets a double kill in yard, and just when I thought the game was about to slow down, Clutch, Optic chooses to just continue being aggressive, and players like Legend and Bound are gonna force that hand because they're the most aggressive players in the HCS.
Yeah, it's Optic Gaming strategy. It's clear as day, right? Make them uncomfortable, apply pressure, see how they can handle it. Our Complexity is buttoned up as they were against TSM. The answer looks like no. The difference in pressure between a team like Optic and anybody else that you play against is so difficult to deal with right now. Complexity continuously being put on respawn. Still a 7-kill lead, but trades only benefit Optic as they approach 50. Camo is up now, the name of the game. King Nick wins a big fight on the Formal, and that could open the doors, but here comes Renegade trying to get that camo as Bound gets a double. You surely think Renegade picks this camo up, and all of a sudden, the pace just feels terrible for Complexity.
Yeah, what could have been a big swing moment, an opportunity for Complexity gets shut down by a big-time double kill by Bound. Now, Renegade with the camo, playing carefree. No one is shooting at him, and he just has complete control of this map right now.
Even if he wasn't invisible, he still gets those 2 kills, right? Renegade's positioning is so key here as he extends the lead to 8, finds Ryan Noob. That's a free kill, gets an assist for it. Knocked to no shield, wants to stay alive with this camo. Oh my, the detonate almost gets a hold of Mental. Mental does stay alive though. You remove the camo from the map, still an 8-kill lead for Optic Gaming, however.
Mental needs to stay alive here with the Shock Rifle and really do a lot of damage to bring his team back into the game. Down by 9 kills. Optic, the first one at 30.
Trades across the board, still Mental, massive responsibility here with the Shock Rifle, get his team back into it. Unfortunately, he doesn't expect Renegade to spawn bottom lift. Renegade spawns bottom lift, lifts up, takes that Shock Rifle, puts it in his hands. Now this is a tough position to be in as well because Renegade with the Shock is no laughing matter.
3 members fall for Optic, Clutch. With Renegade, the last one, seems like a very common theme. There's never going to be 4 dead because Renegade is always alive, being a thorn in the side of your base.
Yeah, you almost want Renegade dead instead of the other 3 at this point because the way he was able to impact game 1. We'll see how Renegade's able to play this. He waits for his teammates to spawn, can't hit the first couple of shots with the Shock Rifle. Mental pushes him back into a difficult situation, hits the jump on S3. Nice kill onto Ryan Noob. However, the successful push from Complexity will win them a couple of slays, but still trades continuing to occur. Formal with a double extends the lead to 9.
Momentary 4 down for Complexity. Quick spawn and push to try to get some more real estate on the map. But Ryan Noob goes down, so does Cherished. And this one's getting away from Complexity quick. Only 11 more kills to go for Optic.
Complexity's been thrown in the deep end of the pool right now. Optic looking like Michael Phelps with a 10-kill lead here, swimming towards 50. They're flow stating right now. They are pushing everything they can to make Complexity uncomfortable. Big shots by Cherish will release some of that pressure, but Cherish needs some help. At 12, 4, and 10, Cherish has got to get somebody else on the board on his team in order to stop some of the Optic Gaming pressure, but it might be too little too late.
This is a final opportunity pretty much for Complexity. You got to win your pips right now, and you got to get this camo. But as I say that, Renegade pushes in with no concern, gets a perfect kill on King Nick, and gives his team so much control on the map now by that win.
Yeah, 5 more kills to go, and look at where Complexity are positioned, just trapped at the bottom of ramp. They get a little bit of space on the map after they take down Bound, but they're going to be stuck in blue. One player by himself, King Nick over at Snipe, and that's Legend's target first.
Camo in the hands of Legend allows him to move so freely across the map. 4 more kills to go for Optic Gaming as Complexity finds them their back steadily against the wall.
Ryan cheesing that doorway gets an assassination onto Renegade. You know Renegade's a little upset with that one, but he can shrug it off with a 10-kill lead. All you need to do is find 4, and Legend's got your 1.
3 more kills to go, and Optic Gaming will go up 2-0 in this series. Ryan New gets taken down to 1 shot. Bound cleans that up. 2 more kills to go. Renegade trying to look for it. Spots King Nick. Legend is there to clean it up. Last kill. Optic Gaming playing like an absolute machine right now. And there it is. Renegade with the final kill. And Optic Gaming go up 2-0.
Just so impressive. So impressive this roster is when they get map control and they are able to punish the other team the way they are. Continuously keeping players in no shield, players coming off respawn, almost getting shocked in the head, and you think you're lucky that you got to keep your life, but guess what? Legend, Bound, they're filing in. They're going to finish you before your shields ever come up, and that's a recipe for success. The Green Wall showed us that all year long, and it's no surprise. They're having the success still at the Halo World Championship. They find themselves up 2-0 now in this series.
Cool, calm, and collected is the Green Wall. Optic Gaming here on a mission, ladies and gentlemen. They want to be crowned your Halo World Champions, but they have a lot of tough teams in their path.
Yeah, taking a look at the highlights. Game starts with Optic dominating, and that's just a recipe for disaster. Renegade, just, you see him without any information, he's willing to push in the yard. He is willing to take any gunfight in this series. This is a dangerous roster when they get into that mentality, when they're not second-guessing themselves, when they're not waiting for another teammate. When they're flying, they're a problem. And all you saw throughout the mid-game towards the end game was this team wanting to just continue the pace. They know teams like Complexity cannot keep up with the pace. If we can just keep the pressure on the other side of the stage, it's just so chaotic, right? The comms are everywhere. You're getting timing because you're focused on everyone being a priority kill. Everything's getting yelled. And honestly, Faisal, when you're in that situation, if you take a look, being down 2-0 in this series, what can Complexity do to even try to stop some of that, especially going into what I consider one of the fastest map mode combinations in Stronghold's Recharge?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them, Clutch, I'll be honest. But at the end of the day, you just got to talk to each other as a team and regroup, refocus, and reset, right? You have to believe in yourself. You're here at the Halo World Championships for a reason. And you got to be able to win at least one game against a team like Optic Gaming, who is one of the best teams in the entire world. We know this. But Complexity is trying to make a name for themselves as well. And Clutch, we talked about it at the start of this series where TSM pushed Optic Gaming all the way to a game 5, whereas Complexity 3-0'd them right before this series. But sometimes that close series win or even a loss in some situations can be exactly what your team needs to start the weekend off correctly, and we're seeing that right now at Optic.
Yeah, sometimes it wakes you up, right? Gets the adrenaline going, saying, hey, I'm at a world championship. We were close to slipping up again, and Optic has slipped up all year long, it feels like, in pool play. So that wake-up call was everything they needed to look primed and ready for what is Complexity's best shot at them, and now they're up 2-0. We're taking a look at the pool play results. FaZe Clan up 2-0, Cloud9 up 2-0. I saw Cloud9 won game 1 of that series. I'm very interested to see what that actual series score is. Cloud9 giving FaZe Clan a hard time. MD and SSG still a date with Destiny. SSG actually lost to Unreal Nightmare. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, SSG getting taken out by Unreal Nightmare. Not what you expected to see there in Pool D. Obviously, they still have a chance to get top 2 in their pool, but wow, Envy with the 2-0 in the Pool D, and Space Station Gaming losing to Unreal. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, we'll have a series later in Pool A, Luminon versus Akave. That'll decide who's going to get second most likely in that pool. That's a big series because you get an opportunity to start your World Championship in winner's bracket with a series win there. And after Luminon fell short to Shopify, are they going to be hanging their heads, or is Akave going to be able to kind of match what we saw from them in the first series? It wasn't any great results against Shopify, but there were opportunities there if you remember. So I'm looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, that'll be a good series. But right here, we have Game 3 coming up. Optic Gaming versus Complexity. What some expected to be a close series, Optic Gaming is shutting the door on that narrative. They're here to prove a point. They want to finish their Friday off strong. And like you said, Clutch, maybe get a nice dinner afterwards.
You know, Hex is buying them a nice dinner. They finished pool play for the first time, what feels like undefeated. It's about damn time, boys, but what a time to do it. Name of the game is going to be Recharge Strongholds, and anybody you're specifically looking at on the side of Complexity that really needs to step up to make this more of a contest and to give Optic an actual shot at falling short of a 3-0 here.
I'm going to be looking at Cherish. We saw the stats in the TSM series where Cherish absolutely popped off. Of course, the level of competition a little bit different here against Optic Gaming, and they seem to be shutting him down a little bit, but Cherish is really going to need to step up for this team to succeed in Game 3.
Yeah, and some of the difficulty, honestly, on any individual on Complexity has got to be you don't have any space on the map to work with. You're playing against players with power-ups and power weapons. It feels like the majority of the time, Optic Gaming just continuously pushing that pace. We keep iterating it, but it's so important to stress because no matter how good of a player you are, if you don't have any map or angles to work around, it's almost like a losing fight coming off spawn anyways.
Looking at the predictions here, Wes.
Who's looking good so far?
So far, I mean, everyone is looking like they're in the running.
Anybody with SSG is not. That would be you.
It's pool play. We've seen teams like Optic Gaming come back after a tough pool play, so I still have faith in SSG. But Optic Gaming, Clutch, looks like me and you agree that they are here to prove a point this weekend.
The team was built to win a world championship. I expect them to win a world championship, and if they don't, that will be how their season will be remembered. I'm hearing in my ear, FaZe Clan is in Game 5 with Cloud9 right now, and that's an interesting series going over on, I'm assuming, on the Bravo station. Hell of a predictions, though. I just hope Tony's not right. That's really all I care about.
That's all you care about.
Yeah. I don't care if I'm right, as long as Tony's not right.
SSG obviously having a difficult series there, losing to Unreal Nightmare, and we have Shopify Rebellion, the back-to-back champions, coming in trying to get a three-peat, and Optic Gaming trying to get the train back on the tracks after winning the first 2 events of this year. They haven't found that success so far.
Oh, wow. You get an opportunity to see the series layout for what FaZe and Cloud9 are going up against, and I mean, Cloud9 with a 2-1 lead. Winning on Recharge Strongholds, a game type that I think haunts FaZe. It's nice to see a Lattice go in FaZe's favor. That Game 5 is going to be lit. Live Fire Slayer, you got Camo, you got the S7. Who's going to get an opportunity to really pop off? I mean, a lot of teams playing with fire here this weekend. We saw Optic go the distance with the TSM roster as well. So no surprise that some of our back-ended teams in pool play are really pushing some of the top teams the distance. But so far, our top teams are undefeated. It would be a shock if FaZe go down there.
Yeah, after making it all the way to the grand finals in the last major, losing against Cloud9, even though it is pool plays, that would be a difficult road to go down if you're FaZe. You got to get all the wins early right now and keep that momentum going.
And honestly, for Cloud9, they've gone to so many Game 5s in the past few years.
Yep.
Different rosters along the way, obviously, but some of those players are still on that roster, and it feels like they always get to Game 5, but they always fall short. Is the World Championship going to be the first time it feels like they get over that hump and they create that upset? That would be big time for the C9 boys.
Taking a look at the journeys of some of our top teams here in the HCS. Like we talked about, Wes, Optic Gaming coming out the gates firing, winning the first 2 events. And since then, it's been a bit of a downward trend. On the other side, Shopify Rebellion winning back-to-back events, trying to go for the 3-peat. Can you imagine the players like Flash Shot and Cycle getting their first event wins in a 3-peat?
Someone's got to stop Royal 2. He's already got 3 rings. Someone
Royal 4 rings?
Man, Royal 4 rings is
crazy.
Ridiculous. At what point are we talking about Royal 2 being the GOAT? That's the greatest of all time. I mean, 4 rings is something I'm not even sure Ogre 2 has. He may have actually 4 rings, but he might be tied at that point in that conversation. That'd be an interesting one, but a long weekend ahead in order to establish that and actually make that a reality. And there's several players on that main stage trying to make sure that never happens.
Yeah, and in this game number 3, I'm going to be looking at Bound and Legend, right? We talked about it a little bit in game number 2. The two fastest players, in my opinion, in the ACS, they forced this Optic Gaming roster to just be one of those super aggressive teams that's always in your face. And on the other side, you have someone like Ryan Noob, who's kind of built his name and career on being that type of player. But when you have Legend and Bound completely countering Ryan Noob, it seems like right now, it's going to be tough for Complexity.
Yeah, Ryan is known for taking his unpredictable routes, his untraditional routes, and finding so much success there. It's almost like those routes are getting cut off before he can even really find that opportunity. When you got players come in your face off spawn, forcing you to win a gunfight.
And not missing.
It's a much harder recipe for success, and I think that that's what we've seen a part of manifest itself here in a 2-0.
Yeah, but we got to see Complexity turn around, Wes. It's not unheard of for a team to be down 2-0 and make it a series, right? We understand that these first 2 games have been pretty much a blowout, but game number 3 could change the fate of Complexity. They just have to come out of the gate strong and have a good start.
Stranger things have happened at World Championships. I can promise you that. I lived a piece of that. We'll see if Complexity. That's an ad.
Okay.
Counted as the same. You might not have. We played in a national championship, if you remember.
I try to forget. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3. Recharge, Strongholds. Optic Gaming looking to sweep in their pools. Of course, they'll have another series to go, but Complexity is trying to say something about it and make this a series.
I love these little player games, by the way. A new addition to the World Championship main stage. Get to see Formal cracking his neck. You know he's ready to get this series over with.
250 points will get you the win. We have the shocked rifle. We have the power-ups. And we're going to see Complexity try to have a good start here. And they're going to need to control this camo, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they immediately put themselves behind in game 2. Formal finds himself the camo, the shock, and it was all Formal for a little bit there. So much impact on the outcome of the game. We'll see if Complexity can do a better job of starting this game off. But right now on board with Bound, and he's already behind enemy lines. King, oh wait, take down King Nick. He gets turned on and Bound. Gonna reset in the death cam. Legend, however, finds himself a double, finds himself a third player attempting to push top A, making it a difficult kill for him. The jukes, the dips, the dodges. Can he get the job done? Oh my God, it's an ugly fight. He gets a little bit of help from his friends. And with that, bought some time for the rest of Optic Gaming to get over to A. And what a play by Legend, just staying alive.
Camo was secured by Renegade, but quickly taken out by the Complexity side, and now control in the hands of Optic Gaming, A and C, and they're gonna get some points on the board.
Yeah, not your traditional hold. Optic are gonna want B in either A or C, but they're gonna get all 3 from the looks of it. C flat is where all of Complexity is gonna be coming off respawn here, and already with so much damage onto them, they know they can't stand in that stronghold. They're going to have to fight for white and blue control. Formal trying to deny some of that space right now, but continuously getting kills in the kill feed for Optic Gaming. It's a trip cap to kick this one off, and already 40-0 and climbing.
Yeah, that trip cap is so deadly, and this is not looking good for Complexity. We talked about them needing a strong start in game number 3, but Optic Gaming are the ones firing on all cylinders.
And it's Legend, MVP of last Worlds. 6-1-1 to kick this one off. Gets a ton of information and doesn't take a lot of damage. Very key to being able to stay alive there. Gets a kill. Can he get out? It's a killing spree for Legend, and he gets out of there. He's surrounded by Complexity, and he finds a hole. I guess he creates a hole with a kill. And with that, Complexity once again on respawn, down over 100 already.
Now they're going to be spawning in the pipes, they're going to try to go top glass and rotate all around to C, but right now this is an absolute bloodbath. Optic Gaming is making this look so easy.
Blink. This game's about to be over right now. Ryan Noob gets put on respawn. One player is going to be towards the elevator side, but I mean, Complexity having such a hard time finding any kills. Legend still alive on this killing spree, 8-2-1. They do get A, so they stop the trip cap waiting, but I'm Christ, it's already 157-0.
Yeah, even after getting A, Optic just collapses so quickly, and they're gonna get A right back and get right into this triple cap once again.
Second camo of the game might not even come up, it feels like. It is coming up here momentarily, but it might not need to get put to use. 185, it's perfect Halo for Optic Gaming so far.
Once again, all of Complexity spawning in pipes. Ryan will be able to be a straggler and get behind Optic, but he gets taken out And now Bound picks up the camo, and the trip cap is still in full effect, Wes.
Hey, Complexity, I'm gonna let you know right now, you got one more life in this game. If you don't get a kill, this game's over. This series is over.
After capping A, see a couple members of Complexity try to rotate over to C. Let's see if they can win this fight against Legend and get some control.
Okay, a couple of kills come their way. They want to play some Halo, it seems, this Friday evening. They're able to get B, they're able to hop in C. Complexity not going to get 250-0. Let's see how long they can hold this double cap. They can get around the Slays. They're going to need to push for a trip cap, however, because their deficit is so massive. Ryan and Cherish pick up kills. The last two players at Elevator. You need Complexity to push this, and you need to do it fast. You got to get rid of these Optic Gaming members. Legend gets out of there, though. He sneaks out, and he's able to jump in C before Complexity would like him to, so no trip cap for Complexity.
Yeah, that was huge for Formal Legend to get that trade. Legend staying alive and rotating over to C, giving them control of C, but Complexity still has A and B, so some signs of life out of Complexity.
The heart rate monitor is going crazy right now. Let's see what Legend's able to do. Hops into B. Everybody on the map is alive. You have to think this is highway robbery if he's able to transfer over B, but by the looks of observer mode, everybody for Complexity stuck in the back of blue. Formal's getting kills in no man's land right now. They are able to reposition to get C, but they've lost control once again, and 15 points is all Optic need.
Every single time, no matter whose point of view we go on the Optic side, the game just looks so easy for them. Their teamwork is impeccable right now, and they are just playing such efficient Halo. It's a beauty to watch.
10 points, one more round of Slays. Complexity split across the map, and they're looking for a C push here. They've regrouped, there's 3 of them. Legend's gonna find all 3 here. Can he get some kills is the question. King Nick's able to stay alive. They're able to transfer over C. So for now, Complexity are alive. 2:45:37, that's where we'll stop as a BC hold for Complexity keeps them in this game.
Now we're seeing Complexity push their advantage and try to win this fight. Turbine trying to get that A control as well, maybe get a trip cap for themselves. But Optic Gaming has control of batteries, trying to get B back, and they do.
Renegade gets caught off guard, but still almost able to turn on the mental. Can't hit the headshot. A couple of kills go to Complexity, and now they push a trip cap. Formal finds himself a perfect kill. The trip cap gets denied once again. Legend in A will allow Complexity to have a BC hold. Complexity continue to score. It's a matter of time. You just got to feel. You got to get a trip cap, and you almost have to play perfect from here.
Yeah, 245 seconds for Optic. One switch, one setup break, and they'll win this game. But the triple cap comes out of Complexity, and all of Optic is spawning towards C. So maybe Complexity will put on some pressure here and try to hold the trip cap. But no, it looks like they're going to choose to just hold A and B for now.
Do you believe in miracles? Complexity now up to 100 points. The trip cap, it gets stopped for now, but here comes Complexity. A kill on the Formal's big, but the rest of Optic Gaming turn and burn. What is King Nick's life there? Legend's going to be anchoring this back blue position, but look at Complexity. All right, here we go. There's some teamwork there. Formal gets spit out towards the pipes. That's the first player to spawn. You got to figure out a way to deny the shock rifle, and this pipe control is so imperative here for Complexity to continue this trip cap. The rest of this team is over at Elevator. If they can get these kills at Elevator, they can continue what is a trip cap right now. Formal goes down as well. 4 down again for Optic. Here we go.
This is looking good for Complexity, but once again, one slip, one wrong move, and Optic Gaming will sweep this series. So Complexity has to play literally perfect Halo.
Ryan needs to hit a shot. You got to create the opportunity for your team. King Nick does get a kill in the feed, and Ryan gets information across that mid-bridge player. Legend, the last player alive. 4 down again for Optic. Complexity. Here we go.
Spawning towards the glass side, Optic Gaming just needs to focus on getting a pick, maybe 2, as Bound does a lot of damage, but great grenade out of Rhino taking him down, and we're seeing Optic trying to rotate towards C, but King Nick is there.
Oh my God, here comes Ryan New. He hits the first. Legend gets a double on the kill feed. 2 go down on each side. This is the moment of the game, right back in it. Only down 15 now. The next round of Slays almost guarantees who's going to win this game. Mental backs up to Glass. He's got C control. 1 player in B. His teammate, King Nick, able to get that reset on the B. Formal goes down. King Nick goes down. Mental picks up a kill on the Bound. 2 players going to C, and it's the last 2 players that will have anything to say about this. If Complexity can get these kills before the team spawns, that's big. But Mental jumps up, eats the nade, and with that, Optic able to get that kill. 243, 245. This game's tied, Faisal.
What are we watching right now? Clutch 246 to 245. Complexity making a miraculous comeback right now as Optic Gaming converts C. So they have control of A and C, and this could be it. But Complexity hops into C.
They get into C. Nobody from Complexity is here, and Renegade's in B as well. 2 members go down for Complexity. They're coming off respawn right now. Formal gets 2 in the feed as well. This game, as close as it got. Optic find a way. Oh my God, Mental. Mental jumps in. Last player steps. The melees aren't close enough. Oh, finally. Optic Gaming gave their fans a heart attack, but brought them back to life there at the end. I mean, Complexity, that was going to be a game we talked about for a long time, but we will remember it as almost the time Optic choked.
Yeah, and if you're Complexity, of course, you never want to get 3-0 swept, but they showed something impressive in that game number 3 and just an inch away from stealing that game and pushing this to a game 4, but this is a game of inches clutch, and Optic Gaming just iced up.
Optic with a 3-0 in the series, but we will remember these strongholds for the heart attack that they just gave their fans as far as thinking that the night was over, it was going to be easy, it was going to be dominant. It was almost 250-0 if you remember.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, Complexity ran away with it. Optic Gaming showing some ice there at the end in a very unfavorable position in the last few moments of that game, but somehow found a way to get into C, and with that, bought themselves enough time to make the plays. Another test for Optic Gaming, another pass of the test. We'll give them a C for that one because you had all the right answers in the first half, and in the second half, you just started scribbling.
And we're seeing an Optic Gaming team coming out the gates swinging. We haven't seen them have this much success in pool plays in quite some time. And right now, if you're an Optic fan, it's looking like they're here to win a championship.
The true test was Optic, can you go undefeated in pools? Please, don't mess up the bracket again. They passed that test. That's an 8. That's the first time it feels like in a long time for Optic fans where they get after a Friday and they get to go, okay, on to bracket play.
And Complexity still has a chance to get second in their pool, so good job out of them. And once again, we talked about that game number 3 potential comeback. That would have been one for the history books, but Optic Gaming shut it down and iced up when it matters most.
I'm excited to see Optic finally in winner's bracket where they should be against a team not named Shopify Rebellion. It feels like we've seen all season long the matchup against Shopify in winner's bracket round 1. Optic are here. It feels like Optic are back in the place that they should be. We know them to be. We expect championships from a roster that has been talking about it since they formed.
The green wall is here to try and win a championship, and right now we have Blaze on stage with the coach of Optic, Lunchbox.
Seattle, get loud for Optic Gaming. 3-0 in their pools. Made that such an exciting series, as you guys love to put on a show for the fans. Talk to me about the last round. Let's just hop right into it, Jason, okay? You guys are up by about 200, and then next thing you know, it's coming down to a 1-point game. How did you keep them so cool, calm, and collected in that moment?
Yeah, they had to lock in for about 5 seconds at the end of the game and win a couple pivs, and thankfully we clutched up.
Thankfully, y'all clutched up, okay? When you play that great in the beginning of a map, you give yourself some opportunity to make a few mistakes, but you guys managed to close that one out. You know, last event, you guys came out with a 3rd, but that's not like you guys. What was one thing that you wanted to help the squad correct coming into this event so you guys can be another world champion, get another trophy there for the mantle?
Yeah, I think going into Worlds, everybody just immediately locked in. It's the biggest event of the year. It's Halo Super Bowl, so yeah, the guys started practice back up the Tuesday after last event and have been dialed in.
They not new to this, they true to this, all right? They know exactly what they got to do here coming to Worlds, but what do you want these fans to be doing throughout this entire weekend as you guys are on this stage popping off against anybody?
I must say it's been pretty loud for a Friday, so I hope it just keeps getting better.
I think it's going to keep getting better, and that's going to do it for me at Lunchbox on the stage. We still got one more match to go. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yes, a very convincing win right out of the gates, luckily, for Optic Gaming. It comes in a very pretty picture in that series and tied up with a bow for the end of their day. So fantastic stuff from Optic Gaming, getting over, honestly, a massive hump that is a day 1 for them. It's been consistent for them. A really difficult thing for them to, I don't know, just get over, I suppose, considering how good this team are and how powerful this roster can be. I really didn't understand why day 1s were so difficult for them. But here we go. It's happened at the World Championship. They are able to lock in. That's what matters most. Jersey, what did you love about how incredibly dominant Optic Gaming were and what they did differently from the last time we saw them on that main stage?
It's funny because we almost seen Optic Gaming season in one Strongholds game, right? Now, they ended up getting the win in the end. So, I mean, is that the way it's going to pan out here at the Halo World Championships? Questions still around this team, and do they have enough to get the job done over the likes of Shopify Rebellion? But I think when they go back today, that Strongholds game won't really matter. They'll almost laugh it off and say, we got away with that one in the end. And I think for them, the stats will read 3-0. When you look back on it, that's all that will matter. They have themselves top of the pool. Things are going right for Optic Gaming.
100%. And I think when it comes down to situations like this, we're watching back the Strongholds now. And Tony, the fact that it gets so incredibly close, and we heard Lunch on the main stage say they had to lock in for 5 seconds to get the job done. Isn't it funny how that always seems to be a thing? The comebacks, the momentum, how difficult it is to stop a team when they are just flowing and in full force, despite facts only needing 2 seconds left. It is so difficult to regain control there, but the best of our teams seem to do so. They managed to pull it out where it matters most. And I feel like it's those high-pressure situations. It's coming down to the wire. They also need only 2 points, and they turn it back around again. Tony, Optic Gaming, when they are against the wall, they tend to play their very best.
That they do. I mean, we almost saw one of the greatest comebacks that we've seen in Stronghold's history right here on the world stage. And mind you, it was fresh off of Optic, almost pulling off a 250-0. Complexity dug deep, and Optic, you have been tested. You have been knocked down, but you haven't been knocked out. You did what you had to do in order to take that first place in pools.
It's so funny when you're so dominant in a Strongholds game, you're winning by 248 to 0. You think, okay, they have a trip cap. Don't worry, we'll get ourselves back into it. You go 4 dead. You go 4 dead again. So wait, hang on a minute, now it's 100 points.
Yeah.
And then you start to panic. So now we have to start winning our pibs. You lose a camouflage. And it can very quickly get out of hand. But Optic Gaming, fortunately for them, they caught themselves right in the nick of time.
100%. It does start to snowball. We use that term a lot here. And it's because, like you said, when you do have 4 dead constantly, you then lose the fight for those power-ups, for those power weapons. You have nothing to regain control.
Yep.
You have nothing to take over once again. And it is so very difficult. And that's why we're seeing, very quick CTF games. We're seeing Strongholds that are just being held at a trip cap for time and time again, because these teams, they know what they're doing on Halo Infinite. Of course, year 4 here. Here we go, pool play though, folks. We have a lot of scores coming through, and one very big one over in Pool B and Pool D. FaZe Clan, they actually went game 5 with Cloud9, and Cloud9 pulled it out the bag right at the very end. It was incredibly close, but Cloud9, they sealed it. They take the top of their pool, and FaZe, they will be second in their pool here. Curious to know what that does to their bracket, where they're going to be on the side of things here. And of course, Pool D, Space Station. We talked about the Envy matchup and about how that was a highlight. They actually fell to Unreal Nightmare. Shutters, what's your mind saying?
There's a real situation we might find ourselves in where Space Station go 1 and 2 in pools. Envy have been no easy task to take care of. Now listen, in the past, SSG have gotten the job done, but they've come to game 5, so it's not been easy. I mean, SSG losing to Unreal Nightmare, that's got to be a big warning sign. And for Envy, they must be licking their lips thinking, we can't wait to play them.
You know what, I think the big thing to take away here, especially in pool players, as we get into our final game of the night, is these things tend to happen on day 1. Pool play does bring a lot of upsets and a lot of opportunity for underdogs coming forward and hopefully gaining confidence and momentum. And it's purely because, it's coming back to LAN, it's trying to shake off those jitters. There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these teams, and they're trying to really just get back into the mix. It can be very, very difficult, and every single team here are the best in the world. So I'm excited to see how they kind of bounce back here, both of these teams. And SSG, they have a chance to do that here tonight once again. We'll have to see what FaZe make of that and how they go back to the drawing board and grow from it. We've seen Optic Gaming do it time and time again. They've actually taken the trophy doing it and making mistakes. We'll have to see how teams handle each situation as they come. Speaking of, though, we had quite the situation earlier on. In fact, some really incredible news and a massive update from Halo Studios on the desk. If you did miss it, excuse me, then don't worry, you can actually go and rewatch that now as well on the community stage. They had a deep dive. Go over to youtube.com/Halo and catch all of that there, just in case you missed all of the information, because incredible stuff is happening. Campaign Evolved coming back to us, an absolute OG, nostalgia, newness across the board, and I can't wait to get our hands on it. And actually everybody in venue has been getting their hands on it already, because it has been available demo mode for them to play. So incredible stuff. If you did actually miss all of it, and the incredible way it looks too, because the art is absolutely chef's kiss with Unreal, then check this out as we head to a quick break before we get to the next match.
According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. They call it Halo. They believe that Halo is some kind of weapon.
What sort of weapon is it?
One with unimaginable power.
Chief, you gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
Fire Team Charlie, we're on our way.
Touchdown! Hit it, Marines! Somebody order a warthog.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Lock and roll, rock and roll!
Give them hell, Chief.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Well, good evening, Seattle, and what a good evening it has been, especially if you are the fan of our winning teams here today in day one, full play of your Halo World Championships. Now, we're back in the building. We have one final game on the main stage tonight, and it's going to be Space Station Gaming versus MV. Now, the storyline has changed ever so slightly, lads, and that is because this was really the matchup we were wanting to see. We wanted to know who was going to take this grudge match, this revenge match against SSG and MB, because it's always close. And really, we were thinking potentially in Charlotte, MB might have had the better of SSG, but no. SSG, they came out to play and they managed to do it. But this time around, before we've even got on the stage with this combination of teams, SSG have fallen short. They've fallen flat already against Unreal Nightmare, and I am confused, to say the least. I do want to know what on earth happened. I'll have to go back and watch the tapes myself. But Space Station Gaming, I think they do have a tendency sometimes to get, I don't know, a little bit flustered. I think they're not entirely sure of their exact playstyle and how they want to handle certain teams. And I think you can capitalize on that. And I think if you're Unreal Nightmare coming into things, I think there's a chance always to take a series. Anybody can do it in a best of 5, and that has been proven here. But how do they bounce back? This is the big question against MB.
I think we often talk about Shopify Rebellion being like a well-oiled machine. I think the issue with Space Station Gaming is they're a machine. They're just not very well-oiled. I think they're very clanky. They make a lot of sounds, and sometimes it doesn't look pretty, and they can find themselves dropping down. I think we're actually a little bit disappointed. We thought this game at the end of the night was almost like a main event. We were expecting both fighters to come into this unbeaten. We see SSG have slipped on the mat. I don't know whether it was a banana skin or a punch, but Unreal Nightmare, at the end of the day, they managed to get themselves a win on the board against SSG. So a massive win for them, a great underdog story. But for SSG, now a lot of work to do against their rivals in Envy.
Yeah, it's a massive series, of course, still. However, it just does mean it's something that's slightly different. Yeah. I think it doesn't have as much weight here. I think Space Station need the bounce back. It doesn't have as much weight in terms of the specific matchup we're seeing. I think MV want to now capitalize on the fact that Space Station Gaming have already fallen short here today. And MV have a chance to do that. But Space Station, they need to find it within themselves to produce the goods here, because this is going to be pretty ugly if they don't manage to do it. Finding yourself on the elimination side of the bracket is going to be very, very difficult. And Tony, Space Station, looking back at this rewind from earlier on, they took the first one. It was getting pretty close. And then Unreal Nightmare, just continued to push forward, essentially. Those Slayers meant everything to this win in the series, and they pulled through actually 50-44 apiece here in both 2 and 5. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, for those of y'all who didn't get the chance to actually watch the series, let me tell you, Breaking Shot and the amount of kills he was able to stack up was so impressive. And then on top of that, the damage that Syrian put down here for that Unreal Nightmare roster was incredible. That game number 4 and game number 5, Syrian and Breaking Shot absolutely did their thing and earned a huge win.
Yeah, Breaking Shot, more like breaking ankles, I think. For SSG, I want them to head up to that main stage and be absolutely pissed, be livid, and get some fucking licks back here, because there's a big, massive series on the cards here for them up against MB. Show me what you've got.
Show us what you've got. You've heard the lads. On the other side of the stage, though, is MB, and again, a massive opportunity for them. Yeah, I think it will still be a revenge match for them. I think they want to get this done against Space Station Gaming, but I think the bigger picture here is knowing that this is a guarantee kind of push through into the winner side of things. If they can do this against Space Station Gaming here, they are sitting pretty with the very best of the best, and it solidifies a lot of confidence heading into the champ bracket tomorrow. MB, so much potential. Can they put it together? We've seen kind of moments, we've seen ebbs and flows of greatness from this roster and from this team. We've seen it online. We haven't seen it quite convert to LAN yet. I think that's where it matters most, and how you're bringing yourself to the table. You need to practice the way that you want to play. I have not yet seen a very similar comparison to this team, the way that they play online, as in comparison to the way they play on LAN. I feel like there's a little bit more of nervous energy. I think there's hesitation that I'm also picking up on. I don't want to see any of that. Be confident.
Yeah, I think every time they head into a LAN tournament after the online performances, I'm really confident about the team. I think this is going to be the moment, and it's if, buts, and maybes, it's nearly's, it's almost. I think this needs to be the time they change the narrative, they change the story, they alter it. Add a footnote, add a page, do what you need to do, be SSG here and make that statement.
I will say one huge difference between the last time these two teams matched up, where SSG were able to come out with the win, is map and game mode combination. It favored Space Station Gaming during their last matchup. This time, you have Oddball and Assault back-to-back for Game 3s and Game 4s. Envy have only dropped 2 Assault games literally all year long. This is a favorable game and map mode combination for Envy. This is Envy's time to step up.
I think also you need to look at Envy. This might be the best chance they have playing against SSG. They've already lost to Unreal Nightmare. Their confidence is going to be on the floor. They're a little bit shaken. Make sure you put them away here. come out swinging and put them on the back foot.
So there's a lot of weight right now in the series layout, and I think in terms of Envy, they need something to kind of pick up on. I think obviously, like you mentioned there last time, Tony, it was tough, right? You know, they just weren't in it, and I think series layout does definitely weigh into things. This is favorable to them. They have everything in front of them. They have a deflated SSG. But it always seems to be when you have every single tool in the Shred at your availability, you have to be able to use them. That is the big question. Can they do this? I mean, Recharge, King of the Hill. Let's be perfectly honest. If Stellar starts to light things up on that main stage, it could spell trouble. I truly do believe that, yes, Space Station Gaming, we haven't quite seen the teamwork that we are expecting from our top 3 teams. But the individual talent that we have also on that roster at any given moment, any given time, can just completely flip a series on its head. And Stella has to be that highlight for me. He is such a good slayer, and he opens things up for his team. What do you expect out of him on the stage here today, especially to try and get his team back in the mix?
I mean, we're going to need Stellar to put on another MVP type of performance. Think about him in year 2 and year 3, and the consistent times he was putting up a 1.25 KD. At times in tournaments, 1.37 KDs during those years. So far this year, been a little bit ups and downs. He's had some stellar games. Sorry,
I like the pun, Tony.
But he's had some crazy games, honestly. But some, you know, barely over 1.0 KD as far as average. It's been a bit of a slower year for Stellar. They need him.
Hey, listen, it's been a slower year, but it's not over yet. And he has chance to speed it up. I would like to see that, very much so, on that main stage, especially against Envy. But we'll have to see what happens coming up on that main stage. It's going to be your final match of the night and your final one for pool play day 1 here at the Halo World Championships. Space Station Gaming versus Envy.
And it's time for the last match of the day here at the Halo World Championship 2025. Envy going up against Space Station Gaming to close out the day, and what a day it has been. Welcome everyone, I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy as well with me on the mic, and we're looking forward to this one because SSG, Dave, they've been put through the ringer.
This spaceship's looking a little shaky so far on launch, on pool play.
Yeah.
You're right there, GB. We're not sure which SSG we're getting so far this event. Many times, I put them in my top 4 because I said, you can't really count out the likes of Eco and Stellar during Halo World Championship. Even when they looked a little rocky during the last event, still managed to pull out top 4. But losing to Unreal Nightmare, up next they got Envy. Fate is not fully in their hands. Even if they win this, they're now in a 3-way tie and have to figure it out.
Oh yeah, I mean, pressure is on. Just like the way this guy is gonna be feeling the pressure tomorrow in the Big Team Battle Bonanza. Make sure you guys tune in for that. Just wanted to, do a little promo for that ahead of time. But yeah, you're so right, Dave. They're not gonna be in control of their own destiny, right, at the rate that things are going. Envy's, playing great right now, finding a ton of success. So there really is just the question, I guess, is who really wants to, who's going to show up in this moment in time? Who's going to be the one to step up? You were hearing earlier Tony talk about, wanting to see Stellar be that guy. He typically had been that guy on the SSG side, time and time again. But then on the Envy side, you got a lot of players there that are hungry to chase a trophy and can see SSG as a great stepping stone, great opportunity for them to do so, which is a crazy sentence to say out loud.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on all these members on this roster here of SSG. I keep hearing Stellar called out, but I tend to look towards a lot of his teammates over on his right and say, what could they be doing a little different? what could they be swapping up? Because I feel like Stellar's been so consistent throughout so many of these years, and you know, I want when Stellar's going off for SSG to be absolutely dominant in that game. Not just Stellar going off to win the game, to barely get over the finish line.
I was going to say that, to just drag them over the finish line. It's very true. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Envy, Descendant, Piggy, Precision, Yaxin, these are guys who have been at it for a long time. They're students of the game. And granted, they have had some ups and downs, but one thing for certain is this is a phenomenal team that can very well turn a lot of heads here in Seattle. And honestly, they're already doing it. They're 2-0 in their group, and they're looking phenomenal so far.
Yeah. It's hard to, you wouldn't have thought this 1 year ago at the Halo World Championship in 2024, but to say Envy is arguably favored against SSG in this match right now.
Wild to think for sure, but now we'll see though, right? I don't want to be one of those people who counts out SSG quite yet. Let's not forget, we still have some world champs on that team, guys who have done it before, who have had success, not just in Infinite, but in other Halos as well. So you're really going to be looking for them to dig deep in this one. That being said, now we got Piggy. He's got the camo just worn out, but we're going to be getting a lot of progress on this one. Doesn't really seem like there's a sense of urgency to try and force these fights here from Space Station. They're trying to maybe get some more positioning, get a little bit around the map, and then they're going to go and collapse here.
Like this play, they got a couple things across the map, and then every member on SSG gets the memo and says, collapse on batteries, clear them out, and let's get some time of our own.
But now you kind of put yourself in a really difficult spot here, Dave, because look at that progress that was gained by Envy. One slip up if you're SSG, and that's it. You're going to lose that because it's going to be really hard for you to get back into the swing of things. Now, if you're Envy, though, you can't rest on your laurels here. You kind of have to hit the go button a bit and get in their face. Don't let them get comfortable and get a setup. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at going down 1-0 in this one.
Just like that, able to get themselves half of this hill for SSG. It's going to be whoever gets this next set of control. I don't know if it's going to be scrappy time. Yaxin trying to put the pressure on, going straight for batteries, and does get the kill on Falcated.
There is some support there from Suppress, and he gets himself a double. No one's in there quite yet for Envy, but for SSG, they're good. They got a body in there, and they could very well get the score, but they're going to have to remove these players on the elevator side of the map, and that was one. Descendant, Precision, not long for this world either. He's cooked, he's done, and that should be SSG getting this point here anytime now.
Yaxin got the grenade on Eco, got him out of there, so that's going to be new member there from SSG, Falcated, having to finish off the hill. Job well done, but like, you know, you heard from Jersey saying, hey, I don't know if it's a well-oiled machine, but it gets the job done.
Hey, that's it, man. Sometimes you just got to make sure that you finish the task at hand. You don't got to be pretty. You just need to get the dub. That said, though, 3 down now for Envy. Yaxin, last player left alive. They have eyes on him. They know exactly where he is, but they don't have bodies to get into that hill quite yet. Stellar trying to hit him on the cross there. Does manage to connect with one. Yaxin knows he's going to be in a world of hurt here, but he still manages to get at least some value out of that. And then Precision with the stick is going to remove all those players from the backside of Blue and give them some space to work with.
And after all those exchanges, at least Suppressed walks away with a shock rifle. Gonna be able to take his time here. But look at this, all this pressure still hitting them all the way towards pipes. I like this play from Envy. They're playing their own game. They're putting the pressure on the hill when they want. And Suppressed all of a sudden has to go into a more uncomfortable position. Has to take a new angle to try to get a shot here.
And he will find that shot. And he finds a second. Maybe looking for a third, who knows, but he's got it. Oh boy, triple kill for Suppress. Zapping fools in the face like it's nothing. Trying to get himself a 4th one too, an unofficial over, I guess, but that very well done. He got himself 4 solid kills that got his team right back in it.
Similar tale to the first hill though. Envy, first one to strike, gets so much time on the board, and I guess you're gonna get 3 medals, maybe 4 medals just for one of those kills because it's so cool. But whole point being is that Envy comes out the gates, they get a bunch of time on the hill, and that seems like SSG try to get some control and some, you know, remove some chaos this time.
Yeah.
But in the end, Envy able to close out hill number 2.
And that was largely based off of what you had noted earlier, Dave, which was some really good aggression on the defensive side. They weren't waiting for Space Station to, you know, come to them, kind of like what happened in that first fight that they had, and they ended up losing that first point. Rather, they were a bit more proactive, getting in the face of their opponents and not allowing them to have any kind of comfort in these exchanges. That said, now we got Envy back on the winning side here, getting inside of this Whirlpool Hill. They're holding it down now.
They have a couple of good items to be able to prevent movement. But here comes now. Stellar, Eco, both are going to be weak down low, so they're going to need... He got a teammate there. They got his one shot. They weren't going to be too concerned about that fight in particular. And on top of that, they were able to get themselves a camo. So they'll continue to use this one, and that's yet another camo that's been grabbed here for Envy. And Envy very much looking to add 2 to the count here. SSG kind of reeling a little bit. Not able to challenge his Whirlpool. They had a couple of fights, Dave, but it just did not pan out the way that they would have wanted to. And now that's going to be Envy up 2-1.
Yeah, Envy not afraid to jump in the hill without the perfect setup. Feels like SSG feel like they need to secure a bit more control across the map.
Yeah.
That's it's showing that Envy's style is just working a little bit better. Not hesitating, just saying we're going to grab some time, put the pressure on SSG. So we're seeing how SSG reacts to this. One thing that's been true for SSG out of every roster and every iteration they've had is they know how to adapt as the game goes on, as the series goes on. Tricks that worked on during the first couple minutes of the game don't work towards the end.
Yeah, no, it's very true. They just know, and they've been in these situations so many times that they know how to kind of analyze it on the fly, which is a skill that a lot of teams don't have. But guys like this, guys who have won world championships, they certainly do. And, you know, Suppressed and Falcated also want to be a part of that club eventually. But in order to do so, they got to beat the likes of Envy. They got to have these clean runs in pool play, which they have not been able to do so thus far. This is a real big game here for, obviously, for both squads. Envy can go 3-0 in the pool at Worlds, which would be massive for them. SSG can force a crazy tie. There's a lot of scenarios that can come into play here. But one of them for Envy is they just got to get this dub, plain and simple.
Yeah, end of the day, they can just control this right now if they can close up the series. Putting themselves in a prime spot so far with the 2-1 lead, but they got to figure out something on the C-Plat Hill. Doesn't look like Jackson doesn't want to commit to it. I mean, it's one of those exposed hills. You want to make sure you have a little bit more control, especially when your team is up in the count.
Yeah,
you don't want to throw the lead.
He's going to go for it now, but he's going to have to deal with Falcated. Teammates there to back him up. The Scratch Chat making 2 teammates, but look at this. The flank starting to come in. Just as that push was starting to come through here. Suppressed, trying to just make himself a hard target for Descendant, and Descendant does manage to find his mark. Instead, though, this is now a prime opportunity for Envy to be able to get back into this one. One player, one shot in the control tower. Descendant having to dodge all the grenades flying in here. You can see those 2 members, Falcated on the outside, looking to get back in. Suppress and company as well. They're going to be hanging out around that hill there, which is what prompted Eco to jump right into the action. But great reads from Envy, actually backing out a little bit, giving them a little bit of space, and then working the pit area to shut down those players. And they've also neutralized the camo there, which is huge.
Yeah, and so what looked like it was a locked-in hill here for SSG, no longer to be the case. Envy looking like they can close this one out, but look at that challenge. Charges it towards long haul.
That's big.
Aggression has worked so well for 74. Can they close out? Eco doesn't get his foot in the hill in time, and that's a 3-1 lead here for Envy. You know they got to play time at this point.
And I was going to say, Envy's got to be real careful. Man, precision is insane. That's wild, the way that he got out of that fight. Got a kill, got one shot, was at that box, and then managed to jump into the sneaky right where Piggy is right now. I was going to say, Envy needed to make sure that they didn't just lose everyone in that fight, and that they were going to have to take this next one. Oh my God, off with a respawn. But instead, they're doing such a brilliant job fighting inside of the long haul, getting in Space Station's face, and aggravating them in the process, clearly, because they're giving them no space to work with.
No, they're doing this so well. I love this play by Piggy. Just sitting over towards the long haul side, letting them spawn over and over again, so far away from the hill, and just coming into Piggy's trap.
Piggy's having a series right now. 20 kills for him. It's a great way to start things off here, rather a map, and he's having a great map, and they want to continue to see him have a great series here. There's only going to be a little bit of time left on the clock, and you know the rules, right? You get onto the hill, the clock stops, but the problem is that benefits SSG, but that clock is ticking down. Just, you know, 24 seconds remaining, Dave. You don't have a lot of space to work with.
No, and this one's a tough one, because if you're up to a 3-1 lead on this map specifically, the 5th and the 6th hills are going to be 2 of the most exposed ones. Bottom center and over at batteries.
It's so hard to be able to fight out of here, and for Envy, they do not need to get inside of that hill. That is not a necessity for them here. They can just continue to play this one out. SSG knows that. Eco really couldn't do all that much there. Gets caught looking, and that is going to do it. Envy managed to pick up that first map win. over SSG.
Hit your boy with some skin eventually, right?
You know, homie was hanging in there for a hot
little
minute.
too long.
But now this is where pressure starts to mount here for SSG, because they have been on the receiving end of some difficult games and lost to Unreal Nightmare. You saw the Des talking about that earlier. Dave, there is a very strong possibility we're seeing Space Station really struggle to find themselves here in Seattle.
Yeah, not the Friday they want to start. You know, we talk about different versions of SSG or some of these superstar rosters, and you start to say, okay, they're playing out of their minds on Friday or whatever.
Yeah.
This is not the start you want to see if you're an SSG fan, but one of the best parts about being a Space Station fan is this is a squad you can never count out.
It's very true.
They could go into the elimination bracket early. They could be down 2-0 in a series, and it's a squad that can just bring it right back as soon as they start to click and start to have things go their way. So not counting them out, but at the same time, not seeing the best that I've seen out of SSG.
I'm not seeing that oomph that we usually see from SSG. The way that they play, these were the guys who kind of popularized the whole, like, hold in hand, work together, playing twos, do all that gimmick, and they weren't really doing that there. This time around, everyone was like trying to find openings, but I think that's also a credit to Envy, because they were doing such a brilliant job of being aggressive over and over and over again. Kind of hard to react off of that when
That's
you're
a great
fighting.
point. If Envy slows down that game a little bit more, doesn't play at the sort of pace and put that objective pressure on as quickly as they have, it could have been a complete different result.
For sure. But they did, and they recognized that. Now we're going into a Slayer. I gotta say, I'm kind of liking the way the Envy is hitting a lot of these early starts here. If they manage to do the same thing, where they can get like a 5-kill lead right out of the gate, or even 3-kill lead, honestly. I
haven't taken 2-kill lead, man. What are you getting?
No, 2 kills, that's a little too much there, brother. 3 kills, doesn't really help the point, but, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. But no, I just want to see Envy with a hot start here, straight up. That's going to be the most important thing. But this is the current series layout and the record for these teams here, and well, you can see how Origin Slayer not looking good for the boys in SSG.
Yeah, small sample size though. I mean, of the 5 games played, it's only Envy's won 1 of them. Space Station's 1-0, obviously, so it's tougher for Space Station, but at the same time, when it's that small of a sample size.
Yeah, it's very true.
Now, the one that gets a little scary there, if you're a SSG fan, is game number 3.
Yeah.
Live Fire Oddball.
Yeah.
0-6 at that point. That's a large enough sample size that you say, okay, this map and
there's a
might
problem.
be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to address something here.
All right, well, let's see what happens. Can Envy continue to ride this momentum that they got themselves in that first map, or will SSG manage to respond here? Will we see the glimmers of that SSG team that's held trophies over their head, that's had teams fear them in bracket play? That's going to be what we're wondering for. Of course, we did have a little bit of an issue. We're going to get this one resorted and reloaded back in. So, we'll keep the dramatic music and then quietly fade it out.
Talk about it for a little bit longer
and then
here,
you quietly fade out the music. That's how you got to do it. And then look at that transition. Perfect. Unbelievable. Yes. More numbers for you. Okay. We got Precision here, who is doing his best Kong impression, and a 1.7 KD though in Slayer. My guy is frying.
Although the KDs are a little different there from these 2 Slayers on their squads, look at the damage difference though.
Yeah.
Falcated, when he's getting hot, he is putting out a massive damage differential, just giving so many opportunities for his teammates. Also showing the pace of play that works out for his team when they're doing well.
Oh yeah, when Falcade is hitting, he's like an axe for his team. You know what I mean? He's chopping people down left and right. I mean, the guy is insane. And that's why, again, you mentioned before, Dave, you really cannot count out SSG at any point in time. But there certainly is something to be said about guys like Precision, who, you see on your screen there, who are, not just up-and-comers, but have very much solidified themselves. You're playing for an incredible org like Envy, or, competing with people you've been alongside with along this journey for such a long time now. Like, this kind of reminds me, like, shades a little bit of like Native Red back in the day, right? Like, when these were just like four boys that were just coming together trying to like make it happen. And Envy very much giving me that same energy here in Seattle. Could very well be channeling that same energy from back in the day. We've seen teams make some amazing runs here at Worlds. Maybe Envy could very well be on the receiving end of that one, but Space Station does not want to let that one happen.
Yeah, Space Station has a total chance here still. They will likely bring this to a longer series, have a chance to bring this back, but I rarely say you got to do in game 2, and I feel like SSG does based on those stats for game number 3. So
yeah.
SSG has a lot riding on this game, and Eco going to kick this one off. He had a slow start in game number 1, but gets the very first kill in game number 2.
I was curious to see what this opening was going to be for both of these teams. Not a shocker that it's very balanced. That said, though, Descendant, good job just taking the fight to the team. But the problem is he needs a little bit more support here, and he is going to get clipped at the distance. Courtesy of Suppress, he gets himself a double kill for his efforts.
He hears some movement. Yeah, he hears those clomping hooves right next to him in the maze. Eventually, Piggy gets taken down as well, but back and forth. Slays traded out, but it's going to be Sniper in the hands of Envy, if I believe correctly,
yeah.
And then Rockets in the hands of Stellar.
They might have actually just dropped them. Yeah, they did, as a matter of fact. So Rockets and Sniper back in their possession. We'll see what they can do with this one here. Saw Envy getting a couple kills with that snipe, but maybe it's not going to work out too well for SSG, perhaps. Not too sure on that one. Rocket goes off. That was his first. He's held on to that son of a gun for a long time.
That was also just so smart by Stellar not to waste the rocket on the one-shot guy.
Yeah.
Sometimes people just do it out of habit, saying, you know what, clear up the kill, don't think about it. But he's maximizing value out of this power weapon.
He gets himself 2 great kills out of that and manages to help his team get an 8-kill lead. So I talked about wanting to see Envy with a strong start. What about SSG? They certainly needed this. Eco with a double kill off screen is going to get things going here. 10 kills separating SSG and Envy.
Just like that, Eco on a killing spree. 6, 3, and 2. This team needs him. We talked about this. We said that game number 2 is going to be very crucial here for this SSG roster. And although they're 0-2 on Origin Slayer, that's not that big of a sample size. It doesn't matter that much.
No, for sure. And you know, I mean, when you're considering just how tournaments played out and the matches and everything like that, yeah, you're right. It's not the biggest sample size here. But I don't want to say that Envy's cooked quite yet here. Because I think now that you remove a lot of those power items from the equation, that's where things are going to get a little bit more sticky for Space Station Gaming, because you're starting to see it in that scoreboard. We were talking about an 11-kill lead at one point for SSG. Now that thing's been shot down. They can continue to add more to it here. They just need to support one another and get these kills off, and they do so. Look at that. Descend again right back into the action, too, knowing that he's going to need to be present. Big fight here. He's got the support from his teammate. That's going to bring him within 5 now, Dave. They're right back in this.
Somehow, that's scary, though, because I don't think they really had any power weapons or anything to get right back into this. Just felt like you're getting some good old-fashioned hard kills. Just doing it with the
old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way. But now they have Snipe in their hands, 4-kill game, and SSG on the run.
Yeah, they got these guys pretty much backs against the wall here. I thought that was going to be a shot, but Suppress is going to miss that one. Good thing for him. His teammate Jackson was there for the connection. Oh, that's a little bit of a cheeky play there, Descendant, but I like the effort. Try to go for it. He's got a lot of shots left to work with.
So aggressive.
He is.
Saw a lot of recharge as well. It felt like every single time someone's weak around the corner, zero hesitation to fly around there and finish off the fight.
Yeah, they want to go. They want to take these fights. Killing spree now for Descendant with that sniper rifle. They like to just get aggressive, clearly, and it works out for them.
And this is actually getting scary for SSG again. I mean, I like to give them credit. We're saying, hey, you got a 7 or 8 kill lead, did all the work you need to do at the beginning of this. But to have that lead just disappear so quickly with what felt like not that spectacular plays. Don't get me wrong, Envy were hitting shots, making the right moves, but didn't feel like they were doing anything that incredible, like hitting ridiculous no scopes, and getting out of real weird situations. Just felt like good pressure,
grinding it out.
Pressure.
Yeah, they were just kill after kill. It wasn't really anything special. But despite that, though, because of that incredible lead that Space Station was able to build up early on, kind of gives them a little bit more of a buffer to make some mistakes, readjust, and then attack the way that they want to. So even though we did see Envy come back a lot of kills in this one, it's still very much SSG's game.
Very true. I mean, I sometimes don't give enough credit to the natural ebb and flow of the game. You know, we were ebbing for a bit, now we're flowing again, back on the side.
And then we're going to be ebbing in a little while.
Maybe ebb again.
And then maybe we flow. Then maybe we flow, you know? Big kills though now. This is where SSG is starting to create that separation between themselves and Envy. They did it at the beginning of the game. They're going to have to do it again. But now these rockets are coming up. This is going to be a pretty big one because if Envy are able to get these rockets, this could very well get them back into this game. We saw how Stellar was able to use those to great effect when he managed to pick those up last time. Woo! Nice kill from Falcated.
Well, these next ones gonna help decide. It looks like Piggy's gonna hit perfect shots on Suppress, and he has this top angle here on Rockets as they're coming up.
This is dangerous.
This could be the moment again where Envy puts the squeeze onto the SSG base.
Oh, and the rocket shot, and it's gonna send instead
that knocks out Suppress, turns himself into bacon bits.
I mean,
it's just gonna be bad all around.
That's not good. You wanted to hold on to those for a little while longer, man. But instead, Stellar's gonna find those yet again. And while it's only gonna be one rocket, that is one rocket that Envy would love to have on their side. But they are not going to. May not even need the rocket at the rate that they're going at. Sniper's gonna be available here, so that rocket's gonna be protecting that sniper. And just making sure that no one can really get that comfortably, and he does not get the kill. Just like I say that, you know, you can see the moments where Envy can come back into this game, but then SSG get those 1 or 2 kills that keep the distance.
I'm actually surprised there, though. Nobody from SSG were able to grab that sniper. I assumed with that Stellar flank that they were going to be too distracted. Someone from SSG is going to grab a snipe, run it back towards, you know, Red Cave. But none of that happened. Instead, game slowing down a bit. Yaxness snipe, but the work is cut out for him. A 7-kill differential. SSG needs to trade out 2 kills to close this out. Make it 1.
Yeah, the game is pretty much in Yaxon's hand here. And he needs to make big shots happen, but Stellar's got the angle on the side, and he's going to get clipped in the distance. But those are going to be some weakened players. Suppress has an opportunity to go in for the fight here. He knows that 3 of them are going to be all by themselves, but instead he chooses the player on the right side, and he ends up costing himself that one there. But in any case, though, it's still 5 kills, right? You need a lot if you're Envy to get back into this one, but it is not impossible. You just can't give anything up at this point, and there it is. They had so much to do. Sometimes it just happened like that, you know, but there was so much that they needed to do there, and there were so little options that they were provided. Like, their only good choice that they could make was group up at elbow and then work around the sniper, which wasn't like a bad
you don't have the deaths to give up there, so it's like, you know, when you're completely have no margin of error, it's like nobody can really just go out there without any information. You know the team's encroaching on your area. Somebody would be waiting around any corner and bottom center to go for a 3-shot melee.
Yeah, that's right. See the players are getting up, talk, maybe go to the bathroom. So we'll be chilling here for a second, but let's talk about what we saw in the stats here, because Dave, you were talking about wanting to see Ego step it up. He does just that in this game. Right alongside Falcated, another guy that we have pointed out leading into this map. So, you know, good performances across the board. That's what they need to continue to add on to if they want to win this series.
Yeah, I mean, SSG's success, it's easy to highlight someone like Stellar, who's had MVP performances and has been a season MVP before, but what's truly made them special so many times in the past is just the consistent pressure that their team has from every single player. And we've seen moments of that throughout this year, and we've seen a lot of misses from that this year.
Yeah, it's been very off-brand for Stellar's SSG, and it definitely, you know, I think it's more just also like, let's not forget, right? This game's been out for a couple years now. You got a lot of players who have been just putting
people are just good at the game,
and they're getting
so
good. Yeah, I was talking to Lottie earlier, and we were like, people are just good. Like, there's so much work has been put in from these players. They're just good at this point. It comes down to the margins, the wire. Obviously, there are some things that separate good teams from the, you know, great teams from the good teams. But I mean, so many teams and so many players have just been unbelievable in their work ethic in Halo Infinite. So we'll see. But now, Dave, another thing you had pointed out, live fire oddball, that is a little problematic for SSG. 0-6, I believe.
0-6 is correct. So could be difficult from here, but You know, I guarantee that Coach Elamite has been working with this roster, trying to figure out, hey, what are we doing to get our objective efficiency up in here? Are we improving our rotations? Are we doing better setups? What are we doing a little different here on Live Fire Oddball?
Yeah, well, and look at this here. Actually, we were talking about Stellar earlier on, and this is a comparison of where he was when he won the season MVP versus now. And you definitely see, right, like the outputs changed a little bit, but for the most part, I mean, and on the KD side of things, but he's been overall relatively consistent throughout his career, which is really impressive.
Yeah, no, he's always putting out a ridiculous amount of damage, same amount of kills per minute. He's just doing things right and so good. I think that just the difference is when your team is not winning every single event, you have a lot more losses that kind of take a hit to your KD. You have some valleys with those peaks.
Yeah, and that's true. Some ebbs in their flows.
They all go together.
They all go together.
But yeah, it's been a little, tougher from going from the team that's just dominating all the time to kind of in a rebuilding year.
Yeah, and they've been putting in that work, SSG trying to find that cohesion with the lineup. They have, just great voices and great players across the board. And we're going to jump over real fast to our other game, Unreal Nightmare versus Omit. And Unreal Nightmare, Envor, hey, that's one of my teammates, big team battle. But yeah, no, this is really happy to see this Unreal Nightmare team step it up and get that win against SSG the way that they did. It's going to put a lot of pressure here on Omit. But there's some great names on that team too. I immediately get drawn to Spartan and Lethal, obviously veterans in the space. You're really going to be looking to them to have to lead this team in these crucial moments here.
But yeah, this game is going to be huge here for both these squads. Can Omit tie this one back up, or is Unreal Nightmare going to somehow go up 2-0 in this series?
Yeah, and it's a close one as well. Huss has a snipe and doesn't quite know where he wants to position that yet. He's going to run into breaking shot down low, but they'll be able to handle him with relative ease. He was one shot the entire time. One kill separating them. You're hearing a lot of activity down low as Common now getting in the fray as well. And Syrian's also in that action. You've been hearing his name quite a bit. You know, Tony talking about him earlier on about what he was doing in that game against SSG.
But the real question is can they buy some space here for Huss to let him do some work with a sniper? Because right now there's just pressure coming from all sides, coming from the bridge, coming from the cave.
Yeah.
And Sniper taken down. This was Omit's key and ticket to get back into this game. And it is starting to look dangerous because it's a 44-49 game and Sniper going back in the hands of Unreal Nightmare.
Yeah, this is very dangerous here. This could very well be it. Similar situation to what we just saw. Breaking shot now, doesn't even need to get into the action because his teammate Common was there for the pickup, and that is going to put them up 2-0 in that series against Omit. But there you can see Pool D. So if Unreal Nightmare were to be able,
there's a lot of ifs coming up right here. Go ahead, Golden Boy. Tell them all.
Space Station beat Envy. We're looking at a whole lot of 2-1s, and then at what point? How do you solve that, Dave? I don't
that ain't for us to solve.
That's
for the TOs and people far smarter than Golden Boy to figure out.
Okay, well, firstly, you're up here with me too, so, you know, whose fault is that? Secondly, never talk to me like that again. How dare you? Third, I don't have a third. I just really subscribe to the rule of threes. But yeah, no, I do think that is going to be a wild circumstance. Envy need to win this one in order to control their own destiny. They know that because this is going to get real ugly if they're not careful. And for SSG, well, this could be an opportunity to maybe fix up your oddball live fire a little bit, you know?
We'll do it live. They're going to build this plane as they're flying it. SSG
that's been known to work, right?
To drive this one into a 2-1 lead if they can, and it's totally possible. Even though they're 0-6 in this so far, it's a squad that we've seen win World Championship. They've won countless tournaments. I want to say, Stellar and Eco have won about 7 tournaments so far in Halo Infinite.
Yeah,
including the Halo World Championship.
A lot of success from these guys. They're no strangers to the pressure in these moments here. Stellar, though, have to take away that bandit real fast. Body shot on the Jackson, though. He's putting in that work. And sometimes that's all you really need out of the sniper. Just hit a body shot, send that person packing, you know, make them kind of fear for their lives in that instance, right? Simple as that.
Did he hit that?
I think he did.
He might have hit that and descended.
Yes.
Stellar feeling himself, looking a little comfortable.
That's
now,
crazy.
what can SSG do during this time? Because it's not enough just to hold a perfect sub. They need to start doing some rotations. Unfortunately, ball goes down their position. I'm not sure I got behind enemy lines. They must have assumed some incorrect spawns there. The fact that Stellar got that initial damage on a player at green potentially influenced spawns, and players were breaking out there instead of setting up and getting a perfect trap over at green side. Players got out towards tower, and instead Envy now have ball and more time than Space Station after that 4-1 run by Stellar.
Yeah, Stellar was really hyper-focused on those players over toward the big door, and for good reason, because he saw two players there. He had the weapon that he needed to stop them. But just a brilliant read from Envy. And they're going to continue to see if they could bring this one as close as possible, SSG. Still very much early on here. Just got to win these fights. And Jackson, Descendant, they're going to get theirs. Because of that, well, that's going to lead to at least a little bit of a pickup of the ball just by SSG to bring a little further, make them work a little bit more for it.
Now, smart by SSG. They tossed the ball over towards dummies, and both players went in a different direction. One went tunnel, one went towards top center, just to try to disperse forces from Envy so that they aren't caught in one area, hold the ball, getting killed, and giving the ball up.
Ball still going to be available there. Zico tried to get into the action. Did not work out for him. Ball's still going to be out there. And the ball gets played because no one was actually in a position to be able to nurse where the ball was and take care of it. Descendant was the one that was bringing that ball across, but it seemed like the call there was to just focus on slaying and clearing out so that this way they can get the setup. Instead, though, they ended up losing access to that ball really fast, but they did get themselves a camo instead.
Descendant now with his camo. Where is he going to push on out? Thought he had his frag grenade out. Gets shot in the side by Falcated. That's a frustrating series of events. Falcated getting some crucial kills there, but it's just an equalizer. It's 2v2.
Falcated now knows he's in a bit of a pickle. Has to get out of this one, but he does have teammates to back him up. Where does SSG look to set this up? They're going to bring this over toward the garage side of the map. Get a couple of clears here, a couple of big kills. Falcated looking for a double. Instead, his teammates for the help, but it don't matter. They're getting those kills the way they need them.
Blackhead gonna go back for that snipe. Has a full sniper. Lots of ammo in this one. Interesting to see how he wants to get involved here. Does he try to create an escape route for the sniper? Does he get just hands-on, dirty down in bottom center? Ouch. Decides to get both. Gets so much damage. That's gonna be 3 down for Envy. SSG need to get some time on the board.
Yeah, it's right now that they need to do it. But no one's been able to grab that ball quite yet. They haven't been in a position where they've been comfortable enough to be able to attain that, and they end up losing 2 players there, maybe even a third.
If having 3 down and having sniper rifles in a comfortable enough spot, Golden Boy, I don't know what is.
Yeah, what is then at that point? It's very true. But Envy's not going to wait. They're going to bring that ball across, and they have themselves a little bit of a lead to work with, but it is a small lead.
Team in the past, everyone's had this throughout matchmaking. Sometimes you experience these through even tournaments or crucial matches. We have some of these WTF moments where you start to say, hey, all these things went right. WTF went wrong there at that time. Why did we not get time? Why did we not get that flag cap? Why did we not get the hill captured there? And that was one of those moments in time where they had everyone alive. Piggy was still in a great spot, don't get me wrong, over at the C plat. But it's kind of just one of those demoralizing moments that you start to say, what's going on, guys?
Yeah. Well, I also think, too, there's a potential where I think it could very well be, I don't know, that it felt like in that moment in time, everyone was so hyper-focused on ensuring that they were doing their job, that they weren't focused on the actual job, which was the objective, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of comes with the growing pains that we were talking about with these teams, especially this season, needing to, like, adapt with one another. And you got to do it now because it's the last event.
Yeah, I mean, they're just focused on the next step there. Probably just focused on where are the spawners? How are we going to do this next trap? How are we going to keep a longer step without just first grabbing the ball, just finding the next person, and it happened to be both in the same location. You went near the ball, you would have found Piggy, would have got it all. But here we go. No need to harp on the past. and SSG now in the lead, have a nice setup here at Tower, and how long can they extend this lead?
Eco had eyes on Piggy the entire time, just wanted to make sure that he could be in a spot to get that kill cleanly. Ball does get played, but this Camo still continuing to patrol and do work. They were able to get a little bit of time off of that and the lead. So at the very least, all that, worked out for SSG, at least in the interim.
Gosh, that was such a sneaky spot by Precision. Whether somebody went in front of Dice Blocks with C-Plat, or whether they went up the tower behind them, they would not have seen him. So such a sneaky location there. I really like that spot by Precision.
Descendant actually bringing that ball back low, but he's going to bring it across to the pillar side, it seems like. Curious as to why. Oh, okay. Piggy brought the snipe straight across. He's looking to get that QT if he is a... Oh, never mind. He's bringing this one across toward green. Maybe not exactly what he wanted to have happen, but at the very least, though, they were able to keep the sniper out of the hands of SSG.
But SSG, don't play ball. They have ball in their hands, and they are in a commanding spot right now. In fact, they might decide to, at some point, drain the clock a little bit as they have the ball in a play ball position. We'll see how they decide, because first things first is get those kills.
Let's see if they can make it happen here. Couple of one-shots available to them. Stellar just going to back away from that fight. Don't want to waste that time. Don't want to give it up. You got the QT. You can bail out of that fight. You only got a couple seconds remaining here as well. They got to get on this one.
They're setting a perimeter around the ball.
That's
They're
it.
just holding C-Plat and just denying anyone from Envy from getting near that ball.
Brilliant.
And SSG brilliantly close out round one. But not too comforting with how close that game is.
No, not at all. I mean, that one went down to the wire there. No one was really in a spot where they could command the pace of the game. But I guess that just is a credit to Envy for how hard they've been playing.
One quick note, though, on that game, 8-second game between these two teams, Space Station Gaming outslayed 51-40. So they're getting about 25% more kills than Envy. Now, you have to wonder or worry if Envy are able to match that slaying power, how's that objective going to translate?
Yeah, very true, very true. And we've seen those moments where Envy can get real hot and their players are flying at you full speed. So if you're not careful, and SSG surely are going to be aware of it because these were the guys who used to do that back then. So a couple big stops there for SSG, getting that sniper out of the hands of Descendant. Even though you do find yourself that camo, you're gonna, it's the silver lining, you keep it out of the hands of your opponent, but you just don't get to do anything with it, man, which really sucks. Credit to SSG for stopping that.
Yeah, both teams fighting so hard for that one there. You're not gonna, especially the very first camos out of the game, you're not gonna get by the other team without some sort of contestation.
Very true, and this is still very much early days here, but a great position set up now for SSG to hold in the tower side. You got two players that are going to be pushing from dummy side, make that three, and another one looking to get a little aggressive in the mid. But Eco still staying alive, which is great for him because he was one shot for a minute. You were seeing him kind of flicker all over the place. But he manages to play his life there, and as a result of that, gets that melee, which keeps them very much in this one.
4 down, SSG looking more comfortable here, though. They have the perfect tower set up where they can play ball this if they need to. They know where the spawns are at, and they're gonna get at least another 15 seconds of time.
Yeah, this is everything that you want if you're an SSG fan. You want to see this team just get these setups and just lock out their opponents. But Envy, though, they need to wake up here and get those bandits online. Otherwise, this could very well be curtains on map 3. And this was one that was very good for Envy, given that Space Station's history here. Not the best. But hey, it seems like it does not matter because SSG woke up when they needed to. Another 3 down for Envy, and SSG just keep adding to their total, Dave.
Yeah, Suppress doing a good job clearing a path for his teammate during this rotate. They realize they have the spawns over towards garage side. Go towards the spawners. And now Envy just kind of playing ring around the rosy, trying to chase this ball all the way over towards the garage.
Eco's got a lot to do here. He's very weak, but he cannot stay alive. And the reason why I say that is because that ball is going to be tucked away inside of the garage side. It's going to let Envy kind of get back into this one. Now, Stellar with this camo could pay off huge for this team if he uses it properly.
Yeah, Stellar moving towards Bags and gets lit up right away.
The moment he got out of the choke, they saw him like it was
both sides.
Like he might as well just not have the camo at that point. That's what it felt like. Oh man, that's crazy. Piggy, he went for that repulsor play. I love seeing those. Those are always fun.
And you know that's a true indicator if someone's feeling themselves. You're not going for the repulsor plays if you ain't feeling yourself.
Exactly. And Piggy definitely has had some moments in this series. He had a great, I think it was map 1, was it? Where he absolutely popped off. 2 down now for each side here. Ball's still going to be in no man's land, available to grab. I saw Eco there for a moment, but he's not going to be long for this world either. It's an opportunity now for Envy. Get back into this one. But just like say that, you can see how SSG, they're like, no, we're going to take that ball, bring this one right back over here, set this one up. We'll be good, but losing a couple big players here. Suppressive Valkyrie to go down. A lot of work now for Eco and Stellar to have to try and hold this one off. But so far, so good, as no members of Envy have really been able to get in their faces once they remove those 2 players from the fight.
Yeah, SSG opts to fight instead of rotate. You kind of have 2 options in a situation like that. You can say, all right, we know a lot of pressure coming here from Big Doors. We can either rotate this ball away through the field over towards tower, or you can stand and fight. SSG opts to stand and fight.
And that was just the classic Eco Stellar combo too. Now we're at that point here. Let's not forget, they won with 58 points in the last game. They've already eclipsed that. And they're looking to end this one at 100, if they can. Envy have to stop this. Otherwise, SSG are going to get in a hot streak. And then you at that point, the game's pretty much just lost. The map's lost. But there's still opportunity here for Envy. 2 minute, as we enter the 2-minute warning, excuse me.
But we're going to have to see, now that Descendant has the ball, this is actually a great spot. Even though his team's down, SSG have to make a decision. How many players do they send towards green to get this ball to play? Looks like that option is 3, and ball is not playing. Does the grenade get it off, though? He tried to throw one desperate grenade, and it does work. Descendant, despite missing the play ball, redeems himself, throwing that grenade.
Huge. Because that would have very well been curtains at that point with the setup where they were. Damn those micro textures. It's just always causing problems. All right, another 3 down for Envy. SSG looking like they're back to their winning ways here at the very least in this game 3. Big push now coming in from the Nest side. Jackson needs to remove Falcated from this Overwatch position here. He's got a strong spot, but Piggy goes in there, fresh body goes in for the fight. But while all that was happening, ball was brought right across over to the other side. Nothing they could really do about that. They just had to watch it move.
Next kills, though, gonna decide what happens here with this ball and with the setup. I like this time that Piggy's taken, but you gotta wonder, when do you gotta hit the gas pedal? When do you have to push right in? And there's gonna be 2 down fallen for SSG. Envy, no choice but to put some points on the board.
Piggy's on the hunt. He knows that a couple players are gonna be here. 2 players now down for Envy. That ball's gonna be down again. Oh, Piggy couldn't win that fight. Falcated, he's so good in those 1v1s. And even though Jackson's having a pretty solid game so far, it still has not really amounted to much. They haven't even crossed that 50-point threshold yet. Space Station continuing to control this one, Dave. This looks like it could be curtains.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get the full 100 points on this round and on this game, giving SSG a much-needed lead, some breathing room. They don't need to always be on the back foot. There's going to be 99-100. Eco and Space Station Gaming go up to a 2-1 lead here.
Every member of SSG was outputting. You had 21 assists for Eco to close out that game. Everyone was well over 20 kills. There was just so much coordination and effort that we were seeing on the SSG side. And this map, this game mode that's been a thorn in their side, they finally can be like, well, hey, we don't have a donut there, we just have breadstick.
And those are nice ones too, because as soon as you start to get over those little humps, you start to say, all right, you know what, this team, they went in all cocky, probably really energetic going into that game number 3, and to get shut down in that fashion. Envy starting to be worried, starting to say, wait a second. You know, they had to be prematurely celebrating when they saw Unreal Nightmare take him down and say, you know what, they can take him down, we can beat him.
Hey, you know, as the famous phrase goes, if it bleeds, you can kill it, right? I mean, that's just the nature of it. But I think for Envy, this game kind of illustrated that you know, in those moments when you need to like lock down things, control the flow of combat, how the game's playing out, like they're there, but they're not quite where the minds of like Stellar and Falcated and those guys are with their coordination, how they're able to really isolate fights in the map so well, give themselves openings, kind of bait things out, right? Like set up traps for the other team, whereas Envy, they're very much, it feels like a go, go, go type of team, which isn't a bad thing, but it's definitely a clash of play styles here for sure.
But looking forward here, Old Boy. We were dogging a little bit on SSG as we got out of game one. We said, is this the roster we know? Are they going to be as strong as we've seen in the past? But taking a look at these bomb stat matchups, we got SSG with a 5-5 record, Envy with a 7-2. And do they fully matter though, GB?
That's the thing, I don't know, man.
You know, it doesn't matter.
I don't know at this point.
Those are strong.
Why these numbers lie to me?
But whole point being is that if SSG are playing well, you can't count them out of any series. And they've brought themselves back into this, into a commanding 2-1 lead. They just need to take one of these next couple games, but Envy looking prime here on bomb.
Yeah, they
7-2 record.
They really are. And they could get themselves back into this series with this one. So far, they've kind of been, you know, especially in that live fire game, that was pure control from SSG.
It was just heavy outslaying, yeah. I mean, at some point when you're outslaying that heavy, you better be getting a bunch of ball time.
I will
walk
say,
away with it.
I think in this one, Dave, I do think that style that Envy like to play, that more aggressive in your face style, especially when you need to march that bomb across the field like that, could actually pay dividends for them, excuse me. You know, not to say that SSG weren't going to be prepared for that, but I see that style working out very, very well in this map and mode.
We're going to see if that up-in-your-face style is going to work here for Envy, or does the setup get that full control and get the secured arm going to work here for SSG?
All right, starting things off with Eco. He's in a little bit of a tussle early on there, finds Piggy again. Piggy gets the better of him in that fight, though. That's going to open things up now. A couple more players down, 2 on each side. But more importantly, you got the accent with that camo. Oh, okay, he was not prepared for that. He wasn't prepared for the second guy down low, but at the very least, they were able to take both of them out. And that camo gets stopped immediately. So good for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, let's see how Stellar decides to play this one. Kind of trapped in the back of his base, knows that there's more pressure. Decides just back down. But this is a tough spot to be. Sometimes it can feel safe to push in the back of your base because you're not getting killed just yet. But you put yourself in a position where if you die, they can get that arm just in one round of slays. Versus right now that Stellar's pushed out, he has at least a second life to try and stop this arm.
Uh-oh, that's a triple kill. Wait a minute, Precision.
Stellar's gonna spawn, like I said, he'll get one more chance to throw some Despy nades.
Yeah, but Eco was the one that was there on inside of the base. Those nades coming through, he's dodging them. That's the point earned. Envy get back on the board after a disappointing map 3. But as I say that, they lose a lot of players here, but Precision, he's gonna be the one just continuing to hang around inside of this base.
And right now, Precision realizes his folly. He was sitting way back at the base. And I like that play, though. He was baiting the bomb at first, wasn't able to get shot, didn't want to overextend. And then when he realized the bomb was pushing out, he says, I can't be of great effect here anymore at the opposite base. And he closes that gap. So even though he's taken down, he brought some breathing room for his teammates.
And it's going to keep things at a neutral point for right now. Eco, though, good help coming in for him. You see where that bomb, right, just trying to bring that one across. And I got to say, quite interesting, because I don't think that anyone, you know, especially with the fight going on toward Car, I really can't see how moving the bomb in that time is actually going to be something you want to do, especially considering you're getting pressured from Car 2 like that.
Kind of feels like a Despy situation where you feel like you're going to get picked off anyways, so you say, all right, what's the most value that I can squeeze out of this life? And sometimes that's move that bomb an extra 10 feet away so that the opposing team has to take 2 extra seconds to bring this bomb to your base.
Maybe that could be
Every
the
single player is trying to maximize value of their life, and that's generally what those situations turn out to be.
Good point on that one there, Dave. Now, of course, Camel's going to be up for grabs again. That'll be SSG getting their hands on it here. Last time we saw Envy get that camo, but SSG were very quick to handle it. Is it going to be the same thing here? Because they know that they're going to have to be dealing with it, but who's making those calls where that camo player is going to be located? But wait a minute. He grabbed that ball, brought it across now.
And he's going to toss that out. That is so smart there.
Yeah. That was really, really...
Was it Descender or Piggy that recognized, okay, this player is looping around on the stairs on me. I thought they were going to just toss it straight out window, but instead they bring it all the way towards their fridge side. which is even better. So in the case that SSG still tries to go for this arm, they're going to block the fridge spawns, and they're going to get the superior util spawns.
Eco has done great work with this camo. He's been able to give them so much value with it. And because of that, he's still very much in this fight. So low, though. He's playing his life expertly. The champion in his right. So much success in his past. He's looking to find that here again at the last tournament of the HCS season. He's still inside of their courtyard. They had to handle him eventually. And that's going to come in the hands of Precision, who shut him down there. But Falcated gets a double kill of his own. No ball movement quite yet, though. They don't really have the numbers to comfortably move that ball across. As you can see, it's still hanging out over there on the left.
Yeah, Falcade trying to stay alive in util, gets hunted down by Piggy. That was a huge kill to clear out of the base. But still, not comfortable just yet at the Envy stronghold, or at the base of Envy. They are fighting desperate to get out. And Yaxon, the only one alive, and 2 members pushing in and out.
He's got to do so much here. He needs to get at least a couple one-shots, maybe clear things up, but that ball's going to be coming in. The bomb, rather, is inside, and he's got it halfway through. Is anyone there to stop him? He has to drop the ball. He had to drop it. He had to get out of there, but his teammates should be good to secure it, and that will give them a critical plan.
All right. Comfortable now, tied 1-1, but he knows the pressure's coming in. Eco, and I believe that's Suppressed, trying to hold the back of this base, and relatively successful. Kills traded back and forth. That's gonna be 3 again. Yaxon, the last one alive, but Bomb has not moved across the map, so no worries just yet for Envy.
Yeah, he can take a little bit, well, instead he's gonna trade there with Stellar.
And the interesting part about this position here, if you're Envy, is since the bomb is not pushing your base yet, you have 2 options. One is you go back and clear out your base. You clear out Falcated. And second option is just push on out.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. As long as they don't move the bomb closer to your base, you're okay. And knowing the playstyle of someone like SSG, they want to have more and more control before they're comfortable moving that objective up. So I would actually opt, if I was Envy, to push on out of the base if the bomb is the bottom center.
Wait a minute, we might be getting our second one on the board, and we did. Envy gets number 2, and they're gonna still hang around this base. So they're gonna be a thorn in the side of SSG. Those spawns over toward the fridge side, forcing movement. Good kill from a distance there for Precision. Descendant's gonna get his as well. They actually can move this bomb again. There is an opening for them to do so here.
I hear it. It's a moving. They have 3 dead. I like this play from Precision. Blocks the spawns here. They have spawns over at the fridge. The worst spawns here for SSG, and they need to push it now. How did Suppress get over there? That's a huge flank. Has gets a couple kills, but he needs to perfectly stop this. Descendant trying to desperately arm this. Can he get it, or can Suppress stop it? And that is going to be it.
He pulled it off, gets the win, and folks, we're going to a Mat 5.
That was so wild at the end. I thought Suppressed had done the work. I didn't see that extra member from SSG ready there to defend, or that extra member from Envy ready there to defend.
Yeah. They're just so quick on the response there. Got to give a massive shout out to Precision at the final part of that game, because his presence in the back, getting a kill over toward the player on P1, putting more pressure on those players in util side, how he was able to support in that area, even though Suppress magically appeared like Harry Potter, he just showed up. It was still very impressive, and that is exactly what Envy needed. Now we go to a pivotal Slayer here. But Dave, what a great series this has been. Both teams fighting tooth and nail for that spot. For SSG, it's about just being able to end this pool 2-1 and then see where the cards fall. For Envy, opportunity to be 3-0 at the World Championship. When teams very much do not give you that time of day, they have an opportunity to be able to take that and run with it going into Saturday.
It's all going to be decided here on this game number 5. Now, we didn't look at the stats just yet, but one thing I want to highlight is SSG outslayed here during game number 4. So Space Station Gaming, they outslayed by only 6 kills, 48 kills to 42, but still lost the objective game. Just kind of showing the objective efficiency difference between these squads.
Yeah.
If SSG outslayed by a decent amount in the OBJs, they're fine.
Yeah.
When it's closer to even, Envy are getting that edge.
And now we're going to streets. Take it to the streets. That's what I like to do. Whenever I got to settle a conflict, Dave, Honestly, if you take my belt, we're gonna have to go to the streets. You know.
I'm down. I've been waiting for you to ask.
I got a shank and everything. It's crazy. Put your name on it too. It's wild. I want the police to hear me. You know. No, but jokes aside, though, it did find out though that if Envy were to win this, they'll actually end up taking on Complexity. So that will be very interesting. But let's take a look at these stats here.
Stats though, we have an even series. Envy being outslayed heavily. Every single member of Envy are negative in the KD department.
Wow.
But a complete different story when we look at how those OBJ games are going.
Yeah, very true. Look at Suppress though, man. My guy's having a hell of a series. 1.2 rather.
Yeah, Suppressed and Falcated, both putting up big numbers as far as damage, as far as kills.
Yeah. That said though, Envy still have this ability to scrap out these wins. Let's not forget, 50-44 was what was
down to a game 5 here. At this end of the day, it doesn't matter what happened in games 1 through 4.
You're playing a
All
BO1.
that matters are these next 50 kills.
This is basically a Slayer on game battles. You know, that's a throwback for people who remember that. You know, you're just playing just a BO1. That's it. Pressure's on. SSG, they've been in these positions before. Envy is an opportunity for them to do what they believe that they could do, which was come into this tournament, dominate 3-0 scoreline. But look at that Map 5 record. When the pressure is on, SSG managed to find those wins, whereas Envy just not able to do so. Maybe kind of like the way the Space Station were able to turn around their oddball, maybe Map 5 turns around here for Envy. Let's see what happens.
We will see an aggression. Not a problem here when everything's on the line. Descendant still pushing on up towards tires and putting that pressure here against SSG.
Needed those trades there, but they are going to get a couple of kills now, 3-2, so early on, as we see both teams just continue to go neck and neck against one another. This has been the theme of this series. And look at that. Great calls.
Call-outs. Yeah, just hearing someone's at bomb tower and knowing exactly which corner to be looking at, that shows that this team has been going over their call-outs and are comfortable.
Not only that, they're adding a decent amount of kills to their lead here. And on top of that, have been able to pick up that camo. So again, power item control has been pretty strong, pretty solid for Envy. In most cases, SSG, that was a squad that was just so good at being able to trap teams, prevent them from being able to get those pivotal items that they can get back into the game with. Piggy, on the other hand, he's given some info. He's given some comms now, but it gets called out. And that was a great read there from Suppress, knowing something's not right here.
Just called out from so many players. I mean, Piggy was buying the time there, just didn't have some of the distraction and the backup there on the B Street, so just needed a little bit more assistance. In the end, we got ourselves a tie game.
Knotted up. But Envy, though, showed that they can create that space, that distance in the Slayer games. So we'll see if they can do it again. We got Eco and Suppress now having to deal with the full might of the squad, but Eco does manage to get his. And here comes support from Falcated now. Had to reload that Commando, but the Commando output so many shots so quickly that even if he came into that fight a little bit later, he was able to get the kill.
Once again, a 2-for-2 trade.
You're okay with that.
Teams are neck and neck. Every single time you start to feel like Space Station get the better and get a kill, Envy answers right back, and vice versa.
I think this next camo is going to be very big, though. It's available in a couple seconds, excuse me. And this could give them that separation that they need. 12 seconds. We'll see how this fight kind of plays out here. And you can already tell Envy, they're positioning themselves to be able to take this. Meanwhile, the members of SSG kind of stuck inside a tram. They need to get outside of the station here and catch their train. Camo's grabbed by Envy.
Okay, last time we saw the push from SSG pushed out towards, last time Envy were stuck in tram, they pushed out towards B Streets. Can they do the same thing here again?
I just think with this camo, man, you don't got to get cute. You just got to be there and be a third body in those fights, right? Like right now, he's making the call out. That's perfect. He's able to help his teammate out, make the call, tell him, hey, turn around, get back here. And then they were able to handle business. You don't got to do much. You don't got to be fancy with it. You don't got to be a human UAV.
Long gone are the days where you are getting fully behind enemy lines, getting 2 back smacks, and getting a bunch of kills. Players are too aware. They know what's going on across the map, and they are hunting camos.
And Precision, he still does manage to get a lot out of that camouflage. That's going to be a 4-kill lead now for Envy. And I talked about before how that camo was going to be big. And it was a neck-and-neck game the entire time. But now we start to see some separation. But since that camo is out of play, how does SSG respond here?
Looks like SSG kind of hold up here towards Cafe and A. Now, 2 players going down. So despite kind of being cornered over near the Cafe, these members from Envy are just trading out those kills. Sometimes you wonder, are Envy playing a little too quick? Do they need to like pause a little bit when they're getting some of these spawn traps?
Yeah. But I do like what Descendant's doing here, right? He's just taking his time. He's trying to see if anyone's pushing up here on the arcade side of the map, which he's got a lot of info for his team because he's getting no activity over here. So you have to deduce, hey, where is everyone else? They're more than likely going to be on the Cafe side, which is where that activity is happening.
I don't hate it. I keep talking about, hey, you know, our Envy just playing way too quick all the time and forcing too much action.
Want to slow down.
Once in a while, set a trap, but you have to wonder when the game slows down too much. That's when all the traps start to fail.
Yeah,
it's when people are checking the corners.
Yeah.
It's when there's a standoff that you're not going to be able to slip on by.
I will say, though, Descendant still being a thorn in the side of SSG here. He's kind of pulled a lot of attention over toward him, and that gives him another kill. So that whole play right there, even though Descendant wasn't really in the action, he had just covered so much of the map that it allowed Envy to know that they could take these fights with confidence because they weren't going to get flanked. They had all the lanes covered. They knew exactly where they were, and that gives them that 6-kill lead.
This is Khalid, Stalker Rifle in the hands of Piggy. Camo up shortly. Camo up already.
Yeah, and Precision's going to grab that one. That's yet another grab here for Envy.
Bold play. I don't hate it, though.
Yeah, that's
Just trying to maximize and get past enemy
surely
lines,
they're not going to send a grenade in here twice. It's true. Yes. Wait a minute, no! Get out of there!
It's so tough.
It's a trap.
I like how Piggy followed this up. As soon as that camo player is taking so much attention, that player's getting called out, and you need to collapse in there. So at least trading out 1 kill for that camo life.
I know, like, I don't think that this was the intention, but it does kind of like give you the idea. It's like, wait a minute, is that like refracting image in front of my face? And then you have to handle it, right? Otherwise, this person's going to pop up and like back whack you or hit you. So it was actually a pretty solid play to give them this space. And so far, I mean, it's paid off for them, right? They're still keeping this game at 4. And you need 1 clean round of Slays if you're Space Station Gaming, but Envy's not letting you have that one.
Oh, I like that read, though. Descendant realizing that player's going to double back the tires. Doesn't actually go to the corner near the planters, but gets the kill in the end. Descendant's death nades are something to admire.
Yeah.
He's got a martyrdom. He's just tossing one down and knocking the ball off the map.
He's got
or
the
getting a crucial kill.
Oh, but just as you say that, Dave, look at that. Space Station tied up the game, and each kill that comes through gets traded out immediately. So we're back where we started. Envy were able to create a little bit of distance between themselves. I think the most they got was 7 kills. And since then, excuse me, it's been SSG grinding away, getting kill after kill after kill, and it has paid off for them. We'll see, though, because this has been Envy kind of, I feel like Envy has been doing actually a really good job of map control here, and SSG's kind of been forced in a position of having to find where those players are and take those fights. I don't know if you agree.
The map control's been fine. I think it's just been the aggression sometimes after they have the setups. It sometimes feels like they just force certain actions where if they just took a little extra pause and let SSG kind of squeeze themselves and constrict themselves in one area, the kills would come. But it feels like as soon as there's the damage there, Envy say, we're going until one of us is dead.
Yeah, it's just there's a go button, but no stop button.
Yep.
But SSG does manage to get themselves a little bit of a lead here, and there goes the camo available again. I think Stellar got hands on it, potentially. Yes, he did. So he gets the camo, courtesy of that Shroud screen. And now this is where you get to see whether or not SSG, never mind, I was going to say, can really create distance here on the scoreboard, but instead that camo gets found instantly. That said, 3-kill lead for SSG, the position that they want to be in, especially in this late game.
Yeah, let's see how Suppress decides to play this. I don't hate this aggression. He knows that someone's going to backtrack towards here.
Yeah.
Can he spot someone out? Looks like Falcade gets spots out. I like this. His teammate's taking some fire, decides to capitalize on it, but they're both now caught in a tricky position. Oh, how do you hit that, Suppressed?
That was crazy. Great shot there. Couple more starting to come through for Envy. 2-kill lead now. And they get out of that really precarious position there, Dave, when they were in the tram and they were stuck. Now they've kind of spread it out a little bit.
But these are the situations that SSG are going to be more comfortable than Envy. They've been in icy situations like this. They've been in Game 5s. They've been in World Championship Game 5s.
Wait a minute, though, but that might not come into fruition. That may not even matter at this point. They managed to tie this one up. We're right back where we started. It's been neck and neck the entire time. They've been trading kills all over the place. Envy had a little bit of a lead. Space Station gets a little bit of a lead. What a drama this has become. And now that kill, that's just one round of slays. Envy could win this series.
That sentry kill, but Descendant gets perfected against Eco. So kill after kill being traded from both sides. Piggy gonna somehow secure that kill against Suppressed before both going down. Now at 48-47, does Stellar decide to put this aggression on or sit back and see if Envy makes a mistake?
Yeah, Descendant's in a bit of a spot there too by Tires. And Stellar's got himself a decent position to see if anyone's coming through in the flank on the Cafe side here, but just as he does that though, the timing was brutal. But Yaxon tries to get away from that one. That's going to be 49. Now looking for one more kill. Where's it going to come from? Can Envy get a 49th of their own? You got Descendant. He's going to be pushed up real far up now. Eco, he's playing this one back. He's getting shot up a couple times. Descendant's going to have to go back to his teammates in Turtle. And you're starting to see both teams kind of work together here. Hold hands. Two players splitting things up now.
I like
taking the
play,
fight
though. Stellar getting the stalker rifle, realizing that this is something that can pick someone across the map and do some real damage.
That camo's not even going to matter.
No, that's just a bait for one of the deaths. Throw that down, and I kind of like this. Both teams just kind of throwing some grenades and baiting it out. Just fighting on the outskirts.
Yeah, just making them go for it here, and there you have it. SSG manages to pick up the win, 50-48 at the last second. Big kills, Falcade and Stellar. Huge performances from them. Stellar gets that final kill onto Precision. But Envy fought hard, and now, well, folks, we go into...
We're going to be in a weird situation that I feel like I have not seen in, I can't even recall how long. Because you have a pool play scenario where 3 teams went 2-1, but one of them is going to start in the elimination bracket after going 2-1 in teams.
Yeah, I don't even know how the tiebreaker there works, but we'll find out, I'm sure. You'll see it posted all on the official HCS socials. What a game that was, man. SSG really, really needed, or rather really got pushed. And Envy showed that this is not a team to be trifled with. I know it's a heartbreak of a loss for those guys, but boy, oh boy, do they have what it takes, undoubtedly, to shock people here in Seattle.
You can never count them out. That's the craziest part, is like they could have been down, 99-0 on that third oddball game. I would have been like, you know what, this round, it's not looking good, but it's not over.
Yeah, well, here it is. All these games, pretty much, you were seeing just different stories be told throughout it, right? Envy with a very strong, dominant start on that King of the Hill. You also saw Envy, another dominant play on Bomb, which I had talked about before. I was curious to see how that play style of theirs would really play out, and boy, oh boy, it worked out great for them. But on the other side of that one, though, when those games that SSG were able to pull off, right, especially that live fire oddball, what a critical map for those guys to win, Dave.
Yeah, they needed that more than ever. I mean, the fact that they showed that they can bounce back from one of their first game modes, something that they haven't been performing on as well throughout the season, and win when they need it the most.
Yeah, that's right. Well, folks, that's going to do it for us here today. But we do have the legend, Guy Blaze, standing by with a guy I used to commentate with. It's Elamite. What's going on?
Oh, yeah, we got the legend Elamite up here, everybody. Make some noise for Space Station Gaming. Man, how was it casting with Golden Boy? I know that was hard, right?
He's a national treasure. I got to give it to him. It's good to have him out here.
It is great to have him out here, and it's great to have Space Station getting yet another win here on the main stage. And, when it comes down to this pool, it was a rough one, okay? But being able to take down Envy, you guys went Game 5 with them last event, Game 5 yet again. What was the game plan to take them down this time?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely been having a lot of Game 5s. It was very similar fashion to when we played them last time, too, ironically enough. But I mean, we're still confident in ourselves and our gameplay, and it's going to be a tough battle here, but it's still anybody's game.
It really is anybody's game, okay? Because right now at this point, You know, you just 2 days away from, you know, possibly hoisting another trophy and being a back-to-back world champion. And you got this squad who's been trying to find themselves over the last few events. Do you guys feel like now coming in, especially coming tomorrow, that you guys got what it takes to really peak and hit your true form?
I mean, absolutely. Like, this is the time where we leave it all out on the line. These guys are so incredibly talented. It doesn't take much for things to start flowing, and once they do, you know, we can definitely make a run for it.
You guys definitely can make a run for it, okay? And the next thing I want to talk about is really just the run that Space Station Gaming has made as an organization throughout the last few years, and everything you guys have given back to the ACS. What has it meant being a part of this org and kind of representing them and really being with one of the best fan bases that we have here in ACS?
Oh man, you really put me on the spot on that one. I mean, this run has been one of the more challenging, I think, like, courses over my career. It's, you know, very lots of hurdles and obstacles and just things we had to overcome and figure out along the way. I'm just super glad I got to do it with SSG as well. You know, we talked about it before the game even came out, what we wanted to do. So 4 years later, you know, to be able to get a world championship and be running again for contention, you know, it's definitely pretty proud of what we did.
It's really special, okay? And you know, I want to let you go and start to get ready for these next series tomorrow, but I want to say much love to you, Legend, okay? Give some love to SSG, everybody. We'll see them tomorrow. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Always have so much love for Elamite. He is so well-spoken. He's such a great interview. He gives great insights into the team and how they're feeling and how they're doing. And I actually love something that he said here. They're still in contention, but it's going to be difficult. It's going to be tough. And honestly, it's funny watching that series and seeing it go the distance and SSG ultimately pulling that one out of the bag to end the night here. I think, honestly, gone are the days where you should be expecting even the top teams, even the best that we have here, just wiping the floor with their competition. Gone are those days. Yeah, okay, I know Shopify Rebellion, they are picture perfect. There may be the exception. I just think the competition by now is so high, it's so difficult to get a win across on any series. And how many times have we said it when we're in our meetings for homework? Anyone can win a best of 5 on any given day, just depending on how you come out of the gate swinging. And it's so incredibly true. You know, we talked, Tony, there about the fact that that one really did kind of heavily favor Envy, looking at the series layout. But look what happens. You put your mind to it, you get tested, you push harder, and you will take that series. So, you know, incredible stuff there from Space Station Gaming. I think their resilience is coming through. We're actually going to red zone just a tiny bit more, folks, while we're waiting for the last one of the night to wrap up over on Bravo as well. And of course, you know, this one, Omit, Unreal Nightmare, again in the same pool. We're going to be going to a three-way tie, and there is a very big potential here, shows that Unreal Nightmare might actually take the top spot of the pool. This is unbelievable stuff. What is going on?
I think Unreal Nightmare don't seem to realize that their destiny is well and truly in their own hands, and like you say, Lot, they are very close to topping their pool. And if you had mentioned or offered that to them at the start of this tournament, they would have snatched your hand off and taken it as quick as they possibly could. And I think it's indicative of the performance levels they've been able to put in to beat the likes of SSG and to really put themselves in contention to be top of their pool, and a much easier opportunity then for the upper bracket. This is incredible work from Unreal Nightmare. We knew we were going to get some sort of a splash. We knew there was going to be some noise made in the pools, Tony. And we really started to see it.
Unreal Nightmare kind of started us with this craziness with beating out SSG. And I'm thinking about how emotional this must be for Breaking Shot. He was dropped off of this roster from Omid. He's going up against his former team. He wants revenge, and Unreal Nightmare have an opportunity to do something amazing.
I mean, how often do you even get the opportunity to not only beat the team that dropped you, Tony, but you are now putting yourself in a situation where you can eliminate the team that dropped you from the World Championships. What a story that would be for Breaking Shot.
Slight lead though for Omid. On board now with Lethal's gonna cut the map in half almost immediately. I see Unreal Nightmare starting to approach that green side of the base. Sparta, the first one to go down for Omid. Meanwhile, Lethal gets a couple easy shots there. The 1v1 goes down, and Lethal misses some critical shots.
The stakes could not be any higher here for Omid. They need to try and find some sort of result to give themselves just a chance to stay in the tournament. And for Unreal Nightmare, beggars belief, opportunity to top the pool. Down by 7 seconds in the round. Oddball currently tied 1-1. Already up by 2 in the series. They have some mistakes in them. Do Unreal Nightmare. They have opportunities that if they don't do it in this map, other chances will come, but you know they want to do it here and now.
They take the lead just by a bit here as Envor uses that height advantage, puts some great damage down. That nade just about finishes. Don't worry, the bandit is there. Envor now right over towards the mid-map. Gonna have to get into yet another 1v1 from one battle to another. Back-to-back kills down for Omid, and Syrian with the flank and a huge double kill.
Been very impressed by Syrian, the performance levels he's been putting in, and indeed breaking shot. A lot of the good work these boys have put together in this tournament has come off the back of breaking shot and Syrian. And for Common and Envor, you see Common 59 seconds of objective. As Syrian, he finds himself +3 and 80 seconds of ball time. He wants this maybe more than anybody else in the lobby.
3 down. Double kill from breaking shot puts Omid 3 down. It's a lot of ball time now going to be accumulated here for Unreal Nightmare. Omid backs against the wall. They need this push right here, right now. One false move could cost them the game and the series.
This has very much been the way Omid's season has gone. Flattered to deceive. Being put on the ropes, being put on the back foot, and every single time they find themselves here, they've been eliminated. Unreal Nightmare put 3 in the grave. Lethal's the last man standing. He challenges over towards scoreboard. He gets 1, but he needs to get the player on the ball. He cannot do so. And Unreal Nightmare take down Omid 3-0.
Unbelievable scenes. What are we witnessing on day 1 here? Unreal Nightmare. They are making an unreal run, and they're making a nightmare for all of the rest of the competition. Unbelievable. I mean, Shozi, what are you noticing? I know there was only really a very small amount we got to have a look there. And taking down Space Station Gaming as well, by the way. We got former world championships on that roster. We have unbelievable potential, incredible slayers on that roster as well. What are you seeing from, a game like this, especially in oddball, because it's objective heavy, but you have to be rotating well, you have to slay. What have they got that's bringing to the table?
Well, you'll hear more often than not that when it comes to oddball, the best team strategically will win out 9 times out of 10. So for me, for Unreal Nightmare to win that oddball shows me that this isn't some fluky, you want to capture the flag and 2 slayers. You got it done on oddball, you're a good bloody team. And I have high hopes for this team heading forward.
Tony, high hopes, says Shozi. What about you? What are you noticing that you're loving here? Because they're starting to enter the conversation, and I'm sure they don't anticipate ending it either. So what are we looking out for here as we head into tomorrow for them?
Listen here, Syrian. Listen to me and listen good, Syrian. I've been playing with you for a while. Thank you so much for the carries and matchmaking back in the day. Thank you for all of the love that you've shown me, but now let me show you some love because you are an incredible talent and you are a large reason why Unreal Nightmare are doing what they've done so far this Friday. A lot of people don't know the name Syrian, but I promise you, after this weekend, you will learn it real quick. Unreal Nightmare, the real deal, and large because of that young man.
Well, now it makes sense to me. Syrian has been playing matchmaking with ankle weights on. He's been carrying Tony. That means this must be easy pickings for him if he's managed to get Tony up in the CSR.
Tony, don't worry, I'm on your side. By the way, you're just the best. He will absolutely love that. But I've got to say, again, it's great, though, to learn what players to watch out for. Cannot wait to see them coming into tomorrow. What an incredibly hot start here for Halo World Championship for them. My goodness me. Coming back, though, of course, we have the pools. And here are some of the scores that are coming in. Pool D, we are waiting to figure things out here. It's a 3-way tie, of course it is. It's the World Championships. And Pool D was the pool that we had singled out for potential revenge grudge matches. We didn't know we would have 3 of them. And of course, we see Pool B here. That's another big news note. And if you are just joining us, FaZe, yeah, they did fall flat here today. It wasn't Optic Gaming this time around. It was actually their nemesis, and it was FaZe Clan. Cloud9, they got the better of them in a really close game 5. But you just got to be better than your competition, quite frankly, in Cloud9, they were that. So looking great for them, and FaZe Clan, they're going to have to reap the repercussions for that as they get into the bracket side of things here, which, speaking of, here's the winner's side. And they're going to go up against Shopify Rebellion to kick things off for their day number 2 of the World Championships. That's a tall glass of milk, a tall order. Envy, they'll find themselves against Complexity. Optic Gaming, they'll be seeing Space Station. And Cloud9, they'll join Luminon Gaming. What a different path, Shurs, this could have been for FaZe here, going up against a team that they have known so much. They scrim against them, they have performed against them. Luminon Gaming, it would have been perfect, chef's kiss. However, they find themselves against the very foes that they find so difficult. In fact, their grand final nemesis that they didn't manage to pull through with.
What an opportunity it is for Cloud9 and Luminon. I think those 2 teams matching up here in the bracket Of course, they'll have to play the winner of Optic and Space Station, but all of a sudden they have a little bit of an easier run than they would have expected as well. So I think credit has to go to Cloud9. They iced up and they got that Game 5 victory. And how often did we see FaZe Clan put themselves in a situation like that and still manage to eke out a victory? Well, the problem is, you keep playing with fire, eventually you get burned, and that's what FaZe Clan did. They lost that Game 5.
They certainly did indeed. It was funny, isn't it? We look at the stats, how good the Slayers are, and then you have conversations with them, and it's like, well, we actually hate the way that we play Slayers because we start off so slow, and it is such a problem. We're having to pull things back out of the blue, and it's difficult. And we are still seeing that today, despite how good their Slayers have been statistically. They're not playing it the way that they want to. Tony, do you think they can adapt on the fly? Because it cost them today here at Worlds.
I really think it can, especially when you look at a team like FaZe, and they take the little things, like the small details, and they try to make them as perfect as possible. They're never going to be happy with their performance. Even if they would have went undefeated in pools, they still would have been doing the VOD review. They still have been preparing for it tomorrow. No matter what, FaZe are always striving for greatness.
They certainly are indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, you can be great all weekend long, but you might make some mistakes along the way, and it's okay, because we have a safety net in place here at the HCS, because if you're coming to the Halo World Championships, we need a couple of chances to get this thing done for you. TSM find themselves in their round one, Halo Esports waiting, as well as Mindfreak and Unreal Nightmare. Interesting stuff here. That is the elimination bracket. So Unreal Nightmare, they didn't have the chance actually to top their pool here. Something that I thought that might have happened. I suppose the three-way tie will get some confirmation on all of these in terms of the bracket to make sure this is 100% set here. But shows this elimination bracket looks fierce in itself as well. We've got TSM, who had a really, really poor kind of second part to today, where we saw some light from them against Optic Gaming, taking them to Game 5, and suddenly it just felt like they lost all steam from this engine.
Yep, all momentum seemed to fall out, and I think you call this a safety net. I don't know how safe I feel looking at those teams down there. Some teams having a much better performance than others. I think Unreal Nightmare can count themselves very disappointed, and listen, don't ask me to make sense of it because I'm running out of fingers. I don't know how to add those numbers. They've got 2-1 in pools, but we've seen it time and time again. The European teams had a three-way tie oftentimes, and sometimes it just shakes out that way, that rock, paper, scissors, and somehow, some way you end up where you are. So I think they can be proud of the performance they put in to find themselves in the elimination bracket. I think maybe that's an added motivation for them, something that they can build on. 100%.
My wonderful, wonderful producer actually just confirmed for me as well that is actually 100% what has happened with the pools. Unreal Nightmare, they have not made the top spot, and in fact, they are going to be in the elimination bracket. Here it is one more time for us. Envy, they will take that top spot of Pool D. Space Station, they will be 2-1 there underneath Envy. And Unreal Nightmare, they will find themselves in the limb bracket, fighting for their tournament life. And of course, unfortunately for some of our other teams here who have not made that spot, it's going to be a really difficult one for them to kind of swallow here on day one of the Halo World Championships. But Legion Gaming, SWAT Latam, Margin Club, and Omit unfortunately have not managed to continue on. I will say, I think Unreal Nightmare, listen, it was funny because we're gassing them up, and rightfully so, okay? It's a three-way tie. It's worked out in a funny fashion coming into day one. I think right now you need to take all of the confidence that you have built from those series, from how good you have been performing on day one and carrying it into day two. I understand you can't make any more mistakes here, and it's going to be difficult to do that. It's a long, long journey in a limb bracket, round one. You can talk to Optic Gaming about that one if you want to. But they've managed to do it. They can take some confidence in that. It's been done before. But Unreal Nightmare, they have quite the road to climb his shows. How are you feeling about now their journey?
Well, I think if you look at the complexion of what their tournament might have looked like before heading into this, I think if they'd gone 1 and 2, you might have been worried. But now that they've already taken down a team like Space Station Gaming, then you need to know that this team is a threat, Tony, and they can take down anybody. So anybody dropping down from that upper bracket, they have a tough task on their hands if they match up against Unreal Nightmare.
They certainly do, and also you'd have a tough task if you match up against any of our KD leaders, because we have a leaderboard for you guys. Here is your day one KD leaderboard, and it's a lot of Shop of Fire Rebellion on the mix, and last shot
Look
is going to be
Cherished
right
in there. The Cherish sandwich.
It literally is a Cherish sandwich, and I'll tell you what, he's that lovely slice of tomato in that fourth spot there. But I will say, Cole, yeah, they've been performing out their minds, and I will say Cherish again, having that kind of motivation going up against old teammates and really just giving it to them, and the pop off, it was absolutely incredible. But he did shine very bright statistically as well.
I'm looking at the names and I feel like I'm not surprised there. You know, Last Shot, Royalty, all the Shopify Rebellion, even Cherished. What I'm surprised at is those numbers. 1.65, like lots of times look at the KD leaderboards, like 1.2, 1.3. You have a 1.6 out of Last Shot. You damn near have a 1.6 out of Royal 2. These are unreal numbers for a World Championship Friday.
It certainly is indeed. And of course, it is only pool play, so I know that they are inflated, especially with our perfect team. However, you are right, Tony. I also just think Last Shot with a 1.65, again, like you said, ending the day here at Worlds. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah, I think we have to take into account, of course, like you say, their numbers are going to be a little bit inflated. I think you have to take into account that some of these teams in the championships had to play with their coaches, so as a result of that, there's going to be a lot more kills on the board.
Yeah, indeed, and also there were a couple of other teams I actually saw Shopify Rebellion play against that. Unfortunately, also were fill-ins.
Yeah.
I heard there was a Diamond 1 guy in the lobby as well. Bless him, and he was unsure about playing on the stage.
Royal 2 was just killing him off spot.
I mean, it was intense. It was intense. However, that is your KD leaderboard. This is our schedule for tomorrow, though, folks. Here is day 2 of your Halo World Championships, kicking things off on the main stage. Well, it only gets spicier as we go through it. Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe. This was personal, folks, and whether or not it's bad blood or honestly just trying to remain the best friends that you possibly can, it's going to be a tough one, always. We're only human up there. So Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe is going to be one for the ages and the history books, especially in the final one of Halo Infinite. We'll see how things kick off then at the beginning of our morning, and it's going to be an incredible one. So I cannot wait, and I'm looking forward to it. How have you found day 1, Shows?
Yeah, I think the ink is starting to dry. We always knew the reason why they're called pools is because there's starting to be a splash, and I think I cannot wait to see what happens in day 2, but for day 1, we got a lot of surprises, and I'm thankful for it.
Certainly loads of surprises, and happy birthday, Tony, because it was a gift today on day 1 for you, but day 2 brings so much more. How are you feeling about it?
All I wanted for my birthday was some huge upsets, and let me tell you, we got plenty of them, and we're not done yet. Saturday, that's where it really starts.
All right, that's going to do it from the desk. Day 1 is done and dusted for the last time, the first and the last, but plenty more action coming our way. We have a Saturday, the championship bracket lined up here in Seattle, the home of Halo. So much more to be had, and our teams, they're certainly going to be turning things up, and the heat, it's only going to get hotter. Spicy games, so many series going the distance, and so much to look forward to, and of course that trophy at the end of it. Who will make it? Who will break it? We'll find out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.